Chapter 201. Recognized. Yuan Zhou is most likely Ji Qinglian's father. He was very kind to her in Xingnian City, and gave her a huge anonymous star card. Sure Yuan's mind raced, and she stopped looking surprised. She hesitated and said, "Uncle Yuan?" This was the name Yuan Zhou asked her to call him when he introduced himself to her in Xingnian City. Hearing her call him that, Yuan Zhou showed obvious joy on his face. He raised his hand to touch her, but seemed to be afraid that she would feel repulsive. He curled up his fingertips and pretended to be calm as he pushed the mask on his face. "Aren't you in Jinlizuo? Why are you here?" Sure Yuan was very sensitive to people's emotions. She noticed his closeness and frankly stated the purpose of her trip after a little hesitation. "I'm here to find Wu Shenghua." In fact, she already had a vague guess in her heart that Yuan Zhou was from the Tianyuan clan. In the current situation, it was hard for her not to think too much about Yuan Zhou's surname, and he was also a strong man in the Saint realm. She had previously speculated what kind of person Ji Wu could be attracted to, but his identity had never been made public. Either he was insignificant, or he could not be exposed to the public. With Ji Wu's personality, how could he be attracted to someone who had no meaning in existence? Yuan Zhou was shocked when he heard about Wu Shenhua, and asked anxiously, "Didn't Al Wu say that your curse had been suppressed? Did it break out?" He didn't care about anything else, and grabbed Sure Yuan's wrist to check the suppression of the Golden Crow curse. Yuan Zhou's fingertips were very hot, carrying a strong breath of life, which made her feel comfortable bathing in the warm sun. Sure Yuan was slightly stunned. This breath of life is similar to that of the sacred tree. Yuan Zhou's power has covered her arm that was cursed by the Golden Crow, but she didn't feel anything. She thought she remembered it wrongly, and hurriedly pulled her other hand. Sure Yuan reacted and quickly grabbed him. "My curse has been lifted." Yuan Zhou paused, resolved. Sure Yuan nodded. "I came to find the Wuxing flower for another purpose." She was not sure whether Yuan Zhou knew that Ji Siyu was cursed by the Golden Crow, so it was not easy to explain the situation directly, so she could only vaguely pass it over. Yuan Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, I was scared to death." These words made Sure Yuan raise her head slightly. In her impression, the strong men in the Holy Land seemed to be calm and not to be offended. Yuan Zhou seemed a little different. Yuan Zhou didn't realize that his tall image in front of his good daughter was about to collapse. He took her to walk in the air and arrived at the burial place of the 3S level 2-headed red-scaled python in a blink of an eye. "You came at the right time. There is a Wuxing flower growing here, and it will mature soon." Sure Yuan was quite surprised that he gave him the Wuxing flower. After thinking about it, he asked, "Don't you need the Wuxing flower too?" Yuan Zhou said, "As a matter of course. This Wuxing flower was originally found for you." He gritted his teeth and added, "Damn Jinwu, how dare you curse you. If a Wu hadn't stopped me, I would have flattened the Yongnao Palace." Sure Yuan blinked. This character is exactly the same as Ji Qinglian. Yuan Zhou seemed to realize that his reaction was a bit too much, and coughed twice unnaturally. "Fortunately, your curse has been lifted." Sure Yuan tore off the bionic mask on her face, revealing her original appearance, and said with a smile, "Thank you." Yuan Zhou met her silver blue eyes, was stunned for a moment, and stammered, This is me, I should do it." Her eyes were as beautiful as a Wu's, but a Wu never smiled at him like this. If a Wu could smile more like this. Yuan Zhou pretended to be calm, and turned his head away. He put the dead 3S level 2-headed red-scaled python into a separate space ring, and then put the space ring into Sure Yuan's hand. Regardless of whether she wanted it or not, he took her hand, and took her to the swamp below with layers of gray fog. Sure Yuan quickly grasped the cold space ring in his palm, and tilted his head to look at Yuan Zhou's slightly tense profile. He seemed to treat her as his own daughter. There was no completely rational test like Ji Wu, and his heart was full of love and protection. Even though he knew that her curse had been suppressed, he did not forget to look for the second immortal flower to add an extra layer of protection for her. Sure Yuan had never experienced such pure love before, and suddenly felt that the space ring in his hand became extremely hot. She went to Xingwan City with a purpose, so she did not feel any anger or disappointment when facing the test set by Ji Wu for her. At this time, looking at Yuan Zhou's towering back, Sure Yuan actually felt a little ashamed for tearing off her bionic mask and deliberately revealing the same hair color and eye color as Ji Wu and Ji Qinglian in front of him. Yuan Zhou did not notice her change of mentality. He stopped on a piece of white bones in the swamp, pointed to the front and said, "That's it, it's about to bloom." The gray fog mixed with a strong death aura took the initiative to retreat outward under the light green star power passport, leaving a safe blank area. As far as the eye can see, a flower with a bud that looks like a white lotus quietly stands on the muddy and filthy swamp. The slightly open petals emit white light, and it breathes in and out the dead air in the gray fog. With each swallowing and spitting, the delicate petals will slowly open a little, and in less than half an hour, the lifeless flower will be fully bloomed. Sure Yuan let Yuan Zhou lead him, and quietly looked at the light green star power he released. The power is slightly different from that of the sacred tree, but it seems to be from the same source. The powerful breath of life makes the surrounding dead air retreat, but it is controlled within a just right range, and will not affect the growth and blooming of the lifeless flower. It is rumored that the Tianyuan clan is a descendant of the ancient gods, and their origin is quite mysterious. No one has ever seen the mimicry of the Tianyuan clan. The Tianyuan clan does not have the ambition of a totem family, and has always lived in a corner. The seal and the illusion of the Sea of Biqiong. The old woman who can control the power of the sacred tree. Yuan Qin. Yuan Zhou. Both have the surname Yuan. Are the two related? When Shi Yuan was considering whether to ask Yuan Zhou directly, Yuan Zhou suddenly turned his head to the right, raised his hand and grabbed the air, and two figures fell over. He changed his kindness in front of Shi Yuan and said coldly, "Who are you?" The silver olive mask shimmered coldly in the dim environment of the swamp. The mysterious white robe and the powerful pressure of the holy realm frightened the two people, who fell into the swamp and stiffened their bodies. Such momentum. Shi Yuan finally understood why Yuan Zhou wore a white robe and a mask. She controlled the corners of her mouth that were about to rise, looked at the two people who were sweating profusely lying on the swamp, paused for a moment, and said quickly, "Father, they are my subordinates. I didn't mean to spy." The ones who were thrown into the swamp by Yuan Zhou were Rose 13 and White Bone, who had also noticed the movement here and came to check. White Bone nodded repeatedly. If she hadn't been unable to speak, she would have cried loudly to show her grievance. Rose 13 pursed her lips tightly, and her eyebrows were so furrowed that they could almost kill a fly. It seemed that she had encountered an intractable dilemma. The two were trapped in the damp and cold swamp. The death energy was rapidly eroding their star power. The cold and damp breath penetrated into the star power shield, making them feel the long-lost cold, and their bodies shook uncontrollably. If this continued, in less than 10 minutes, their star power shields would be dissolved by the death energy, and they would become one of the piles of white bones in this man-eating swamp. "So it's your subordinate." Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Zhou realized belatedly what Shi Yuan called him, and suddenly turned his head, looking at her with sparkling eyes. "What did you call me just now?" Shi Yuan blinked briskly. "Father." Yuan Zhou happily hugged her and said incoherently, "Yes. Yes. I am your father." Humph. What if a Wu didn't say it? Didn't Qin Yuan recognize him? The baby is so smart. He is worthy of being his and a Wu's baby. If only Qin Lian was half as smart as Qin Yuan, he would often visit him when he was a child, and the little kid would grab his clothes and call him father, but he didn't remember anything when he grew up. He must have been raised crooked by a Wu. The bones waiting to leave the swamp stared at Yuan Zhou, who changed his face faster than turning a book, and tried to digest in his heart that Qin Yuan's father actually appeared, and he was a strong man in the holy domain. This huge gossip, that was enough to shake the universe. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" Bai Gu screamed in his heart. But the next second, the man who was holding Qin Yuan and laughing suddenly glanced at him. The dangerous and cold eyes scared Bai Gu so much that he immediately put away all his shock and gossip, and knocked his head on the swamp without hesitation, posing a gesture of submission. "Help! Help!" Shi Yuan was amused, and was afraid that he and Qiangwei 13 would really get sick in the swamp, so he raised his hand to fish them out of it, hung them on the tree trunk next to him, and patted Yuan Zhou on the shoulder, saying in a gentle and obedient tone, "Father, I'm glad to meet you." Yuan Zhou felt sad for some reason, and couldn't help saying, "If you are not happy in Xingyan City, come back to Tianyuan Palace with me, and let Qinglan go to Xingyan City. This is his precious daughter, who has been lost for more than 10 years. He can't imagine how much grievance she has suffered outside." If Ah Wu had told him earlier that Qin Yuan was stranded outside, he would never sit back and do nothing. He would definitely fight her even if he had to turn the world upside down. Yuan Zhou felt sadder and sadder as he thought about it. A layer of tears appeared in his eyes uncontrollably. Shi Yuan didn't expect him to say that. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head after reacting, "How can that be? I have my responsibilities and goals. I can't be so willful." Yuan Zhou was very willful. "You can do anything as long as I'm here." Shi Yuan laughed, knowing that he was emotional and couldn't reason with him for a while, So he followed his words and said, "Then I go to Tianyuan Palace to play for a while." Yuan Zhou was very happy. "Let's pick the wuxing flower and go." Shi Yuan indulged him. "Okay." In Qingman City, she could see that Ji Wu didn't like Yuan Zhou's contact with her and Ji Qinglan. There might be hidden secrets that she didn't know, but she really couldn't refuse Yuan Zhou, who was full of sincerity. In addition, the Tianyuan clan seemed to have a close relationship with the sacred tree, and she had to find out. Yuan Zhou was like a satisfied Samoyed, pulling Shi Yuan to ask this and that, such as what she had experienced during those years of wandering outside, what she liked to eat, and what else she wanted besides the wuxing flower. The conversation was blocked by Yuan Zhou's star power. Rose 13 and Bai Gu, who were hanging on the tree as spicy strips, dared not move, let alone look at the father and daughter, who were happily communicating their feelings. After swallowing and exhaling star power again, the wuxing flower finally bloomed completely, and the elegant fragrance floated out from the stamens, interrupting Yuan Zhou's endless questions. He had studied the way to pick the wuxing flower in advance, picked it in one go, put it in the storage box, and handed it to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan never thought that she would get the wuxing flower in this way. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel anything in her heart. She sincerely thanked Yuan Zhou again. Yuan Zhou stroked her hair with a smile. "Don't be so polite to me. I can find anything you want for you. This is what I should do." He said this again. Shi Yuan put away the wuxing flower and hugged Yuan Zhou from the bottom of his heart. No one should be nice to anyone. Yuan Zhou didn't owe her anything. With Yuan Zhou, the danger level of the death swamp dropped sharply, and the pervasive death energy retreated to him. When he left, he took 2 dried spicy strips, Rose 13 and White Bone, without alarming anyone in the death swamp. The young man who was squatting at the intersection of Qingmen Road to buy wuxing flowers noticed his breath leaving and decisively closed his stall. Before, knowing that the Taotai Chamber of Commerce had been looking for wuxing flowers, Yuan Zhou couldn't help but worry, even though he had learned from Ji Wu that Shi Yuan's curse had been completely suppressed. The domineering nature of the curse lies in the fact that no one can remove it except the person who cast the curse. It can only be suppressed by the wuxing flower, but there are also limitations. If the suppression effect is good, the impact on the cursed person is limited, and it can also backfire on the curse caster. Wuxing flower grows in places surrounded by death, but not all dead places can grow wuxing flower. Tianyuan clan has been looking for wuxing flower for more than half a year, and has sent people to set up stalls to purchase it outside almost every alienated area where wuxing flower may grow. Yuan Zhou personally searched every marked alienated area, and the death swamp was the last place he searched. Shi Yuan didn't know what he did specifically to find wuxing flower, but he could guess that it was not easy. She wanted to go back to the golden carp seat first, and give the wuxing flower to Jisiu. When Yuan Zhou heard that she was going back to the golden carp seat, he threw Rose 13 and White Bones to the young man who came to close the stall, and took her away from Yunai Star without saying a word, and arrived at Jingu Star in less than an hour. Upon learning that there was an extra star gate on Jingu Star leading to the Desolate Star region, Yuan Zhou frowned slightly, and said to Shi Yuan, "I'm going to the Desolate Star region." Shi Yuan said sharply, "What's wrong?" Yuan Zhou pondered for a while. "This star gate is not opening normally. I have to go and see what's going on." "Not normal." Shi Yuan also frowned. "The appearance of the star gate is random, and cannot be controlled by humans." "How can you tell that it's abnormal?" Yuan Zhou touched her head. "I go and see, and I be back soon." "You go, and do what you want to do first." Shi Yuan held him back. "I go too. The person I want to save is in the Desolate Star region." Yuan Zhou was stunned for a moment, thinking about the people who were in the Desolate Star region and had an intersection with her, and asked in confusion, "Is Ji Qiqi also cursed?" Shi Yuan shook his head. "I can't tell you for now." Yuan Zhou suddenly thought of another person, Jisiu? Is he in the Desolate Star region? Being able to directly associate Jisiu with the immortal flower means that Yuan Zhou knows that Jisiu has a curse, and that he is not dead. Shi Yuan asked tentatively, "Do you know?" Yuan Zhou said reluctantly, "I fished that kid out of the Colosseum." Shi Yuan was really surprised. Yuan Zhou didn't mean to say more. "Since this immortal flower is for him, then you can go with me." The speed of crossing the erosion wood rain forest was still very fast. The soldiers guarding the Stargate noticed that there was a strange breath approaching and immediately became alert, but before they could see who was coming, the breath passed by them. Shi Yuan was afraid of causing a commotion, so he quickly released his breath. The soldiers who were in doubt breathed a sigh of relief, put away the action of preparing to warn, and returned to their posts. Yuan Zhou had seen GCU before, so he naturally recognized his aura, and he directly broke into his tent with Shi Yuan. A combat meeting was being held in the tent, and the officers were startled when they saw the two people who suddenly appeared, and immediately took a defensive posture. When they saw Shi Yuan standing still, they were all stunned. GCU was the only one who was still sitting in the chair. When he saw Shi Yuan, he was happy at first, but when he found Yuan Zhou standing behind her, the smile that had not yet risen froze on his face. He waved to his subordinates. You go out first, and the meeting will continue later. The officers knew Shi Yuan, but had never seen Yuan Zhou. Seeing that he was dressed so mysteriously, and his aura was as deep as the abyss, they felt dizzy even after taking a glance at him, and they all retracted their gazes, and walked out of the tent quickly. GCU looked at Yuan Zhou, who was pulling Shi Yuan to sit down like a big boss, sighed helplessly in his heart, and walked up to the two of them. Qing Yuan, Uncle Yuan, why are you here? Yuan Zhou snorted coldly, and didn't say anything. It seems that he doesn't like him very much. Shi Yuan didn't know what lawsuit there was between the two, and took out the storage box containing the Wuxing flower, and handed it to GCU. Hey, take a look. GCU already had a guess in his heart, but he was still stunned when he saw the Wuxing flower well stored in the box. You found it so quickly. If he hadn't been busy, he wouldn't have asked Qing Yuan to go to the Chaos Star region to find the Wuxing flower. Now everyone in the universe doesn't know that Qing Yuan has been cursed by the Golden Crow and needs the Wuxing flower to suppress it. Those who want to please the Taotai family are naturally willing to offer the Wuxing flower with both hands, but more people want to see the Taotai family fall down without successors. Especially the jackals in the Chaos Star region, who can't wait to rush up and take a bite of meat. Qing Yuan's trip will definitely not be smooth. Shi Yuan smiled and blinked. My father helped me find it. Yuan Zhou immediately said, I found it for you. Shi Yuan hummed twice, like smoothing his hair, and did not refute his words. GCU obviously knew what kind of character Yuan Zhou was. When he heard his sister even called his father, he showed a grateful expression very politely. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. Yuan Zhou sneered. Don't think that I can forget the fact that you bit me when I was a child. Shi Yuan, GCU, Yuan Zhou snorted again. Little bastard, you don't know the kindness of a good person. GCU, He cleared his throat and said solemnly, I was young and ignorant, and I offended you. Please forgive me. Yuan Zhou said faintly. It's been 17 or 18 years, right? You're apologizing now? GCU, Shi Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yuan Zhou seemed to realize that he was too narrow-minded. He coughed uncomfortably and said reluctantly, Since you know your mistake, I won't bother with you. GCU didn't dare to refute. Thank you for your magnanimity. Yuan Zhou didn't want to let this topic affect his image in his precious daughter's mind. He pointed to the Wuxing flower in his hand and said, You eat it, and I will help you absorb it. GCU refused. Thank you, but the Wuxing flower needs to be made into a special medicine to absorb it. The effect will be better. You and Qing Yuan must be tired after traveling thousands of miles. I will arrange for you to rest for a while. Yuan Zhou was about to ask him if he was ungrateful, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, he immediately looked at Shi Yuan. Qing Yuan, you must be tired after tossing around for so long. Go to sleep for a while? Shi Yuan glanced at GCU and said to Yuan Zhou with a smile, Okay. Yuan Zhou left GCU without thinking and sent Shi Yuan to rest. He left the camp and went outside to investigate the situation. Sensing Yuan Zhou's breath gradually fading away, GCU slowly breathed a sigh of relief and placed the Wuxing flower on the table, but a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Why don't you absorb the Wuxing flower directly? With the help of the Saint Domain Strongman, there will be no incomplete absorption of the medicinal properties. So why do you need to make any potion? GCU's fingertips on the storage box seemed to be electrocuted, and he curled up unconsciously, turned around and met Shi Yuan's inquiring and questioning eyes. Chapter 202. GCU looked at Shi Yuan, who was only a few meters away from him, with a helpless look on his face. Didn't you go to rest? Why are you here? Shi Yuan was not as easy to fool as Yuan Zhou, and repeated the question just now. Why don't you absorb the Wuxing flower directly? She took a step forward, not hiding the inquiry in her eyes, and did not give GCU a chance to fool her. GCU knew how sharp she was, and sighed, My curse has just been suppressed. Now is not the best time to take the Wuxing flower. I am not hiding something from you. His face was no different from usual, and he looked at Shi Yuan without guilt while speaking, which was a very frank performance. Shi Yuan looked at him silently for a while, unable to judge whether he was lying from his words and deeds. Then when are you going to eat? She slowed down her tone and stopped pressing so hard. GCU smiled. 2 days later. Seeing that she was still staring at him, GCU spread his hands. If you are worried, you can supervise me in person. Having said that, according to Sher Yuan's previous personality, she would never hold on to this matter, but now she only hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, tell me when you eat it. GCU's reason was quite far-fetched, but she couldn't guess why he lied. She just instinctively felt that he was hiding something. Everyone has secrets that they don't want to tell others. Sher Yuan has no intention of exploring what GCU wants to hide, but the curse is not trivial. He didn't stop her from looking for the whooshing flower before, which means that the whooshing flower still has a suppressing effect on his curse, but now, he doesn't eat it. GCU didn't expect her to say that, and was obviously stunned. Sher Yuan saw his expression and raised her eyebrows slightly. Why? No. At this time, even a fool knew that he couldn't say no. GCU shook his head and blinked at her. This is not like you. Sher Yuan asked him, what's not like you? GCU didn't answer, but the smile between his eyebrows and eyes couldn't be concealed, which made her confused. Before she asked further, GCU put the whooshing flower into the space ring and hooked his finger at the kitten, who had been peeking out of her pocket for who knows how long. The kitten moved its ears and jumped towards its food bowl without hesitation. GCU caught it skillfully and stuffed it with an S-level alienation crystal. Seeing it chewing contentedly, the smile on his face became stronger. Somehow, Sher Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. She despised the little foodie in her heart, found a place to sit down, and asked about the business. How are the Star Pirates? It has been more than half a month since the last battle. During this period, her main attention has been on Qinglu Star. She has not contacted GCU and Ji Qi, and she doesn't know much about the situation here. GCU stroked the kitten's soft fur. There is no movement for the time being. The Tingsha Legion has also sent reinforcements and is attacking the Golden Horn Star, trying to regain control of the Triangle Star region. Before, because of Sher Yuan's sudden arrival, the Star Pirates were caught off guard. The main force sent to the Woodhorn Star suffered heavy casualties, and was very quiet for a while, but the Star Pirates active on other planets are still rampant. Passive defense is not a long-term solution. Only by destroying their nests, and finding the person who made the Star Pirates quickly improve their strength in a short period of time can we hope to completely solve the dilemma of the Triangle Star region. The two of them discussed things related to the Star Pirates, and their way of getting along was no different from before. Yuan Zhou came back that night, and did not say what he did. He saw Sher Yuan following GCU to watch him set up the star array, and the tiny kitten also lay on the top of GCU's head, hooking a strand of his hair with its little claws, and sleeping soundly. He narrowed his eyes slightly unhappy, and flashed in front of him. Sher Yuan sensed his breath, raised his head with a smile, and said, Father, you are back. She had a very well-behaved appearance, and when she spoke without any aggression, it was simply heartwarming. Yuan Zhou, who had the mentality of an old father, could not resist the soft call of his beloved daughter, who he wanted to take home and love, and immediately put aside the unhappiness just now. Have you rested well? Sher Yuan nodded. Where have you been? Why did you come back now? She raised her hand slightly, and took the kitten off GCU's head. The kitten raised its head drowsily, and when it saw Yuan Zhou, its eyes widened a little. It didn't know what it was thinking, but it stood up and jumped onto his shoulder, and even bent its body to gently rub his face, with an infinitely attached look. Yuan Zhou didn't expect it to do this. He was stunned for a moment, and his expression softened uncontrollably. He stretched out his hand to support the little guy squatting on his shoulder, wanting to touch it but not daring to touch it. The kitten was quite good at reading the expression, and it took the initiative to use its little head to nudge his palm. Yuan Zhou was completely captured by it, and he didn't even remember that it had just been lying on GCU's hair. He stroked its soft fur lovingly. Chapter 203. GCU also noticed Yuan Zhou's arrival, and temporarily stopped what he was doing. He looked at the kitten trying to please him, and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He had defeated so many alienated crystals to get this little guy to be nice, and stop scratching him. Yuan Zhou was new here, and was rubbed and acted like a spoiled child by it, which made it hard for him not to be jealous. Yuan Zhou enjoyed the kitten's intimacy very much, and took out a 3S-level alienated crystal from the space ring, and gave it to it. The kitten held the 3S-level alienated crystal, and looked at it. Its big round eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth to chew it, but with its teeth, it only bit off a small piece. It was not as smooth as the S-level alienated crystal. Sher Yuan was also shocked and hurriedly said, Father, it can't absorb 3S-level alienation crystals now. She didn't lack 3S level alienation crystals. She didn't give them to the kitten because she was not stingy. It was because the energy contained in 3S level alienation crystals was too huge, and it was not suitable for it to be chewed in one breath. Yuan Zhou waved his hand indifferently. What's the matter? Just treat it as grinding its teeth. He tapped the kitten's forehead with his index finger, and a mysterious green star pattern quickly formed and sank into its body. The kitten seemed to have noticed something, and raised its short legs to touch its head. Yuan Zhou took the opportunity to grab its short legs and squeeze them gently, explaining to Shi Yuan, I injected some of my power into it, which can help it digest the 3S level alienation crystal. You don't have to worry. The kitten also took a big bite of the 3S level alienation crystal. Although it still only bit off a little, the happiness and satisfaction between its eyebrows could not be concealed. Little foodie, Yuan Zhou was very fond of its full mouthfuls of food, and told it not to be anxious and to eat slowly, as he had plenty of alienated crystals. The kitten ate so much that its eyes narrowed, and it sat obediently on his shoulder, looking like a happy little kitten. What else could Shi Yuan say? Of course, he could only watch it eat. GCU touched his space ring calmly. Since he had found the Wuxing flower and came to the desolate star region, Shi Yuan planned to stay here for a few more days, at least to watch GCU finish eating the Wuxing flower before leaving. Yuan Zhou had no objection to this, especially with the kitten trying to please him. He didn't even think about going to trouble GCU. The next day, when Shi Yuan was doing morning training, he saw GCU coming with a serious face, and asked in confusion, what happened? GCU didn't know what to say, and thought for a while before organizing his words. The star pirates in the desolate star region suffered heavy casualties, and all the leaders of each party died. Shi Yuan was stunned for a moment. Is the news correct? GCU nodded. It was the information sent by Qin Qi. He has been leading people to clean up the remnants of the star pirates in the Woodhorn Star recently. Yesterday, he felt a strong star power fluctuation coming from the desolate star region, so he went to investigate, and found that the star pirate leaders, who were wreaking havoc near the Serpent Lancet, were beheaded with a sword and died very quickly. Speaking of this, his eyes became a little complicated. Shi Yuan thought quickly, and then thought about Yuan Zhou's behavior when he left the camp yesterday. Did my father do it? She had seen with her own eyes how powerful Yuan Zhou was. He could kill a 3S level mutant two-headed red-scaled python with one punch. So dealing with a star pirate of the extraordinary realm would be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables, right? Thinking carefully, he had said before that the appearance of the erosion forest was not normal. Could it be related to this matter? It was not something that could not be asked. Shi Yuan and GCU went directly to find Yuan Zhou. Yuan Zhou was playing with the kittens. After hearing the purpose of the two people's visit, he admitted that he did it, but did not say why he did it, nor did he say what he did specifically. He was simple-minded, and he would not say anything he didn't want to say, and he would not make up messy reasons to cover up. When Shi Yuan said that he would go with GCU to arrange the star array today, he would follow him no matter what. At the same time, in a narrow rock crevice deep in the desolate star field, a figure staggered out of the surging black star power, supported the protruding part of the rock wall with one hand, coughed heavily twice, and spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. He hid in the gray shadows, with emerald star patterns flowing on his exposed skin, continuously dissipating the black star power escaping from his body. The evil dragon on his shoulder roared in pain when the star pattern moved to his heart. The man lowered his eyes, veins on his forehead bulged, and fine and dense cold sweat soaked the ends of his hair. There was a shadow of an evil dragon wandering in his eyes. Suddenly, the black star power covering him surged rapidly, and his eyes were completely occupied by rich ink. The emerald star patterns all over his body flashed quickly several times, and disappeared into his skin. The man spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person fell to the ground, as if he had lost his strength, his face as pale as paper. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with the back of his hand, and smiled coldly. Tian Yuan clan, it turns out that you are not dead yet. You awakened the immortal tree? Yuan Zhou looked at the light green star power floating in the air, and his face changed slightly. When Shi Yuan heard his words, he paused in releasing the power of the sacred tree. After seeing Yuan Zhou's power, she suspected that his mimicry was related to the sacred tree, and wanted to find an opportunity to ask him. It happened that the power of the sacred tree was needed to make the isolation star array, so she simply took the opportunity to expose the power of the sacred tree in front of him. However, Yuan Zhou's reaction was somewhat beyond her expectations. He was not happy after seeing the power of the sacred tree, and even showed obvious anxiety. Shi Yuan did not say that the power of the sacred tree he possessed was not mastered by awakening mimicry, but was obtained by entering the Stargate ruins of Xiaomong Star, and the illusion of Biqiongxi one after another. She looked at Yuan Zhou with a little doubt. Yuan Zhou took a deep breath and said without explanation, I must take you back to Tianyuan Palace right now. After that, he glanced at Jisiu. You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Jisiu knew that the power of the sacred tree was extraordinary, but he was not sure about Yuan Zhou's relationship with it. After hearing him say the 4 words immortal sacred tree and looking at his face, he guessed that the matter was not simple, and nodded immediately. Yuan Zhou said nothing more, held Shi Yuan's hand, and took her away from Mujiu Star without saying anything. Looking at Yuan Zhou and Shi Yuan who disappeared like the breeze, Jisiu looked down at the light green star power that was wandering freely in the core of the star array. I don't know how long it took, he raised his hand, reached into the core of the star array, and gently touched the star power with his fingertips. The strong tingling sensation instantly invaded his nerves, which was completely different from the feeling of being bathed in spring breeze when divine revelation helped suppress the curse. Jisiu seemed to feel no pain. He stared intently at the black star power escaping from him being quickly dissipated by the light green star power. It turns out that there has been an unbridgeable gap between him and her since they met. Xianzhu flew out worriedly and circled around his bloody fingertips. Jisiu suddenly smiled, retracted his scarlet finger, and said to Xianzhu, I'm fine, just a little unwilling. Shi Yuan didn't expect Yuan Zhou to be so anxious, and hurriedly said, Father, what's wrong? I have to stay on Mujiu Star for 2 days. Yuan Zhou didn't know that she and Jisiu had an agreement, and his face was tense. You don't have to worry about things here. The star pirates can't cause a big storm in a short time. With Jisiu and Ji Qiqi here, the remaining star pirates will be dealt with soon. Without giving Shi Yuan a chance to speak, he added, When did you awaken the immortal tree? Does your mother know? Shi Yuan felt that things were out of his control, but he still didn't finish his words. About 2 years ago, before my mother found me, it appeared a little later than Yuan. At that time, he was just a dead branch, staying in my spiritual power spring. I didn't know what he was, so I didn't tell my mother. Dead branch. 2 years ago. Yuan Zhou silently repeated it, and then asked, When can you use its power? Shi Yuan gave him a general description. I was able to use it completely after the beast tide in the Biqiongxi. At that time, I mistakenly entered an illusion and experienced some bizarre things in it. After I came out, the dead branch grew into a towering tree. Because of her past experiences, she was used to keeping things to herself no matter what she did. So she didn't tell Yuan Zhou that the God Tree Totem appeared in her spiritual power spring from the beginning. It's not that she doesn't trust Yuan Zhou, but she still hasn't figured out what the Immortal God Tree means, and why she can't find any related records in the classics. Now she finally met Yuan Zhou, who can name the Immortal God Tree, and she wants to know more about the God Tree from him. Yuan Zhou obviously knew that the Biqiongxi had caused a turmoil because of the palace in the clouds, and his face changed again, and he asked anxiously, What did you see in it? There was nothing to hide about the things in the illusion, so Shi Yuan told him in detail. The more Yuan Zhou listened, the uglier his face became, and finally he simply kept silent. Shi Yuan felt a little uneasy in his silence, and wanted to ask all the doubts in his heart, but when he saw his tense profile, he temporarily suppressed this idea. The speed of the Saint Domain Strongman's full-speed travel was not even comparable to the fastest star field in the universe. In just half a day, the two arrived at the extreme north of the chaotic star field. There are few people in the edge of the chaotic star field, especially the extremely cold snow field, which is one of the 9 3S level alienation areas in the universe. As the name suggests, the extremely cold snow field is covered with ice and snow all year round, and the temperature is very low. The ice star power floating in the air is terribly corrosive. Even the gifted people in the extraordinary realm find it difficult to stay here for a long time, let alone cross the extremely cold snow field intact to reach Tianyuan Star. Before entering the extremely cold snow field, Yuan Zhou brought Shi Yuan a leaf-shaped jade pendant, which can expel the pervasive ice power in the snow field. Because of the existence of the jade pendant and Yuan Zhou, Shi Yuan was unable to personally experience the horror of the extremely cold snow field. When she looked up in the vastness, she saw the romantic scene of spring flowers in full bloom. Like the Biqiongxi, the extremely cold snow field has no specific stargate. It extends outward in all directions, and naturally connects with Tianyuan Star. Beyond the snowy area, there is a wide plain, with green grass, wild flowers, bees and butterflies flying, and the scenery is breathtaking. A majestic palace stands on the top of a mountain at the end of the plain, showing its majestic majesty in the shining morning light, and thick green shade covers the towering ancient trees. When Yuan sees it, it is exactly the same as the sacred tree that grows in her spiritual power spring and blocks out the sun. Chapter 204. Tianyuan Star has a small population, mostly living in villages. People here are free and casual, rarely in contact with the outside world, and there is no star network. They live a comfortable and peaceful life. Yuan Zhou took Shi Yuan directly to Tianyuan Palace. Looking at this majestic palace up close, it is even more majestic, and it is not inferior to the magnificent Qingyuan city. She then realized that the sacred tree she saw from afar was not a real tree growing in Tianyuan Palace, but a phantom shrouding Tianyuan Palace. Dots of light green star power fell from the branches and leaves, and when the breeze blew, it was refreshing. When he was in a trance, a group of people came out one after another, men, women, young and old, looking at Shi Yuan with surprise and curiosity. Their eyes were clear and eager, and people did not have the slightest resentment. Shi Yuan saw that they had the same hair and eye color as Yuan Zhou, and immediately realized that most of them were from the Tianyuan clan. They all wore retro robes, which made them look like they were floating in the air. Looking at their appearance, there was really no one in the clan who was not handsome. She smiled well, and was very generous, without any fear of being watched as a new species. A little girl of 3 or 4 years old in the crowd hugged her father's calf, and said innocently, "Father, the young master is so beautiful." A few friendly chuckles were heard around. Yuan Zhou was afraid that his precious daughter would feel uncomfortable, so he quickly blocked her in front of her, showing the majesty of the head of the family. "Why are you all out? Are you going to let people in?" A 15 or 16-year-old boy smiled with little tiger teeth. "Head of the family, I heard that you brought the young master back, so we have to come and see him." Yuan Zhou said unhappily, "You'd just like to join in the fun." As he was speaking, the crowd made way for a path, and an old man with white hair and beard walked out slowly from the back with a cane. The young man pointed at the old man with a smile on his face. "Look, it was our great uncle who brought us here." He seemed to have found a backer, trotting to the old man, and together with a young man with a refined temperament, he supported him, and whispered, "Great uncle, you see, the head of the family is still so stingy." Yuan Zhou pointed at him with his finger, probably preparing to settle the score later, and seeing the old man looking at him, he quickly took off the mask on his face, revealing a handsome face that was 7 points similar to Ji Qinglian, and bowed slightly to him. "Grand uncle." "Qingyuan, this is your great uncle." Shi Yuan called great uncle obediently, and the old man's wrinkled face immediately smiled. "Good. Good. The little guy is called Qingyuan? Qingyuan, come here and let me see." Yuan Zhou gently pushed Shi Yuan's shoulder, motioning her to come over. "Don't be nervous." Shi Yuan walked in front of the elder, and let him hold his hand and look at her. The elder was more and more satisfied, patting her hand gently and saying, "Better than your father." I don't know what he meant, but it made the crowd behind him laugh. Yuan Zhou didn't care, and his face showed a proud expression of, "Isn't it normal for my precious daughter to be better than me?" The boy who had just argued with Yuan Zhou was also looking at her, not hiding his curiosity at all, but when she looked over, he lowered his head a little embarrassedly, and there was no trace of his previous jumpiness. The elder pulled Shi Yuan in, and the crowd also rushed into Tianyuan Palace. Yuan Zhou was the last one, looking very proud, and anyone could see how good his mood was at the moment. After sending away the people who came to watch her, Shi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she can adapt to various situations, she still likes relatively free occasions. Being stared at by so many eyes is really a bit overwhelming. Yuan Zhou smiled and touched the top of her head. "Everyone is just too curious about you, there is no other meaning. If you don't like it, I will talk to them later, and ask them not to stare at you all the time." Shi Yuan shook her head. "No need to be like this, they are very good." Compared to this, she wanted to know more about the reason why Yuan Zhou was in a hurry to bring her back. "Father, is there something wrong with my second mimicry?" Speaking of this, Yuan Zhou's eyes showed a bit of complexity. "Do you know the origin of Tianyuan clan?" Shi Yuan thought about it, and told a little bit of what she knew. "I heard that Tianyuan clan is a descendant of the ancient gods." Yuan Zhou nodded, and shook his head. "The gods have long been extinct. Where did the descendants come from?" Tianyuan clan is also the inheritor of totem bloodline, but the inheritances. What is inherited is the Shiyuan totem, which is more powerful than the upper totem. It was the first time that Shi Yuan heard of the concept of Shiyuan totem, and he was a little surprised and asked, "Shiyuan totem?" The 10 ancient sacred trees provide for all things, called Shiyuan totem, and the immortal tree is one of them. The other 9 sacred trees have perished with the gods, and only the immortal tree has left a legacy because of its special life talent. Totem bloodlines cannot coexist. Once the child born by two people with totem bloodlines awakens the totem mimicry, he will only inherit one of the bloodlines. The Tianyuan clan has a special mission. Throughout the generations, only one person will awaken the immortal tree. You and Qinglian have both awakened the Tao Tai mimicry. I thought it was better not to inherit the bloodline of the sacred tree, so I never went to see you. Sure, Yuan caught the key point in his words. Mission? Yuan Zhou sighed. Yes, Tianyuan clan is responsible for suppressing the ancient demon god. Sure, Yuan slightly widened her eyes. Yuan Zhou hesitated for a moment, but still told her, that's why Wu didn't let me meet you. The demon god is a big deal. The fewer people know about it, the better. If the news is leaked to the evildoers, no one knows what they will do. Since Shi Yuan and Ji Qinglian have never awakened the immortal tree, there is no need for them to know about it. The ancient gods perished in order to suppress the demon god, which once led to the interruption of inheritance. After 10,000 years of recuperation, the human race gradually recovered its vitality, but the demon god was only suppressed, not completely extinct. Every once in a while, someone needs to reinforce the seal, and the Tianyuan clan is the guardian of the seal. Now that you have awakened the immortal tree, whether a Wu is willing or not, I must take you back to the Tianyuan palace, and you will become the next head of the Tianyuan clan. Objectively speaking, compared with the ambition of the Tao Tai family to rule the universe, suppressing the demon god is obviously more important. Receiving too much information in a short period of time, Shi Yuan frowned and thought for a long time. He did not say whether to accept the sudden mission, but asked the question he had always wanted to ask, but no one could answer. Do you know Yuan Qin? There may be coincidences in the world, but with the same surname Yuan, and closely related to the sacred tree, it is difficult for Shi Yuan not to associate Yuan Qin with the Tianyuan clan. Yuan Zhou's face changed slightly, and he immediately asked back, how did you know him? Shi Yuan knew he had asked the right person by looking at his reaction. In the illusion of the Biqiong Sea, the person who was suppressed under the sea was called Yuan Qin. The illusion was bizarre, and she still hadn't figured out what the relationship between Yuan Qin and the old woman was, or what he experienced, and it was just a form of the seal, and it didn't refer to anything specific. Yuan Zhou said, Tianyuan clan once had a traitor named Yuan Qin. At first, Yuan Qin worshipped the sacred tree very much, and wanted to get the recognition of the sacred tree. He participated in the inheritance trial of the sacred tree again and again, but never passed it. His sister Yuan Xing was dull since childhood, and had no talent for learning anything. Once she accompanied him to participate in the inheritance trial, Yuan Qin did not pass, but she passed. Yuan Zhou didn't need to say what happened next, and Shi Yuan could roughly guess it. Yuan Qin couldn't stand this blow, and was depressed all day. One day, he suddenly rebelled against Tianyuan clan, abolished the blood of the sacred tree, sacrificed himself to the demon god, and used his body to carry part of the demon god's consciousness. At that time, Yuan Xing had inherited the position of the head of the family, and sealed him with a group of clan elders at the cost of their lives. After this incident, Tianyuan clan suffered a great blow, and it also caused chaos in the universe. All forces were reshuffled. Yongnao Empire and Winston Empire rose successively, divided and governed, and laid the foundation for the current situation. This past event had never been seen in any information by Shi Yuan. She slowly digested what Yuan Zhou said. Yuan Qin is a traitor of the Tianyuan clan, and was sealed by Yuan Xing under the Biqiong Sea. But she mistakenly entered the illusion and released Yuan Qin? Yuan Zhou denied her guess. It has nothing to do with whether you can break the illusion or not. The power of the demon god is endless. Yuan Xing's seal will be weakened day by day without the power of the sacred tree. Tianyuan clan's seal is so powerful, how could it be broken just because a few little guys in the extraordinary realm went in for a stroll? The illusion was broken most likely because Yuan Xing's power was about to disappear, and she sensed the power of the immortal tree in your body, so she let the illusion capture you and handed over all her inheritance to you. It's a pity that after Yuan Xing sealed Yuan Qin, she failed to send the location of the seal back to Tianyuan clan, otherwise Yuan Qin would not have had a chance to escape. Shi Yuan asked again, is the seal of the demon god in the desolate star field? The answer to this question was already obvious, and Yuan Zhou gave her a positive answer. The desolate star region was once the richest place in the universe and the birthplace of all life. However, after the ancient war of gods, the power of the demon god dissipated the earth and devoured the vitality. The people living here moved away one after another, and the place where the gods rose became the desolate star region. Shi Yuan wondered, Since the demon god was sealed in the desolate star region, why did the Tianyuan clan live in the chaotic star region so far away from the desolate star region? Normally, shouldn't the guardian of the seal stay in the sealed place? And anyone can enter the desolate star region, so aren't you afraid that someone will accidentally discover the seal of the demon god and sacrifice to him like Yuan Qin did, causing another chaos in the universe? Yuan Zhou explained. The sealed place is located on the Shinchi star, and there is no star gate connected to it. No one can go there except the Tianyuan clan members in the holy domain. The reason why Yuan Qin can sacrifice to the demon god is because he has collected the demon god orders and opened the demon god temple. Collecting the demon god orders can open the demon god temple, which is another new piece of information. Sure, Yuan took out the wooden box he got in the blood forbidden land from his space ring, and showed the demon god order to Yuan Zhou. Is this it? Demon god token. Where did you get it from? Yuan Zhou was almost scared to death by her. He knew that Yuan Qin still had the demon god token in her hand. If she didn't have the absolutely pure power of the sacred tree, he would definitely check her spiritual power spring immediately to see if she was contaminated by the power of the demon god. Sure, Yuan did not hide it from him. In a black gifted person, he is already dead, but someone absorbed the black star power on the token and repaired the broken spiritual power spring. Does this matter? Yuan Zhou sighed deeply. The demon god is good at bewitching people. He is not willing to be trapped in the sealed place. He used unknown means to spread 72 demon god tokens to the outside world. Since knowing that the demon god token can open the demon god temple, Tianyuan has been collecting demon god tokens and sealing them, but so far only more than 30 have been found. People who use the power of the demon god will unknowingly supply star power to the demon god. I don't know what will happen in the end, but since it is nutrients. Yuan Zhou didn't say the rest of the words. The meaning was very clear. Sure, Yuan frowned. So Qi Lang and Shinji, who have absorbed the black star power, are likely to be sucked dry by the demon god one day in the future? Yuan Zhou saw her expression and asked, who used the power of the demon god? It was my subordinates. Sure, Yuan answered frankly. Yuan Zhou thought about it and gave a relatively feasible solution. You can try to purify them with the power of the sacred tree, but their spiritual power springs may not be intact after purification. For a gifted person, the spiritual power spring is the most important thing. Shinji is fine, he just uses the power of the demon god to assist in cultivation, but Qi Lang may not be willing to give up his power in order to survive. Do you know the demon god's tomb? Sure, Yuan asked another question that she was very concerned about. When Qi Lang mentioned the demon god's tomb, he mentioned waiting for the temple to open. So is the demon god's tomb inside the temple? The demon god's tomb? Yuan Zhou repeated it doubtfully. He had never heard of this place, but from the literal meaning, it seemed to be the place where the demon god was buried. A star pirate got this demon god's token in the desolate star field, and mentioned the demon god's tomb. He also gave this token to his brother, and asked him to wait for the temple to open. Sure, Yuan briefly described her conversation with Qi Lang. The temple she mentioned was most likely the demon god's temple. Yuan Zhou's expression became more and more solemn. According to what you said, don't you need to collect all the demon god's tokens to open the demon god's temple? It's waiting for the temple to open, not looking for the demon god's token to open the temple. The world has changed a lot. It has been too long since the god sealed the demon god. Even the Tianyuan clan, who inherited the immortal tree, is not clear about all the things related to the demon god. For so many years, no one knows what the demon god has planned, how far he has come, and whether he will make a comeback. Sure, Yuan shook his head. He doesn't know the details, but he is absolutely sure that his brother said so. The matter is of great importance, so it is better to believe it than not. Yuan Zhou stood up from his chair and paced back and forth in the hall. Sure, Yuan saw that he looked uneasy, and couldn't help saying, the unusual movements in the desolate star domain over the past 6 months are likely related to Yuan Qin. After he broke the seal, he left Xianyao star from the teleportation star array under the Sea of Biqiong. Yuan Zhou stopped, no wonder. But when I was investigating the situation in the desolate star region, I didn't find any trace of him. Sure, Yuan said, perhaps his strength has not recovered yet, and he dared not confront you head-on. He sensed your presence and hid his tracks first. You have never seen him, so it is not easy to lock him among so many star pirates. The existence of the teleportation star array is a hidden danger. I will tell you the location. See if you can destroy it or find Yuan Qin's whereabouts through it. Sure, Yuan unfolded the map of the Biqiong Sea and pointed out the coordinates of the teleportation star array. Yuan Zhou took the star map from her and looked at it carefully. I will handle this matter. He put away the star map and pointed to the black box on the table. Can you give me this demon god order? It is very dangerous, and not suitable for you to keep it in your hands. Sure Yuan did not agree to him, since the demon god temple may not need to collect all the demon god orders to open. If there is such a day, I think I can use it to enter the demon god temple, and explore the truth of the demon god. Yuan Zhou refused without thinking. No, it's too dangerous. You are still young, and you don't need to bear the responsibility of suppressing the demon god. Sure Yuan patiently persuaded him. Father, have you ever thought about why I awakened the Tao Tai and the god tree mimicry at the same time? This question made Yuan Zhou startled. There is a precedent of twin mimicry in the universe, but there has never been a case of awakening twin totem mimicry. As mentioned before, the totem mimicry is extremely overbearing, and will not allow another totem mimicry to coexist with itself. Even if a person inherits two totem bloodlines at the same time, they will not awaken both totem mimicry at the same time. Sure Yuan saw that his face became a little ugly, knowing that he had guessed something, and also gave his own guess. Perhaps the immortal god tree has already sensed something in the dark, so it chose to coexist with the Tao Tai totem. At that time, she was not the only one who entered the Stargate ruins. She did nothing but ridicule the god tree. Not only was she not hated by the god tree, but she also got the star key and the dead branches of the god tree. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the chosen one. Of course, Sure Yuan felt that the god tree totem would choose to stay in her spiritual power spring, most likely because her spiritual power spring was spacious enough and the largest among all the people who entered the Stargate ruins. The god tree had to find a place to stay, so it had to choose a good one. But there was no need to tell Yuan Zhou this. The fact was that the Tao Tai totem and the god tree totem coexisted in her spiritual power spring, and there was even a rose heart that could summon the rose totem. The god tree had already taken root in her spiritual power spring, and it was impossible for her to stay out of it. Sure Yuan did not want to lose her life to seal the demon god. She did not have such a great spirit of dedication. In this case, she could only block all his ways out before the demon god broke the seal. The demon god temple and the demon god tomb were obviously the key. Yuan Zhou pursed his lips tightly, wanting to deny Sure Yuan's words, but he couldn't give a reason to deny her. Coincidentally, at this moment, the star snail he placed on the table rang. Yuan Zhou raised his hand to take the star snail into his palm, intending to cut off the sound of the tie directly, but was startled when he glanced at the note. The star snail was not held firmly, and almost fell to the ground. It was Sure Yuan who reached out to catch it in time. This catch also allowed her to see the note, Kiss all. Sure Yuan, She pretended not to see anything, and handed the star snail to Yuan Zhou. Yuan Zhou didn't notice that she deliberately lowered her eyes, and held the star snail anxiously, not knowing whether to receive the sound of the tide. It must be that Wu knew that he brought Qing Yuan back to Tian Yuan Palace, and came to settle accounts with him. GCU is really unreliable. It has only been a short time. He actually reported to Wu what to do. What to do? Sure Yuan has not forgotten what he said before. Whether Wu is willing or not, I must take you back to Tian Yuan Palace. Looking at his frown now, it is obvious that he is not as tough as he said. She resisted the temptation to curl her lips, and took the initiative to help him out. Father, let me talk to Mother. Yuan Zhou's eyes lit up, and then quickly lost their luster. No, Wu will scold you. No, Mother never scolds me. Sure Yuan put his palm up in front of him. After a little hesitation, Yuan Zhou gave her the star snail. Sure Yuan gave him a comforting look and connected the sound of the tide. Ji Wu's angry voice suddenly rang out. Yuan Zhou. Did I tell you not to go see Qing Yuan? What are you doing now? You even brought her back to Tian Yuan Palace. Mother. Sure Yuan called softly. Ji Wu didn't expect that it would be Sure Yuan who responded to her. The rest of the words were stuck in her throat. For a moment, she didn't know whether to say it or not. Sure Yuan spoke calmly, and explained the situation to her directly. Mother, I want to come back with you. I awakened the immortal tree. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of porcelain falling to the ground and breaking came from the other end of the star snail. This was the first time Ji Wu lost his composure in front of her. What did you say? Sure Yuan repeated. I awakened the immortal tree. Ji Wu didn't care that her beloved teacup was broken into pieces on the ground. She closed her eyes tightly. When did it happen? After coming out of the illusion of the Biqiong Sea, I didn't know that it was the immortal god tree, and didn't tell you. Sorry. Yuan Zhou couldn't listen any longer and quickly took the star snail. It's my fault. It has nothing to do with Qing Yuan. After that illusion, I went to the Biqiong Sea. At that time, I thought that the inheritance left by the ancestors was taken by that young man, so I didn't carefully sort it out. Ji Woo sneered and interrupted him. Of course it's your fault. Yuan-jo, He was very aggrieved, and his eyes were drooping pitifully, but he didn't dare to refute a word. Sure Yuan took his arm at the right time, and gave him an encouraging look. Yuan-jo was revived immediately. If his precious daughter hadn't grown up, he would definitely hug her and kiss her. Damn it! He has never held Qing Yuan, who is like a little glutinous rice ball. Ji Woo didn't know what he was thinking at the moment, and said coldly, Since Qing Yuan has awakened the immortal god tree, let her stay with you for a while, and tell her everything that should be told to her. Yuan-jo immediately came back to his senses, and responded several times, even more obedient than a good baby. Sure Yuan had never expected that the two of them would get along like this, and suddenly found it very interesting, but as a junior, he didn't want to laugh at the jokes of his elders, so he had to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up, and quietly walked out of the hall, leaving space for the two to talk alone. The place where Yuan-jo lived was a retro garden building. Looking out from the moon-shaped door, it had a leisurely and ancient style. She found a stone table in the yard and sat down, watching the koi swimming leisurely in the small pond under the rockery, and felt that living here must be very leisurely. The kitten also slipped out of her spiritual power spring, and peeked at the new home, with undisguised curiosity in its big round eyes. Suddenly, a paper plane flew in from outside. Sure Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, took a look at the paper plane, and saw a line of small words written on it. Young master, when you are free, I will take you out to play. The signature was a little man sticking out his tongue, and his hairstyle was exactly the same as the previous lively boy. Chapter 205. The conversation between Yuan-jo and Ji Woo did not last long. Sure Yuan only sat in the yard for a short while before he saw Yuan-jo, who was frowning. Thanks to the fact that Tian Yuan clan had no intention of intervening in the disputes in the chaotic star field, otherwise, with his temperament that showed his emotions on his face, even if he had great strength, he would inevitably be eaten by those greedy and vicious jackals until there was nothing left. The kitten was very happy to see Yuan-jo. Seeing that he was dejected and looked listless, he jumped up from the stone table and landed on his shoulder, rubbing against his cheek, as if to comfort him. Yuan-jo was very easy to coax, so he immediately relaxed his brows and hooked his chin to tease him. The kitten felt very comfortable being tickled by him, and he took the initiative to raise his little head, squinting his eyes slightly, showing an extremely enjoyable expression. Sure Yuan looked at her with amusement. Father, what did mother say? She was the only pure-blooded Taotai in the Tianduji family. Even if Ji Woo agreed to let her contact the Tianyuan Palace, he would never let her let go of the affairs of the Taotai family. He would probably just reluctantly agree to let her stay here for a while. Speaking of which, Ji Qinglian's heartless character was very suitable for being the heir of the Tianyuan family, but he did not awaken the immortal god tree, so both burdens had to fall on Sure Yuan's shoulders. Yuan-jo put the 3S level alienation crystal in front of Mauzier, and his eyebrows drooped slightly when he heard her words. She said that after you accept the inheritance of the god tree, you have to go back to do what you haven't done before. If he said, what's there to fight for the golden carp seat? With strong strength, go directly to the door to grab the ready-made good things. Do those people who are arrogant on weekdays dare not give it to them? Sure Yuan didn't know what he was thinking, and was not surprised by this answer. Although she didn't spend much time with Yuan-jo, she could clearly feel that he and Ji Woo had completely opposite educational concepts. Yuan-jo was the kind of parent who just wanted the child to grow up healthy and happy, and whether he could become a talent was not important, while Ji Woo was the strict parent who believed that my child might not be the strongest, but he must do his best within his own strengths and abilities. Therefore, even if she returned to the Tianduji clan, Ji Woo did not relax the education of Ji Qingqi and Ji Qinglan, and sent them to different places to train according to their personalities, rather than using a unified standard to judge the children's abilities. Sure Yuan smiled and comforted Yuan-jo. Don't worry, I can handle it. Maybe some people just get by, maybe some people are satisfied with the present, but her goal has always been clear, and she never felt confused about the road ahead, nor did she feel tired in the process of chasing. Yuan-jo was infected by her smile, and the words "I don't want you to be so tired, I can give you whatever you want" were unconsciously swallowed back into his stomach. The child in front of him was no longer a 2- or 3-year-old kid who needed help from others for everything. She had grown up, had her own ideas, knew what she wanted, and understood the responsibility she shouldered. Yuan-jo suddenly felt sad. He was not a responsible father, and had never spent enough time with his 2 children. Sure Yuan noticed Yuan-jo's sentimental mood, stepped forward and gently hugged his waist. Father, you haven't taken me to visit Tianyuan Palace yet. How about we go for a walk? Yuan-jo hugged her back and responded softly. Tianyuan Palace covers a large area. It looks like a palace, but it is more like a village where the clansmen live. There are no strict rules and regulations here. You can go anywhere outside the courtyard where you live. When Yuan-jo took Shuyuan to visit Tianyuan Palace, some members of the Tianyuan clan, who had not had time to greet them, came to see curiously. The young man who sent the paper plane into Yuan-jo's courtyard also rushed over after hearing the news, calling her the head of the family and the young master, and was quite enthusiastic. He spontaneously introduced the customs of Tianyuan Star to Shuyuan, and asked her if she wanted to go outside Tianyuan Palace to play. He knew a lot of interesting places, which made Yuan-jo look at him frequently. If he didn't have to maintain the dignity of the head of the family, he would have punished this tactless boy to be confined for a few days to prevent him from making a fuss here. The kitten always likes to join in the fun. It squatted on Yuan-jo's shoulder, looked left and right, and was full of curiosity. It was so cute that it attracted the attention of many Tianyuan clan members, and many half-grown children stared at it intently. The kitten was not shy at all. It took the initiative to jump off Yuan-jo's shoulder, jump into the arms of the little girl and act coquettishly, jump on the head of the little boy and kick its legs, causing a group of little guys to laugh and chase it all the way. It was already dusk when it got tired and crawled into Shuyuan's pocket. The red clouds filled the sky, coating the shadow of the sacred tree covering the Tianyuan Palace with a layer of golden light. Shuyuan and Yuan-jo sat under a big tree outside the library, sharing the Tianyuan cake that an old lady insisted on giving them. The kitten lay on the stone table, with its limbs spread up, sleeping on its back. Until then, Shuyuan asked Yuan-jo, "What is the inheritance of the sacred tree?" Yuan-jo paused with the cake, and his face was visibly stained with fear. After a while, he pointed to the library not far ahead. "You have awakened the immortal sacred tree, and you don't need to participate in the inheritance trial, but you grew up outside since childhood, and your understanding of the sacred tree is limited. For you, the inheritance of the sacred tree is to read all the books in the entire library." Shuyuan, She seriously confirmed. "The entire library?" Yuan-jo nodded. She asked again, "How many books are there?" Yuan-jo answered very seriously, 12,523 volumes. Shuyuan, According to the normal reading speed, she may not be able to finish reading in 10 years. 10 years later, when she returns to the golden carp seat, the flowers will be cold, right? Can you pick out some must-read essences? Shuyuan said unwillingly. Yuan-jo shook his head. "These are all the essences, and every head of the family must read them all. There are also 100,000 volumes of less important ones." Shuyuan, She was really impressed by these families with a long history, and the books in the family were more and more. When she just returned to Xingguan City, Jiwu asked her to read a lot of information related to the totem family, including but not limited to the secrets of the past generations, or to put it bluntly, gossip, such as the elopement of Yu Shize's father, and an ordinary person without mimicry. Isn't the real inheritance her entering a certain place to receive memory infusion, or inheriting the power of her ancestors? Directly and painlessly unlocking all the gossip of the family's past is simple and convenient. Seeing Yuan-jo's look of I was also deeply affected by it back then, Shuyuan sighed resignedly. Shuyuan's reading speed is not slow, it can even be said to be very fast, because she has a huge mental power. She can read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything she reads. But it took more than half a year to finish reading the more than 10,000 books required by Yuan-jo, and this was the speed of reading with Mousie. Otherwise, she would have to spend a year to complete the inheritance of the divine tree. When she finished reading the last book, Mousie kicked his short legs and ran out of the library without looking back. Every little soft hair was written with "Whoever wants to read this broken book can read it. I don't want to read it again in this life." Shuyuan also had a sense of relief that it's finally over, and she collapsed on the chair, not wanting to move at all. She squinted her eyes, ready to relax her mind and rest for a while, and suddenly felt that the spiritual power spring was moving. She immersed herself in consciousness and looked inside, and was immediately startled. After coming out of the illusion of the Sea of Jade, the sacred tree that had grown into a towering tree has changed again. Its branches and leaves are more lush, and the whole body emits a light green light. The vitality from the inside out is more than twice as strong as before. Dots of green star power overflow from the leaves, like fireflies flying and circling in the air, attracting little guys such as the mandragora flower marked to chase after them. The sacred tree totem still floats quietly in the spiritual power spring, facing the Tao-I totem from a distance. Shuyuan opened his eyes, and controlled a wisp of the sacred tree power to float in his palm. It was indeed more than twice as strong as before. Although not as strong as Yuan Zhou, it was far better than many Tianyuan clan members, who grew up bathing in the power of the sacred tree. Reading can increase strength. This way of inheritance is really special. No wonder the Tianyuan clan members are so powerful. Bloodline is not the key to determining strength for them. Perhaps this is the special feature of the origin totem. There is probably no easier way to improve combat power in the universe than this. Shi Yuan suddenly had the urge to read all the books in Tianyuan clan's collection. Just as she was thinking about whether she would have a chance to break through to the holy domain after reading all of them, she was shaken by the star snail she placed on the table. The note is Lei Lai. Although she has been staying in Tianyuan Star during this period, she has not been disconnected from the outside world and remotely controlled the affairs of the Golden Carp constellation and the Chaos Star domain. Lei Lai has excellent adaptability, and has always stayed in Qinglu Star to monitor the movements of Qingxin and the Qinghua family. He has not contacted her many times. Shi Yuan connected to the sound of the tide. What's the matter? No one answered. She was keenly aware that something was wrong, frowned slightly, and said in a normal tone, "Why don't you speak?" Finally, a low chuckle came from the other end of the star snail. Master Ji. It was a female voice, light and cool, a bit like the rain in the chilly spring, pleasant to the ears. Being able to resonate her title sound with Lei Lai's star snail, and accurately call out her identity meant that Lei Lai was exposed. Shi Yuan's thoughts turned around in that moment, and he probably locked the other party's identity, but he remained calm. Who are you? You put a group of little mice on my territory. Why do you still ask who I am? The other party asked back with a smile. Shi Yuan's eyebrows relaxed, and he no longer avoided answering his identity. My mimicry is a cat. How can I raise little mice? Did Master Qingxia misunderstand? Qingxia, the young master of the Qinghua family, is a woman. Qingxia didn't seem surprised at all that she could guess her identity in just a few words, and smiled even more brightly. It really is you. This was said, as if her previous words revealing Shi Yuan's identity were just a test. Shi Yuan said slowly, "What can I do for you, young Master Qingxia?" Her tone was leisurely and her attitude was casual, as if she was not the one who caught the capable subordinate. Qingxia was obviously not interested in playing those roundabout games with her, and said straight to the point, "Your little mice are in my hands. If you don't want them to die in the wilderness, I will see you in Qinghua Manor tomorrow night." After saying that, without waiting for Shi Yuan to answer, she directly cut off the sound of the tide. The sound of waves came from the star snail, and Shi Yuan lowered his eyes, and laughed softly. It seems that I can only read the remaining books of Tianyuan clan later. She put away the star snail, put the books on the table back to their original positions, and walked out of the library. 3 days ago, Yuan Zhou said that he was going out for a while. He didn't mention what he was doing, but he would be back in half a month. Shi Yuan went to the residence of the great-uncle to say goodbye to him. It happened that the boy Yuan Lin, who made paper airplanes, was there. When the young boy heard that she was leaving Tianyuan Star, he immediately volunteered to go with her. During the past 6 months, Shi Yuan often read books with him in the library, and occasionally went out to play with him. They had a very good relationship. The great-uncle smiled and said, "Qing Yuan, since Shaolin wants to go with you, then you can take him out to see the world." Yuan Lin happily said. The Tianyuan clan lived in a remote corner, but they were not isolated from the world. Every member of the clan had to go out to experience after adulthood, and they would not restrict the clan members to live in Tianyuan Star. They knew that it was better to open up than to block. Even if it was a dragon, living at the bottom of a well, it would only be a well-viewing sky, and one day it would degenerate into a toad. People need to know how big the outside world is. Some truths can only be understood by practicing them personally. No matter how much the elders teach them, it is still empty talk. Most tribesmen who are used to the glitz and glamour will choose to return to Tianyuan Star and go out for a stroll occasionally just as a trip. Some tribesmen like the hustle and bustle of the outside world and choose to integrate into the prosperous city. The power of the sacred tree will gradually fade from their blood, and the information related to the sacred tree will fade from their memory over time, until one day they can no longer remember it. Yuan Lin is only 16 years old, and has not yet reached adulthood. It is reasonable that he cannot leave Tianyuan Star, but Shi Yuan is here, and the great-uncle has nothing to worry about, so there is naturally no need to restrict him. With the permission of the great-uncle, the two of them simply packed up and headed towards the extremely cold snowy area. At the same time, Rose 13, who was helping Qi Qian expand his intelligence network in the chaotic star field, received a tidal sound from Shi Yuan. He was stunned when he saw the content of the title sound. Lei Lai was captured by Qin Xia. Yuing and Wen Ci are also missing? He frowned and looked down, and Su revealed a strange smile. That night, a golden invitation was delivered to the heads of the 10 major families in the Chaos Star region. The young master of Tianyuan will hold a banquet on the extreme cold star at midnight tomorrow night, inviting the heads of the major families to drink with the young master and enjoy the cold moon tide that is rarely seen in 100 years. When this news came out, the 10 major families almost exploded, and important figures gathered, surrounded by this golden invitation, each with a look of embarrassment. When did the Tianyuan family establish a young master? There has never been any news before. What does it mean to drink and enjoy the moon together? Isn't the Tianyuan family famous for swinging their fists? When did they do such an elegant thing? It won't be a Hongyan banquet, right? Chapter 206. Blue and White Flower Manor. Clusters of blue and white flowers quietly exuded fragrance under the moonlight. A white hand reached out from the side, and the index finger and thumb were together to gently pinch the pedestal of one of the blue and white flowers, and with a little force, it was picked off. Young Master Tianyuan will hold a banquet on the extreme cold star tomorrow night. You must go. Ji Qingyuan sighed. The young man stood not far from the flower bed, looking embarrassed. The woman standing in front of him put the blue and white flower she had just picked to her nose and sniffed it, and asked back, "Why do you think young Master Tianyuan suddenly held a banquet?" The Tianyuan clan is mysterious and low-key. The clan members rarely appear in front of people. Even the head of the family always wears a mask when he appears. No one knows what he looks like, and he has never brought the young master out. All the major forces in the Chaos Star region agreed that as long as they didn't provoke the Tianyuan clan, they could fight in any way they wanted. If the Tianyuan clan needed something, they had better offer the treasures. When they came to ask, it would not be something that could be solved with just 1 or 2 treasures. The young man hesitated. Could it be related to Ji Qingyuan? Qingxiao raised her eyebrows slightly. Why do you think so? The young man thought for a while, and said cautiously, didn't the Tianyuan clan look for the immortal flower before? Everyone knows that Ji Qingyuan was cursed by the golden crow. Could it be that the immortal flower was found by the Tianyuan clan for her? Did the Taotai clan form an alliance with the Tianyuan clan? It couldn't be such a coincidence that someone in the Tianyuan clan was also cursed. Qingxiao looked at him, and suddenly smiled. The young man said nervously, Young master? Qingxiao did not comment on his guess, and asked again, Have you found out Ji Qingyuan's exact whereabouts in the past 6 months? The young man frowned. The last time she appeared as Yin Yu was 5 days ago on Jinyuan Star, and she only summoned the core members of the Taotai Corps. Qingxiao said, Are you sure it's Ji Qingyuan? The young man shook his head. She has always appeared as Yin Yu in Jinli constellation, and it is easy for her subordinates to act as Yin Yu, and they are very vigilant. Our people can't get into the management corps at all. After half a year of game, almost all the forces in the Chaos Star domain have withdrawn from the Jinsha Ring area. The new policy that Ji Qingyuan had previously promulgated on Jingu Star has also been fully implemented in the Jinsha Ring area, and gradually radiated to other areas of Jinli constellation. Anyone with a little bit of insight can see that Yin Yu is supported by the Taotai family. Now it's just a matter of breaking the window paper, and announcing to the public that Ji Qingyuan and Yin Yu are the same person. Qingxiao lowered her eyes, and looked at the elegant and light blue and white porcelain in her hand. After a long time, she said, Will we know whether we have formed an alliance or not tomorrow night? Keep an eye on those little mice. Don't let them dig holes and run away. The young man bowed and said yes, and asked, Do you want to postpone the appointment with Ji Qingyuan? No, let her come. Qingxiao said with a smile. The extreme cold star is another planet connected to the extreme cold snow region. It snows all year round. There are not many people living here, and they do not belong to any force in the chaotic star region. It is not easy to reach the extreme cold star within 1 day. Soon after receiving the invitation, the heads and young masters of the 10 major families set off to the extreme cold star. It is necessary to come. The Tianyuan family is overbearing and unreasonable. If there is something important to notify, but no one comes, who knows what will happen to that family in the future? It may be suppressed by the other 9 major families. No one in the Chaos Star region doesn't like to do things like kicking someone when they are down. One after another, the expensive and gorgeous star ships sailed into the extreme cold star. The major families took a short break. Those with better relations exchanged information with each other, wanting to know what the Tianyuan family was going to do. Of course, no one knew the result. After finally making it to the night, The family heads brought their young people to the highest snow mountain on the extreme cold star, and saw an open-air ice palace that they had never seen before. Lanterns carved from ice were hung on the corridors of the ice palace. Upon closer inspection, the lanterns emitted a glittering light that turned out to be S-level alien crystals. Young and beautiful male and female servants wore simple and elegant brocade robes and carried plates of delicious delicacies through the palace. A young boy wore a hollow mask engraved with silver olive branches, pinched a delicate and beautiful peony flower, and sat bored on the corridors of the ice palace. Sensing someone approaching, he tilted his head to look over, casually threw the peony in his hand behind him, and jumped down from the corridor. "Hey! Guests are coming!" Several family heads, who were used to being respected, looked at each other obscurely. Is this the young master of Tianyuan? His behavior is a bit like the head of Tianyuan family, but the people of Tianyuan seem to have a free and unrestrained personality, which is really hard to judge. Yuan Lin was smart and quick-witted. He saw what they were thinking at a glance, and said carelessly, "The young master has not arrived yet. Please go into the ice palace and wait." The family heads breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound, thanked him one after another, and asked what to call him. Yuan Lin reported his name, and walked in front without caring what they thought. Patriarch Xian relied on the fact that he still owed the Tianyuan clan a large amount of alienated materials, and took Yin Jushi, who had rushed back overnight, to Yuan Lin and said in a friendly way, "Friend Yuan Lin, I wonder how the patriarch is doing these days? I have already collected a batch of alienated materials that I borrowed from him, and I am thinking of sending them to the Tianyuan palace." Yin Jushi knew what a huge monster the Tianyuan clan was, so he didn't dare to act like a young master. He followed his father obediently, and acted like a cute mascot. The other family heads saw the Xian family heads move, and their mouths twitched fiercely. In the entire Chaos Star region, only the Xian family head would give away 10,000 star wheel cannons for his precious son, and dared to borrow them from the Tianyuan clan. You know, at that time, the family heads were waiting to see the Xian family head's joke. No one thought that he could really borrow the alienated materials for making 500 star wheel cannons from the Tianyuan family. He repeatedly confirmed with a person who delivered the message several times before he believed it. Now, he even used this matter to talk to Yuan Lin. What a deep scheme! Yuan Lin knew that the Xian family master would be so polite because the family master and the family were powerful enough, so he didn't put on airs, "Don't be so polite, just call me by my name." The family master is not free recently, you can just ask someone to deliver the things, or ask the young master later to see how she will deal with it. The Xian family master immediately climbed up the pole. "You are old enough to be my son, so I will dare to call you Xiaolin, okay?" Seeing Yuan Lin nod, the Xian family master tentatively said, "I wonder if the young master has any instructions for us to come here this time, besides watching the moon?" How would Yuan Lin know? Naturally, there is no need to play tricks with him. He shook his head honestly. This disappointed the family masters, who opened their eyes wide and pricked up their ears for fear of missing any news. No one believed that the Tianyuan young master invited them to come just to drink and watch the moon. Qing Xia asked with a smile, "Excuse me, has the young master invited anyone else to come today besides us?" Yuan Lin looked at her. Even though he was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the clan, he had to praise the person in front of him for being beautiful. Her skin was as white as porcelain, her eyes were shining, her black hair was like a waterfall, tied into a flying fairy bun, and she was wearing a sky-blue tube-length dress, which made her look like a fairy. It was obvious that she dressed up specially for today's banquet, which was very appropriate. Yuan Lin retracted his gaze and answered calmly, "No." When everyone sat down one by one, the fruits and snacks on the table were all astonishing. They were either S-level or SS level. They were all good things that could increase star power. Even the fine wine in the wine glass was more than 100 years old. Young Master Tianyuan was hosting the party. Even if she was not there, no one dared to let the atmosphere cool down. The family heads, who would not see each other for a year, and would stab each other in the back from time to time, seemed to have become close friends. They praised the star fruits, dishes, and fine wine, and praised everything on the table. Then they teased each other about gossip, and they were in harmony. Time passed by minute. When the cold moon hanging in the sky was so big that it almost covered the entire ice palace, a crisp sound of footsteps came from far away. The family heads stopped talking at the same time and looked outside the palace. The first thing that came into view was a corner of a white robe blown up by the cold wind, with complicated and gorgeous silver edges, which made the people present hold their breath unconsciously. "Something delayed me. Thank you for waiting." The gentle and clear female voice came into the ice palace, making Yan Zhuxi and his son and Qingxia open their eyes suddenly. The three of them looked at the face of the person who came at the same time, but they only saw a silver olive mask covering most of her face. Under the mask, a pair of glass-colored eyes stopped the three words that were about to come out of their minds. The head of the Black Goat family was the first to react, bowing slightly and saying, "How dare I? How dare I? Young master, you are here just in time. The cold moon tide is about to rise. Don't be shy, everyone. I'm hosting a banquet today, and I have nothing else to do. I just think it's boring to enjoy the moon alone, and the cold moon tide is a rare spectacle that only appears once in 100 years. I sent out invitations on a whim. Please don't blame me." Shi Yuan smiled and walked towards the main seat. When she passed by Yan Zhuxi and his son, she didn't even glance at them. Yuan Lin happily called young master and pulled out a chair for her. Shi Yuan sat down calmly, and the others followed suit, saying a lot of polite words. Qingxia sat back in her seat stiffly, holding the star conch tightly in her hand, and sent a tidal sound to her capable subordinate. "Did Ji Qingyuan show up?" The other party replied with 2 words. "No." Qingxia closed her eyes tightly. How could it be possible? How could young master Tianyuan be Ji Qingyuan? But this voice was indeed Ji Qingyuan's. She didn't go to Qinghua Manor to keep the appointment. Qingxia was in a state of confusion, but suddenly heard someone calling her. She looked up and met the smiling eyes of young master Tianyuan. "Young master Qingxia, you look very familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before?" Qingxia forced a smile. "Young master, you are joking. Qingxia has been secluded since she was a child, and rarely leaves Qinghua Manor. I should not have met you before." Shi Yuan said meaningfully, "I thought we met at Jindu Star. You really look like a child who calls me sister when he sees me." When the 3 words Jindu Star came out, Qingxia didn't react, but the head of Xian family made a clang and accidentally knocked over the wine glass at hand. Chapter 207. Under the dark sky, the bright moon was hanging high. The huge blue and white manor was so quiet that it made people feel uneasy. The clusters of blue and white flowers in the flower bed silently exuded fragrance. The patrol team walked through the corridor, making uniform footsteps. In a secluded and deserted courtyard, Lei Lai was tied to a chair. There were several holes in his upper body clothes, and strands of blood were oozing out. It can be seen that it was the traces of whipping. The black cloth bag was wrapped around his head, making him unable to see. The moonlight shone in from the narrow ventilation window and fell on him, reflecting a dark shadow. Suddenly, the shadow moved, swam out from under his feet, twisted left and right on the ground, and formed an independent figure. The figure stretched out 5 fingers with distinct joints, and drew in the air. After a while, a communication star pattern was injected into the back of Lei Lai's hand. Lei Lai seemed to have sensed something, and asked softly in his heart, "Shadow?" Shadow hummed, "How are you? Are you okay?" The whip marks on Lei Lai's body were obvious, but not serious, and his breath was steady, so he should not have been seriously injured. "I'm fine, except that I can't move." Lei Lai laughed, looking nonchalant, and muttered to himself, "They just don't like me. I confessed everything they asked, but they still beat me up." Without waiting for Shadow to speak, he asked, "You haven't been discovered, have you? How is the boss?" "They didn't catch me, and the boss already knows about your situation." Speaking of this, Shadow paused for a moment, not knowing how to tell Lei Lai about the boss's current identity. After thinking about it, he simply skipped it, and told me in detail after solving the current dilemma. As you guessed, Wen Ci was not among the arrested people. He is most likely an undercover agent of the Qinghua family. In addition, I found a place with very strict guards in Qinghua Manor. The star array there is very high, and I can't get in. I knew that the boy was not honest. He pretended to be good in front of the boss, and he looked weird when he was away from the boss. He also knew so many things about the Qinghua family, but he didn't have any secret curses on him. Lei Lai clicked his tongue twice. "Shall I take you out now?" Yu Ying followed his advice. Lei Lai denied it. "How can that be? If I just leave like this, wouldn't it be a waste of my trip? I have to give the Qinghua family a big gift, so that they know that I, Lei Lai, am not someone they can catch whenever they want, and I don't have to bother the boss like a fly." The shadow was silent for a moment. "What do you want to do? We can't crack the star array, and there are star arrays everywhere in the Qinghua Manor." Lei Lai laughed meaningfully. "I've been prepared." When he was with Wen Ci, the other party did not reveal the other party who was worthy of suspicion, but his intuition told him that the boy was not honest, and would cause trouble sooner or later. Lei Lai had a premonition of being caught this time. Although it was not completely within the plan, he did have the idea of going deep into the tiger's den. The shadow's mimicry is related to the shadow. He let the shadow hide in his shadow in advance, and entered the Qinghua Manor together. Before he was locked up here, he hid somewhere in the Qinghua Manor to explore the situation around. So there is this now. In the past 6 months, Lei Lai has been trying to place people in the Qinghua Manor, but the head of the Qinghua family is much more cautious than he imagined. He does not use people outside the Qinghua family at all. Even if they are family members from side branches, they need a long probation period before they are qualified to live in the Qinghua Manor. Since everyone was listening to Shi Yuan, the table was relatively quiet. The noise of the Xian family head knocking over the wine glass was not loud, but it was enough to attract everyone's attention, and they all turned their eyes to look at him. Everyone present was smart. How could they make such a low-level mistake? There was a bit of inquiry in their eyes. The Xian family head suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, laughed and laughed twice. Look at me, I am old and clumsy, and I accidentally knocked over the wine glass. Please don't blame me, young master. He picked up the wine glass and refilled it, and drank the whole glass of wine without saying anything. He also showed the bottom of the glass quite heroically, as if knocking over the wine glass just now was indeed an insignificant episode. As for Yan Zhuxi next to him, he held a glass of juice in both hands, with a confused look on his face, and it was hard to tell whether there was anything fishy. Shi Yuan also smiled, and gave the Xian family head a glass of wine in return. The family heads withdrew their eyes thoughtfully, and turned their attention back to Qingxia. It's not that they think too much, it's really that the words of the young master Tian Yuan just now are very indicative, and they also mention Jinggu Star. Could it be that she has been to Jinggu Star before? And she also met Qingxia, and what happened? Considering the reaction of the Xian family, it seems that she knows something. The head of the Qinghua family also frowned, glanced at Qingxia beside her, and wanted to ask her what was going on, but in public, with so many eyes staring at her, she could only suppress the doubts in her heart and try her best to be flawless. Qingxia still had a smile on her face, but it seemed a bit of a coping. The topic just now was interrupted by the head of the Xian family knocking over the wine glass, and Shi Yuan had no intention of continuing. He admired the cold moon tide in the sky with interest, as if it was really like what she said when she sat down, just inviting everyone to enjoy the moon, and there was no other meaning. The other family heads wanted to know what was going on between Qingxia and her, but seeing that she had no intention of bringing it up again, they could only suppress their doubts for the time being and prepare to have someone go back to investigate what happened. How could Qingxia still have the mind to enjoy the moon? If it was just a Taohai family, they were far away in the Corona constellation. Even if they were unhappy with the Qinghua family interfering in the affairs of the Golden Carp constellation, they would not ignore the existence of the Tian Yuan family, and send a large army of Taohai troops to attack. But the facts told her that Ji Qingyuan and the young master of Tian Yuan were the same person, which meant that the partner of Marshal Ji Wu, who had never been made public, was very likely the head of the Tian Yuan family. Once this matter spread, Qingxia could imagine with her toes how much shock the universe would have. The head of the Tian Yuan family was extremely protective of his shortcomings. The Qinghua family and his partner were fighting for territory and plotting against his daughter. How could he not remember it? By then, no matter how powerful the Qinghua family was, they would only have one way to go. Holy Land. If the Qinghua family had a Saint Domain expert, would they not have to fall into such a passive and embarrassing situation? No, it would be the same even if there was a Saint Domain expert. Which family in the universe could fight against the Taohai family and the Tian Yuan family at the same time on its own? Qingxia suddenly felt that her calculations were a little ridiculous. She was not a person who would sit and wait for death. She knew that Ji Qingyuan did not directly attack the Qinghua family, but hinted at her in the form of a banquet, which was already a mercy and gave her a chance to choose. Qingxia took a deep breath and began to think about what Ji Qingyuan wanted. Before she could think of a response, the star snail in her hand sent a message that the Qinghua Manor was burned. The head of the Qinghua family also received this message. Her face changed slightly, and she was seen by the head of the Black Sheep family, who was sitting in the seat opposite. The Black Goat family and the Blue Flower family have a general relationship. Seeing this, the Black Goat family master's eyes flickered slightly. What's wrong with the Blue Flower family master? You don't look very good. Is the banquet arranged by the young master not to your liking? The top 10 families in the Chaos Star domain love to add insult to injury, and the Black Goat family, who are good at dancing with long sleeves, is no exception. As soon as he said this, he successfully drew everyone's attention to the Blue Flower family master. Everyone was curious about what the Tianyuan young master just said. Seeing that there was gossip about the Blue Flower family master, they all became like jackals that smelled blood. How could the Blue Flower family master not know the thoughts of these jackals? They just wanted the Blue Flower family to offend the Tianyuan family, so that the top 10 families in the Chaos Star domain would become 9 families, and rush to divide up the Blue Flower family's industry. She controlled her emotions and said calmly, "Look at what Patriarch Luo said, everything on the table is good, they are all rare treasures outside, I like them very much, but I was injured in the alienation zone a few days ago, and I haven't recovered yet. I drank a few more glasses of fine wine and supplemented too much, which caused a conflict with the star power in my body, which made the young master laugh." Yuan received the news when the fire started, or it can be said that this fire was also her contribution. Of course she knew why Patriarch Qinghua looked unhappy. She did not expose the other party's lies, smiled, and said a few polite words, and continued to chat about useless nonsense. She did not mean to end the banquet, and Patriarch Qinghua certainly did not dare to say goodbye, so he could only suppress his anxiety and continue to be polite with other patriarchs. But she knew that it would not be long before everyone at the table knew that Qinghua Manor was burned, and they might take advantage of the chaos to do something. "Where did you get this thing?" The shadow was shocked. A palm-sized flame fell on the star array covering the entire Qinghua Manor, like a raging fire, and it burned fiercely in an instant. Lei Lai spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his eyebrows with pride. "This is the SS-level fire element bird flame that I got from Jingdu Star. Last year, only one was produced. After being tempered by special means, it will burn rapidly when it encounters a certain concentration of star power. Qinghua Manor has arranged so many star arrays, and the alienated crystals consumed every day are countless. The concentration of star power is also far higher than that of the outside world. Isn't it the best breeding ground for the burning of fire element bird flame? When the star power is burned out, I want to see what big secrets are hidden in Qinghua Manor." The shadow was about to speak when he suddenly felt that the separated shadow had moved. After a careful sense, he showed a strange smile. Lei Lai saw this and couldn't help asking what happened. "Smiley Mask is here, bringing 30 star wheel cannons, ready to bombard Qinghua Manor." The shadow didn't hide it. Now it was Lei Lai's turn to be dumbfounded. "Use star wheel cannons to bombard Qinghua Manor directly." As soon as he said this, he realized that this could never be Smiley Mask's own decision, and he gave a thumbs up to the sky. "It has to be the boss, so generous. They really don't give Qinghua family any face." He chuckled twice, and reported a few locations to the shadow. "Tell these places to Smiley Mask, and let him focus on bombing. Let's go to the place you explored before." The shadow said yes. At the same time, on the street outside Qinghua Manor, a palm-sized shadow figure separated from the shadows of the trees, slipped past from the dark corner of the wall, and quickly found Rose 13, who had set up the star wheel cannon in a secret place with a group of people. He sat on one of the star wheel cannons, frowning slightly as he sent out the sound of the tide. I think it was done by Lei Lai and his men. The fire was very intense, and it wasn't ordinary fire. "Should we still move?" The shadowy figure grabbed his trouser leg and pulled it. Chapter 208. With sufficient star power, the burning speed of the SS-level fire element bird flame is very fast. In just a few minutes, the blue and white manor was ablaze. Because the level of the fire element bird flame is very high, conventional means cannot put it out at all. In an emergency, few people recognize this kind of flame and rush forward to put out the fire, but instead burn themselves. Outside the manor, Rose 13, according to the message conveyed by the shadow, set up the star wheel cannon high and fired the star wheel shell at the target. Amid the rumbling sound of artillery fire, the blue and white manor became more and more chaotic. Someone realized that something was wrong and sent people to search for the people who set up the star wheel cannon outside the manor, but before they found them, they were stopped by a group of people who suddenly rushed out. The two sides fought together, causing the situation to become more chaotic. Lei Lai listened to the shouts and the sounds of fighting inside and outside, and joined hands with Yuying to kill the people who came to search for him. He asked his companions who were captured to go to other places to create chaos, and he and Yuying quickly rushed to the place they had explored before. Before they got close, they found that the courtyard had been surrounded by water, all of which were guards of the Qinghua family, and there were several powerful auras. Yuying said to Lei Lai through the communication star pattern, "It is a third-level extraordinary talent. It seems that the things inside are indeed important." Lei Lai narrowed his eyes. "The fire has spread here. You send a message to the Smiley Mask and let him focus on bombing here. Make sure these people are busy." Yuying understood his idea and immediately sent a message to Rose 13, according to his intention. After a while, more than a dozen Star Wheel bombs were shot over, and the high-speed operation of the star power burst out with brilliant brilliance, almost covering the light of the burning Firebird flame, and the guards were shocked to change their faces. Shi Yuan had no intention of ending the banquet. The head of the Qinghua family and Qingxia, who received one message after another, were extremely anxious and wanted to leave early several times, but when the words came to their lips, they met Shi Yuan's half-smiley eyes, and could not say the word goodbye. They were not fools. Shi Yuan's previous words were used as a cushion, and looking at her current attitude, they could guess that the fire in Qinghua Manor was related to her. But Shi Yuan's current identity was the young master of Tianyuan, representing the Tianyuan family. If they did not want to completely break up with her, even if Qinghua Manor was burned to ashes, they had to sit here and get her permission to leave. When the cold moon tide came to an end, the heads of the families praised the beautiful scenery tonight. Shi Yuan said a few polite words about meeting again next time, and finally stood up from the table and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Xian Patriarch quickly picked up Yan Zhuxi and was about to follow him, but he stopped and walked out with Black Sheep Patriarch while chatting. Qinghua Patriarch had completely ignored the others present and rushed out with a cold face, but before he took a few steps, he was stopped by Zhui Patriarch. Yi Patriarch said with a smile, "Where are you going, Patriarch Qing, in such a hurry?" It had been more than half an hour since Qinghua Manor was burned. None of the patriarchs present knew about this. He was obviously asking knowingly to embarrass Patriarch Qinghua. Zhui Patriarch had always been at odds with Qinghua Patriarch. Now that they could see the joke of Qinghua Patriarch, how could they not add insult to injury? The other patriarchs were also clear-headed and waited for the excitement with their ears perked up. The head of the Qinghua family glanced at the Zhui family coldly, and without saying a word, he just left with his sleeves swung. Qingxia, on the other hand, was still sitting at the table, and seemed to have no intention of leaving. She looked at the wine glass filled with wine on the table, as if she was possessed, and did not move. When the waiter asked her if she needed help, she came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream, smiled and waved her hand, completely ignoring the people who had been secretly paying attention to her, and chased in the direction where Shi Yuan left without saying anything. The heads of the families raised their eyebrows one after another, curious about what she wanted to do. The head of the Black Goat family patted the head of the Xian family on the shoulder, and said, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the Qinghua Manor was burned down by the bad guys. Would Qingxiao want to learn from you, and ask for help from the young master Tianyuan? The head of the Xian family was not ashamed of being threatened by Shi Yuan, nor did he avoid being mentioned about this matter. He smiled and said, "How would I know? Otherwise, had Luo went to take a look. If you have the definite news, you can tell us." The corner of the head of the Black Goat family twitched very slightly. Having known each other for many years, and dealing with each other countless times, he certainly knew that the head of the Xian family was more slippery than a loach. Someone had humiliated him in person, but he never changed his face. The fact that Ji Qingyuan had manipulated him was known to everyone, but he still acted as he wanted. When others ridiculed him for this matter, he still used the fact that he only had one precious son to smooth things over. Seeing that the Black Sheep Patriarch didn't say anything, the Xian Patriarch continued to smile. "I still owe the Tianyuan Patriarch a lot of debts, so I won't stay here any longer. Let's meet again another day." Another round of greetings. The Xian Patriarch didn't seem to be really curious about why Qingxiao went to find Shi Yuan, and went down the mountain with his precious son. Out of sight of everyone, Yan Zhuxi hugged his father's neck and whispered, "Father, do you think the young master of Tianyuan is?" He didn't dare to say the three words Ji Qingyuan, but the meaning was clear enough. The head of the Xian family sighed, outlined a communication star pattern and injected it into his body. "It doesn't matter whether it is the Tao Tai family or the Tianyuan family, we can't afford to offend them. Shir, you must remember that if you want to be invincible, you must learn to judge the situation. You must know what you should know, and don't try to find out what you shouldn't know." Yan Zhuxi leaned on his shoulder and nodded, and the beautiful ice palace in the field of vision became farther and farther away. "Young master, please wait." Qingxiao completely ignored her image and strode after her. A few strands of hair fell off her carefully decorated bun during the running process. Compared with the previous dignified and beautiful, she looked a little more embarrassed for no reason. But a beauty is a beauty. No matter how embarrassed she is still pleasing to the eye. Shi Yuan turned around and looked at Qingxiao, who was chasing after him in a hurry. He raised the corners of his lips silently, letting her stop only 2 or 3 meters away from him, and asked kindly, "Young master Qingxiao, is there anything else?" Qingxiao looked at her straight, her eyes full of inquiry. Suddenly, she knelt on one knee in front of Shi Yuan. Young master, Qingxiao has offended me before. You are generous, please don't bother with me. She knelt down cleanly, without the arrogance before, and there was no humiliation in her eyes, but a look of submission. The young master of the Qinghua family, who was high above everyone else and a world-famous star seal master at a young age, actually knelt down in front of another person so easily, which was really impressive. But Shi Yuan was a man who would not give in to soft words. Seeing the beauty kneeling in front of him, he did not show any mercy, but asked boldly, "How did you offend me?" Qingxiao's eyes moved slightly, and she knelt down completely. She walked 2 steps on her knees to Shi Yuan's feet, hugged her calves and whispered, "Sister, I didn't mean to lie to you." Yuan Lin followed, shock. What's going on? Where did the young master get his sister? She doesn't look like one at all. Shi Yuan didn't expect Qingxiao to do this suddenly. He raised his foot to kick her away, but Qingxiao hugged her tightly with tears in her eyes. I was also controlled by someone, and had to pretend to be Lin Ci to go to Jinggu Star. I didn't expect to meet you on Jinggu Star, and I didn't know your identity at that time. She became more and more pitiful as she spoke, and tears slid down her cheeks, fell to the ground with a plop, and gradually formed small tears. Shi Yuan was speechless. Who controls you? You are the young master of the Qinghua family. If you don't want to do something, can anyone put a knife on your neck and force you to do it? Qingxiao's expression became more and more miserable. Qingxiao died a long time ago. I am not Qingxiao, just a puppet controlled by the head of the family. Shi Yuan was too lazy to listen to her making up stories. Maybe it was not a story, but the person in front of her was talking about truth and falsehood. She didn't want to waste time to find out which one was true and which one was false. Qingxiao noticed that she was about to raise her leg, so she quickly let go of her hand and took a step back, lifted her sleeves and said, "It's the demon god. The head of the family is working for the demon god." This sentence successfully stopped Shi Yuan from kicking her. That arm was not slender and beautiful, but solid and strong, with clear muscles and bones. It looked more like a man's arm than a woman's. Looking at the exposed arm, a blue flower surrounded by black star power bloomed vividly, silently telling Shi Yuan that Qingxiao was not lying. She looked at the blue and white flower for a few seconds, then turned her gaze to Qingxiao's face, who had just revealed a great secret, and sat down on the ground dejectedly. Qingxiao laughed at herself. Do you remember the Qinghua totem I told you about? Qinghua does not have a totem godhood, but the Qinghua family heads of all generations want Qinghua to become a totem. But the gods have all perished. How can Qinghua possibly obtain a godhood? So, the family heads serve the demon god, wanting to obtain the totem godhood bestowed by the demon god. But the demon god was sealed in the land of divine revelation. Only by unlocking a seal can Qinghua possess a godhood. For many years, the family head has been secretly communicating with the Star Pirates, and sending me to Jinggu Star was also to appear at the Star Gate of Jinggu Star more than half a year ago. We didn't expect you to be on Jinggu Star, and you still have it firmly under your control. I had no choice but to lurk beside you and wait for an opportunity, but there was no opportunity at all. Qi Qingyuan took Jinggu Star with overwhelming force, and dispatched a large number of Taotai troops to come. The Star Gate was formed, and the truth could not be hidden. The Qinghua family completely lost the opportunity to control the Star Gate, and the long-planned plan was forced to be interrupted. Chapter 209. Lei Lai was a soldier trained by Shi Yuan himself. He had learned a lot from her when he was in Xingyao Military Academy. After his undercover life in Jinyuanxing, his methods were more sophisticated than when he was a military academy student. Now the enemy is in the open, and he is in the dark. He also has the support of Ro's 13th Star Wheel Cannon. Of course, he can hit Qinghua Manor, a live target that can't move. Before the Star Wheel bomb fell, Lei Lai and Yuying found a safe place to hide. After the deafening bombing sound passed, Yuying took the remaining thumb-sized SS-level fire element bird flame and quietly placed it on the defensive star array, covering the entire courtyard, while everyone's attention was on defending against the Star Wheel Cannon. In the messy courtyard, flames produced by the burning of star power were everywhere, and no one noticed the existence of this fire element bird flame. By the time someone noticed something was wrong, it had already completely burned up, burning away most of the defensive star array, revealing the original appearance of the courtyard. A thick dead air floated out from the inside of the star array, and strange star patterns spread all over every corner inside and outside the house. A faint black star power lingered around the star patterns, contracting and releasing like breathing, and the scene was very strange. The blazing fire element bird flame touched the black star power, as if a basin of cold water was poured over its head, and the surging momentum disappeared, gradually extinguished. Lei Lai and Yuying, who were hiding in the dark, saw this scene, and looked at each other quietly. Lei Lai couldn't help but say, "What the hell is that thing? It can even extinguish the fire element bird flame." Yuying shook his head. "I haven't seen it, but the Qinghua family is really a filth. You see those star patterns, each one is deep red, as if engraved with blood, which makes me feel indescribably disgusting." Lei Lai also felt disgusted. He thought he had never seen such an evil scene before, so he instinctively felt uncomfortable. He didn't expect that Yuying, who was once a free killer, also felt the same way. "I think the situation here is not simple. Let's not go in and mess around. I will inform the boss immediately that the Qinghua family is doing something shameful." After listening to Qingxia, Shi Yuan asked back slowly, "How did you know that a star gate would appear on Jingdu Star?" She kept the erosion forest between Jingdu Star and Muju Star secret, and didn't let any information leak out. According to Qingxia, she knew about this before the star gate appeared. As we all know, the formation of the star gate is unpredictable. Could it be that the Qinghua family or the demon god has other means? Qingxia shook her head. "I don't know either. The head of the family told me. She is the only one in the family who can communicate with Qinghua." Shi Yuan chuckled and said, "You don't know about the bad things, and it was all done by the head of the Qinghua family?" Qingxia's eyelashes trembled, and she hurriedly said, "I am just Qingxia's substitute. I really don't know much about Qinghua, but I know a lot about the head of the family's secret arrangements." "Then what do you know?" Shi Yuan sat down on the corridor and played with the star conch out of boredom. Qingxia didn't dare to hesitate, and knelt down to answer. Having missed the opportunity to control the star gate, the head of the family changed the plan and prepared to arrange a super-large teleportation star array that directly connects the chaotic star field and the desolate star field. The 3-3S level alienation crystals you got from the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce are prepared for this teleportation star array. This news made Shi Yuan narrow his eyes slightly. Even a master of star array can only set up a teleportation star array on 2 planets directly connected by the alienation zone, because the transmission of the star array requires star power as a medium, and the star power stored in the alienation crystal is not enough. Even if the Qinghua family is unrivaled in the field of star array, they do not have the ability to cross an entire constellation and set up a super-large teleportation star array. Seeing that she did not speak, Qingxia had to continue. "I was also surprised when I learned about this. Even SS-level alienation crystals could not support the normal operation of this star array. Later I learned that the power of the demon god could. The power of the demon god is simply divine power, which is superior to star power, and even the breath of totem cannot match it. It can completely serve as the power for the operation of the star array." "Where is this teleportation array set up?" Shi Yuan asked. "It's in the Qinghua Manor," Qingxia answered very straightforwardly. Shi Yuan stopped throwing the star snail, leaned forward slightly, and looked into Qingxia's eyes. "You know so much. Why didn't the head of the Qinghua family curse you?" Qingxia's pupils dilated slightly, and just as she was about to speak, Shi Yuan grabbed her neck and lifted her up from the ground without mercy. The silver olive mask covered her face and her expression at the moment, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Her glass-colored eyes were even smiling, and there was no sign of her wanting to kill. Qingxia held his breath, and countless thoughts flooded into his mind. "Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf?" Shi Yuan asked with interest. "A person who is full of lies, even if he finally tells the truth, no one will believe him. If you had just left here today instead of acting cute in front of me, I would have given you more respect. But you seem too confident. You always think you can play with others, but you don't know that you are just a clown. You are a little smart. You know that I am very tolerant of talented people. If you were a useful star array master, I would not bother to expose you. We can all get what we need. I am not so shameless as to think that you must be loyal to me. I didn't kill you before because I thought you were still useful. By the way, I used you to explore the background of the Qinghua family. Look at what you have done. You tore off one piece of fake skin, and there was another one. Do you really think I am so patient and play house with you all the time?" She smiled, but her voice was as cold as a knife. She cut Qingxia's body one by one, making him feel cold all over. "Remember, showing weakness in front of the butcher's knife will only make you look ridiculous. In your next life, remember to be a new person and be a hard bone that is invulnerable to swords and guns." After the words fell, Shi Yuan broke Qingxia's throat bone without hesitation, and calmly watched the pair of eyes that suddenly widened and gradually lost their luster. Yuan Lin was almost stunned on the side, until Qingxia completely lost her breath and fell to the ground like a piece of mud without any movement. He came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream, and looked at Shi Yuan in surprise, as he took out a wet towel and slowly wiped his hands. Shi Yuan noticed that he was looking at him, and smiled gently. "Are you scared?" Yuan Lin shook his head. He just didn't expect the young master to be so decisive in killing. A person who knew about the devil, he killed without hesitation. Shi Yuan explained, "This man is full of lies, and it is hard to tell whether what he said is true or false. If you are not careful, you will fall into his trap. Since we already know that the Qinghua family is colluding with the devil, there is no need to keep him." Yuan Lin nodded as if he understood. Shi Yuan patted his shoulder, and when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly frowned and looked at Qingxia's body. The death was normal, but with Qingxia's cunning, would she really let her neck be broken without any resistance? Thinking of the blue flower with black star power on his arm, Shi Yuan used star power to hook up his sleeves and prepared to take another look. A black shadow suddenly came out from under his long sleeves and rushed straight to Yuan Lin. Yuan Lin was startled and reflexively opened the star power shield. The majestic light green star power came out in a stream and condensed into a phantom of a sacred tree in an instant, blocking the black shadow's sneak attack. The incident happened too suddenly. Shi Yuan was about to make a move when he saw Qingxia, who had already fallen to the ground and died, jumped up like a carp. He sneered and spit out a mouthful of blood foam. Facing the overwhelming star power blade, he did not dodge or avoid it. When he was about to be pierced through the chest, he turned into pieces of blue flowers and disappeared in front of Shi Yuan, leaving only one sentence. "Thank you for your advice, young master. I will remember it." Chapter 210. "Master, he's gone. Should we chase him?" Yuan Lin removed the star power shield and saw Qingxia disappearing into Qinghua, and said hurriedly. Shi Yuan shook his head. "You can't catch him." After finding that Qingxia was not dead, she released her mental power to cover the entire ice palace and even the nearby area, but she couldn't lock Qingxia's breath at all. It seemed that the person who was alive not long ago was just a shell, and now there was no way to track where he had escaped to. Yuan Lin couldn't help but worry. What should we do? He knows about the things related to the demon god, and seems to be planning something behind the scenes. If he runs away, there will definitely be endless troubles. Shi Yuan shook his head. "No hurry, the Qinghua family has been colluding with the Star Pirates for a long time, and they have not been able to help the demon god break the seal until now. How can they succeed because of the escape of Qingxia?" Qingxia showed weakness in front of her many times. Wanting her to relax her vigilance was one of the reasons, but there must be other purposes. At the banquet, he knew that his identity had been exposed, that the fire in Qinghua Manor was related to her, and that the dirty things hidden inside would be discovered by her, but he still chose to pretend to be pitiful in front of her, and put all the blame on the head of Qinghua family, trying to surrender to her. He deliberately mentioned the devil, maybe knowing that Tianyuan family was responsible for suppressing the devil, and wanted to get close to her, and get something from her. Since Qingxia had something in mind for her, she would definitely come to her in the future. Besides, isn't there the head of Qinghua family? Shi Yuan smiled, and looked at the silvery white full moon in the sky, and his figure disappeared in the vast white snow. Qinghua Manor caught fire, and was bombarded by a star wheel cannon. The anger of the head of Qinghua family was almost hard to conceal. Blown by the whistling cold wind, she calmed down a little, and then looked at the white snow reflecting the silver luster under the moonlight, and a very bad idea came to her mind. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. It was better to avoid trouble sooner or later, but when she and Qingxia came to the extreme cold star for a banquet, Qinghua Manor was attacked. It was hard for the head of Qinghua family not to think of conspiracy theories. But she couldn't figure out why the young master of Tianyuan attacked the Qinghua family. The collusion with the devil was exposed? That's impossible. This matter is secret. Anyone in the Qinghua family who knows about it has been cursed by her. Qingxia carries the power of the devil, so it is even more impossible for her to leak the secret. The Tianyuan clan members always act recklessly. Knowing that the Qinghua family is secretly communicating with the demon god, they will definitely come directly to the door without having to go to great lengths to set up a hangmen feast. Thoughts flashed through the head of the Qinghua family, and the information accumulated in the star snail made her more and more irritable. Suddenly, she stopped rushing forward, stood on the soft snow, and scanned the white light on the ground. It seems that she has been to this place before. The head of the Qinghua family is a top-level extraordinary third-level talent. This snow mountain is not special except that it is a little big, so it is impossible for her to get lost. She stopped cautiously in place, concentrated her mental power and spread it around, but found that the place 500 meters away was white, as if it was covered by a layer of invisible fog, and she couldn't see the road ahead at all. This is not an alienated area. How could such a situation occur? Suddenly she narrowed her eyes. It's a star array. A high-level psychedelic star array was set up here. An S-level psychedelic star array couldn't let her step into a trap without knowing it. It was SS level. You actually want to use a star array to deal with her? What's the difference between this and showing off your sword in front of Guangong? The head of the Qinghua family smiled coldly. The cold wind suddenly blew, and a blue and white flower shadow bloomed behind her. Palm-sized blue and white flower petals surrounded her to form a blue petal chain. The top of the chain was hooked, and when it leaped out, it was like a poisonous snake with sharp fangs, which made people shudder. The blue and white chain pierced wantonly, making deep pits on the snow. The dark green star power meandered out from the hooks that were buried in the ground, like a river branching outward, forming a series of tortuous star power flows, and finally gathered into an extremely huge blue and white flower. The cold moon on the horizon was reflected in the center of the blue and white flower under the snow. Found it. The head of the Qinghua family raised his lips and showed a disdainful smile. The next moment, a huge Qinghua shadow hidden under the snow appeared in the sky, like a terrifying heavy hammer, smashing down from the sky. It seemed that something was hit hard, making a sound of breaking under the heavy load. The dark sky was like a broken eggshell, revealing white cracks, and finally collapsed and disappeared. The huge silver moon was still hanging in the sky, but the surroundings were no longer the same. The drifting wind and snow reflected the bright moonlight, and soon covered the exposed rocks around. The head of the Qinghua family snorted coldly, put away the mimicry, and was about to rush down the mountain, but the silver light flashed in her peripheral vision made her subconsciously turn around. A slender figure stood on a rock covered with icy edges 100 miles away. The cold wind blew up her robe that blended with the snow. The silver olive mask that covered half of her face reflected a frightening cold light under the moonlight. Beside her, a skeleton stood up from under the snow, and the white skull showed a strange smile in the hazy snow mist. The head of the Qinghua family clenched the fist hanging by his side, and his throat seemed to be blocked, and he was very uncomfortable. At this point, she would not be naive to think that the young master of Tianyuan blocked her way because he met her too late at the previous banquet and was reluctant to let her go. Thinking of the clan's secret preparations for many years, the head of the Qinghua family had a stronger premonition. Others did not know, but she knew very well that the Tianyuan clan guarded the seal of the demon god, and all the plots related to the demon god were exposed to them, and there was only one way to go. She was very careful, and the people in the clan were also cautious enough. If the Qinghua manor had not been burned, the head of the Qinghua family would not be so uneasy. But she had a guilty conscience, and came here in order not to offend the Tianyuan clan, but she did not want to attend a Hongmen banquet. She forced herself to stay calm and smiled. Why is the young master here? Is there anything else you need to tell me? Look, some people are born standing on the top of a mountain that others have never been able to step on in their entire lives. Even though she has tried her best and worked hard to lead the Qinghua family to the top of the top 10 families in the chaotic star field, she can only crawl in front of the Tianyuan family and be a dog that comes at her beck and call. Who can be willing? She is not willing. Sure Yuan let the cold wind blow up her white robe and asked, why doesn't the head of the Qin family take the young master Qingxiao with him? Her voice was very cold, inlaid with a layer of ice, and her words made the head of the Qinghua family feel nervous. Qingxiao has her own things to do, and she never controls her too much. What we need to do now is to stabilize the person in front of us and find an opportunity to leave. The head of the Qinghua family sighed helplessly. To be honest, young master, something happened in Qinghua Manor, and I need to go back to deal with it urgently. I really can't take care of Qingxiao. With you taking care of him, he won't get lost. He will naturally go down the mountain by himself later. Sure Yuan didn't keep her in suspense and said straight to the point. But she told me that you colluded with the Star Pirates and set up a super large teleportation star array in Qinghua Manor leading to the desolate star field to help the demon god break the seal and obtain the totem godhood he bestowed. The head of the Qinghua family never expected to hear such words, and his face changed immediately. Sure Yuan said slowly, look at the expression on the face of the Qin family leader. Did he not know about this at all, or did he not expect Qingxiao to sell you out directly? The Qinghua family leader was so shocked that she could not express it in words. She immediately said, what demon god? I don't know what you were talking about, young master. How could Qingxiao say such a thing? Did someone impersonate her? Frame my Qinghua family, and want to use you as a gun. Her reaction was fast enough. Except for the slight change in her expression just now, she did not reveal any flaws. Is that so? Sure Yuan's tone was meaningful. Just as a cold wind blew, she disappeared on the rock, and a cold voice passed by the ear of the head of the Qinghua family. What is the head of the Qin family holding in his hand? The head of the Qinghua family raised his hand without hesitation, and hit Shi Yuan, who appeared beside him. The pieces of blue and white were like the most terrifying scimitars in the world, sparkling with cold light under the cold moon, and shot mercilessly at the prey that stepped into the trap. However, the emerald green star power rapidly expanded the star power shield, and the complex and mysterious star patterns flowed on it, easily blocking thousands of blue and white. Shi Yuan pushed out a palm, confronting the palm wind of the Qinghua family. The terrifying star power wave gushed out, instantly melting the snowflakes flying in the air. The thick snow layer under the feet of the two people also broke and melted inch by inch, forming a vacuum zone without wind and dust. When the star power wave rushed over, Bai Gu decisively buried himself in the snow, but felt that it was not safe to be too close to the battlefield, so he immediately rushed out from under the snow like a mole for thousands of meters, and just bumped into Yan Zhuxi and his son, who were coming down the mountain. The head of the Xian family sensed the terrifying star power fluctuations in front of him. He was very familiar with one of the breaths, which was the head of the Qinghua family. As for the other breath, he had never seen it, but the vigorous vitality contained in it made his eyelids jump fiercely. When Yan Zhuxi also found that someone was fighting, he pressed his head that was about to turn around and ran back without hesitation. No matter who was fighting with the head of the Qinghua family, it was most important to protect himself. He didn't want to get himself involved. Bai Gu sensed that the head of the Xian family had run away in a flash, and half of his skull poked out from under the snow, biting the snow in silence. He was still thinking about how to get rid of this sudden intruder, but he didn't expect that the head of the Xian family was so sensible that he could run faster than Yuing, who had countless shadow clones. Bai Gu didn't dare to delay after realizing that the star power fluctuations behind him were getting stronger and stronger, and found a relatively safe place to hide. The battle between Shi Yuan and the head of the Qinghua family was too noisy, and the snow-covered mountain could not bear the endless star power waves at all. The snow layer on the top of the mountain began to loosen, forming spider webs and collapsing. The heavy snow pushed down from the top of the mountain layer by layer, and snow wolves, snow foxes, brown bears. Countless animals were awakened by the sound of the avalanche and fled in fear. The other family heads, who were going down the mountain, also noticed the terrible movement around them. Just when they wanted to see what was going on, they saw the head of the Xian family holding Yan Zhuxi and rushing up from the bottom. Without even looking at them, he ran towards the ice palace, standing firmly on the top of the mountain without hesitation. Even the family heads, who were used to seeing the big world, were confused by his move. They wanted to ask the head of the Xian family what happened, but he had already run 1,000 meters away, and there was no way to ask. Several family heads looked at each other, hesitated for a while between going down the mountain and going up the mountain, and ran up the mountain together. Are you kidding? To make the head of the Xian family run up the mountain without caring about his life, something must have happened down the mountain that made him want to escape. They are not stupid, so why would they run into the muzzle of a gun? When the family heads avoided the terrible landslide and stopped in front of the ice palace panting, they saw that the head of the Xian family had already sat back at the table, holding a plate of green jade grapes, patiently peeled the skin and fed it to Yan Zhuxi's mouth, as if the person who ran out of the afterimage not long ago was not him. Yan Zhuxi took a bite, and tasted the sweet juice of the jade grapes. He squinted his eyes happily. If you didn't know him, you would think he was a 5 or 6-year-old child. The family heads all twitched their lips. Just when they were about to ask the Xian family head what was down the mountain, they heard a crisp sound of footsteps outside the hall. The young master of Tianyuan, who was wearing a spotless white robe, carried a person into the hall. Before the family heads could see who she was carrying, she threw the body at their feet, revealing a withered old face. Even though the face was completely unrecognizable, the family heads recognized the identity of the body with their eyesight. The Qinghua family head. The sound of taking a breath of cold air came one after another in the store. The family heads looked at Shi Yuan with horror or fear, wondering what she meant by this. Shi Yuan didn't keep the secret, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and said coldly, "The head of the Qinghua family tried to attack this young master, but unfortunately, he was not strong enough and was killed by me. Please help me clean up the mess." After that, she walked away, leaving the heads of the families looking at each other in bewilderment. The hall was silent. No one thought that this banquet tonight was really a Hongmen banquet, and the head of the Qinghua family would die here. It's not that the rabbit dies, and the fox mourns. The Tianyuan family has never been too lazy to intervene in the affairs of the Chaos Star domain. Now they killed the head of the Qinghua family directly. It must be that the Qinghua family offended them somewhere, causing the displeasure of the young master of Tianyuan. Thinking of the meaningful words of the young master of Tianyuan at the table, the head of the Ji family said cautiously, "Where is Qingxiao? Is it because of him?" No one responded to his words. The head of the Black Sheep family slowly approached the body of the head of the Blue Flower family, wanting to see how she died, but before he could touch her, a green flame rose up and burned her into ashes in an instant. The head of the Ji family dared not say anything, and secretly glanced at the head of the Xian family at the table. He still had a half-peeled grape in his hand, but the grape had been crushed by him, and the sweet juice dripped from his fingers. Yin Zhuxi, who was happily eating grapes just now, had already thrown herself into his arms, looking overly frightened. Chapter 211. Sure Yuan's words clean up the mess for me were a death sentence for the Qinghua family. The big families in the Chaos Star domain were all jackals. How could they miss such a good opportunity? All forces came out in full force. The vassals under the Qinghua family didn't even react, and were destroyed overnight. The 9 big families tacitly divided up all the industries of the Qinghua family, and very sensibly offered half of the income to the Tianyuan family. Sure Yuan accepted it calmly. It's not that she didn't want to take over the industries of the Qinghua family in full, but it was really that the Tianyuan family was not suitable to participate in the disputes in the Chaos Star domain, and the Taotai family had not yet reached the time to extend its tentacles to the Chaos Star domain. Support a new force? Not to mention that she has not yet cultivated a force in the Chaos Star domain that can swallow the entire Qinghua family in one gulp. The 9 big families will not watch the fat meat that is so close to them being taken away by others. Rather than making a lot of trouble and letting the Qinghua family take advantage of it, it is better to wipe them out in one fell swoop and give them a warning. In this way, even if the 9 major families have shameful thoughts, they dare not offend her at this time. Before they can compete with the strength of the Tianyuan family, no one will be stupid enough to dig their own graves and become the second Qinghua family. Of course, no matter how the 9 major families divide up the Qinghua family's assets, no one dares to send people to approach the Qinghua manor to inquire about the situation inside. After the death of the head of the Qinghua family, the people in the Qinghua manor lost their backbone. The people brought by Qiangwei 13 were enough. Under the bombardment of rounds of star wheel bombs, the people in the manor completely lost their ability to resist. The manor was completely sealed off inside and outside, and no one was allowed to enter or leave until Shuri Yuan arrived. She was still dressed in a white robe and silver face, exactly the same as Yuan Zhou's appearance in the chaotic star field. Yuan Lin also followed her with a mask. As soon as he entered the Qinghua manor, Yuan Lin frowned. He grew up bathed in the power of the sacred tree, and was very sensitive to the power of the demon god. Even before he approached the bizarre and strange courtyard, he sensed the existence of the demon god's power, and instinctively felt disgusted. Yuan Lin whispered, "Young master, the black star power here is very strange, more evil than those I have seen before. It seems that a strange blood sacrifice has been carried out, and it is no longer like the power of that person." He couldn't mention things related to the demon god in the outside world, so he had to use some vague words as a substitute. Sure Yuan understood everything, nodded calmly, and took him straight to the destination. Lei Lai and Yuing had been guarding here. They were stunned when they saw Sure Yuan's dress, but they quickly reacted and stood up to greet her. Sure Yuan waved her hand, not having time for meaningless greetings, and ordered, "You continue to guard here, I go in and take a look." Lei Lai quickly stopped her. "Boss, this place is too weird. You have to be careful, those black star powers are very corrosive. Yesterday someone from the Qinghua family accidentally touched it, and was sucked dry. That was a 3rd-level extraordinary talent. When the star power was swallowed, he had no power to resist, and could only watch his life pass away, and turn into a dry corpse. The scene at that time was too horrifying, and he was so scared that he immediately isolated the courtyard, and did not allow anyone to approach. Fortunately, the black star power only lingered around the crimson star pattern, and did not spread outward, otherwise, who knows how many people would die. The Qinghua family is really unscrupulous. They dare to come up with such evil things. Sure Yuan has dealt with black star power many times, but he has never encountered the situation described by Lei Lai. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and stopped approaching. "You go out first, and the people guarding around should also withdraw. I be here." Lei Lai was still a little worried, but he knew his boss's ability, and knew that she was not a reckless person. He did not speak out to stop him, and retreated to a farther place with Yuing to guard. After everyone left, Yuanlin whispered. Young master, was the Qinghua family deceived by the star pirates? What do you mean? Shi Yuan asked. It's true that the demon god is called the demon god, but he is also a true god with divine nature. His power is also sacred, and he can also help black-gifted people suppress the symptoms of violent temper. How can he be so depraved? Did they worship the wrong god and be deceived by the evil god? Shi Yuan raised his hand and paused. In addition to the demon god, there is also the evil god? The classics in the library didn't seem to mention this. Yuanlin waved his hand quickly. No, I just said it casually. I just think these star powers are too evil, and the name of the evil god is more suitable. After saying that, he shrugged. I don't know what the demon god did back then, and he was sealed by all the gods. Shi Yuan answered casually. It should be something that angered the heavens and the people, otherwise why would the gods sacrifice themselves to seal it? I don't have such a high level of awareness. Yuanlin looked like he agreed. I think so too. Shi Yuan smiled and glanced at him. Don't let your great-uncle hear you. He will definitely scold you. No, great-uncle also said so. He said that all the previous family heads were great and had the courage to sacrifice themselves, otherwise they would not be chosen by the sacred tree. Shi Yuan had never heard such a statement before, and lowered his eyes thoughtfully. Yuanlin didn't notice her strangeness, and said in a brisk tone, Young master, you just like to joke with me. You must have the courage to die, otherwise why would the sacred tree think of finding you who are wandering outside instead of choosing a successor from the clan? Courage to die? Shi Yuan smiled. I don't have it. Maybe the sacred tree is blind to choose me as the successor. Yuanlin opened his eyes wide, and quickly made two poo sounds. What are you talking about? You are the best. The sacred tree has the best vision. Shi Yuan didn't argue with him, and flicked his forehead with his fingers. You know a lot. Okay, stop talking about those nonsense. Let's see what these black star powers are all about. Yuanlin covered his forehead and warned. Be careful, I have never seen such evil black star power. I don't know if there are any hidden dangers. Shi Yuan nodded, did not approach directly, but released a wisp of the power of the sacred tree, and controlled it to fly into the courtyard. I thought the power of the sacred tree would encounter obstacles, but unexpectedly, not only was it not eroded by the black star power, but it also made them retreat, wishing to run as far as possible. However, these black star powers seemed to be born from the crimson star patterns, and they could not leave them too far, so they could only desperately shrink to the maximum distance they could escape. This situation made Shi Yuan feel a little relieved. He controlled the power of the sacred tree just like he did when he dealt with the black star power in the desolate star field. He separated a small strand and observed its reaction after being touched by the power of the sacred tree. The two forces were incompatible. The black star power tried its best to repel the approach of the power of the sacred tree, but the power of the sacred tree completely ignored its struggle and melted the evil aura that made people's scalps numb inch by inch. The black star power was like a small fish that was put into a frying pan alive. It struggled painfully, twisted and tumbled to escape, but could only watch itself getting smaller and smaller, and finally became a thin strand of black star power that was no different from the black star power mixed in the air of the chaotic star field. The kitten seemed to smell the taste of delicious food. It poked its head out from behind Shi Yuan's shoulder, and stared at the black star power purified by the power of the sacred tree with burning eyes. Shi Yuan grabbed it in time, and put it in his pocket. Who knows if these polluted black star powers will have side effects? She has no shortage of alienated crystals, so there is no need for the kitten to pick up garbage to eat. The kitten seemed a little unhappy, and kicked her palm, trying to get out of her pocket. But Shi Yuan covered it tightly, not giving it any chance to jump out to eat junk food. Yuanlin looked at the interaction between the man and the cat and couldn't help laughing. Young master, Yuan seems to be greedy. During the more than half a year that Shi Yuan stayed in Tianyuan Palace, he didn't restrain the kitten much. When it got tired of reading in the library, it would sneak out and walk around. Whoever saw it wanted to touch it and feed it some delicious food. The kitten accepted everything that came, and put all the food that couldn't be finished into the space ring worn by the great uncle on its short legs, leaving it for slow enjoyment. Therefore, everyone in the Tianyuan Palace knew that the young master's little white cat was a greedy cat, and they often called it Little Greedy Cat. The kitten was not ashamed but proud, and happily accepted the nickname, and continued to eat and drink from all over the place. Shi Yuan sighed helplessly. The little cub didn't grow much, but his mind was getting bigger and bigger. Who would have thought that when she was testing mimicry on Xiamexing, this little thing was afraid of the detector, and wanted to shrink in her arms, and not go anywhere. It was not as rebellious as it is now. She grabbed a handful of alienated crystals and stuffed them into her pocket, barely blocking the kitten's mouth so that it would stop jumping, and then quickly put the black star power evolved from the power of the sacred tree into a special storage box, ready to take it back to Yuan Zhou to see. Seeing that Shi Yuan's purification was successful, Yuan Lin also tentatively released a ray of light green star power, and found that the black star power was not afraid of his star power, neither avoiding nor fleeing, nor eroding his power, which was quite like a well water, without interfering with the river water. He was a little disappointed and said, "It seems that I am too weak to threaten these black star powers." This discovery also surprised Shi Yuan a little. Although Yuan Lin did not get the complete inheritance of the sacred tree, he could indeed use part of the power of the sacred tree, and would be blessed by the sacred tree when he encountered danger. Unexpectedly, it had no effect on these evil black star powers. Shi Yuan comforted, "You are still young, and your star power is not condensed enough. Leave it to me." Yuan Lin is an optimistic and cheerful person. He is a little frustrated but not jealous. He nodded obediently, and stepped aside to watch her do it. After the previous attempts, Shi Yuan roughly figured out the power of the sacred tree needed to purify a wisp of evil black star power. He was no longer so hesitant when he took action again. He directly released a large amount of sacred tree power, which surrounded one of the black star powers in a net-like manner. If these black star powers could make sounds, there would be screams in the courtyard. They were forced into a corner by the power of the sacred tree, twisting in pain, trying to escape the net woven by the power of the sacred tree, but in vain. Strands of black star power were purified, and Shi Yuan's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. After getting rid of 1/3 of the black star power, she temporarily stopped the purification. The remaining black star power seemed to be frightened, surging back and forth to escape the shackles of the crimson star pattern, but the invisible force was like a dog chain tied around their necks, firmly restraining them. Shi Yuan drank half a bottle of water, and saw the idea of these black star powers trying to escape, which was very interesting. Star power is an objective thing, and does not have the ability to think independently. Even if it is the power of the sacred tree, it can only obey the dispatch of the ruler. Who is controlling these evil black star powers? Shi Yuan looked at the courtyard that had a vague outline, because 1/3 of the evil black star power had been purified, and couldn't help thinking of the strange scene he saw when he came to Qinghua Manor to kill Qing Mei, and the Qinghua totem mentioned by Qingxia many times. Qinghua Manor is the base camp of the Qinghua family and their core. As long as the Qinghua family is not destroyed, no one can come here. Will the so-called Qinghua totem be hidden in this courtyard? It is a guess, but Shi Yuan is not in a hurry to clean up all the black star power. Instead, she temporarily stopped the purification work and took the kitten to rest. She told Yuan Zhou about what happened here in the Star Snail, and Yuan Zhou said he would come tomorrow. In addition, Shi Yuan also contacted Qi Qian, asking him to pay attention to whether there is still such an evil place in the chaotic star field, and sent people to keep an eye on the 9 families that took over the Qinghua family's industry to see if they have discovered anything but kept it secret. After more than half a year of development, Qi Qian's intelligence network has spread all over the Chaos Star region. Although it is not as good as the Black Goat family, it is not too inferior after spending a lot of money. The only shortcoming is that the development time is too short, and most informants find it difficult to get the core news of the major families. For example, Qi Qian didn't know anything about the fact that the young master of Tianyuan invited the 10 major families to appreciate the moon. However, Mr. Ming, who is released from Jinyuan Star by Shi Yuan, is Luo Ziming, who is quite sensible. He fled back to the Black Goat family in defeat, and was neglected for a long time. When Qi Qian led people to the Chaos Star region to develop the intelligence network, he contacted him, and helped him solve many difficulties, allowing him to re-enter the vision of the Black Goat family master. Recently, he has been in the limelight, surpassing the other illegitimate children of the Black Goat family master, and has the intention of competing with the Black Goat young master. The more power Luo Ziming gains in the Black Goat family, the smoother Qi Qian's intelligence career will develop. Shi Yuan was always on the safe side. Before Luo Ziming took the position of the head of the Black Goat family, he had to consider whether he would become a discarded child. Since cooperating with Qi Qian, he has been very honest, and has not done anything stupid. Qingxia escaped. Shi Yuan felt that with his cunning, it might not be just the Qinghua manor that was evil. It was possible that the head of the Qinghua family deliberately threw her out to let her down after he knew that the secret of the Qinghua manor could no longer be concealed. Thinking carefully, Shi Yuan still felt uneasy. He contacted Jindu Star and asked them to guard the Erosionwood rainforest, and also asked Ji Qi, who was still stationed on Muju Star, to be more vigilant. As for Jisoo, after the star pirates near Muju Star were wiped out by Yuan Zhou, he returned to Yunhe's seat with the Baizhe Legion not long after. Tang Shishu seemed quite dissatisfied with his stay in Jupiter Star, but after he repelled the star pirates, who tried to invade Yunhe constellation and brought back rich spoils, he didn't say a word and even relied on him more. Almost whenever there were star pirates harassing the border planets of Yunhe constellation, he said Jisoo to fight the enemy. The Baizhe Corps became stronger and stronger after the baptism of war again and again. The Jinwu Corps recruited by Tang Shishu became larger and larger, but they rarely went to the southern battlefield and were more active in the alienated area. Most of their work was hunting alienated creatures and looking for precious alien plants. Tang Shijin was still fighting with the Holy Angel Corps and the Griffin Corps in the Xingqiang Grand Canyon. After the initial test, both sides did not want to fight to the death and deliberately delayed the war. Today I attack your 10 miles, and tomorrow you rob my fortress. It was like a child playing house. After more than half a year, there was no result. Emperor Yongyao was very dissatisfied with the situation in the Xingqiang Grand Canyon, but as a strong man in the Holy Domain, he could not go to the battlefield in person, otherwise the nature of the war would change. The Winston Empire would also send out the Holy Domain. Once the situation got out of control, it would likely lead to a full-scale war between the two countries. Not to mention Emperor Yongyao, who had to face pressure from both the Tao Tai family and the Tingsha family at the same time, even the Qilin family and the Phoenix family, whose territories were connected to the Xingqiang Grand Canyon, did not want to be dragged into this muddy water. Under various constraints, Emperor Yongyao could only let this constipation-like war continue. Besides, Ji Qinglian and others were very good at the trick of repairing the plank road in the open and crossing the Chinsong Pass in secret. Tang Xia did not want to be controlled by Queen Yongyao, but her mother's family was not prominent, and no one could help her. She was surrounded by spies from all sides, so she could only continue to act like a dandy princess, but secretly contacted Yushiza and Ji Qinglian. She did not develop her power in public, but watched those who monitored her take advantage of their positions to engage in smuggling. She quietly subdued several people in the Colosseum of the Black Market and placed them under the eyes of the enemy. Ji Qinglian and Yushiza were happy to see the Tongxi royal family become more and more chaotic. They helped her in secret and played a double act on some things, removing several hard nails for her. Among the 7 totem families in the past, only the Yinglong family lived a relatively free life. Panlong constellation also has planets bordering the desolate new domain, but those places have a harsh environment and are extremely dry. There is no rain all year round. Few black talents will go to those planets to become star pirates. The difficulty of resistance naturally drops sharply. You only need to pay attention to whether star pirates will suddenly appear on the planets bordering Yunhe constellation. After GC returned to Yunhe constellation, he didn't know what kind of deal he reached with Ying Hung, but he actually persuaded that salted fish to send troops to reinforce Yunhe constellation and strangle the star pirates together. In this way, the star pirates plundered less and less frequently, and their strength was not as strong as before. Jinli constellation was also thriving. The new policy promulgated by Shi Yuan was being fully implemented. The people living in the Jinsha Ring area had completely adapted to the existence of a series of associations managed by the government, such as the Gifted Person Management Association. Although some places still have flaws, no matter which policy, it is impossible to implement it at the beginning of implementation, and it takes time to implement it step by step. After the matter of Qinghua Manor was temporarily settled, Shi Yuan planned to return to Jinli constellation and announce that Jinli constellation would belong to Tao Tai family and be governed by Tiandu Star, but the constellation general government would be autonomous. When Shi Yuan was counting the development of various forces in the past 6 months, he suddenly received the sound of the tide from Winsong Shu. Since the parting of Xingyu Military Academy, the two sides have not met again. Lei Lai and Ye Linghan came to the Golden Carp constellation, and Winsong Shu went to the White Lion constellation to develop the Chamber of Commerce with the Red Wolf. He did not integrate the Chambers of Commerce under his control into a super-large Chamber of Commerce, but let those small and medium-sized Chambers of Commerce act independently, so as not to become a thorn in the eyes of the Tingsha family and be wiped out by them. When So Shu reports to Shi Yuan every month on the revenue of the Chamber of Commerce and important events in the White Lion constellation. Speaking of this, we have to mention Yuan. She is really not a simple person. After becoming the deputy governor of the White Lion constellation, she regained the ruling power of the White Lion constellation with thundering means. All the presidents of large chambers of commerce were invited to drink tea by her, and honestly handed over part of the control of the Chamber of Commerce. She caught 10 of the most rampant people who occupied the mineral veins and carried out illegal mining as examples, and killed the whole family. After a series of measures, the White Lion was managed by her in an orderly manner. Qi Qingyu, who disliked her at the beginning, became closer to her day by day. As for Qi Huan, the serious governor, she mostly used him as a shield. Occasionally, Shi Yuan would receive Qi Xian's tidal voice, saying that Qi Huan would probably not need him soon. There was no melancholy in his tone, and he even smiled most of the time, but it seemed a little meaningful, making it difficult to figure out what he was thinking. After connecting to the tidal voice, when Songshu's gentle voice came from it, "Boss, I found something strange recently." Shi Yuan did not doubt Black Iris's observation ability. Things that when Songshu found strange must be extraordinary. She asked, "What's the matter?" After the Red Wolf's deliberate crackdown, the human trafficking in White Lion is no longer so rampant, but in recent months, the number of missing people has increased instead of decreased, and the proportion of children has decreased a lot. I carefully investigated for a while, and found that the missing were mainly gifted people. Most of them disappeared after entering the alienation zone. Due to the many dangers in the alienation zone, it is not uncommon for gifted people to be killed. I didn't pay attention to it at first. It was the Red Wolf's men who hunted alien creatures in the alienation zone. By chance, they saw someone who specifically attacked gifted people, but did not kill them, but kidnapped them. I sent people to follow them for a while, and found that many of the kidnapped gifted people were sent to the Chaos Star region and became black gifted people. Chapter 212. Before they disappeared, the strength of those gifted people was between level 7 and level 9. They were neither too strong nor too weak. When they reappeared, they all entered the extraordinary realm. When Songshu told Shi Yuan everything he had investigated in one breath, time was limited, so he could only investigate so much. He realized that the matter might not be simple, so he did not dare to delay, and hurriedly told Shi Yuan what he knew so far. In fact, after the Tingsha family took over the White Lion, the social order of the White Lion had improved a lot, but the White Lion, like the Golden Carp, had serious historical problems that were difficult to solve in a short period of time. It required policy reforms from point to surface. In places where the sun did not shine, there was still filth and dirt. After listening to Wen Songshu's words, Shi Yuan frowned slightly. Traffickers like to abduct children who have no ability to resist the most, because they have not yet formed a correct worldview and are easily brainwashed. The second is young boys and girls with outstanding looks, who are either trained as dark chess pieces to perform special tasks or used for improper transactions. Adults with strong talents rarely become their targets. Shi Yuan has been wandering in the gray area for so many years, and this is the first time she has heard of such abductions. When Songshu mentioned that some of them appeared in the Chaos Star domain and became black talents, it is really hard not to associate them with the Qinghua family. The deep red star pattern and evil black star power in the mysterious courtyard of Qinghua Manor are likely to be made through blood sacrifice. It is hard to say whose blood was used. She thought about it, and said to Wen Songshu, "You find a way to let the Yuguan group pay attention to this matter. I will have someone in the Chaos Star domain investigate in detail. Yuguan has the ability to deal with the situation of White Lion, and will not sit idly by. She will definitely be more deterrent to deal with those human traffickers than Wen Songshu's secret move." Wen Songshu said yes, and talked about the situation of White Lion, and the two sides ended the conversation. "Hit him. Hit him. Hit him quickly. Fuck you. I'd bet 1 million on you. You beat him down in 2 hits? Pay me money. TSK. Today's beast fight is really boring. Didn't you say that you can challenge the S-level beast? Is it a secret operation?" Under the Dark Knight Dome, in the open-air coliseum, the audience, who were still shouting with red faces and ears a second ago, now either cursed or cried with their heads in their hands, and those who were so angry that they even wanted to rush to the stage. On the stage, the S-level red-spotted giant tiger opened its mouth with a fierce look, and the fishy saliva flowed out of its mouth and dripped onto the ground. Not far from it, a young man in his early 20s fell to the edge of the ring, with a hole in his abdomen bitten open, and blood gushed out. He covered the wound on his abdomen with one hand, and held a short knife that was only as long as a child's arm with the other hand, staring at the red-spotted giant tiger that was ready to attack at any time. No one cared whether he would become the food of the red-spotted giant tiger. The curses, crying, and laughter mixed together, converging into a terrifying noise stream, constantly piercing his eardrums. Suddenly, the red-spotted giant tiger pressed down slightly on its hind legs, and its muscles accumulated strength, like a taut spring that was suddenly released, and it instantly catapulted in front of the young man and bit his neck fiercely. It seemed that there was a moment of progress off the field, but it seemed that there was no progress. The fear of dying enveloped the young man, but his hand holding the short knife did not tremble at all. At that critical moment, his hind legs kicked the edge of the ring, and the whole person slid down. The red-spotted giant tiger bit nothing without warning, and the powerful momentum made it fly out of the ring. The young man decisively stabbed the short knife in his hand, and stabbed it hard into the most vulnerable abdomen of the spotted giant tiger. With a slight puff, blood spurted out, splashing on the ring and on the young man's face. The strong smell of blood was nauseating, and the burning blood rushed into the young man's eyes, but he didn't blink, grabbed the edge of the ring, turned over and kicked the spotted giant tiger on the back. The spotted giant tiger fell out of the ring, and hit the star array shield in front of the audience. The huge knife wound on its abdomen bled, and its intestines and other internal organs fell out directly. Everything happened in just a few seconds, and a deadly situation had a shocking reversal. The whole audience was silent, and then burst into creepy shouts and cheers in an instant. The person who was crying just now was now laughing with a hideous look, and the one who was cursing had no time to swallow his saliva, and fell headfirst into the audience in front of him. The young man looked coldly at the red-spotted giant tiger still struggling under the ring. Even though his hands were numb, and he had lost his strength, he still tightly grasped the bloody dagger. Amid deafening cheers, a group of medical staff rushed to the ring to give him the best treatment and the most delicious food. In a corner that no one noticed, a man with a black bat mask on his face leaned against the wall with his hands folded across his chest, looking at the young man's unchanged cold face, and flicked his tongue with interest. The short and fat middle-aged man walked out quickly from the exit, stopped beside him with a slight bend, and whispered, "Young master, the latest batch of goods has arrived." The man called the young master retracted his gaze, and casually ordered, "Follow the rules." The short and fat middle-aged man hesitated and lowered his voice. "Something happened at the master's house. Now all forces are arresting our people. Should we be more low-key?" The man sneered. "Why? Are you scared?" The short and fat middle-aged man sneered, but did not deny. "After all, it is the Tianyuan family that we offended." "So what about the Tianyuan family?" "A group of old stubborn people who will die sooner or later." He said it slowly, but the meaning of his words was contemptuous enough. The short and fat middle-aged man heard what he meant, and felt bitter in his heart, but he had to smile. "Then I will continue to follow the previous rules." The man laughed suddenly. "You said, if the Taotai of Tianduji clan goes on this stage, can it come down?" The short and fat middle-aged man was shocked, and his smile froze completely, and he stuttered, You mean? That's the Taotai family. What is this madman thinking? Is it not enough to offend the Tianyuan clan? Do you want to offend another Taotai family?" He still hasn't figured out why the Qinghua family suddenly angered the Tianyuan clan, leading to its destruction overnight. More than 80% of the clan members were caught, because the incident happened suddenly, and they had no time to escape. The Qinghua family's open industry was divided up by the 9 major families. The once leading behemoth in the Chaos Star domain fell down like this. How many people were shocked, and how many people sighed? Previously, the short and fat middle-aged man only thought that the Tianyuan clan was too overbearing. Recently, after contacting this ancestor, he had to wonder if it was because he went to the Tianyuan clan and went crazy that caused the disaster of the Qinghua family. The man didn't know what the short and fat middle-aged man was thinking at this time. Hearing the timidity in his words, he looked at him with a smile. Ji Wu said Ji Qingyuan to the golden carved seat, and Ji Qingqi to the desolate star region. Where do you think Ji Qinglan will be? The short and fat middle-aged man didn't know. He resisted the urge to turn around and leave, and said dryly, "Please tell me, young master?" The man laughed softly, and didn't give a definite answer. God favored Ji Qingyuan so much, gave her the blood of pure-blooded Taotai, and gave her the favor of the immortal God tree. She got so many things, she always had to lose some, otherwise wouldn't it be too unfair? The short and fat middle-aged man listened to his laughter, and he didn't feel any sense of identity as a loyal subordinate, but felt creepy instead. He glanced at the ring where a new beast fight had been arranged, and wisely remained silent. No one knew that the man who just left the ring was the most capable subordinate of this madman a few days ago, and was thrown into the beast fight ring just because he said something wrong. What did he say? It seemed to be, "You can't beat Ji Qingyuan. Why bother to provoke her again?" Chapter 213. Yuan Zhou came very quickly. Sure Yuan could sense his presence at dawn. The kitten reacted faster than her. It jumped off the bed and disappeared in a hop. Sure Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He followed closely, and saw the kitten jumping into Yuan Zhou's arms from a distance, howling loudly as if complaining. Yuan Zhou obviously didn't understand what it meant, but he responded seriously, giving the little guy enough emotional value, and finally stuffed it with a 3S level alienation crystal. He was still dressed in a white robe and silver mask, which made him noble and mysterious. Lei Lai and Yuying, who heard the guard's message and hurried over, wanted to look at him, but didn't dare to look at him directly. The kitten probably thought that Yuan Zhou understood its complaint, showing a satisfied little expression, squatting in his arms with the alienation crystal, and eating it. Yuan Zhou gently stroked the soft fur on its body, and told it seriously, "Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you, I have more after you finish, as much as you want." Sure Yuan, She seemed to understand another reason why Ji Wu did not let Ji Qinglian see Yuan Zhou. With how much he doted on his child, Ji Qinglian's temper might be even worse than it is now. After Sure Yuan secretly complained in his heart, he walked towards Yuan Zhou quickly, and did not forget to smile. "Father." Although Lei Lai had guessed that Yuan Zhou's identity was not simple from the similar dress of the two, he did not expect that he would be Sure Yuan's father. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. It was the shadow beside him who helped him in time, so that he did not hit his head on the spot. Yuan Zhou didn't care about Lei Lai's reaction. When he heard Sure Yuan's voice, he immediately raised his head and happily called her name, and put the kitten on his shoulder. The kitten's heart and eyes were full of the alienation crystal in front of him. It sat on his shoulder obediently, eating so much that its short legs were wiggling, which made people want to reach out and pinch it. Business was more important. Sure Yuan simply asked Yuan Zhou if the trip was smooth, and the father and daughter walked towards the courtyard where the evil Black Star Power was. The figures of the two disappeared at the corner, and Lei Lai came back to his senses in a daze. Only 1 day had passed since the fire of Qinghua Manor. He was busy dealing with the affairs in Qinghua Manor, and didn't know Sure Yuan's new identity. Now, listening to the reminder of the shadow beside his ear, he couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Who am I and where am I? Are you kidding me? Yuying was as busy as he was. After taking over Qinghua Manor, he completely forgot to tell Lei Lai that his boss was the young master of Tianyuan clan. He remembered it only when he saw Yuan Zhou. He poked Lei Lai's arm. "Keep the people below quiet. The boss probably doesn't want to reveal his identity to the public yet." Lei Lai nodded stiffly. Through the power of the sacred tree, Yuan Zhou pinched a wisp of evil Black Star Power on his fingertips, and looked at it, and his brows slowly frowned. This is indeed a special star power created through evil blood sacrifice. A bit like the Death Star power born in the Dead Land, but this star power is more domineering and evil. Once ordinary people are infected, there is almost no possibility of removing it. Is the Qinghua family crazy? Creating this kind of star power? Qinghua is eroded by this power, and it is impossible to obtain the totem godhood. Instead, it will degenerate and be unacceptable to the world. No matter how overbearing the power of the totem is, it is sacred and inviolable. They are proud of being totems, and do not bother to rely on external evil forces to advance. Sure Yuan said strangely. The Qinghua family clearly performed an evil blood sacrifice, but no one, whether it is the head of the Qinghua family or the captured family members, uses or masters this power. This is also what she can't figure out. The head of the Qinghua family tried every means to collect various treasures, hoping to transform the Qinghua mark into a totem. He must want to strengthen the power of the entire family, but when the two fought, she did not find any trace of Black Star power on the head of the Qinghua family. Qingxia, on the other hand, had a blue flower with Black Star power on his arm that he took the initiative to show, but that wisp of Black Star power was very normal Black Star power, and there was no such strange and evil aura in front of him. Seeing Yuan Zhou also frowning in thought, Sure Yuan mentioned his own guess. "Father, is it possible that the demon god has been sealed for too long, and is trying to descend on Qinghua through blood sacrifice? The Qinghua family is just a puppet controlled by him." Yuan Zhou shook his head. "It's hard to say. Indeed, without any reliable evidence, it is impossible to find the real answer to the question just by guessing. If you want to know what the Qinghua family's purpose is, it is best to catch Qingxia. But that person is a habitual liar. Even if he becomes a prisoner, he may not be willing to cooperate. He may even dig a pit for her to jump into." Speaking of which, when Sure Yuan intercepted the head of the Qinghua family, he actually wanted to capture her alive, so that he could interrogate what the Qinghua family had done in collusion with the Star Pirates. However, the head of the Qinghua family would rather burn the star power and explode than answer her questions. As a last resort, Sure Yuan had to kill her. As for the important figures of the Qinghua family, a considerable number of them chose to commit suicide after finding that they could not escape. Only a few were captured alive, but they were either controlled by the secret curse and could not say anything, or they knew nothing. After a day, they did not get any useful information from torture. While discussing the matter, the two began to purify the remaining evil Black Star power. Sure, Yuan's power was not weak, but it was obviously much inferior to Yuan Zhou in the Holy Realm. When the Black Star power became thinner and thinner, the Crimson Star pattern gradually dimmed, and the situation in the yard became clearer. Only then did they see clearly that the house in the center of the courtyard was completely closed, and they could not see what was inside from the outside. After the evil Black Star power outside the house was evolved by the power of the sacred tree, there would be strands of evil Black Star power overflowing from the gaps in the doors and windows, barely maintaining the Crimson Star pattern from collapsing. A wisp of warm breeze passed by Shi Yuan's temples. She seemed to be aware of it, and turned her head to look at Yuan Zhou beside her. He clenched his 5 fingers hanging by his side, and a powerful and terrifying vitality burst out from him without warning. The green star power was like a messenger of spring, flying and circling around the entire courtyard. At the same time, the scene in front of Shi Yuan suddenly changed. Countless grass seeds sleeping in the ground seemed to be summoned by the god of spring. They rushed out of the ground and grew vigorously, at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the lifeless courtyard underwent earth-shaking changes. The grass was green, the spring breeze was warm, and it was warm and leisurely. Some wild grass climbed up the dim Crimson Star pattern. Those strange patterns broke and disappeared inch by inch under the climbing of the grass roots, and the hard and thick courtyard wall also collapsed. The shadow of the sacred tree quietly descended in the center of the courtyard. The things hidden in the house finally realized that what awaited them was a desperate situation that they could not escape. They uttered creepy whispers, noisy and loud, as if the desperate people were praying madly to the evil god. Yuan Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. The shadow of the sacred tree shook its branches, and the rustling sound covered the extremely evil whispers. Countless green star powers rustled down from its branches and leaves, ignoring the shelter of the house, and fell into the claustrophobic space inside. Crack! Crack! The sound of rocks breaking rang out one after another, and Shi Yuan stared at the wall of the house that was about to collapse. At this moment, a huge force hit the wall covered with spider webs, and a black figure wrapped in countless light green star powers rushed out of it and rushed toward Shi Yuan's position. It happened too suddenly. The evil black star power that gushed out at that moment covered the courtyard again, trying to take back the lost territory. Shi Yuan was about to hide, but Yuan Zhou, who was standing beside her, snorted disdainfully and took the lead in blocking it. The black shadow rushed to a place 3 meters away from her. The green star power wrapped around it formed thin chains, binding it firmly in place and preventing it from moving forward. The black shadow struggled unwillingly, but the more it struggled, the stronger its power became. Every time it moved, a wisp of its own star power disappeared. It did not make any sound, but a piercing scream emerged in Shi Yuan's mind, like a devil's unwilling curse before death. More and more green chains were tied up, and the evil black star power on the black shadow gradually faded. After struggling to the end, the black shadow was exhausted and fell to the ground, revealing a gray and blue flower. It is obviously not appropriate to call it Qinghua. It has completely lost its original beauty and vitality. From the stamens to the petals to the stems and leaves, it is a lifeless gray-black color, like a dead leaf in its twilight years. In addition to the green chains formed by the power of the sacred tree, it also has deep red scars, which are exactly the same as the deep red star patterns that imprison the evil black star power. When a certain mimicry mark is strong enough, it will become a totem-like mark, which can lend its power to the gifted person who has awakened the mark. Although it cannot be compared with the totem, it is completely better than the small mark that cannot be visualized. The Qinghua family has been passed down in the chaotic star field for nearly 1,000 years without decline. Even if there is no sanctuary from generation to generation, it is enough to support Qinghua to become a totem-like mark. Who would have thought that the Qinghua mark would be tossed into this state by them? Yuan Zhou sneered. Greedy snake swallows elephant. After the last ray of evil black star power was purified, the Qinghua that fell to the ground completely lost its power, and even its body became illusory. Shi Yuan also found it difficult to evaluate the scene in front of her. The power of the blue and white mark was almost gone. If there was no new power supply, it might disappear. When she took out an S-level alienation crystal and prepared to recharge the blue and white mark, a white shadow suddenly jumped out and bit the pistol of the blue and white mark. Shi Yuan was startled and said reflexively, Yuan, what are you doing? Since the power of the sacred tree was integrated into the body of the kitten, its thinking has become more and more independent, just like a real kitten. Although it will be affected by her inhibition, it basically does whatever it wants when she does not give orders. At the moment, Yuan Zhou and Shi Yuan's attention was on the blue and white mark, and they did not expect it to suddenly jump out. The kitten's ears stood up when she called it, as if it felt a little guilty, but its mouth did not stop moving at all. It scratched twice with its sharp little teeth, and bit out a green seed the size of a fingernail from the gray pistol. It swallowed it into its stomach with a gulp before Shi Yuan could speak out to stop it. Chapter 214. When Shi Yuan held the kitten in her hand, it seemed to know what she was going to do. It closed its mouth tightly, and its limbs were scratching in the air. Although it did not struggle, every hair was saying, "Eat it, eat it, eat it all, can't spit it out, let me go." Looking at the blue and white mark on the ground without the green seed, its figure became more illusory, and the last trace of breath was rapidly fading. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into strands of gray-black star power and disappeared in the courtyard. Shi Yuan led the kitten in front of her, poked its little head and said, "Have I ever told you not to eat anything here?" When she was purifying the black star power yesterday, the kitten looked like it was ready to move. It was her quick eyes and hands that grabbed the little guy and didn't let it pick up garbage to eat. Instead, it became alert and knew to run away when she was not paying attention, to kill first and report later. The kitten stopped moving, looking at her pitifully with its limbs hanging down, just like a human baby who was caught eating spicy noodles secretly and tried to get away with it by being cute. Thinking of this metaphor, Shi Yuan pinched the kitten's mouth and looked into its throat unhappily. There was nothing inside. The green seed had already entered its stomach and couldn't come out. Yuan Zhou couldn't bear to see the kitten like this, and couldn't help but say, "It shouldn't be a dangerous thing. Most likely it's the power seed left by the blue and white mark in order not to completely disappear. If someone awakens the blue and white mimicry in the future and improves his cultivation to the Holy Land, part of the power will be fed back to it, allowing it to sprout and grow again." Mimicry marks are not like totems. Even if no one awakens the totem mimicry, the totem can still exist. Mimicry marks are not like this. If the number of talents related to it becomes fewer and weaker, it may disappear completely. The world has changed dramatically. Mimicry families have risen and fallen. Many mimicry marks will preserve their inheritance in this way, waiting for the emergence of the torch. It was the first time that Shi Yuan heard of such a thing. She was a little surprised, but she could understand that all things are born to die. Even if the final outcome is destruction, they will not willingly obey the arrangement of fate. She understood, but she still had no intention of taking over the matter easily. The blue and white mark is nourished by the evil black star power. Who knows if the power seed it left behind will also be polluted by the evil black star power. It seems nothing now. If it breaks out one day and pollutes the Tao Tai totem, her spiritual power spring will be turned upside down. Seeing that she was still talking, the kitten quickly showed a flattering expression and tried to tilt his little head to rub against her hand. Shi Yuan glared at it, and seeing it calm down again, he pinched its short legs and carefully checked it. Even though he found nothing unusual, he still sent it to Yuan Zhou, and said worriedly, "Please help me see if eating that seed has any effect on it." Yuan Zhou took the kitten and carefully checked it. He found the remaining power of Qinghua in its abdomen, which should be the power seed. He was thinking about whether to take out the power seed, but found that it was slowly transforming into a new Tao Tai breath. After a while, Qinghua's power completely disappeared, and the kitten was very comfortable with his belly rubbed, lying on his back in his palm, with a comfortable expression. Yuan Zhou had never seen such a situation before. He carefully checked the kitten again, and confirmed that the power of Qinghua was no longer in its body. Its aura had increased slightly compared to before. He could not help but ask Shi Yuan, "What is your mimicry talent?" Shi Yuan was stunned for a moment, and after a little hesitation, he told the truth. There are 3 in total. One is the mimicry weapon Greedy Holy Scythe, the other is Tao Tai Devouring, and the third has not awakened yet. Tao Tai Devouring awakened not long after the kitten appeared. It swallowed the mandala of the mimic identification doctor on Xiamexing. After that, it also swallowed a lot of mimicry marks of gifted people, and transformed them into new mimicry marks. Shi Yuan did not carefully count how many mimicry marks there were in his spiritual power spring. Most of them were entrenched on the island created by the sacred tree. As the kitten's level increases, it becomes more and more picky about food. It has not devoured the mimicry mark for a long time. Could it be that the power seed of Qinghua has also been digested by it in this way? Yuan Zhou showed an understanding expression. So that's it, it's the top devouring talent of the Tao Tai family. It is said that this talent is only possessed by your first generation of family head, and no one has awakened it for 1,000 years. Sure Yuan was slightly surprised and said, "First generation of family head?" Yuan Zhou nodded. She is a good friend of Yuan Xing, the contemporary family of Tian Yuan family. Some of the notes left by Yuan Xing recorded this matter. These notes were not included in the library, so you naturally don't know. Sure Yuan thought of the days when she read books every day. It seemed that circles of text appeared in front of her eyes again. She said with difficulty, "I will read the remaining classics when I return to Tian Yuan Palace in the future." The classics that were not included in the library recorded such important things. The background of Tian Yuan family was really unimaginable. When she was browsing the materials in the Taotai family, she wanted to find information related to Taotai swallowing, but she found nothing. She just thought that this talent was too heaven-defying. Even if someone awakened, it would not be recorded in written materials that were easy to lose, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Now it seems that her guess is not wrong. Yuan Zhou smiled and touched her head. There is not much about this talent in Yuan Xing's notes, but only mention that it is very powerful. Mimicry naturally seeks benefits and avoids harm. Since Yuan Yuan has an instinctive desire for Qinghua's power seed, she probably thinks it is of great benefit to herself. You just need to pay more attention to it these days, and there should be no problem. Sure Yuan nodded. She was afraid that the kitten would act on instinct and swallow it without restraint if it felt delicious and powerful, ignoring the hidden dangers. Seeing that she was no longer angry, the kitten quickly jumped onto her shoulder and rubbed her cheeks with its furry ears, acting like a spoiled child. Sure Yuan really couldn't do anything with it, so he had to warn it again, which was not very useful. "Remember to discuss what you want to eat in the future with me, and don't eat without my consent." The kitten nodded and continued to rub against her face. It was unclear whether it was perfunctory or really listened. Yuan Zhou carefully checked the courtyard again to make sure there was nothing missing, and controlled the shadow of the sacred tree to fall, washing every corner with the power of the sacred tree. The deep red star pattern completely dimmed after the blue and white mark disappeared, and the wall and ground it was attached to seemed to have experienced thousands of years of wind and rain in an instant, and began to collapse and weather. 3-star regions. 2 stars. Is this the material for the appearance of the golden carp? Yu Shize stood in the aisle of the warehouse, opened one of the boxes, held the bone of the strange beast and looked at it, and said to Ji Qinglian beside him. After more than a year of experience, the temperament of the two people has undergone earth-shaking changes. They are no longer as sharp as when they first entered the Xingyao Military Academy. They have settled down a lot, and the youthful spirit of the past has been completely restrained, replaced by the maturity and stability that is necessary for the Archon. Ji Qinglian nodded and dismissed the subordinates who followed him. They are all of the best quality. I will give you the most favorable price. Tang Xiyao doesn't have such good treatment. Yu Shize glanced at him and said, "You are so nice. Everyone in the Sanlin Star region knows that you are just as black-hearted as Ji Qingyuan. You said you would give me a favorable price, but you actually made several times the profit, right? We are all old acquaintances. Who doesn't know who, if you say that the original Ji Qinglian was a reckless fool, and he was completely different from Ji Qingyuan, who was full of tricks, then Ji Lian, who has been beaten by reality for more than a year, is already a very good governor. After all, they are brothers and sisters from the same mother. Marshal Ji Wu is willing to experience, and even if Ji Qinglian grows up crooked, he can be turned back a lot." Yu Shize was well aware of how many difficult tasks Ji Qinglian had handled over the past year. Not only did he completely control Shuanglin Star, he also expanded inwards, and built the other 4 planets connected to Shuanglin Star into an entire border trade zone. Compared with the past, the economy of the border trade zone has grown rapidly this year. Now they also transported the alienated materials produced by the Golden Carp seat. He was sure that the market demand for the alienated materials of the Jade Qiong seat was huge, and he could not refuse this deal. Ji Qinglian said calmly, "Qingyuan finally regained the Golden Carp seat, and needs money everywhere. Even if I am her brother, I can't take things from her for free. You know her temper. Brothers and sisters settle accounts clearly. The basic price is not low. Add the freight on the road, how much can I earn?" Yu Shize couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy also knew that he and Ji Qingyuan were brothers and sisters. It was obvious that they were working together to make money from him, and they said it so high-soundingly. The two of them went back and forth again, and finally set the price of this batch of alienated materials, and signed a new trade contract. Before leaving, Yu Shize looked at the heavy snow and said to Ji Qinglian, who came to see him off, There have been a lot of unfamiliar faces on my side recently, and there are also a few black talents. It's hard to say where they came from. They are all trying to find out about Shuanglingsing. I don't know what their purpose is. Be careful. It's one thing to be harsh, but during this period, the two of them have been back and forth, hurting each other, and cooperating many times. In the case that it does not involve their own interests, Yu Shizhe is still very happy to show goodwill to Ji Qinglian. Ji Qinglian frowned slightly. I know, thank you. Yu Shizhe waved at him. Say less useless words, and give me a lower price next time we cooperate. He put on gloves, held an umbrella, and walked into the endless snow. Ji Qinglian watched his figure disappear, and pulled the corner of his mouth slightly. He wanted to see which blind person dared to make trouble. Chapter 215. The border management of Shuangling Star has always been very strict. People without household registration and identity ID cannot pass the checkpoint set up by Ji Qinglian. Even so, many unfamiliar faces have appeared in Shuangling Star in recent days, especially in the black market, and the number of vicious incidents, such as fights, has risen sharply. This is not a good sign. With Yu Shizhe's reminder, Ji Qinglian acted more cautiously, and was not surprised to hear Shinji's report on the black market. He thought for a while, and gave instructions. Don't alert the snakes, send some people to keep an eye on them first, and see what they are going to do. Shinji replied yes. In the years since he came to Shuangling Star, he has also grown a lot. Compared with the silence that didn't like to deal with people in any occasion before, Shinji has been able to be good at dancing when necessary, socializing, and be quiet in private. Ji Qinglian trusted him very much, and after finding that he was very good at dealing with things happening in the black market, he arranged him to manage the black market. Now Shinji controls all the black market trading chains and information networks in Shuangling Star. Anyone who leaves traces in the black market will never escape his eyes and ears. He also assisted Ji Qinglian in doing many things that are difficult to deal with in public. With two-pronged approach, Shuangling Star has been run as an iron bucket by them, and few people can fish in troubled waters here. In the following half a month, Ji Qinglian received news from Shinji about those who illegally entered Shuangling Star. They are only active in the black market, making trouble when people are not paying attention, and trying to lure ordinary talents to degenerate into black talents. Shinji received Ji Qinglian's order to capture these people one by one, torture them as ordinary troublemakers, and further interrogate them after finding loopholes in their words. In this way, he really found some clues. These people came from the Chaos Star region, and were hired to lure ordinary talents to degenerate into black talents, and then send them back to the Chaos Star region. Ji Qinglian learned the result of the interrogation and felt that this matter was not normal, so he contacted Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was also unable to determine who was behind it, and why he had to travel thousands of miles to Shuangling Star. He only told Ji Qinglian to pay attention to this matter, and arrest all the suspicious black talents, so as not to cause problems in the order of the Sanlin Star region. Ji Qinglian contacted Yu Shizhe and Tang Xia again, and learned the same situation from them. The three of them decided that no matter what the person behind the scenes was planning, his plan must be strangled in the cradle. So, the planets in the Sanlin Star region successively issued wanted orders to capture black talents. No matter whether they were foreign or local black talents, they would be arrested as soon as they were found. Everything went smoothly. After a few days, the order of Shuangling Star was restored to the state before the appearance of the foreign black talent, and even more stable. That night, Ji Qinglian stayed alone in the office to handle government affairs. As the reconstruction of Jinli constellation was gradually carried out, people who joined the Talent Association would receive tasks every day to enter the alienation zone to hunt alienated creatures and collect valuable alien plants. The output of alienated materials increased, and Jinli constellation could not digest them all, so it was exported. The demand for alienated materials in Xingguang constellation is limited, and it can't eat the output of the entire Jinli constellation. The demand of Chaos Star region is not low, but they are ambitious and have been eyeing Jinli constellation. Shi Yuan does not want to raise a tiger to cause trouble, so he intends to control the export volume to Chaos Star region. A considerable part of the alienated materials cannot be preserved for a long time, and overcapacity will lead to losses. Shi Yuan thought about it, and finally set his sights on Ji Qinglian. The Qilin family only has Yu Shizhe left, and has been keeping a low profile in recent years. If the Taotai family and the Jinwu family really fight one day and have to choose a side, Shi Yuan hopes that the Qilin family can stand on the same front with the Taotai family. In this way, it is inevitable to make friends with the Qilin family. As for how to make friends, it is a science. It is not only useless to curry favor with others, but also to be regarded as a sucker. Only when the interests of both parties are inseparable can a united front be formed at a critical moment. After careful consideration, Shiryuan decided to establish a trade network with Yuki Onzuo. Previously, the pure-blooded heirs of the Qilin family died or became disabled, and Yushiza was too young to take on the responsibility. The major chambers of commerce deliberately lowered the purchase price of Yuki Onzuo's high-level alienated materials, and then sold them to other constellations at a high price, earning a huge difference. Marshal Yu Lao knew that the shadows of other totem families were indispensable behind those chambers of commerce, and for the sake of the overall situation, he temporarily tolerated the matter. Today, Yushiza has gradually grown up, and the Qilin family also awakened 2 subspecies of small Qilin last year. After the totem covenant was torn up, the chambers of commerce of other constellations could no longer be as presumptuous as before when they came to Yuki Onzuo. Marshal Yu Lao wanted to revitalize the family, so he naturally had to consider the problem of high-level material loss. Shiryuan saw this point, and gave priority to Yushiza as a partner, and the transaction process really went smoothly. In addition to the alienated materials, she also got a lot of star weapons from the Xian family, and prepared to let Ji Qinglan trade them to Tang Xia. Tang Xia carefully developed her power in secret, but she was too weak after all. She lacked people, weapons, resources, and everything. She was very clear about her disadvantages and advantages, and she knew she couldn't afford to lose. All those who were conquered by her made a totem oath to her, and were only loyal to her. Gradually, she had people available, but the disadvantages were still obvious. Some people without resources were no different from soldiers without weapons on the battlefield. So when Ji Qinglian asked her if she wanted to trade materials, Tang Xia agreed without hesitation. 3 days later, Ji Qinglian would personally bring the materials to be traded to see Tang Xia, and before that, all preparations had to be done. After approving one document after another, Ji Qinglian turned off the optical brain, leaned back in the chair and pinched his eyebrows. Just managing a border trade zone is so stressful, and I don't know how my mother and sister handle the affairs of the Corona and the Golden Carp. Sometimes Ji Qinglian would feel annoyed and think that he was not suitable to be a governor at all. He preferred to charge into battle with the blade of Wujian. He liked the feeling of blood boiling when fighting with others. It would be nice if he could switch with Ji Qingqi. Maybe Ji Qingqi thought so too. He preferred to fight in and out of the alienation zone with Lu Jin alone, or to take a walk in Tianma Lake on a bell, rather than facing blood and gunpowder on the battlefield. As for GCU, that guy was easygoing. I don't know where he is now causing trouble for people. He refused to say it after being asked several times. He has been like this since he was a child. He likes to hide everything and has many little secrets. What about his sister? What does his sister like? Ji Qinglian's thoughts were flying endlessly. Suddenly, his eyes condensed, and he looked towards the window. It snows on Shuanglin Star for 2/3 of the year, and today is no exception. He doesn't like the stuffy feeling of the closed room, so the window is always open a crack, and occasionally a cold wind will come in through the gap, gently fluttering the curtains. Just now, he glimpsed a black shadow from the corner of his eye flashing from under the curtains, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. Is it an illusion? Ji Qinglian slowly stood up, his tone cold and full of warning. Who is it? Get out. He intuitively felt that something slipped in through the window, but the response was the cold wind whistling outside the window. Since he became the governor of Shuanglin Star, the various policies he promulgated have infringed on the interests of many local forces, and he has encountered assassinations many times. Once, he was stabbed and pierced his entire right shoulder. The knife was aimed at his neck. If he hadn't reacted quickly to avoid it, it would have triggered the totem blessing left by his mother. Ji Qinglian didn't want to alarm his mother because of such a small matter, and he never complained to his brothers and sisters after being injured. He quietly healed his wounds, and quietly uprooted the family that hired the assassin, and all the members of the family, regardless of gender, age or age, had their spiritual power springs removed and sent to mine. This is the price. It is the price of failure that the family must bear after making the decision to assassinate him. After that, there were fewer people who assassinated him, but they would still come once or twice occasionally. Ji Qinglian quietly condensed the breath of Tao Tai in his palm, and his spiritual power also spread to the entire office, and even the entire office building in an instant. While developing the economy and trade of Shuanglin Star, he did not forget to retrain the garrison here. Having seen the elegance of the Tao Tai Corps, Ji Qinglian could not tolerate the garrison troops stationed on Shuanglin Star being a group of mediocre people who were just eating and waiting to die. He personally formulated a training plan and transferred several instructors, who had retired from the Taotai Corps from Xinguan City to train the garrison troops personally, eliminating those who should be eliminated and promoting those who should be promoted. After the garrison saw its size, he dispatched one of them to guard the Star Lord's mansion. Ordinary people could not sneak in without evading the patrol of the garrison. Is it the second-level extraordinary, or the third-level extraordinary? Ji Qinglian carefully measured the combat power of the intruder, and suddenly released the Star Force blade in the direction behind him. A newly formed black shadow was immediately cut into pieces by the Star Force blade, and disappeared under the light with a slight twist. Ji Qinglian narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you come out by yourself, or do I invite you out? There was another silence. When Ji Qinglian was about to make another move, a crisp applause sounded from his side. He turned his head, and saw a tall figure leaning against the window, clapping his hands slowly with his hands folded. The man was dressed in black, with a black bat mask on his face. His lips were dark and gorgeous, which was not male-like. At this moment, the corners of his lips were raised to reveal an obvious smile. His dark eyes seemed to be stained with ink, and his sight was full of an uncomfortable evil feeling. He stared at Ji Qinglian and said slowly, as expected of a little glutton from the Ji family of Tiandu. Even if it is only a subspecies, his perception is so sharp. It was obviously a compliment, but it was full of an uncomfortable sticky feeling, especially when he mentioned the subspecies. He deliberately emphasized the syllables, obviously mocking Ji Qinglian. Ji Qinglian was no longer the young master who could get mad at someone's words. He seemed to not hear the malice in the other person's words, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" After arriving at Shuanglin Star, he acted cautiously, and always remembered that he was here to gain experience. He never exposed his mimicry in front of outsiders, and deliberately created a personality that was completely different from young Master Ji. The fake identity his mother arranged for him could also withstand investigation. The man in front of him revealed his identity right away, most likely not for Ji Lian, but for Ji Qinglian. The man laughed softly. "My identity? How about you go with me to the Chaos Star region and let Master Ji tell you in person?" As soon as the word Chaos Star region came out, Ji Qinglian instantly guessed that the man in front of him wanted to use him to threaten his sister, and immediately sneered, "If you want me to go to the Chaos Star region with you, you have to see if you have the ability to do it." He looked the man up and down, imitating the way GCU used to get angry with him, and acted as if he suddenly realized something. "Did you suffer a great loss from my sister, and could only hide from me and be furious, and finally set your sights on me, wanting to pick on me as a soft persimmon?" The corners of the man's mouth, that were raised upward, froze instantly. Ji Qinglian sneered, "Did I guess it right?" He looked at the man with pride and contempt. "Don't you know who you are? How dare you run to my sister and pretend to be stupid?" Tang Xixing was fooled by her. "You don't think you can compare with the crown prince carefully raised by Emperor Yongyao?" He also clicked his tongue twice. "Tang Xixing is probably rotten by now. Do you think your fate will be better than his?" The man couldn't laugh anymore, and stared at Ji Qinglian coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. How could Ji Qinglian, who grew up in the Taotai Legion, be afraid of his sight? He moved his fingertips slightly, and the blade of Wujian condensed into a solid in an instant, turning into a light and shadow and stabbing the man. The man neither dodged nor avoided, but gathered dark blue star power in his palm and grabbed the blade of no stream. He leaned forward slightly and laughed madly and ferociously. "Supernormal level 2, Ji Qinglian, compared to your sister, what's the difference between you and trash?" Ji Qinglian was like a solid wall of steel, not affected at all by his words, and replied with a mockery without shame. "The difference between you and me is that if you provoke my sister, she will show mercy to me and send you to see the king of hell." After he finished speaking, the blade of no stream suddenly disappeared, and reappeared in Ji Qinglian's other hand. When the man's center of gravity was unstable, and he led forward, he stabbed him in the back at lightning speed. A slight puff sounded, but no blood splashed. The man's figure twisted and disappeared like an elusive shadow. Ji Qinglian decisively stabbed the blade of no stream backwards, and the puff sound came again, but still no blood flowed out, and the twisted figure disappeared again. The lights in the study began to flicker, and after a burst of crackling sounds, the world fell into darkness. From the brief fight just now, Ji Qinglian had already realized that he was no match for the man. When the lights disappeared, he broke out of the window without hesitation. Amid the sound of glass shattering, Ji Qinglian's vision did not see bright white snow. The Star Lord's mansion seemed to be swallowed by darkness, and there was no light. He unfolded the star power shield to prevent any strange power from approaching him, and his mental power was always released outside, alert to all changes around him. In the dark world, mottled light green light suddenly appeared. It was cyan petals, They seemed to be flying snow, suddenly falling from the sky, but the shape of the petals was not complete, as if they had been eaten by an unknown monster, and each petal was strangely incomplete. A closer look will reveal that the petals are not incomplete, but like being stained by ink, losing their original color and blending into the darkness. The evil and strange power enveloped Ji Qinglin from all directions as the petals fell, making him feel uncomfortable and unable to breathe. For some reason, he instinctively hated this breath and wanted to suppress and destroy it, but when he wanted to do it, he found that he had no power to suppress it at all. A petal fell in front of him, and the star power shield began to dissolve inch by inch as if it was a film burned by fire. Ji Qinglin unfolded a new star power shield, but found that the incompleteness still existed. The strange and evil power was eroding him in a way that was difficult to express in words. Even the blade of Wujian began to be incomplete after touching the petals. This was a kind of assimilation, an assimilation that he could not resist. Ji Qinglin had a bad feeling in his heart. If he was completely surrounded by the petals, he would lose all his strength and be dragged into the abyss from which he could never climb out. He would be controlled by the people hiding in the dark and become a puppet that threatened his sister and mother. In a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Ji Qinglin's mind. Finally, his sight stopped on the blade of the unbroken blade that had not been corroded yet. The next moment, he stabbed the blade of the unbroken blade into his heart without hesitation. Puff! Warm blood gushed out and splashed on the petals that were close at hand. Time stopped at this moment, and tens of millions of light years passed in the blink of an eye. The man hiding in the dark opened his eyes in disbelief and took 2 steps forward reflexively. At this moment, a bright green light suddenly lit up, with Ji Qinglin as the center, sweeping across the entire Star Lord's mansion. Chapter 216. The blue-black petals that seemed to be able to assimilate everything instantly lost their original dominance and irresistibility after touching Ji Qinglin's blood. The petals that were soaked in evil breath were like being burned by a raging fire, curling up and turning gray in an instant, and the black star power floating around the petals seemed to be thrown into an oil pan, struggling painfully. But it was firmly imprisoned on the petals by an unknown force, and could only allow the brilliant green light to swallow it. In the dazzling aperture, a finger-sized green bud emerged from Ji Qinglin's heart, and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its roots tightly bound Ji Qinglin's injured chest, and the gushing blood quickly flowed back in the gap between time and space. A mysterious and ancient mark emerged from the green bud, swirling around Ji Qinglin quickly, and finally stopped at his forehead, engraved into his spiritual power spring. Qingxiao was shocked by the rapidly changing scene in front of him and stood there. When he realized that something was wrong, 2 consecutive terrifying auras had locked him, like a sleeping giant beast opening its fierce eyes in the darkness, staring at the ants who dared to hurt the little beast. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and turned to escape, but a white and slender hand was placed on his shoulder. Although it was not strong, it firmly imprisoned him in place. In an instant, Qingxiao's hair stood up all over his body, and within his field of vision, a strong and powerful arm emerged from the green light that could illuminate the night, and it supported Ji Qinglin, who was about to fall in time. The emerald green star power gushing out from Ji Qinglin's heart seemed to be inspired by the gods, and all of it gathered back and surrounded Ji Qinglin to form a huge emerald green light cocoon. The mighty vitality poured into the light cocoon, cleansing Ji Qinglin's eroded star power again and again, healing his injured heart, just like a giant beast licking its injured cub. In great fear, Qingxiao felt the hand on his shoulder slowly tightening. With just such a simple action, his shoulder blade was shattered after a crisp snap. A cold female voice came into his ears. "Are you thinking about how to die?" With great force, Qingxiao's knees were hit one after another, and the severe pain invaded his nerves, making him unable to stand up. He fell forward in a mess, and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. A pair of military boots broke into Qingxiao's peripheral vision, and stepped on his head the next moment. The fierce and terrifying breath of Tao Tai pressed him so hard that he couldn't raise his head at all. With such a terrifying aura, and such a powerful strength, a terrifying name Ji Wu emerged in Qingxiao's mind at that moment. Only the Holy Land can confine the surrounding space and mark the entire Star Lord Mansion as her territory, so that he cannot turn into a mimic and escape. Qingxiao gritted his teeth, and a series of inexplicable emotions such as shock, regret, anger, etc. surged in his heart, making him feel what fear is at this moment. He knew that Ji Qinglin was blessed by the totem, and he never thought of killing him from the beginning. He just wanted to capture him and take him to the Chaos Star domain, so that this high and mighty young master could taste the taste of being a prisoner, and by the way, enjoy the scene of Ji Qinglin's face changing. It is said that Ji Qinglian is a brainless weirdo. Qingxia never thought that he would make such a cruel decision. Between being captured and dying, he chose the latter without hesitation. What's more terrifying is that the power of the sacred tree is still hidden in his heart. The Black Star power not only failed to corrode him into a black talent, but also stimulated him to awaken the power of the sacred tree. Ji Qingyuan and his sister are really blessed. Qingxia closed his eyes tightly, and the blue and white mark on his arm began to flash rapidly. The Black Star power dissipated in the air, twisted hard, turning into sharp feather arrows, rushing towards Ji Wu with a posture of burning everything. Such a little power is just an ant trying to shake a tree, Ji Wu sneered, and did not even use the mimicry. He directly swung the star power blade to cut off Qingxia's arm. He crushed every bone in his body with the star power while he screamed in pain, and watched him shed tears of blood in pain until he died in severe pain. At the same time, in a dark and deserted corner of the chaotic star field, the weak light of fluorite barely illuminated the bloody pool in the underground cave. This is a pool of blood, with a burning breath rising from the bottom, blood bubbles popping up and bursting one by one, and a strong bloody smell filled the entire cave, mixed with a faint smell of rot. On the rock wall of the cave, there are mottled crimson star patterns climbing one after another. If anyone has seen the mysterious courtyard of the Blue and White Manor, they will definitely recognize that the crimson star pattern engraved here is exactly the same. Around the crimson star pattern, the evil black star power rolls freely and comfortably, and the black and green, blue and white phantom in the corner blooms unscrupulously, contracting and releasing like breathing, and absorbing the black star power without life. The blue and white phantom twisted without warning, and the strong breath became weak, and the plump petal shriveled a little, as if it had been suddenly hit hard. In the blood pool in front of it, a black shadow slowly appeared. The shadow gradually solidified into substance, and a hand with distinct joints stretched out from the bottom of the pool and climbed to the edge of the pool. Then, Qingxia, with his upper body naked and his lower body rolling with black star power, walked out of the blood pool. His face was extremely pale, but his movements did not show that he had been crushed inch by inch. Last time when Ji Qingyuan broke his neck, he was pretending to die. This time when Ji Wu broke all his bones, he really died once. If there was no blood pool, he would have gone to see the head of the Qinghua family. It was precisely because of this blood pool that he dared to take a huge risk to stroke the tiger's whiskers, not wanting to be defeated so thoroughly. Thinking of the feeling of being stepped on by someone, and not even being able to commit suicide, Qingxia's face became particularly terrible. Not enough, not enough. He wants to become stronger, he must achieve the Holy Land. What are you thinking about? A clear female voice suddenly sounded in the cave, startling Qingxia and almost falling to the ground. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a girl with silver hair and blue eyes leaning on a rock in the corner, looking at him with a smile, leisurely and comfortable, and he didn't know how long she had been here. Ji Qingyuan? How could Ji Qingyuan appear here? Qingxia took 2 steps back reflexively, but was pressed against his back by a force. In an instant, the feeling of powerlessness when Shuang Lingxing was grabbed by the shoulder, and his shoulder blade was crushed by Ji Wu surged into his mind, making him freeze in place, staring at Shi Yuan, who slowly stood up in front of him. This cave is top secret. No one knows its exact location except him. How did Ji Qingyuan find it? Shi Yuan seemed to have seen the hidden fear in his heart and laughed like a cat playing with a mouse. Why? Are you wondering how your base camp was exposed? She asked back with a light voice, but she had no intention of clearing up Qingxia's doubts. Instead, she released the power of the sacred tree directly. Thousands of star power threads covered the sky and earth, blocking Qingxia's retreat. In his dilated pupils, they formed an airtight cage of the sacred tree, and quickly shrank until they turned into countless star power chains to tie him up. The evil black star power on Qingxia's body began to twist painfully when it touched the power of the sacred tree. His lower body had not yet recovered its human form, and was most seriously affected. The pain that was more terrible than the crushing of bones eroded Qingxia's will, making him almost unable to think. The green star power that was like a spring breeze on the face of ordinary talents was the most terrible poison in the world for him. Qingxia let out a creepy scream, each one more shrill than the last. Shi Yuan seemed to be unable to hear the sound that kept echoing in the cave, and watched him die bit by bit in the cage of the sacred tree with indifference. She didn't know if Qingxia was dead this time. If not, if he dared to come out and make trouble, she would make him taste death again and again. When Qingxia's last scream disappeared, Yuanlin rushed in with 6 or 7 members of the Tianyuan clan. Everyone frowned when they saw the evil scene in the cave. Yuanlin saw a thin layer of sweat on Shi Yuan's forehead and hurriedly said, "Young master, are you okay?" Shi Yuan shook his head. "It's just a little star power consumption, nothing serious." Yuanlin breathed a sigh of relief. Qingxiao's escape made Shi Yuan very uneasy. He received news from Wen Songshu and Ji Qinglian one after another. He guessed that the remnants of the Qinghua family were likely to still be conducting evil blood sacrifices, so he contacted Yunxing and asked her to find out the secret industry of the Qinghua family. Following the clues, he found the Colosseum where Qingxiao was hiding. When she came here according to the clues, Qingxiao was not there. In order not to alert the enemy, she asked Xiangwei 13 and others to keep an eye on the Colosseum. The discovery of this cave was thanks to the cat cub. After it swallowed the seeds of Qinghua, a palm-sized Qinghua indeed appeared in her spiritual power spring. Its power was the same as that of Tao Tai and the sacred tree, but it could sense the existence of other Qinghua in the chaotic star field. Shi Yuan found this cave based on its induction and waited nearby. What she didn't expect was that the Qinghua family was powerless to save the situation, and Qingxiao didn't keep her tail between her legs and dared to go to Shuanglin Star to attack Ji Qinglian. Yuan Zhou secretly placed a totem blessing on Ji Qinglian, and sensed that he was in danger, so he directly opened the totem star gate and went to Shuanglin Star. Shi Yuan knew that Qingxiao was closely related to the blood pool, so he didn't dare to be careless, so he stayed here, and the scene just now happened. She couldn't clear the evil black star power in the cave in a short time by herself, so she asked Yuanlin to find the Tianyuan clan members. Seeing everyone start to work, Shi Yuan wiped the sweat on his forehead, took out the star snail to contact Yuan Zhou, and wanted to ask him how Ji Qinglan was. "Qing Yuan?" Ji Wu's voice came into Shi Yuan's ears. She took a look at the notes, and it was indeed Yuan Zhou's title voice. "Mother? Is my third brother okay?" Qingxiao is really capable. He offended Ji Wu and Yuan Zhou, two saints, at the same time, and he was able to escape back to the blood pool. If she hadn't waited here in advance, he might have really run away. Ji Wu was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. He awakened the blood of the sacred tree. Chapter 217. The power of the sacred tree that Ji Qinglian awakened was very pure, and the only thing that was inferior to Yuan Zhou was the strength. Yuan Zhou was also quite surprised by this. There were many members of the Tianyuan clan who could use the power of the sacred tree, but in terms of the purity of power, there were only 4 people in the entire clan who could reach the level of Ji Qinglian. Shi Yuan was one of them, and the remaining 3, including Yuan Zhou, were all in the holy realm. Ji Qinglian had such pure power just after awakening the blood of the sacred tree, and his future achievements were imaginable. He even had the qualifications to inherit the position of the head of the family. Looking back at the past of the Tianyuan clan, it was almost impossible to have 2 qualified successors at the same time. Yuan Zhou didn't know what this meant, but he knew it was definitely not a good sign. All things in the world are interdependent, not to mention that the Tianyuan clan was responsible for guarding the seal of the demon god. The sacred tree would give the Tianyuan clan members powerful power, but it would not make the world order lose balance. Ji Wu obviously thought of this, and she couldn't help showing some worry when talking to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's awakening of the blood of the sacred tree had already shocked her. Now even Ji Qinglian also awakened the blood of the sacred tree after awakening the Tao Tai mimicry. How could she stay calm? At the beginning, Ji Wu didn't let Yuan Zhou see the child because of the burden he shouldered, so as not to be favored by the sacred tree and become a so-called savior with boundless love. But hiding and hiding, he couldn't escape the fate in his blood. Yuan Zhou sat on the bed and heard Ji Wu in the sound of the tide. He said in a hoarse voice, "How is Qing Yuan?" Ji Qinglian was seriously injured. Even with the protection of the sacred tree, it was not easy to make him recover. Yuan Zhou tried his best to treat him, which consumed a lot of energy, and his eyebrows were inevitably stained with a little fatigue. Ji Wu looked at Ji Qinglian, who looked pale on the bed, and sat down beside Yuan Zhou. He put the star snail into his shirt pocket. "She has already dealt with the bug, so we don't have to worry." Yuan Zhou curved his lips slightly. "She is always like this. She can do everything well." Ji Wu glanced at him. "Of course, she is the heir I have chosen, and her personality is of course like me." Yuan Zhou snorted unhappily, but did not dare to refute. No one spoke again, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan Zhou gritted his teeth and said, "Now Qinglian has also awakened the blood of the sacred tree. One of him and Qing Yuan must stay in Tianyuan Palace." At this point, he couldn't say anything. His meeting with Ji Wu was an accident. When he was young, he yearned for the world outside Tianyuan Star very much. He couldn't wait to go out and gain experience when he turned 18, But because he had never experienced the evil of human hearts, he was almost assassinated by a villain. It was at that time that he met Ji Woo, who was training in the Chaos Star domain, and was saved by her. Ji Woo was full of vigor and tenacity at that time, and Yuan Zhou fell in love with her irresistibly. At that time, he did not know what love was, and just wanted to travel the world with her, so he followed her step by step. Several times, Ji Woo left alone after he fell asleep, and Yuan Zhou was heartbroken when he woke up, but he would always meet her after falling into various predicaments. I don't know when Ji Woo would call him up for breakfast, and when he encountered trouble, she would instruct him to solve the trouble, and always disliked him for not being quick enough. They didn't know each other's identity. When they parted, Yuan Zhou wanted to know where to find her, but he only got "we are not suitable's" answer. Yuan Zhou was heartbroken, and returned to Tianyuan Palace in a rage. It was not until the news that Ji Woo was appointed as the new marshal of the Tao Tai family spread throughout the universe that he knew that she was from the Tiandu Ji family, and was a notorious Tao Tai in the universe. He went to Tiandu Star excitedly, and saw Ji Qinglan, who was just learning to speak, and his brain completely crashed. He ran to ask Ji Woo why she had a child with someone else, and he still remembers the look she gave him when she looked at him as a mentally retarded person. Knowing that Qinglan was his child, Yuan Zhou was almost crazy with joy. He thought he could be with Ji Woo forever in the future, but she warned him not to get close to Qinglan. She didn't want Qinglan to awaken the bloodline of the sacred tree. Ordinary people dream of being favored by the origin totem, but Ji Woo didn't want it. Yuan Zhou's father died to strengthen the seal of the demon god. If the seal moves again, Yuan Zhou will not be able to escape. Ji Woo didn't want her children to be given a mission that they couldn't choose before they grew up. After so many years of twists and turns, they still returned to the starting point. Ji Woo heard the embarrassment in Yuan Zhou's words, lowered his eyes, and said, "Let them choose for themselves." Yuan Zhou opened his mouth, suddenly felt very sad, and couldn't say anything. He turned his head, leaned on Ji Woo's shoulder, and hugged her waist like he did when he was young, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Ji Woo laughed. "What are you apologizing for? It's not up to you to decide whether they awaken the blood of the sacred tree." She didn't want the children to be trapped in the fate of the Tianyuan family, but then again, the moment they awakened the blood of the Tao Tai, they were destined to be unable to choose their future wantonly. Even if they were not bound by the seal of the demon god, they had to worry about the prosperity of the family. People living in the world are destined to be bound by various reasons, and no one can gain true freedom. Yuan Zhou hugged Ji Woo tightly. He had the courage to live against death, but he could not watch his two children being bound by such a fate. "Boss, everything is cleaned up." Lei Lai wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked quickly to Shi Yuan, and reported today's emergency cleaning work. The Colosseum opened by Qingxiao was full of filth, and many people who participated in the bees fighting were kidnapped, including but not limited to nobles from various countries, and even children under 10 years old. Those who won the game could get the best treatment, and those who lost the game mostly became the food of the beasts. Lei Lai arrested all the people in charge of the Colosseum, threw them into the cages of the beasts one by one, and let them also perform a wonderful beast fight. Shi Yuan gave him a star snail. "You stay here in the future, and you can contact him if you need anything. The two of you will work together to develop a force with a certain say in the Chaos Star domain in a short time." Lei Lai was shocked. There was only one sound of tide in the list of notes, named "Desperate for Money." This note made Lei Lai's eyes twitch slightly. He had roughly understood the character of his colleague, and responded with a straightforward yes. Shi Yuan knew that he was capable and sensible, so he didn't say too much, but mentioned another more important thing. "Remember to pay more attention to whether there are any major forces in the Chaos Star domain who are secretly performing evil blood sacrifices. If there are any, notify me immediately." Lei Lai nodded, "Okay." Although he didn't know what the evil blood sacrifice was specifically related to, he could feel how dangerous it was from the breath that made him nauseous when he approached it. "Be careful." Shi Yuan handed a jade pendant emitting a green light to Lei Lai. "Take it with you. It is very sensitive to that kind of power, and it will give you feedback when you get close to it. The Chaos Star region has been in chaos for too long, and it is easy for people who worship the demon god to hide themselves in such a chaotic place." After explaining what Lei Lai would do in the future, Shi Yuan contacted Yuan Zhou and discussed with him to send some members of the Tianyuan clan to the Chaos Star region to investigate secretly to avoid any fish slipping through the net. Yuan Zhou agreed immediately, and quickly gave her a precise list, saying that these people would obey her orders. After a series of things were arranged, half a month passed. Just as Shi Yuan was about to return to the Golden Carp seat to solve the remaining things before, Yuan Zhou brought Ji Qinglan to the Chaos Star region. After more than a year, Ji Qinglan's appearance remained the same, but his temperament had changed dramatically. He was no longer so sharp, and when he stood beside Yuan Zhou, he had a kind of restraint that made Shi Yuan feel unfamiliar. Noticing someone was looking at him, Ji Qinglian's sharp eyes swept over and met Shi Yuan's smiling eyes. He was stunned at first, then smiled and said happily, "Qing Yuan." At that moment, all his calmness and restraint disappeared. Ji Qinglian climbed over the corridor with one hand, took 2 steps at a time and came to Shi Yuan in front of him, walked around her twice, and finally hugged her. "Long time no see." Shi Yuan was also stunned by his hug, but soon reacted and deliberately teased him. "Third brother, I haven't seen you for so long, do you miss me?" Ji Qinglian's ears really blushed, let her go, turned his head away and coughed twice. What do you mean I miss you? It's not like we haven't contacted each other, it's so disgusting." Shi Yuan stood on tiptoe to look at him, his eyes full of curiosity, without any dignity in front of his subordinates. Ji Qinglian felt even more embarrassed by her look, and pressed her shoulders to make her stand up, and taught her like a brother. "You have been in Chaos Star region for so long, why haven't you made any progress? You still love to act like a little girl." Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Ji Qinglian felt a little guilty when she looked at him, but still said with a stiff upper lip, "You have to be more stable." Shi Yuan couldn't help but laugh softly. Ji Qinglian was angry. "What are you laughing at?" Shi Yuan immediately stopped laughing and blinked at him. "Third brother still cares about me the most." Ji Qinglian was instantly silent, and stammered, "Of course. I am your brother." He was still the same pufferfish before, and he would get angry if he was poked lightly. Yuan Zhou looked at their way of getting along, helplessly held his forehead, walked over and rubbed his head. "How old are you? Why are you still like a child who has not grown up?" Shi Yuan called him father with a smile on his face, and Ji Qinglian looked at him in surprise. Yuan Zhou explained, "Qing Yuan has been to Tianyuan Palace, and has also accepted the inheritance of the sacred tree." Ji Qinglian slightly widened his eyes. He had no idea about this. Shi Yuan patiently explained to him what happened before, and cast a sympathetic look at the cheap third brother. She and Maozi rushed to read the books in the entire library for more than half a year, and Ji Qinglian didn't know how long it would take to finish reading. If I remember correctly, this guy's theoretical classes were a mess, and one of the things he hated most was reading. Ji Qinglian was still digesting the fact that my sister had known my father for a long time, when he suddenly received her sympathetic look. He was confused for a moment. When he was about to ask her what she meant, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, and something small came from behind. He looked sideways, and saw that it was the only little Tao Tai in the family with a genetic mutation. Ji Qinglian saw it tilting its head to look at him, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to hook its chin. "It's been a long time since we last met. Why are you still so big?" When he first awakened to mimicry, the Tao Tai was not big, but with the improvement of strength and the increase of age, the little Tao Tai gradually grew into a big Tao Tai. If he took it for a walk on the street, it would scare all the children to tears. The little guy in front of him had no intention of growing up. If he didn't know that his sister was strong, Ji Qinglian would have suspected that her bloodline was defective. The kitten felt very comfortable when he touched it, squinting his eyes happily and wagging his tail, which made Ji Qinglian ask in surprise, "Qing Yuan, how did you raise it? Why did its temper become so good?" In the past, if he touched this little thing, it would be considered in a good mood if it didn't give him a touch. How could it squat on his shoulder and wag its tail like now? Shi Yuan shrugged. "I don't know, maybe it's been a long time since we last met, and Yuan misses you too." The three of them chatted and laughed for a while, and without further delay, they continued to do what they were going to do. Shi Yuan boarded the star ship to the Golden Carp constellation, and Yuan Zhou took Ji Qinglian back to Tianyuan Palace. After returning to the Golden Carp constellation after nearly a year, both Tianyuan Star and Jingu Star were no longer the chaotic and depressed appearance they had been at the beginning. As the forces of the Chaos Star domain withdrew from the Jinsha Ring area, the Jinli constellation began reconstruction work in full swing. Commercial trade formed by a dense transportation network has resumed. Star shuttles and starships come and go, and from time to time you can see flying beasts domesticated by caravans. The former prosperity has reappeared in the Jinsha Ring area. Shi Yuan did not rush to Jinyuan City, but got off the star ship at a port, disguised as an ordinary tourist, and mixed into a group of a certain tour group. The tour guide is a local of Jinyuan Star, and he is very eloquent. He described the legends of various attractions in Jinyuan Star in an exaggerated way, which aroused the curiosity and yearning of many tourists. Suddenly a girl asked, "You said that the current situation of the Golden Carp seat is the credit of the 7 major families, but I heard that it was the Lord of Silver Moon City who led the Chinti army to drive out the bandits, restore order, and allow ordinary people to live a stable life." The tour guide looked her up and down and sneered. "Silver Moon is just a running dog of the Tao Ai family, who only wants to surrender to the Tao Ai family with the Golden Carp seat." In the original Battle of Jinyuan, the 7 major families played a lot of roles. After Silver Moon controlled Jinyuan City, he took all the credit for himself, relying on the power of the Tao Tai army, so that the 7 major families dared not speak out. She is just a person who is greedy for fame and fortune. The tourists looked at each other, and the girl frowned and moved her lips to say something, but was pulled by her companions and stopped talking. Just at this moment, a female voice passed over her and asked curiously, "What are the 7 major families? I have only heard of the 10 major families in the Chaos Star region." "Oh no, there are 9 major families now." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a young girl holding a small white cat standing at the back, her dark eyes filled with innocence and ignorance of the world. The tour guide obviously had not dealt with this kind of question for the first time. He suppressed his anger and explained with a smile. The 7 major families are naturally the 7 families that control the commercial lifeline of the Jinsha Ring area, including the Su family and the Lu family. They have a long history and are kind and generous. Every year, they donate a large amount of materials to the slums, help ordinary people who cannot awaken their mimicry to complete their studies, and give them stable jobs. Sure, Yuan listened to him talking and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "So that's the case. Then what did they do in the Jinyuan War?" This question led. "It was not the first time that you answered," and he described eloquently. "At that time, the Lu family donated a large number of S-level star weapons to the rebels, helping General Zhang Lei win the key battle, and the Su family sent their descendants to intercept the Ming thieves, sacrificing several direct descendants of extraordinary realms for this." The more Sure Yuan listened, the more admiration she showed on her face, and finally smiled and said, "The story is very exciting." Her expression was sincere enough, but her words were completely different. Many tourists didn't even react, and nodded while saying compliments. The tour guide reacted quickly, his face froze for a moment. "What did you say? How could I make up a story?" Sure Yuan said slowly, "If I remember correctly, during the Jinyuan War, none of the 7 major families you mentioned were on Jinyuan Star, right? Where did the Lu family get tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of S-level star weapons? The entire family of the Su family only has a few people. How could they stop the tens of thousands of Jinyuan troops of the Ming thieves?" This time the tour guide was unable to answer, and in the awkward silence of a few seconds, he sank his face. "You said I was making up a story, and you said that the 7 major families were not on Jinyuan Star during the Jinyuan War. It's really ridiculous. Did you participate in the Jinyuan War and know the situation on Jinyuan Star at that time?" Lazy sheep. The kitten lying in Sure Yuan's arms yawned. The girl who first raised doubts couldn't stand his aggressiveness and couldn't help asking, "You are so sure. Did you participate in the Battle of Jinyuan?" The tour guide said proudly, "Of course. I am General Zhang Lei's personal soldier. If General Zhang Lei hadn't retired, how could I be a tour guide?" Sure Yuan couldn't help laughing out loud. If Lei Lai knew that he had such a personal soldier, and was cheating outside under his banner, he would tear him apart on the spot. Her laughter made the tour guide even more embarrassed. When he was about to say something, there was a commotion outside. The tourists didn't care about this verbal dispute and looked out. More than a dozen military star shuttles descended from the sky, and rows of soldiers quickly left the star shuttles, and were well trained and divided into 2 teams, separating the crowd. Yexingju, who everyone could only see on the star network, strode out. This is a tourist attraction. Tourists have never seen such a scene before. Some of them moved aside nervously, and asked curiously what happened in a low voice. Ye Linghan frowned and scanned the crowd. He didn't find the person he was looking for. He took out the star conch, and was about to resonate with her title sound. When he entered a corner, a white hand stretched out and waved at him. "Major General Nya here." Instantly, the eyes of the entire tour group, including the tour guide, fell on Sure Yuan. Chapter 218. Surprised, stunned, curious, all kinds of eyes focused on Sure Yuan, but she smiled back at everyone as if she didn't notice. Nye Linghan relaxed, ignored everyone around him, and walked quickly to her, respectfully saying, "City Lord." His voice was clear enough to shock the people around him again, and the look he gave Sure Yuan was even more incredible. Many people knew that Nye Linghan had studied at Xingyang Military Academy. After the Totem Covenant fell apart, he came to Jinlizu under an assumed name, and changed his name to Han Feng, lurking beside the previous Jinyuan Star Lord. When the Yinhua City Lord led the Qingti army to attack Jinyuan Star, he joined forces with General Zhang Lei to kill the Ming bandits by surprise, laying the foundation for the victory of the Jinyuan War. After that, General Zhang Lei retired, and Niao Linghan became the Deputy Star Lord of Jinyuan Star. He officially became the Star Lord a month ago. The person who can be honored as the City Lord by Niao Linghan. The person who reacted quickly took a breath, and the word Silver Moon came to his lips, and he was about to blurt it out, but held it back. Silver Moon City Lord. Hasn't she been in public for a long time? And she doesn't look like this. It is an indisputable fact that the Golden Carp seat is governed by the Taotai family. Sure Yuan didn't care whether his identity was exposed or not, and pointed at the pale-faced tour guide. Catch him, spreading rumors, intending to shake the stable social order of the Golden Carp seat. By the way, check the 7 major families. I want to see who is so capable, controlling the economic lifeline of the Golden Sand Ring Zone, and talking nonsense here. Niao Linghan is a smart person. He quickly captured the key words in her words, and then associated some recent news, and immediately raised his hand. The Jin Yuan Jun, who was waiting on the side, immediately stepped forward and detained the tour guide, who was about to fall to the ground. He probably never dreamed that he would be bumped into by the real person when he was spreading rumors. He also tried to argue with her, but he was no longer as eloquent as before. His lips trembled, and he could not say a word. The crowd quickly stepped back, and those who had agreed with the tour guide before were so scared that they shrank their shoulders, fearing that they would be the next person to be arrested. Sure Yuan had no intention of implicating innocent people. He nodded to the people around him again, and took the kitten to the military star shuttle in their expressions of relief or hesitation. Niao Linghan and others came and went quickly, and the crowd immediately exploded, and began to loudly discuss whether the person who left was Inu, and what was going on with spreading rumors. The girl who had just argued with the tour guide looked excitedly at the direction where the military star shuttle disappeared, pulling her companions to chatter. In the star shuttle, Niao Linghan took the initiative to explain the matter of the 7 major families to Shi Yuan. After they took over Jinyuan Star, they became a force that could not be ignored in the Jinsha Ring area. Because Shi Yuan had clearly prohibited the exploitation of ordinary people, and was committed to restoring normal social order, promoting talents in an exceptional way, and supporting local forces that took the initiative to join in various reconstruction work, the living in disgrace. Mimic families on other planets became interested. They were dissatisfied with the exploitation of the Chaos Star Domain agents, and privately contacted Niao Linghan and others, expressing their willingness to be loyal to Yinhua, and to cooperate with Jinyuan Star to take over the Jinsha Ring area. Shi Yuan also heard about this matter, and it was she who nodded and accepted the surrender of those forces. As far as the situation at that time was concerned, expelling the forces of the Chaos Star Domain from the Jinsha Ring area was the top priority, and she didn't care what the mimic families had in mind. Those who are willing to do things well will naturally have a good life in the future. In recent times, Niao Linghan and others have focused their main attention on restoring people's livelihood. Before they had time to eliminate various forces, they did not keep their tails between their legs and behave themselves, but instead stirred up trouble in unknown places. Sure enough, life is too good and food is too full. Shi Yuan's meaning is very simple: whoever works hard will be rewarded, whoever makes trouble will be dealt with. Of course, such trivial matters do not need her to handle them personally. Niao Linghan knows how to deal with them. If he can't even do this little thing well, he doesn't have to be the Star Master. Under Shi Yuan's deliberate indulgence, within an hour, the news that the Silver Moon City Lord, who had not appeared for a long time, appeared on Jinyuan Star quickly spread on the Star Network, and there was also a video. The Silver Moon City Lord in the video is not the original appearance. She looks younger, and has a little white cat in her arms. The little white cat was lively and well-behaved, either lying in her arms or jumping onto her shoulders, looking around curiously. Niao Linghan, the always resolute and swift leader of the Jinyuan Star, showed unprecedented respect and humility in front of her. The video was not long, only a dozen seconds, but it caused a huge amount of discussion, including but not limited to why the Lord of Silver Moon City appeared in the tour group, whether she was observing the people's sentiments, whether the Lord of Silver Moon City wore a bionic mask, what she really looked like. The Lord of Silver Moon City's little white cat was so cute, who knew what kind of kitten it was? There was another discussion about the little white cat, and it didn't take long for a highly praised comment to be pushed to the most prominent position under the video. If I remember correctly, Ji Qingyuan's mimicry seems to be a little white cat, and the identity of the Lord of Yinhua City is a mystery. Could they be the same person? Since Inwe unified Jindu Star and came to the attention of major forces, many people began to investigate her past, but all returned in vain. Unfortunately, she has many talented people under her, and none of them can be traced back to their origins. All parties tacitly assume that she is also an agent supported by a certain force in the Jinsha Ring Zone. Seeing that the situation in Jinli constellation is becoming clearer and clearer, they are waiting for the forces behind her to surface. After the opening of the star network, the various policies implemented by Inwe entered the vision of the people of Jinli constellation, and everyone became very curious about her. It is human nature to love gossip. People have been discussing Inwe's origin, and the new policies she proposed. Now this video, and this highly praised comment directly ignited the popularity of the star network. 3 days after the incident fermented, an official announcement with the Tao Tai seal attracted the attention of the world. The long announcement can be summarized as follows. Inyu's real name is Ji Qingyuan, the young master of the Tao Tai family. In order to recapture the golden carp seat occupied by bandits, he came to Jindu Star under an assumed name. From now on, he officially resumed his identity, and announced that the golden carp seat is directly under the jurisdiction of Jindu Star. Ji Qingyuan will serve as the highest governor and commander of the golden carp seat. He will publicly recruit the golden carp corps. Anyone who meets the recruitment conditions can participate in the assessment. The key points in the announcement came one after another. Even though many people had expected Inyu's identity, they were still shocked after seeing the announcement. The news of establishing the Golden Carp Corps made all forces in the world uneasy. A Tao Tai Corps is already frightening, and with another Golden Carp Corps led by a pure-blooded Tao Tai, the Tao Tai family is not prepared to hide their ambitions. In the past, the Totem family was restricted by the Totem Covenant, with strict restrictions on the number of people and organization. The number of affiliated legions was also supervised by other Totem families, and could not exceed the regulations. Now the Totem Covenant has become a roll of waste paper, and each Totem family is increasing its troops, which is undoubtedly sending a signal to the outside world that troubled times are coming. All major forces rushed to report this matter. Some were pessimistic, some were optimistic, and some criticized harshly. There were many opinions. No matter what kind of voices appeared in the outside world, the recruitment of the Golden Carp Legion by the Golden Carp seat was still in full swing, and there was no possibility of suspension. After Shi Yuan made her identity public, she held an inauguration ceremony for the universe, which was broadcast live throughout. Ji Wu attended in person and awarded her the position of commander of the Golden Carp seat. Since then, she began to carry out drastic reforms in the Golden Carp seat, implemented the new policy without allowing anyone to refuse, and promoted and appointed a large number of young backbones, including those from the mimicry family and ordinary people without any foundation. Her skills were strong enough and could not be faulted. The Golden Carp constellation prospered under her governance. Ji Qingqi did not stay in the Chaos Star region all the time, but traveled back and forth between the Golden Carp constellation and the Muju Star through the erosion rainforest. In his spare time, he would help Shi Yuan train the Golden Carp Corps. After arranging the things that needed to be arranged, Shi Yuan did not stay in the Golden Carp constellation all the time, but took the newly trained Golden Carp Corps to the Muju Star, and then went to the Yunhe constellation through the Muju Star. The Tongxi royal family has controlled the Yunhe constellation for too long. It is time for Tongxi how to spit out what does not belong to him. The fact that Shi Yuan led the Golden Carp Corps to the Yunhe constellation was top secret. No one in the outside world knew about it, and GC was not told. The border between Yunhe constellation and Chaos Star region is much richer than the Triangle Star region of Snake Lance constellation. Looking around, there are green grass and lush forests, and occasionally wild deer run through the woods. According to Ji Qi, many rebels have appeared in Yunhe constellation in the past 6 months. They spread the word that the extermination of the Baizhe family was secretly manipulated by the Tongxi royal family. Under the banner of restoring the Baizhe family and expelling the Jinwu rotting dogs, they have absorbed quite a number of talented people. Tongxi Su was overwhelmed by this, and sent troops to suppress it many times without success. On the contrary, because of the overly domineering behavior of the Jinwu court during the march, many people in Yunhe constellation were dissatisfied, and they informed the various rebels one after another, making more people believe that the demise of the Baizhe family was related to the Tongxi royal family. GCU is still using the identity of Tongxi Su's cousin, and the Baizhe corps he led has also been criticized for this, and targeted by various rebels. 3 days ago, when he was resisting the invasion of Star Pirates, the supplies sent from the rear were seized by the rebels. He is currently besieged in the border fortress of Sunyun Star, and is in a difficult situation. Ji Qingqi wanted to bring people to help, But Sure Yuan happened to have plans to go to Yunhe constellation, so he took over the matter. The Star Pirates did not dare to provoke the Taotai Corps, and concentrated their forces to besiege GCU. At present, the Stargate connecting Sunyun Star and Muju Star was unmanned, and when Sure Yuan came, he did not encounter any obstacles. She brought not many people, only 3,000, but each of them was a gifted person in the extraordinary realm, and the most outstanding soldier in the Golden Carp Corps. Their combat quality may not be as good as that of the Taotai Corps, but it is by no means inferior to any regular army. Sure Yuan did not stay at the Stargate for too long, and directly led people to the base and fortress where GCU was. It's funny to say that after more than a year of development, Tang Shishu has many legions under his command, but few of them can be used. GCU has been besieged until now, and none of his legions have arrived. Either they were held back by the rebels, or they were attacked by alien beasts when they crossed the alienation zone. There are all kinds of reasons. As for whether they really couldn't arrive, or they had other plans, only they themselves know. Chapter 219. Captain, our supplies have been exhausted. If we can't break out of the siege, we will be trapped here to death. The middle-aged officer with a scar on his face wiped the dirt off his face, speaking in a difficult tone. Since the experience of being besieged by Star Pirates on Muju Star, the Baizei Corps must be fully loaded with supplies when going out to fight. But this time, they came to support base and fortress just after finishing a battle, and had no time to replenish supplies. The supplies that should have arrived 3 days ago were robbed by the rebels. When the Star Pirates learned of this, they immediately drove a large number of alien creatures to attack base and fortress, hoping to consume the manpower of the Baizei Corps and the garrison. Behind the base and fortress is a large population settlement. If the fortress is lost, it is easy to imagine what will happen to the people inside. So the soldiers cannot retreat, they can only defend base and fortress to prevent the Star Pirates from taking advantage of the opportunity, and send people to assist the population of each city to evacuate. Things did not go smoothly. There were many terrorist attacks in the city. Some crazy black talents deliberately blew themselves up in crowded places. Some specifically attacked the materials dispatched from various cities to base and fortress, and some targeted the star shuttles carrying the population to retreat. Some people even spread the words of resistance against the Tongshi royal family in panic, and wanted to establish a new Baizei Corps to drive out the Star Pirates. Many people were incited to form a new rebel army, and in turn rob the materials that the Baizei Corps had raised with great difficulty. Under the influence of many factors, Sunyun Star is now in chaos. Even if GCU is very smart, it is difficult to reverse the situation immediately when he is attacked from both sides. Seeing GCU looking at the map in silence, the middle-aged officer said anxiously, "Captain, I know you are thinking about those who have not retreated yet, but how do they treat us when we defend base and fortress and resist the Star Pirates? They only care about their own gains and losses, and are easily instigated by others to rob the materials we have collected with great difficulty. They also say that they want us to lose both sides with the Star Pirates, and accuse us of being a fake Baizei Corps, and let us get out of Yunhezuo with the Jinwu Corps. They don't deserve our protection at all." The middle-aged officer became more and more angry, and several other officers also showed indignation. No one can pay without considering the return and cost. The reason why the Baizei Corps still stays in base and fortress is because they always remember the mission of guarding Yunhezuo, and cannot let the planet of Yunhezuo become a back garden for Star Pirates to come and go at will. And when the people here are not worthy of their protection, why should they pay the price of blood and life to bury their bones here? Sun Yunqing will not run away here, and the Baizei Corps can temporarily avoid the edge and wait for the right time to kill back. GCU did not argue with him, nor did he give an order to hold on. Instead, he pointed to a place on the map and said, "Let's go here." The middle-aged officer saw that he finally relaxed, and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. He immediately looked at the map with a strange look on his face. "This is..." GCU smiled and said, "The base camp of the rebels. They robbed our things. We have to take them back, right?" Another officer hesitated and said, "We have no supplies. Is it appropriate to go there now? If we can't take them down in a short time, our situation will probably be worse. Everyone knows that we are now helpless, and cannot defend base and fortress. The only way is to escape. How could you have thought that we would go around and attack the rebels' base camp?" GCU drew a route on the map, and briefly explained a few key points. Another officer immediately slapped the table in agreement. "They are called rebels, but in fact they are just a group of ordinary talented people who can only bully ordinary people, and are even worse than those Star Pirates, who make a living by looting. We can send some people to retreat in a big way, and the other part will go around to their rear quietly, and hit them in one shot. This strategy was agreed by most officers, and others also put forward their own ideas. In less than half an hour, the combat meeting ended. GCU arranged combat tasks for each officer, and was about to issue an order for the entire army to retreat. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard outside the fortress. Everyone was shocked, thinking that the Star Pirates were attacking again. The fortress immediately entered the first-level combat readiness state, and prepared to meet the enemy. Unexpectedly, the scouts reported that someone had attacked the pirates' camp, and a fierce battle was going on there, but it was not certain who had launched the attack. GCU hesitated for a moment, and quickly issued an order to send troops. No matter who attacked the pirates, this was a great opportunity to counterattack. The original battle plan was temporarily shelved, and the officers immediately took their soldiers and rushed out of the fortress to cooperate with the attackers to encircle the pirates. Seeing the Star Wheel bombs lit up in the sky, GCU smiled. Yesterday, he had contacted Ji Qingqi, who said that he would send troops to support him, and it seemed that they had arrived. Just as he was about to resonate with Ji Qingqi's title sound, the Star Snail sounded first, but the note displayed was not Ji Qingqi. GCU was stunned at first, and quickly put the Star Snail to his ear. Qing Yuan? You brought people here? Sure. Yuan smiled and said, why? Not welcome? How could she not welcome? Jin Lizuo had a lot of work to do, and he really didn't expect her to bring people here in person. GCU led his people to the battlefield and replied, I'm so happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at the Star Pirate, who was trying to escape, and pierced his chest in the face of the other party's ferocious expression. The sound of blood splashing and the Star Pirate's screams mixed together, which made GCU's blood boil for no reason. In the blink of an eye, several Star Pirates were killed by his knife. Have you arrived at Basin Fortress? GCU asked. Guess? The two words with a hint of sarcasm made GCU laugh. He had already seen the greedy holy scythe falling from the sky in his peripheral vision. The pale bone sickle had a sacred and strange beauty, especially when it was stained with blood, which made people dare not look directly at it but want to worship it. The moment the greedy holy scythe was swung down, several screams rang out. It turned out that several Star Pirates, who had united to attack GCU, were cut in half. Sure Yuan grabbed the falling greedy holy scythe and stopped behind GCU nimbly, standing with his back to him. I haven't seen you for a long time. Brother, why are you so untidy and look like a slovenly homeless man? The smile on GCU's lips froze, and he subconsciously touched his chin and cheek with a hand holding the Star Snail. As soon as his hand touched his cheek, he heard Sure Yuan's light laughter. Obviously, she was just joking. GCU laughed helplessly, but his hands were not slow at all, and he killed another Star Pirate who tried to break through the siege like cutting melons and vegetables. Under the vast land, the Jinli army and the Baizhe army attacked from the front and back, killing the Star Pirates without leaving a single piece of armor. The smoke mixed with the strong smell of blood was blown away by the cold wind. Sure Yuan and GCU walked on the messy battlefield, watching boxes of supplies being transported into the Basin Fortress. Why didn't you contact my second brother and me earlier? Sure Yuan pinched a dogtail grass and turned it around for fun. GCU sighed. The current situation in Yanhezuo is very chaotic. If the Taotai family intervenes rashly, it will probably cause unnecessary trouble. The main force of the Jinwu Corps was dragged on the battlefield of Xingqiang Grand Canyon, and Emperor Yongyao was also unable to manage Yanhezuo due to the various troubles created by the Tingsha family and the Taotai family. Tang Shisu is too young and lacks experience in governing. Many policies have good intentions, but they cannot be implemented. Instead, people take advantage of loopholes and cause many bad consequences. All forces have seen this and have placed pawns in Yanhezuo. Using the extermination of the Baizhe Corps as an excuse, they spread unfavorable remarks against the Tangxi royal family, hoping to make Yanhezuo the second Jinlizuo and divide it in one fell swoop. The various rebel armies that have sprung up like mushrooms after rain are their agents. This time, the Baizhe army was trapped in the Basin Fortress by the Star Pirates. It was definitely not accidental. Someone must have colluded with the Star Pirates to cut off Tang Shishu's arm. The Taotai family can also secretly send people to Yanhezuo, but they can't let Ji Qingqi lead the Taotai army to come, which will easily give people a chance to talk about it. Sure Yuan naturally knew the predicament of Yanhezuo. Hearing what GCU said, he couldn't help but laugh. Aren't they just a group of bandits trying to split Yanhezuo under the banner of Baizhe family? GCU looked sideways. You have the Baizhe Legion in your hands, and many of them are old people left by the Baizhe family. Sure Yuan looked up at the bright sunlight in the sky and blinked at him, Who is more qualified to condemn the Tongji royal family than the real Baizé bloodline? You mean? GCU hesitated, but I don't have Baizé mimicry. Even if he is the bloodline of the Baizé family, without Baizé mimicry, it is doomed to be difficult to overwhelm those who shout to restore the Baizé family from public opinion. There are more than one surviving bloodline of the Baizé family. Yuan Shao has been in Tianyao Star for a long time. Sure, you admit something. GCU frowned. I don't want her to be involved in this dangerous dispute. Since Ji Wu unilaterally tore up the Totem Covenant, the Totem families have successively left the Yongyao Empire. The Tongji royal family is in a mess, and has no energy to take care of Yuan Shao. Although she is still staying in the Imperial Palace, she is more comfortable than before with the care of Tongji Ye and Tongji Jin. GCU's original idea was to let Yuan Shao fake her death and leave Tianyao Star when he found a suitable opportunity, completely get rid of Baizé's identity, and live freely and smoothly. Sure, Yuan turned on her toes and stopped in front of GCU, looking up slightly and looking at him. Do you think there is any place that is completely safe? Without waiting for GCU to answer, she said first, no. The Baizé family was once revered as a totem family, but was still feared by others, which eventually led to the extinction of the entire family. Yuan Shao left Tianyao Star, and could only live a life of hiding from place to place, carefully hiding his mimicry to prevent being discovered. It was dark, long, and unbearable. You should know that feeling very well. Instead of being worried that your identity might be exposed one day in the future, it is better to fight, and completely get rid of the shackles on your body. To put it bluntly, the extermination of the Baizé family is related to the fact that the Baizé marshals of all generations chose to retreat again and again in the face of the fear of other totem families. They thought that if they took a step back, they would have a broader horizon, but they didn't know that there was a hopeless abyss behind them. Human greed and selfishness will not be restrained by others' concessions, but will only become more and more aggressive. Sure, Yuan took out his star conch and shook it at GCU. Besides, you are not Yuan Shao. How do you know what kind of life she wants? Why not ask her, and let her make her own decision? Chapter 220. Night falls. In the simple palace, the girl sits at the table, reading carefully the book that records the customs and habits of Yunhe constellation. Her figure is reflected on the curtains. The patrolling soldiers take a look and continue to move along the original route. No one noticed that a black shadow quietly slipped into the palace. Yuan Shao was wearing pajamas. Her long hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and her expression was gentle and calm. The people who were secretly watching her did not withdraw, but they were no longer as strict as before, not allowing her any private space. Queen Yongyao was also busy fighting for power, and had no time to ask about her marriage. For more than a year, Yuan Shao lived alone in a palace that could be seen at a glance, doing her job conscientiously as a transparent person. Sure, Yuan would occasionally contact her to talk about the situation in the universe, and the customs of each constellation. Sometimes, a mysterious chip would appear at her bedside, recording the true past of the Baizé family, including how to use Baizé Tianji. After she read the contents recorded in the chip, the information would automatically disappear without leaving any trace. Yuan Shao didn't know who sent the chip, but she felt it was not Qing Yuan, because she felt someone was secretly watching her before Qing Yuan appeared. She didn't know who that person was, but she could sense that the other party had no ill intentions, and was even quietly protecting her. Perhaps when she awakened, Baizé Tianji, at Xingyou Military Academy, Baizé secretly told her elders. Qing Yuan should know, but after careful consideration, she chose to remain silent. Her situation was too dangerous. Since that person was unwilling to show up, he must have his reasons. If she asked too much, it might bring trouble and danger to him. Yuan Shao had nothing else to do, so she would carefully ponder the news mentioned by Qing Yuan, and the content learned from the chip. In order to kill time, she took many books related to various constellations from the library of the Imperial Palace. She didn't dare to read the news about current affairs. She could only summarize the information she wanted to get through a lot of reading. She was like a sponge, trying hard and carefully to absorb the water she needed, looking forward to breaking the cage one day in the future. When it was time to rest, Yuan Shao put away the bookmark, closed the book, turned off the headlights in the room, and walked towards the big bed under the dim light of the night light. She had just lifted the quilt and lay down when she suddenly felt someone patting her shoulder. She turned over in fear, and was caught off guard by a pair of round and bright cat eyes. Yuan Shao quickly covered her mouth with the quilt to hide the exclamation that was about to come out, and looked at the little white cat in front of her in surprise and delight. She didn't dare to speak until a communication star pattern sank into the back of her hand, and then she whispered in her heart, "Qing Yuan? It's me." Sure Yuan gave her a positive answer. Yuan Xiao's eyes lit up immediately, and she said in disbelief, "Why are you here?" Sure Yuan got into her bed. "Didn't I ask you 3 days ago if you wanted to go back to Yunhezuo?" It was true. When Yuan Xiao heard this question at that time, her heart could not calm down for a long time, but she still gave a firm affirmative answer. She didn't want to stay in the cage of the imperial palace, and feared every day that Emperor Yongyao or Empress Yongyao would suddenly remember her, let her marry someone she didn't know, or find ways to stimulate her to awaken, by Zai Tianji. Yuan Xiao also knew that Qing Yuan helped her for other purposes, but she didn't dislike it. Only if she was valuable could she survive. Qing Yuan would at least not ignore her wishes, and force something that she hated and felt disgusted with on her. Yuan Xiao whispered, "I didn't expect it to be so soon. She would even come in person." If the news of Qing Yuan's appearance on Tianyao Star leaked out, Emperor Yongyao would never let her go. This is an adventure. Sure Yuan raised his soft kitten pads, and stepped on her palm. "You have been here long enough." Yuan Xiao suddenly felt her eyes warm. Since she could remember, no one had cared for her sincerely, and before she awakened her mimicry, no one even looked at her more. If she didn't have the blood of Bai Zai, and the Tongqi royal family needed her to shut up the public, she would have disappeared from this world long ago. Yuan Xiao whispered, "Qing Yuan, can I hug you?" Sure Yuan could feel her ups and downs, and took the initiative to lean over and touch her cheek. Yuan Xiao hugged her, tears silently fell, but she felt unprecedented joy in her heart. She gave a firm answer again, "I want to go back to Yunhezuo. I am willing to revitalize the Bai Zai family. Even if the road ahead is difficult, she should fight for herself." She didn't want to die quietly in an unknown corner, and be forgotten by the long river of time. "Okay, I take you back to Yunhezuo." Sure Yuan also made a promise. The night light went out, and the palace returned to darkness. "What did you say?" "The Bai Zai army mutinied, and my cousin was sacrificed to the Bai Zai army flag?" Tang Shishu suddenly stood up from behind his desk, and stared at the subordinate, who brought the news. The visitor did not expect that the southern region of Yunheseat would have such a big problem. A thin layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Facing Tang Shishu's questioning, he said with a stiff face, "Your Highness, the news has been confirmed, and their new commander is called Yunk. He claims to be the orthodox bloodline of the Bai Zai family. The Bai Zai army has completely turned against them. The rebel army has sprung up like mushrooms after rain, which has made Tang Shishu anxious. Who would have thought that even the Bai Zai army could be turned against?" Tang Shishu could not believe his ears. He took a deep breath. Except Yuan Xiao, all the Bai Zai family members have died in the massacre of the demon god army. There is no one named Yunk in their family tree. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "Does he have Bai Zai mimicry?" The subordinate shook his head. No definite news has been received yet. Tang Shishu sat back in his seat, and frowned for a while. He sneered, "That group of rebels are really ambitious. They even created a fake Bai Zai, and instigated the Bai Zai Corps to rebel. Immediately spread the news to the public, saying that Yun Ke is fake, and he is a counterfeit created by the Tao Tai family, and the Tingsha family to throw dirty water on the Tongqi royal family. Then contact Tianyao Palace, and let Yuan Xiao come forward to deny his identity." The subordinate was about to respond, and another person hurriedly knocked on the door. Without waiting for Tang Shishu to respond, he rushed in and said in an anxious tone, "Your Highness, it's bad. The Bai Zai Corps has started the live broadcast of the universe." "Little Bai Zai, no." Yuan Xiao appeared in the live broadcast, and announced that Yun Ke was a survivor of the Bai Zai family's massacre and her uncle. Tang Shishu's face changed completely, and he asked sternly, "Isn't Yuan Xiao in Tianyao Palace? How could she be with Bai Zai Corps?" Who would know the answer to this question? She could only face his murderous gaze, unfold her light brain, and play the live broadcast content. In the light screen, the slender and weak Yuan Xiao wore the military uniform of Marshal Bai Zai, but she was not overwhelmed by the military uniform. Instead, she looked at the live broadcast camera firmly, and announced that she would return to Yunna's seat and serve as the commander of Bai Zai Corps. Bai Zai, the auspicious beast that had disappeared in the universe for 20 years, stood on her left hand and accompanied her quietly. He had pure white hair like snow, and a light golden light lingered around his body. The mysterious and simple star pattern flowed on the gorgeous horns. When he glanced sideways, a flash of sacred compassion passed by. Without any proof, everyone who saw him knew that he was the unique auspicious beast Bai Zai in the universe. On the other side of Yuan Xiao, there stood a handsome young man. If anyone had seen General Bai Qi, the commander of the 7th Legion of the Bai Zai Legion, they would have found that he was 60% similar to General Bai Qi. There was no notice for this live broadcast, and not many people watched it at first, but in just a few minutes it became a hot search on the Universal Star Network, and was broadcast to various constellations and regions. Countless people poured into the live broadcast room, and the comments grew at a visible speed. No matter what the leaders of various forces were doing now, they stopped what they were doing after learning about this, and watched the live broadcast carefully frame by frame. The existence of Baizé silenced all doubts. When Yuan Shao came of age, the Tangxi royal family held a grand coming-of-age ceremony for her. Everyone knew that she was the little Baizé who survived that year. With 2 approaches, her identity is beyond doubt, and no one can stop her return. After Yuan Shao announced that she would lead the Baizé Corps, the live broadcast did not end. She directly called out to the Tangxi royal family, questioning why they colluded with the Demon God Corps to slaughter the Baizé family, and publicly declared war on Tang Shishu, demanding that he immediately take the Jinwu Corps away from Yanhezuo. As soon as these words came out, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached a new high, and it was so stuck that no comments could be posted. As soon as Emperor Yongyao learned the news, he went to the palace where Yuan Shao lived. Seeing Yuan Shao turned into a puppet doll in front of him, he was so angry that he flattened the entire palace and killed all the people who were responsible for watching Yuan Shao. Even the Queen Yongyao, who hurried over, was slapped by him. Yuan Shao's words were like a tornado, sweeping every corner of the universe, and everyone was talking about it. The Taotai family and the Tingsha family would not miss this opportunity, and immediately fanned the flames on the Star Network, determined to make the reputation of the Tangxi royal family fall to the freezing point. When there were many different opinions, Emperor Yongyao personally came out to explain and tried to restore the image of the royal family, but the effect was minimal. Because Yuan Shao also told about his experience living in the imperial palace for these years, and announced the research data on Baizé's bloodline in the royal secret laboratory. At the same time, a man who claimed to be the younger brother of the deceased leader of the Demon God Corps publicly declared that the Demon God Corps did not massacre the Baizé family at all. It was the Tangxi royal family who put the blame on the Demon God Corps in order to stop the public from talking, and also massacred the Demon God Corps. Public opinion completely turned to Yuan Shao. The Tangxi royal family's credit was bankrupt, and a large number of people flocked to the border, wanting to immigrate to other constellations. The appearance of Yuan Shao also made it impossible for the rebels of all sizes in Yanhezuo to bluff and deceive under the banner of the Baizé family. Tang Shishu was in an extremely embarrassing situation. Many people who had received favors from the Baizé family did not take action before because everyone thought that the Baizé family was harmed by the Demon God Legion. Now that they knew that the Tangxi royal family was the culprit, people with lofty ideals decisively united to assassinate Tang Shishu. Once, twice failed, 3 times, 4 times continued. A month later, Tang Shishu, who was almost seriously injured in the assassination, had to leave Yanhezuo with the Jinwu Legion in a panic. At this point, the Tangxi royal family completely slid into an irreversible abyss, and lived up to its former heyday. During this period, GCU and Shuriyuan joined forces to plow the entire Yanhezuo, and took Yuan Shao back to Tien Hengxing, along with Yun Xing and Jingyan. When he first arrived at Yunhe Constellation, GCU found an excuse to repair the dilapidated Marshal's mansion, and since then it has become the training ground for the Baizé Corps. After he led the Baizé Corps to the southern region of Yunhe Constellation to resist the Star Pirates, the Marshal's mansion was left vacant. After a long time without anyone taking care of it, grass seeds poked their heads out from the cracks in the stone again, and the green was full of vitality instead of desolation and loneliness. This was the first time that Yuan Shao and Yun Xing came to the Baizé Marshal's mansion. They paid the highest tribute to the Baizé statue. Accompanied by Shuriyuan and GCU, they walked through every corner of the Marshal's mansion, and finally came to the place where their ancestors rested. Every year, some people come here to pay tribute, and some people take the initiative to guard the tomb for the Baizé family. The cemetery is clean and tidy, and the tuberose stands tall. Just as a breeze blew on his face, Shuriyuan smelled a wisp of flower fragrance and looked at GCU beside him. GCU smiled and said to her, "I take you to see your father and mother." Chapter 221. Yun Xing had long known that she had a twin sister who was taken to Tianyao Star by the Tangxi royal family, and had been living in the imperial palace. She wanted to see Yuan Shao, and wanted to know how she was doing, and whether she was bullied. But before she met Shuriyuan, she could only learn about Yuan Zhao's situation through the occasional words revealed in the imperial news, but those were not Yuan Zhao's real situation. Knowing that Yuan Shao had regained her freedom, when Shuriyuan asked her if she was willing to go back to Yanhezuo together, Yun Xing nodded without hesitation. She dreamed of coming back to see the place where her relatives had lived, and wanted to walk in the sun openly, and uncover the truth of the Baizé genocide. Finally, the mask of the Tongxi royal family was completely shattered, and she returned to the Baizé marshal's mansion. Yuan Xiao's state of mind was similar to hers, but she had never thought that she had a twin sister who had a face exactly like hers. The difference was that Yun Xing was blind, and could not walk on the ground. It was difficult for the two sisters to describe their feelings when they saw each other, and they were both glad to meet again in the Baizé marshal's mansion. Jing'an stood far away, quietly looking at the two girls with tearful eyes, and went to a group of unmarked tombstones on the right side of the cemetery. His father was the commander of the garrison of the Baizé marshal's mansion. In that inhumane massacre, he adhered to his duties until the last moment. He was also buried here, or it could be said that the unclaimed bones in the Tianjin Star Rebellion were buried in this cemetery by those who came to pay tribute to the Baizé family, and unmarked tombstones were erected for them. The wind rustled through the treetops, and GCU brought Shi Yuan to a tombstone and whispered to her. Their bodies were burned by the golden crow fire, and here are all cenotaphs. My mother was born in an ordinary family. When she was 18 years old, she was admitted to Xingyao Military Academy. She performed very well in the competition, and was spotted by Tang Xizhen, who came to inspect, and was forcibly taken back to Tian'ao Palace. Tang Xizhen is the name of the late Emperor Yongyao. She had no intention of becoming an imperial concubine, so she deliberately let Tang Xizhen dislike her, and cooperated with the late queen to fake her death and escape from Tian'ao Palace with my brother. But the late queen went back on her word. After she faked her death, not only did she not send her away from Yongyao Empire as agreed, but she sent people to hunt her down. She and her brother were rescued by her father, who helped her fake her death and gave her a new identity. When my aunt found out about this, she did not agree to her farewell, but let her stay on Tianjin Star. She is a very strong and smart person. Knowing that the Baizé family was in a very difficult situation, she decided to stay and join the Baizé Corps. She put forward many constructive suggestions, and discussed with my father to transfer many of her confidants out of the Baizé Corps, and hide them in the dark. After I returned to Yanhezuo, I was able to rebuild the Baizé Corps so quickly. Putting aside the arrangements I made to open the Chamber of Commerce in Yanhezuo over the years, the group of people who stayed back then also made great contributions. GCU told the story of the past. Because of what happened to the Baizé family, he has been hesitating whether to involve Yun Xiao in the dispute caused by Yunhe. Yun Xiao is different from him. She does not know the truth about the extermination of the Baizé family. And because of the intentional actions of the Tongxi royal family, her body is very weak. She did not awaken the Baizé mimicry until she was 18 years old. He and Tongxi Jin have no way out, but Yun Xiao still has a choice. She should not be trapped in hatred, and should move towards a brighter future. Taking her back to Tianjin Star means putting her under the gaze of countless malicious people, and Emperor Yongyao will never give up. If he attacks Yun Xiao, he may not be able to protect her. Shi Yuan said softly, I used to think you were a cold-blooded, moody person. Everyone can become a chess piece in your hand, and you will never regret it. Now I can see clearly that you are indecisive in your bones. Indecisiveness is not a compliment, but it made GCU laugh. He is indeed indecisive. He can't let go of the hatred in his heart, and he doesn't have the courage to cut off his arm. He always cares about this and that. It is obvious that it is most beneficial for him to let the Tao Tai family and the Tongxi royal family fight to the death, but he still uses fake death to give Ji Wu the best excuse to attack, making Emperor Yongyao speechless. Mingxing Star Pirates captured the Triangle Star region, and holding back the Tingsha Legion would allow more Star Pirates to gather in the Snake Lance, relieving the defense pressure of the Cloud Crane constellation. However, he wanted to take the Baizé Legion there to relieve Ji Qingqi's troubles, and finally made the Cloud Crane constellation a soft persimmon in the eyes of the Star Pirates. He obviously had two trump cards, Yun Xing and Yun Xiao, in his hand. No matter which one of them was brought to the Cloud Crane constellation to announce their identities to the public, those rebels who emerged like moles one after another would not be able to stir up any waves, and eventually they would still put themselves in the predicament of being trapped in the base and fortress. GCU closed his eyes hard, and suddenly felt someone grabbing his hand. He turned his head to look at the girl next to him, and saw her smiling and saying, Mother has not raised you for so many years in vain. GCU was stunned. Shi Yuan asked, You don't want Yun Xing and Yun Xiao to be blinded by hatred, and you don't want them to become thorns in the eyes of others. What about you? You can't take all the responsibilities on your shoulders just because you are older than them, and your world shouldn't be filled with hatred. I was sent to the Rose training camp at the age of 12, and I really couldn't get any help from heaven or earth. When I was beaten to death, I hated the people who sold me to the Rose training camp and the crimes of the Rose family. Every day I thought that one day I would destroy the blood Rose with my own hands and kill everyone in the Rose family. Speaking of this, she paused and smiled like a blooming spring flower. Until now, I have not given up this plan. Those who betrayed me and hurt me will pay the price for their actions one day. But I will not use the method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting myself by 800 to complete my plan. In terms of physical age, GCU is slightly older than her, but in terms of psychological age, her experience are not comparable to GCU. Before crossing, she was also a simple and carefree college student, looking forward to a stable job and a bright future after graduation. But the sudden apocalypse made her expectations become delusions. In the first year, she did not awaken her superpowers, and could only rely on her sister's protection to survive. Until her sister took her out to search for supplies, and was attacked by zombies, the others in the group left her and her sister behind in order to survive. In order to protect her, her sister was covered with wounds, and finally died with the zombies. She will always remember the last words her sister left her: live strong, and don't look back. She will not die. She will always live strong. She picked up the knife left by her sister, and returned to the base. Yuan took out a scimitar inlaid with emerald gems, and put it in GCU's palm. Don't question yourself. Softness is the original background of people. You are not wrong. When she was most helpless, it was her sister who gave her courage and let her come to this day. GCU has been walking alone for so many years, and perhaps he also needs someone to give him courage. Jiwoo could not be the person he confided in, and Tang Shijin was as confused as he was. He was trapped in hatred, unable to see the way forward or find his way back. He longed for a bright light to illuminate the endless darkness, so he softened his heart in every decision. Because he was afraid of losing, he tried his best to protect. GCU stared at the scimitar in his hand, and suddenly felt that the big stone pressing on his heart disappeared. He lowered his eyes to look at the girl in front of him, and hugged her tightly into his arms. Chapter 222. The loss of Yunhezu was an immeasurable blow to the Tongxi royal family. Since the fall of the Baizhe family, the Tongxi royal family has taken over Yunhezu in full. Yunhezu is extremely rich, far beyond the white lion and golden carp. Not to mention other things, the annual taxes and the rare treasures collected in the treasury are enough to make the Tongxi royal family full. Not to mention that Yunhezu's separation from Yongnao Empire has dealt a heavy blow to the Tongxi royal family. Unlike the law of the jungle in the chaotic star field, if Yongnao Empire wants to stand invincible, it must establish an unshakable reputation in the minds of the people, and let the people support the rule of the royal family. The fact that the totem family left Yongnao Empire one after another has dealt a heavy blow to the Tongxi royal family, but at that time, the public had their own reasons, and the Tongxi royal family also lost a crown prince, and there were still many people who spoke for them. This time is different. The Baizhe family has a very high reputation in the world. The Baizhe family heads of all generations have been generous, and have benefited many people. They may not sacrifice their lives for the Baizhe family, but they will definitely be more likely to believe Yun Zhao's words in the competition of public opinion. It is naturally difficult for the Tongxi royal family, with a long history of crimes, to win this public opinion war. But then again, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how bad the Tongxi royal family is, there are still several powerful saints in charge. The nobles of all sizes in the Jinwu seat are their community of interests. The weapon of public opinion cannot completely defeat them. In the brightly lit study, Yun Zhao said seriously, "My sister's identity cannot be announced to the public. I am enough as a target." At first, she didn't even agree with GCU to restore Young's identity, because it was too dangerous. The current Baizhe family has no Saint Domain strongman sitting in charge, just like a newborn lamb. If Emperor Yongyao can lose face and send Saint Domain strongman to Baizhe Yunshui Mansion, everyone here will die. Yuan didn't say anything. GCU and Yun Zhao had the same idea. Yunxing pinched the corner of his clothes. "I should have announced my identity to the public at the beginning, instead of letting you come. She and Yun Zhao look exactly the same. Unless you are close to them, you can't tell who is who just by looking at their appearance. The golden crow fire on her body cannot be removed. I don't know how long she can live. Blindness and inability to walk will make the outside world believe in the viciousness of the Tongxi royal family." Yun Zhao shook her head. "You have your own things to do, and this is my responsibility." Yunxing escaped that year, but because of the curse, she still cannot see. She was taken back to the imperial palace by Tang Shizhe, and the golden crow fire in her body was taken away by him, but she has a healthy body instead. It is impossible to determine who is more fortunate and who is more miserable in this matter, but since there are different life trajectories, let's continue according to the current situation. Perhaps it is the natural telepathy between twin sisters. Yunxing seemed to feel Yun Xiao's thoughts at the moment. He did not mention the identity exchange with her again, and secretly decided to help her in other ways. As they were talking, Shi Yuan and Ji Siyu looked out the window at the same time, and the latter shouted, "Who is it?" The cool breeze blew, and the dark sky seemed to have turned into a terrible beast, covering the sky full of stars, and opened its mouth wide to swallow the entire Baizhe Marshal's mansion. Jing An immediately stood in front of Yunxing and Yun Xiao, and the sword hanging on his waist hummed, as if he was afraid of something. In the hopeless silence, the atmosphere became more tense. Finally, a sneer reached everyone's ears. In the past, we searched everywhere for the remnants of Baizhe but couldn't find them, but now they are all gathered here. The voice spread in all directions, making it impossible to determine the specific location, and the content of the words made Jing An's face change instantly. At this juncture, who else would call Baizhe a remnant except the Tongqi royal family? It turns out that Ji Wu's precious daughter is here too, so it's just right to deal with her together. As the laughter fell, the terrifying pressure descended on the entire Baizhe Marshal's mansion. The visitor did not intend to conceal his identity at all. Clusters of golden crow fire suddenly ignited, driving away the darkness of the night, and bringing the bright light of the day. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes stood in the firelight. If you look closely, you will find that he is about 60% similar to Emperor Yongyao, and is one of the national sanctuaries of the Tongqi royal family. He was very satisfied with Shi Yuan's ugly face, and said maliciously, "My Jinwu family has lost the crown prince, and Ji Wu should also taste the taste of losing an heir." The strong man of the sanctuary took action. Even if Ji Qingyuan had the totem blessing on her body, there was no way she could survive from his hands. He would crush her into blood foam in that instant. The middle-aged man's eyes burst into golden red light, and the floating Jinwu fire in the air burned more and more fiercely, and in an instant it turned into sharp feather arrows, aiming at the few people who were no different from ants to him. What surprised him was that Ji Qingyuan stood there quietly from beginning to end, neither panicked because of his arrival, nor made useless struggles because of the current predicament. The middle-aged man felt something was wrong, but before he could catch the flash of inspiration in his mind, a more terrifying and powerful aura suddenly swept out from the study, annihilating the golden crow feather arrows into star power fragments, and the roaring Tao Eye turned into a phantom of a ferocious beast, revealing dangerous fangs and biting hard. At that moment, the middle-aged man's pupils dilated, and the phantom of the golden crow appeared behind him, brazenly facing the Tao Eye. Phantom with high fighting spirit, the two collided, the star power surged, and the friction and collision in the air made a sharp sonic boom. The stone slabs on the ground shattered inch by inch, the grass and trees in the flower bed were crushed into powder, and the surrounding buildings collapsed. They were completely unable to withstand the power of the holy domain level, and were destroyed in the endless sonic boom. The middle-aged man took a few steps back and barely stabilized his body. Seeing the figure walking out of the study, he couldn't help but lose his voice. Ji Wu. The person who took action was Ji Wu. In the ruins, the Baizhe hall where she stood was intact. She looked the middle-aged man up and down for a few times, and said indifferently, "Who did you say you were going to deal with just now?" The fierce beast Tao Eye was squatting behind her, like a fierce god from ancient times, staring at the offender who didn't know how to live or die with his golden eyes, ready to bite his neck with his fangs at any time. The kitten stood on Shi Yuan's shoulder, curiously looking at the fierce beast that was many times bigger than himself, wagging his tail from time to time, as if he was thinking about whether he would be kicked away by him if he approached him and got close to him. Yes, Ji Wu was invited by Shi Yuan. She knew that Emperor Yongyao would do anything to achieve his goals, and knew that Yun Xiao would become a thorn in his side if he openly became an enemy of the Tongqi royal family. Now, the Tongqi royal family has no credibility to speak of, and for Emperor Yongyao, the Baizhe family has no need to exist. The Yongyao Empire has already fallen apart, and there will be no worse consequences. Instead of being forced to retreat again and again by the Tao Hai family and the Tingsha family, it is better to take action and seize the initiative and the right to speak. History is written by the victors. As long as the Tongqi royal family can reach the top, what does it matter if a Baizhe family is destroyed? The troubled times have arrived. The future is a carnival for the winners. In order to ensure that there is no room for error, Emperor Yongyao will definitely send the Holy Domain. And the only one who can defeat the Holy Domain is the Holy Domain. The middle-aged man never expected Ji Wu to be here. At the moment, his mind was in a mess, and he didn't notice that a figure appeared silently behind him. When he noticed the tiny fluctuations of the star power around him, it was too late. The sky-blocking tongue snake revealed its scarlet eyes, swooped down from the sky, and bit the golden crow with terrifying murderous intent. Amidst the loud cry, the tongue snake coiled up and tightly wrapped around the golden crow, and its thousands of scales turned into mirrors, reflecting all the burning fire of the golden crow. The middle-aged man was hit by Qi Jing's palm without any preparation. He widened his eyes in disbelief, spurted blood from his throat, and when he fell to the ground, he looked back with difficulty, just in time to see Qi Jing, who was so beautiful that he was almost a demon, tilted his head to him. Contemptuous, careless, with a strong sense of ridicule. He could understand that Ji Wu was protecting Ji Qingyuan. But why was Qi Jing here? Until he was crushed into blood foam by greed and disgust. Gun, the middle-aged man's doubts were not answered. He could only call on part of the power of the Golden Crow totem, and he could never be the opponent of the two totem marshals. This is a deadly situation. The moment he stepped into the Marshal Baize's mansion, he entered the underworld. Even if the light of the Golden Crow was blazing, it was impossible to dispel the shadow of death. Qi Jing casually picked up a dissipated Golden Crow fire breath and shrugged at Ji Wu. It's a pity that it's not Tang Shihao who came, otherwise I would definitely make him come and never come back. Ji Wu was too lazy to pay attention to him. It's obvious that Tang Shihao couldn't come in person. Killing a National Guardian sanctuary is a sure win for this trip. Being too greedy will only backfire. Her disdain was too obvious. Qi Jing was extremely dissatisfied and tooted his mouth. It was not easy to turn against her on the spot, so he could only swallow his anger. Arriving in front of the Baize Palace, Qi Jing took on the airs of a totem marshal and glanced at Ji Siyu. I have repaid you for helping to garrison Muju Star. If you ask me to help you again in the future, you must provide enough chips. Shi Yuan looked at Ji Siyu in surprise. To be on the safe side, she invited Ji Wu to come and take charge. With her here, even if two national defense sanctuaries came, the Baize Marshal's mansion would not be reduced to a purgatory on Earth again. Unexpectedly, Ji Siyu and she had the same idea, but the person he invited was not Ji Wu, but Qi Jing. Ji Siyu smiled and said, even if I don't go to Muju Star, the Triangle Star region will not be lost. It's not a favor from the Marshal. Yunk will definitely remember the Marshal's rescue this time. If the Marshal needs me in the future, I am willing to serve you. Qi Jing couldn't stand these flowery and high-sounding words, and said with a fake smile, you are so nice. If I really need help, how can you help? After that, he looked at Ji Wu. Is he really the son of Yun Qi? He is so smooth-talking. Are you mistaken? Compared with Ji Qinglian, he looks more like your own child. Ji Siyu, Ji Wu, Chapter 223. The separation of Yun Hezuo from Yongnao Empire indicated that the rule of Tongxi imperial family was further declining. After that, Taotai family, Tingsha family and Bei's family formally formed an alliance, signed a series of mutually beneficial cooperation treaties, and refused to trade with any chamber of commerce and forces of Jumuzuo. They did not formally declare war on Tongxi imperial family, but the meaning of exclusion was obvious enough. Emperor Yongyao also tried to find allies, but whether it was the Phoenix family, Qilin family, or Yinglong family, they were unwilling to openly stand on the side and be enemies with Taotai family and Tingsha family at the same time. Unfortunately, the Battle of Xingqiong Grand Canyon has not yet ended. With the current situation of Tongxi imperial family, it is impossible to support the Jinwu Legion to fight on 2 or 3 fronts. Emperor Yongyao could not take the initiative to declare war. Ji Wu and Qi Jing also saw this point, and wanted to use Winston Empire to kill Tongxi imperial family without bloodshed. Late at night, Xingqiong Grand Canyon. The sound of rushing water splashing against the hard rocks created transparent water splashes, and the drifting water droplets drew a cool arc in the air, occasionally falling into the mirror lake under the waterfall. A dark figure stood beside the waterfall, quietly watching the crescent moon in the sky slowly moving in the water. After an unknown amount of time, a rustling sound came from behind, and another mysterious man in a cloak walked out of the shadowy woods. Seeing the cloaked man standing by the lake, the visitor laughed in an ambiguous low voice. As long as you live long enough, anything can happen. The great Emperor Yongyao would actually meet his enemy in such a narrow and remote place. When it came to the word enemy, the other party emphasized the syllables, as if he was mocking something, and there was also a bit of gloating. Emperor Yongyao was not angry at his sarcasm. Why do you laugh at me when you are only 50 steps ahead? If you are not desperate, you don't have to come here to see me. Can you help the Holy Angel family get out of the quagmire of the battlefield by making fun of me? He folded his hands in front of his abdomen, his posture was relaxed and comfortable, and it was completely impossible to tell that he had been forced into a desperate situation by the Tao Tai family and the Tingsha family. The Duke of the Holy Angel stopped laughing, and his green eyes stared at Emperor Yongyao, who was only 10 meters away from him, through the dark night. Both Emperor Yongyao and the Duke of the Holy Angel knew that the war in Xinjiang Grand Canyon was the product of the competition between various forces. Amelia, the crown prince of the Winston Empire, wanted to regain power. The Holy Totem family, which controlled the government, was her biggest obstacle, but the Holy Totem family was also the foundation of the Reinhardt royal family's rule over the country. She could not destroy them directly, but could only achieve her goal by weakening their political influence and the combat effectiveness of the Holy Totem Legion. The attack she suffered from the Golden Crow's death squad on Tianyao Star became the best excuse for the Winston Empire to attack the Yongyao Empire. The Holy Angel family and the Griffin family could not ignore the attack on the Crown Prince, and had to send troops to the Xinjiang Grand Canyon to attack the Tanshi Imperial family. In this way, the Tanshi Imperial family could only be forced to fight. Unfortunately, neither the Holy Angel Legion nor the Griffin Legion wanted to make wedding clothes for others. Since the beginning of the war, they have been fighting small battles, without any major losses, but they cannot leave the battlefield. Yongyao Emperor saw the attitude of the Holy Angel Duke and the Griffin Duke, and of course, he would not take the initiative to attack and kill the Golden Crow Legion here, so that Ji Wu and Qi Jing could reap the benefits. Therefore, this show battle that both sides knew well has been deadlocked until now. The Duke of the Holy Angel sneered. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Amelia was pushed to the throne by him, and the old Duke of Iris. At that time, he only thought that she was a puppet that could be easily controlled. Who could have thought that under the puppet's skin was a poisonous snake? The poisonous snake quietly absorbed the nutrients of the Iris family and grew up. Together with Chris, it sent away the old Duke of Iris. It also used its marriage contract to win over the Griffin family, and prepared to deal with the Holy Angel family. The Duke of the Holy Angel will certainly not sit and wait for death. He wants to let Amelia know that he can make her the crown prince, but he can also make her fall into the endless abyss. She should realize that the Winston royal family has long lost the glory of the founding empress, and all struggles are in vain. Of course, it is you and I to form an alliance. Emperor Yongyao said his intention straightforwardly. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Although the Yongyao Empire and the Winston Empire have been in constant friction, there is no rule that stipulates that the two sides are inevitable enemies. Now the Jinwu family and the Holy Angel family are in a similar predicament. Why can't they put aside their past grudges and work together? The Holy Angel Duke sneered. You are now attacked from all sides. What can you use to cooperate with me? Amelia will not destroy the Holy Angel family and destroy her foundation no matter what. At most, she will replace an obedient head of the family and have absolute say in the Congress. The Holy Angel Duke is certainly unwilling to become a victim of the power struggle. He is a gifted person in the Holy Domain realm, second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Why should he give way to Amelia's ambition? And why should he let the Holy Angel family become a running dog at the feet of others? Emperor Yongyao suddenly laughed out loud and said meaningfully, How do you know that I am fighting alone? Do you think everyone wants to see the rise of the Tao Ai family and the Tingsha family? The ambitions of Ji Wu and Qi Jing have been revealed. If the Tanshi royal family falls, who will be the next? The reason why the Totem Covenant can last for 1,000 years is not because the Totem family keeps its promise, but because the Totem family tacitly restrains each other. The privileges of the Totem family are not inferior to those of the royal family. Except for the nominal distinction between the monarch and the ministers, it is almost the same as an independent dynasty. Who doesn't like this kind of ruling mode that enjoys many privileges and only needs to pay a few obligations in wartime? Ji Wu tore up the Totem Covenant, which seemed to give the Totem family greater freedom, but also made all parties anxious and vigilant. The more powerful the Tao Tai family becomes, the more people hope that it will collapse, but no one wants to jump out and be a live target. This is also one of the reasons why Ji Wu and Qi Jing did not declare war on the Tanshi royal family. In the unprecedented change, whoever jumps out first will die the fastest. The Duke of the Holy Angel looked at him for a few seconds. Tell me, your bargaining chip. Emperor Yongyao looked at him calmly and slowly uttered 2 words. The Duke of the Holy Angel raised his eyebrows in surprise. In a short silence, the two sides smiled at each other. Half an hour later, the two sides ended the conversation, and the Duke of the Holy Angel left first. Emperor Yongyao still stayed by the waterfall, with his back to the woods, watching a fish jumping out of the lake. Not long after, a tall and straight figure walked out of the woods and bowed slightly to him. Brother, Is it reliable to cooperate with him? The Duke of the Holy Angel is as cunning as a fox. He can discuss cooperation with a smile at the moment, but he can turn his face and deny people the moment he turns around. The risk of forming an alliance with him is too great. Emperor Yongyao glanced at Tang Shijin, who was frowning, and said, "There are risks in doing anything. The Duke of the Holy Angel has something to ask for, so he is naturally a good partner. You have been here long enough. Go back to Tianyao Star tomorrow. Suer is too young to handle the affairs of Yunhezuo. It just so happens that you lived there for a while when you were young. If you can get Yunhezuo back, you will be in charge of it in the future." Tang Shijin was surprised and said, "Me?" Emperor Yongyao smiled, "Of course. Back then, I was insignificant and could not save your parents. I could only give you some. It was just a trivial help. Now I am the Emperor Yongyao, but I have to be bound by the glory of the royal family and cannot disclose to the outside world the mistakes that Tang Shiza made in the past. I am sorry for you." Tang Shijin lowered his eyes and shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't helped me in secret, how could I be where I am today?" Emperor Yongyao smiled, walked over and patted his shoulder. "I hope you don't blame me. You have a history with the Baizhe family. If Yunxiao is willing, you can meet me." Puff, hot blood splashed, and the bloody palm pierced through Emperor Yongyao's heart, and the beating heart beat in his palm. Emperor Yongyao looked at Tang Shijin, who was close at hand, in disbelief. He lowered his eyes, his golden red eyes were swallowed by darkness, and he looked down at himself coldly like an ant. "You?" Tang Shijin leaned over to his ear. "Brother, don't you know who you are? Why are you pretending to be a gentleman in front of me? When Tang Shiza slaughtered the Baizhe family, you worked hard for him, didn't you?" Emperor Yongyao stared at him, trying to call on the star power to fight back, but found himself trapped in a space isolated from the outside world. He couldn't even summon the mimicry, and could only let the blood flow out of his body, waiting for death to come hopelessly. As if sensing Emperor Yongyao's unwillingness, Tang Shijin laughed softly. "I forgot to tell you that I have arrived at the Holy Land, waiting for you to leave Tianyao Palace and take your life." After the voice fell, he did not hesitate to use the strength in his hands, and crushed Emperor Yongyao's heart alive. Tang Shihao never dreamed that he had tried every means to kill Tang Shiza, and killed his father, who never looked at him straight in the eye. He finally ascended the throne and became Emperor Yongyao, who was worshipped by millions of people, but he would eventually die in an unknown corner of Xingqiang Grand Canyon. How is it possible? He had so many spies around Tang Shijin. How could Tang Shijin be promoted to the Saint Realm quietly, till his breathing stopped? Tang Shijin did not answer his doubts, but just pushed him away with disgust, watching his body being engulfed by the pure black fire of the golden crow. Under the cold moonlight, Tang Shijin's shadow was getting longer and longer, and a wicked dragon swam out of it, climbing up along his calves until it stuck to his shoulders and neck, spitting out its tongue and making a low hum that no one could understand. Chapter 224. Emperor Yongyao is dead. He died in Xingqiang Grand Canyon. Also died the Holy Angel Duke of Winston Empire. The former was killed without a complete body, while the latter fled back to the Holy Angel Corps with his seriously injured body, but died before he could even say a word. After the Holy Angel Duke died, his body was burned to ashes by the Golden Crow fire, which directly led to a violent conflict between the Holy Angel Corps and the Golden Crow Corps, which were temporarily on a truce, and even affected the Phoenix family and the Qilin family, who had stationed troops in Xingqiang Grand Canyon to guard the Star Gate. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar in the universe, and the discussion it triggered was no less than when Ji Wu angrily tore up the Totem Covenant and announced that the Star Crown constellation had separated from the Yongyao Empire. Everyone wanted to know what happened in Xingqiang Grand Canyon, and countless speculations appeared on the Star Network. Why did Emperor Yongyao go to Xingqiang Grand Canyon? Wasn't the Duke of Holy Angel supervising the battle in the rear? Why did he go to the front line? Could it be that the two of them accidentally encountered each other in Xingqiang Grand Canyon, and a conflict broke out? After the fight, it was out of control, and they fought to the death, and finally both suffered losses? This speculation is obviously untenable. Neither Emperor Yongyao nor the Duke of Holy Angel was desperate. Even if they found that the other party was doing something secretly, they would not rush to fight desperately. The parties involved have turned to ashes. No matter how much the spectators want to know the truth of the matter, they can only scratch their heads and wait for the follow-up development. The death of Emperor Yongyao directly caused chaos in the Golden Crow seat. As soon as Empress Yongyao learned the news, she took control of the imperial palace, arrested Tang Shishi's mother, and supported Tang Xia to ascend the throne. Tang Shishi was dissatisfied and attacked Empress Yongyao for being a partisan and intended to split the Jinwu throne, demanding that she release her mother. Empress Yongyao certainly would not throw away the biggest bargaining chip in her hand because of a few criticisms, and took out the evidence that Tang Shishu had secretly harmed Tang Shixing in order to compete for the position of crown prince. The cause of Tang Shixing's death has not been found out, and Empress Yongyao is still worried about it. There are also many speculations from the outside world. The evidence she gave is very convincing, and won a small number of public opinion advantages. But in the current situation, the role that public opinion can play is minimal. Tang Shishu is a pure-blooded Jinwu, the most capable among the current heirs of the Tangxi royal family, and there are also preparations and foreshadowings in the early stage, so there are more and more people supporting him. On the other hand, Tang Xia, before Tang Shixing's death, she was just a silly and sweet princess, and she has not yet been promoted to the extraordinary realm. Everyone knows that she is a puppet of Empress Yongyao. Tianyao Star was in chaos. In order not to drag him down, Tang Shishu's mother committed suicide in the palace where she lived, breaking the stalemate between the two sides. Tang Shishu led his men into the imperial palace. The once prosperous Tianyao Star was flooded with blood. Queen Yongyao was killed by two national sanctuaries, who supported Tang Shishu in the chaos. When many people thought that the battle for power was coming to an end, Tang Shijin suddenly withdrew the Jinwu Legion from the Xingqiang Grand Canyon and disappeared. The Griffin Duke used the Tangxi royal family's murder of the Holy Angel Duke as an excuse to lead the Griffin Legion and the Holy Angel Legion across the Xingqiang Grand Canyon and send troops to the Jinwu seat. Without Tang Shijin's strongest shield, the Jinwu seat was like a clam shell that exposed the softest part of its body, and was completely unable to deal with the fangs of the Winston Empire. A large number of people crowded at the border of the Jinwu seat, trying to escape the impending war. The nobles, big and small, had no time to consider whether they had stood on the right side in the battle for power. They immediately fled to other constellations, with the wealth accumulated by their ancestors. More than 2/3 of the Jinwu Legion were taken away by Tang Shijin. Tang Shishu, who had just been promoted to the 3rd level of transcendence, could not resist the joint attack of the Griffin Legion and the Holy Angel Legion. As a last resort, Tang Shishu asked for help from the Phoenix family, Yinglong family and Qilin family. The Qilin family rejected his request, and the Yinglong family said they would wait and see. Feng Nancheng met with Tang Shishu on behalf of the Phoenix family. No one knew what the two talked about, but 3 days later, Feng Nancheng led the Phoenix 5th and 6th legions into the Jinwu seat. The Yinglong family, who wanted to wait and see, seemed to think it was profitable, and Yingheng also led the Yinglong 7th and 8th legions into the Jinwu seat. After reading the latest war report, Shi Yuan put down the Xing Luo, picked up the Yunding Luqing on the table and took a sip. You disappeared just in time. Jinwu seat is now a dish. Anyone can take a chopstick. Below her, sitting was Tang Shijin, who disappeared in Xingqiang Grand Canyon. Tang Shijin also drank a sip of Yunding Luqing and said slowly, I have been forbearing for many years, just for today. Tang Shihao thought he was a homeless stray dog, and throwing a meat bone would make him loyal, but he didn't know that he was a resentful jackal, pretending to be a dog just to gain his trust, and one day bite his neck hard. After all, the only lesson that history teaches us is that people have never learned any lessons from history. Note 1, Tang Shihao attacked Tang Shiza, stepped on his corpse to become the crown prince of the empire, and finally sat on the throne of Emperor Yongyao, but he arrogantly thought that he would not make the same mistake. Shi Yuan looked at him. What I'm more curious about is how you killed him, and the Holy Angel Duke at the same time. It's easy to plot against Emperor Yongyao. People make mistakes and horses stumble. Tang Shijin has been thinking about him for so long, and he will always be able to wait until he is killed with one blow. As for the Holy Angel Duke, although she has not had direct contact with him, she has been in the Winston Empire for so long, and she knows his personality and style of doing things. He will not be easily plotted, especially in a place like Xingqiang Grand Canyon, which is not safe. Tang Shijin responded to her test calmly, anyway, we have achieved our goal, so does it matter what method we use? Shi Yuan took another sip of Yunding Luqing, just know what you are doing. What are your plans for the future? Jin Wuzuo will definitely not be able to return and does not need to return, but how to deal with the Jinwu Corps is a problem. We can't just disband it on the spot, and let the soldiers find another way out. Let's not talk about whether this will work or not. At first glance, it sounds like a very irresponsible idea. Tang Shijin would never do this even if he got kicked in the head by a donkey. Tang Shijin thought for a while, and said, I want to go to Yunhezuo to have a look. After the death of Emperor Yongyao, the Tangxi royal family was powerless to save the situation. Tang Shishu had no ability to save the collapsing building. Tang Xia's whereabouts were unknown after the death of Queen Yongyao. No one knew where she went or whether she was dead or alive. Everything happened too suddenly. Even though Shi Yuan had always asked people to pay attention to Tang Xia's movements, she inevitably lost track of her. You can't go to Yunha's seat, Shi Yuan denied. Tang Shijin was stunned at first, and then realized what she meant. The Baizhe family had just announced the evil deeds of the Tangxi royal family in the past. The two sides are now mortal enemies. Neither Tang Shijin nor the Jinwu army are suitable to appear in Yunha's seat. He opened his mouth to say something, but finally just smiled dejectedly. It turned out that there was no place for him. Shi Yuan was not a soft-hearted person, but seeing Tang Shijin's current appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He sighed and said, "You stay in Jinli's seat first, and there will always be a time to go back." After the death of Emperor Yongyao, Tang Shijin could have taken the Jinwu army back to Jinwu's seat and established himself as emperor, but he didn't do so. Instead, he chose to leave a mess to Tangxi Su, and let the Tangxi royal family completely fall into an irreversible abyss. Tang Shijin did not agree to her immediately, but nodded after a long silence. He did not indulge in the confusion of having nowhere to go. He quickly restrained his bad mood and asked proactively, "How is Siyu now?" Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "He has Xinglua, you can ask yourself. What's wrong with these two brothers? Why don't they contact each other when they have something to do, but let her be the mouthpiece?" Tang Shijin was speechless for a moment. Shi Yuan looked at his face and asked tentatively, "What? Did you quarrel?" These two words don't seem to be applicable to Ji Siyu and Tang Shijin. "Not really, we just have some differences in the understanding of certain things." He gave a vague answer. Shi Yuan saw that he didn't want to say more, and didn't ask questions, so he changed the subject and said, "You can live here with peace of mind. If you need anything, just tell me directly. If you feel you have nothing to do, you can go to the alienation area. I will find a way to take the families of those soldiers over. Even this has been considered. You are really watertight." Tang Shijin sighed from the bottom of his heart. Shi Yuan put down the teacup. "If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have the chance to sit here and talk to you." Tang Shijin knew that she was the one who caused Tang Shi's death, and also knew that she was a member of the Blood Rose, so it was not difficult to understand the meaning of this sentence. He smiled and poured himself another cup of tea. "I trouble you with the families of the soldiers, and I have something else to tell you." "What is it?" Shi Yuan was surprised. "I have heard a little about the Qinghua family. Not long ago, I found a strange place in Xingqiang Grand Canyon." Tang Shijin unfolded his light brain, and showed her a few photos taken temporarily. When Shi Yuan heard him mention the Qinghua family, she had a bad premonition in her heart, and when she saw the photos, this premonition became stronger. In the photo, there is no Qinghua surrounded by black star power and evil star patterns, but a star array shrouded in darkness. Two evil dragons formed by black star power are wandering around the star array, as if patrolling their own territory. Tang Shijin explained, "This is what I found by accident. It seems to be a teleportation star array in a canyon where few people go. The two evil dragons are very vigilant. I dare not approach them. I only took these photos. I wonder if this has anything to do with the Qinghua family's collusion with the Star Pirates." Shi Yuan has been investigating how the Qinghua family interacts with the Star Pirates, but has not found any clues so far. She never thought that she would find a breakthrough here with Tang Shijin. She immediately said, "Give me the coordinates of this place." Tang Shijin sent her a star map, and Shi Yuan quickly determined the specific location of the photo area from the star map. It is close to the Winston Empire, and is not within the scope of the Totem family. She couldn't help but frown. Could it be that someone in the Winston Empire is colluding with the Star Pirates? Tang Shijin saw that she was thinking, and said, "The terrain here is very complicated. If you want to go, I can lead the way. Now the Xingqiang Grand Canyon is in chaos. After I led my men to withdraw, the Winston Empire almost occupied all the fortresses. It is best to be cautious when checking the situation." Shi Yuan nodded. "I will consider it. Thank you for the news." Tang Shijin finished drinking Yunding Luqing, stood up and said, "Then I will go to rest for a while, and we will talk about other things later." "Okay." Tang Shijin walked out, and the moment he turned around, his golden red eyes were filled with thick ink, and then quickly returned to normal. Chapter 225. Watching Tang Shijin's back disappear, Shi Yuan tapped the table with her fingers. She had no intention of exploring Tang Shijin's secrets, but killing Yongyao Emperor and the Holy Angel Duke, who controlled the totem power at the same time. This was not an ordinary method, at least she was sure she couldn't do it. Then how did Tang Shijin do it? After thinking for a while, and failing to come up with a reasonable explanation, Shi Yuan took out the star snail and contacted GCU, ready to ask him what conflict had occurred between him and Tang Shijin, so that the other party had to go through her to know about him. During this period, GCU was very busy. After Yun Xiao returned, the Physique Corps issued a recruitment notice, and the talented people of Yunhe Constellation rushed to sign up, and a series of things such as screening, training new recruits, and actual combat needed to be checked by people. The various rebels who came to surrender. We must make appropriate arrangements. Even if we know that they may not be sincere, and even a considerable number of them are spies arranged by other forces, we cannot turn our backs on them directly. It is best to arrange them in the right position, and serve as a mouthpiece when necessary. In addition, the Star Pirate Rebellion in the southern region of Yunhe Constellation has not been completely resolved, and GCU has to send people to suppress the bandits. Yun Xiao is still too inexperienced in handling government affairs, and most of the documents he reviewed must be reviewed by GCU again to avoid mistakes. Yun Xing was not idle either. With what he learned from Qi Qian, he vigorously developed the intelligence network of the Physique family. It was not smooth at the beginning. The Physique family is now short of everything, and there is no sufficient funds for her to develop intelligence points as recklessly as sowing beans. GCU had just finished processing a document when he received Shi Yuan's tidal voice. When he opened the Aurora Chamber of Commerce in Yunhezuo, he gathered a lot of talents, and now they are just in use. Although it is still a bit stretched, it is much better than handling the government affairs of the entire Yunhezuo by himself. Gu Shi, who followed him the earliest, is currently the director of the finance department of Yunhezuo. He has been checking the accounts recently, and has to worry about the supply of materials for the Physique Corps. He is so anxious that he has several blisters on his mouth. Are you busy? Shi Yuan leaned back in the office chair leisurely, and signed a few documents that were not very important. GCU listened to her brisk voice, and the irritability caused by the messy government affairs was dissipated a lot. He pinched his eyebrows. It will probably take a long time to be busy. After Tang Shishu arrived at Yunhezuo, he focused on expanding the Jinwu Corps. He didn't care about people's livelihood and economy at all, and handed all these over to the noble children who came with him. It's easy to imagine what those people would do to Yunhezuo's big fat meat. Even though GCU made arrangements in advance, he couldn't stop their greed. A considerable number of consuls were idle, and relied on bribes to get their positions. They exploited and plundered the people without any care, and many areas were in dire straits. The emergence of so many rebels in Yunhezuo is inseparable from these people. These things cannot be solved in a short time. It will take at least several years for Yunhezuo to restore its former prosperity and wealth. There are internal and external troubles, and nothing can make GC worry-free. Shi Yuan heard the helplessness in his words, and deliberately said, "If you are not afraid that I will sideline you, I can lend you some manpower." With Ji Wu in charge of the Corona constellation, not many people dare to play tricks behind the scenes. The assessment and appointment of the Archons ensured relative fairness and justice, so after Shi Yuan regained the Golden Carp constellation, she did not encounter the current predicament of GCU. Also because she had considered the issue of governing the Golden Carp constellation in advance, the subsequent talent selection went smoothly. According to the code of conduct of going deep into the grassroots and the masses, the talents who passed the assessment were assigned to various regions for training, and they were promoted after making achievements. When these people grow up, they will be the backbone of the Golden Carp constellation in the future. GCU's fingertips fell on the table and tapped lightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "What do you want?" It's not that he is polite. Things in government affairs should be made clear. The distinction between public and private is the best respect for both parties. Shi Yuan stroked the kitten lazily lying in his arms. In 5 years, I want 50% of the S-level rare alien materials exported by Yunhezuo. GC raised his eyebrows in surprise. So much. Can you eat it? The main commodity exported by Jinlizuo is also alien materials. There is no need to stockpile so much. Shi Yuan laughed softly. I can't eat it. Then I can settle with you in Xingwu. She added calmly. GC was stunned at first, and then reacted to the meaning of her words. Are you a middleman to make a profit from the price difference? Buy alien materials from Yunhezuo at a relatively low price, and then make them into Xingwu, and sell them back at a high price. Shi Yuan didn't care that his wishful thinking was seen through by him, and asked back, with the current situation of Yunhezuo, is it capable of manufacturing large quantities of S-level Xingwu? The answer is no. Yunhe Constellation has a serious loss of talent. Most of the serious star martial arts masters have gone to other constellations, and become guests of honor in large families. In a short period of time, it is impossible to produce high-level star martial arts sufficient for war consumption. Let's take a step back. Who will sell high-level star martial arts to you in a constellation? How much can those who are willing to sell? How to guarantee the quality? GCU side, you are really in the bag. Without waiting for Sure Yuan to speak, he said simply, deal. He cleverly drew inferences from one example. I also need the star array. Sure Yuan, Listening to his pleasant tone, why do I feel that I am not here to make money but to give money? Sure Yuan did not rashly intervene in the chaos of Jinwu constellation. With the death of the Holy Angel Duke in front, the Winston Empire was put on the fire. It is impossible to fight a small fight like before, and Emilia will not miss this excellent opportunity. The Phoenix family and the Yinglong family sent troops to aid Tongshi Su, so that the Tongshi royal family would not collapse in a short time. But it is easier to invite gods than to send them away. The Phoenix family and the Yinglong family are not philanthropists. They will definitely get enough benefits from the Golden Crow seat if they intervene in this matter at the risk of getting burned. In this way, it is almost impossible for the Tongshi royal family to recover. Tongshi Su is now like a frog trapped in warm water. Sooner or later, he will be burned to death by the firewood added by various forces. Sure Yuan has no need to rush to get involved. Regarding the place mentioned by Tongshi Jin, Sure Yuan did not rush to check it out, but told Yuan Zhou the news. She is not fighting alone, and there is no need to rush to the front in everything and take risks that can be completely avoided. The Tianyuan family has been guarding the seal of the demon god, and they must be more professional than her in handling such things. Besides, the situation in Xingqiang Grand Canyon is unclear. If she goes there rashly and is discovered by the Winston Empire, she will cause a lot of trouble. Tianyuan clan is different. They are not competitive and never participate in the struggle for power and profit. Winston Empire has to give Yuan Zhou some face no matter what. Yuan Zhou got the news and said that he would go to investigate and told her not to worry. Sure Yuan stayed in the Golden Carp seat and waited for the results of his investigation. She also asked people to pay attention to the situation in the desolate star domain. The star pirates, who had been harassing the triangle star domain like locusts, disappeared, and the black star power gradually reduced its concentration under the effect of the purification star array. Several strange altars set up by black talents were found in the chaos star domain. They were taken down by Tianyuan clan and followed the clues to catch many people who performed evil blood sacrifices. The gears of time turned slowly, and the Tingsha family suddenly received bad news. Qi Duo, who was previously sent by Qi Jing to the Triangle Star Domain, was found, but he had become a corpse. The cause of death was that his heart was forcibly pierced by external force, and his body was drained of blood. His body was found after a sandstorm. He had been dead for more than half a year. Because he was a strong man in the Saint realm, his body did not rot. Coincidentally, the protector of the country saint who remained neutral in the previous coup of the Tongshi royal family also died, and the specific cause of death was suppressed by Tongshi Su. A month later, news of the death of Saint Realm strongman one after another came to Sure Yuan's ears. The cause of death was surprisingly uniform, and they died of violently crushing their hearts and draining their blood. These news were not made public, but they were enough to make those who knew them shudder. The Saint Realm strongmen are the strongest fighting force in the universe. They control the domain and have means that ordinary people can hardly imagine. If it were not for the absolute strength of overwhelming, how could they die quietly? 1 or 2 might succeed in a sneak attack, but 5 or 6. It's impossible that everyone would not notice the danger approaching and be easily killed. After finishing the conversation with Ji Wu again, Sure Yuan pursed her lips and listed the Saint Domain strongmen who died recently on the light brain. There were 11 in total. 7 of them had totem blood, and the other 4 were not loyal to any force. Her eyes fell on the 2 words at the top of the list. Qi Duo. He was the first. No. If we don't mention the cause of death, just count the combat power. The first to die should be Yongyao Emperor or the Holy Angel Duke. Yongyao Emperor did not leave a body, and no one knew how he died. The biggest guess at present is that he fought with the Holy Angel Duke for unknown reasons, and was defeated in the end, and gave up his life. But Sure Yuan knew the inside story. Yongyao Emperor's death was related to Tang Shijin. Tang Shijin had not reached the Saint Domain realm, so it was impossible to kill him directly, and most likely he used other means. Her previous guess was that Tang Shijin had plotted against Emperor Yongyao and the Holy Angel Duke, causing both of them to suffer losses, and he dealt a fatal blow to the other party after Emperor Yongyao left with serious injuries. This was the most likely scenario. Now, Sure Yuan had to make a more terrible guess. Emperor Yongyao and the Holy Angel Duke were both killed by Tang Xijin. To make the conflict between the Winston Empire and the Tangxi royal family irreconcilable, the death of Emperor Yongyao was not enough. Even if everyone knew that Emperor Yongyao was killed by the Holy Angel Duke, Tangxi Su did not have the capital to declare war on the Winston Empire. Only the death of the Holy Angel Duke could completely drag the Winston Empire into the water and leave the Tangxi royal family no room for recovery. How did Tang Xijin do it? Sure Yuan held her breath and thought of the teleportation star array he mentioned. Yuan Zhou went to investigate personally and found that there was indeed such a place, which was consistent with what Tang Xijin said. Before she made a bolder guess, the door of the study was suddenly knocked. Sure Yuan was so focused that she didn't notice someone approaching. She was startled by the noise and looked out subconsciously. She saw Tang Xijin standing at the door with his usual indifference. She suppressed the emotions in her heart and said calmly, "You are back?" Tang Xijin nodded, walked to the table, and sat down to pour himself a glass of water. He looked unhappy. 3 days ago, he said he was going to Yanhezuo to see GCU. Sure Yuan didn't stop him. "Fighting again?" she asked tentatively. Tang Xijin drank the tea in the cup. His golden eyes fell and met her eyes. After a short 2-second pause, he shook his head, "Not counted." Sure Yuan didn't know how to respond. GCU and Tang Xijin were not simply brothers. Many things needed to be solved by themselves, and others were not suitable to intervene. Just as she was about to find a suitable excuse to leave, Tang Xijin suddenly said, "You are very cautious." These 5 short words made Sure Yuan's back cold. She suppressed the urge to run out of the door, maintained her usual expression, and asked back with a little doubt, "Why do you suddenly talk about this?" If Tang Xijin had the strength to easily kill Yongyao Emperor, she would not be able to escape even if she tried her best. Steady him first. Tang Xijin slowly curled his lips. "You are so smart. Don't you know what I mean?" Almost the moment the voice fell, the rose holy realm enveloped the entire study, and Sure Yuan's figure disappeared. Tang Xijin put down the teacup slowly, and such a light movement made the blood-red scene shattered. In an instant, his 5 fingers formed claws, and he took a step forward, firmly grasping a slender neck hidden in the illusion. The greedy holy scythe chopped down, and Tang Xijin froze it in place with a slight raise of his hand. The absolute power gap made Sure Yuan unable to resist at all. She was thrown against the wall fiercely, and the pain spread from her spine to the back of her shoulders. Her limbs were imprisoned by invisible forces, and she couldn't even do simple movements like bending her fingers. Tang Xijin was quite satisfied with her slaughtering appearance, leaned slightly close to her ear, and whispered, "Don't be so nervous, I don't plan to kill you for the time being." In the blink of an eye, his pupils were occupied by a thick black color, leaving no clarity, and the evil dragon swam out of his collar, and spit at Sure Yuan's cheek wrinkled in pain. Chapter 226. What do you think of the recent deaths in the Holy Land? Ji Wu sat in a pavilion in Xingwan City, looking at the afterglow of the setting sun outside the city. In front of her, there was a floating star snail, which resonated with several tidal sounds at the same time, and the threads behind it occasionally flowed along the silver star pattern. This is a special star snail, which is closely connected to the owner's spiritual power. No one else can use it except the owner. There was a silence in the star snail, and then a vigorous and powerful voice sounded. The Qilin totem gave me a warning. The person who spoke was the head of the Qilin family. Since the pure-blooded heirs of the Qilin family died one by one, he has been very silent in various occasions, no longer as vigorous as he was in his youth. He is also the oldest head of the totem family, a generation older than Ji Wu and others. There was another short silence, and the head of the Yinglong family said, "Me too." He has always been cynical, but his tone at this time was particularly serious, without any joking intention. There is no need to ask one by one. The other family heads have received warnings from the totem. This situation has never occurred since everyone succeeded to the position of family head. Is there a problem in the Desolate Star region? The head of the Phoenix family asked. The chiefing constellation has no planets bordering the Desolate Star region, so there is no need to resist the harassment of star pirates, and it has lost the opportunity to explore the Desolate Star region in the first time. Qi Jing replied, "I have been to the Desolate Star region in person, and did not find any abnormalities. I suspect that a person with totem bloodline sacrificed to the demon god and obtained extremely powerful power from him, just like the one who rebelled against the Tianyuan clan 1,000 years ago. Ordinary people's mimicry is not strong enough. Even if they offer sacrifices to the demon god, the power they can get is limited. It is impossible to have the strength to easily kill the strong in the Holy Land. This is also the reason why the demon god order has been wandering outside, but there is rarely a chaos in the universe. Not every totem bloodline can get the power to destroy the world by offering sacrifices to the demon god. This is related to the obsession of the sacrificer and the things exchanged with the demon god. Those who offer their souls will gradually lose themselves in the process of gaining power and become the agent of the demon god in the world. Yuan Qin did this 1,000 years ago. And that chaos in the universe made Tianyuan clan pay a heavy price, and it was also the key to the rise of the 7 totem families. At that time, the ruins of the Star Gate came to the world, and the first-generation families got the inheritance of the 7 totems, became the dependents of the totems, and helped Tianyuan clan strengthen the seal of the demon god that was loosened by Yuan Qin, thus prospering for 1,000 years. After this, before the totem patriarchs reach the end of their lives, most of them will go to the god-inspired land in the desolate star region and use their remaining power to reinforce the seal. Jiwu tapped the table with his fingers. Yuan Qin is not dead. He broke the seal and escaped to the desolate star region. This matter may be related to him. These words were like a bomb dropped into the water, shocking the patriarch so much that they did not speak for a long time. Patriarch Long was the first to say, "Didn't Tianyuan kill him back then?" Jiwu sighed. He carries the power of the demon god in his body. As long as the demon god is not dead, he will not be destroyed. Tianyuan only sealed him at the beginning and failed to completely annihilate him. Why are you talking about such an important thing now? Patriarch Fengwang frowned. Jiwu asked back, "What can you do after I tell you? Find him and kill him?" The Tianyuan clan has the power to restrain the demon god, but they can't kill him. The totem clan is more likely to leak the news, causing unpredictable consequences. Qi Jing knew that things had developed to this point, and everyone was anxious, but now was not the time to blame each other. He coughed and changed the subject. Does the Tianyuan clan know about this? Jiwu didn't care about the insignificant accusation of the Phoenix family head, and replied, "The Tianyuan clan has been looking for Yuan Qin's whereabouts, with little success." Ying Yao couldn't help muttering, "I was wondering why Yuan Zhou went crazy some time ago, running to Chaos Star to kill star thieves. It turned out to be related to Yuan Qin. By the way, you have a good relationship with the Tianyuan clan, and you know so many of their movements." Jiwu was silent for a moment. Her relationship with the Tianyuan clan was actually average, mainly because she had a close relationship with the Tianyuan clan head. Ignoring Ying Yao's inappropriate digression, Jiwu talked about business seriously. Yuan Qin should have recovered some of his strength now. Killing the Saint Domain is mostly for sacrifice to the demon god. You'd better not be alone recently, and let the familiar Saint Domain stay together. He won't find an opportunity to attack, and will naturally reveal his flaws. The head of the Phoenix family frowned. It's easy for us, but the trouble is the Winston Empire. They don't know about the demon god seal, and they are not sure whether there are people over there who have been bewitched by the demon god. She didn't finish her words, but all the heads of the families understood. The Winston Empire and the Yongyao Empire have always been at odds, and they also like to deal with killer intelligence organizations such as Blood Rose and Black Iris that don't take the lives of ordinary people seriously. No one can guarantee that after they learn about the demon god seal, they will stand on the same front with the totem family, instead of choosing to become the followers of the demon god and directly destroy the totem family. Jiwu tapped the table with his fingers. Let's not talk about the seal of the demon god. So many saints have died recently. They are not fools, and certainly don't want to give up their lives. They are probably united now. The seal of the demon god has not shown any signs of loosening. The most important thing now is to find Yuan Qin, and find a way to seal him again. Before he finished speaking, Jiwu suddenly felt a violent vibration in the spiritual power spring. The Taotai totem in the central area shone brightly, releasing one after another star power ripples, as if it was fighting against some unknown power with all its strength. The spiritual power spring changed without warning. Even though Jiwu was strong, he could not help but groan. The other family heads encountered the same situation as her. The star power that had not interrupted the sound of the tide flashed a rapid silver light, which meant that the spiritual power of the family heads was in a very unstable state. Qi Jing endured the pain from the depths of his spiritual power spring, and gritted his teeth and said, "What happened?" Marshal Yu Lao, who had not spoken since the first words, said hoarsely, "The demon god is attacking the seal. He is the oldest and has experienced the most things, and knows many unknown secrets." Marshal Yu Lao sighed and said, "The 7-pointed star formation left by the first generation of the family head requires at least 7 totems. Tang Shihao was probably killed by Yuan Qin. Once he died, the Jinwu family no longer had a holy domain that could communicate with the Jinwu totem. The Baizhe family declined, and did not even have a half-step holy domain. The 5 of us plus Yuan Zhou could not restart the 7-pointed star formation. The air fell into silence again, but the movement in the spiritual power springs of the crowd never stopped. Having learned from the failure thousands of years ago, the demon god will not make the same mistake again. He must have made perfect preparations before exposing himself to the world. Perhaps even the disintegration of the Yongyao Empire was his work, and everyone is a chess piece on his chessboard. Just at this moment, Ji Wu's other star conch rang. It was clearly the same tide as usual, but it sounded a little more harsh for some reason, causing her eyelids to twitch and giving her an extremely strong sense of foreboding. She suppressed her discomfort and put the star snail to her ear. Deputy Commander Mo's anxious voice came. "Marshal, someone broke into Jinyuan City and captured the young master, and went to the Chaos Star domain through the Erosion Rain Forest. His strength is too strong, and it is likely that he is a strong man in the Holy Domain. We can't match him and failed to save the young master." Ji Wu lost her usual calmness and stood up suddenly. "What did you say?" She forgot to cover up her voice, and Qi Jing and others heard it clearly, and couldn't help asking, "What happened?" Ji Wu suppressed her anger, and listened to Deputy Commander Mo's detailed description of the process of Shi Yuan's capture. She closed her eyes and said, "I will handle this matter. Don't act rashly." Deputy Commander Mo knew how serious the matter was, so he didn't dare to say much and strictly followed her orders. Interrupting the sound of the tide, Ji Wu raised her hand and pinched her brows, without responding to the questions of the several family heads. "I think you all know how dangerous the demon god is. Now that the seal is loose, no one knows what will happen next. I will rush to the Desolate Star region immediately. You can decide whether to come together or not." Without waiting for others to reply, she put away the star conch and summoned the other 3 Saint Domain strongmen of the Tao Tai family besides her, as well as Ji Qiqi, who had returned to Xinghuan City not long ago. At the same time, Yuan Zhou, who had just sent Ji Qinglian into the God Tree trial ground in Tian Yuan Palace, suddenly looked up at a corner of the sky. There was nothing there, but his face became extremely ugly. Tianheng star in Yunhe constellation. Yuan Xiao woke up from her dream, and the dim night light at the head of the bed illuminated her sweaty face. Seeing the familiar layout around her, she breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, but her violently beating heart was difficult to calm down. She raised her hand to touch the star conch under the pillow, and just when she was about to resonate with the Yuan's tidal sound, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the house. Yun Xing raised his voice. "Xiao Xiao, are you there? I have something urgent to find you." Yuan Xiao wiped his sweaty forehead and quickly responded, "I'm here." Jing'an, with a tense look, walked in quickly with Yuan Xing in his arms. Yuan Xing didn't wait for Yuan Xiao to ask, and said anxiously, "My uncle is missing. I can't find him no matter what. I have a bad feeling." Baizhe can't predict blood relatives with his talent, but he can vaguely sense the impending danger. Yuan Xiao was stunned for a moment. How could it be? He told me during the day that he wanted me to have a good rest tonight, and take me to inspect a new batch of soldiers tomorrow. Thinking of the scene she saw in her dream, she shuddered suddenly. Will it be related to the dream? When Shi Yuan woke up, she was in great pain all over her body, as if every inch of her bones were crushed by a huge force. She took a breath of cold air, endured the pain and opened her eyes, and unexpectedly found that it was pitch black around her. She couldn't see anything, and her hands and feet were not bound. Shi Yuan tried to call on the star power to communicate with the kitten and the sacred tree, but in vain. Her consciousness could not enter the spiritual power spring. No matter how many times she shouted in her heart, the Tao Tai totem and the God Tree totem did not respond. It was like having a false dream, and waking up to find that she was still an ordinary person who could only be slaughtered. This feeling was extremely bad. Shi Yuan pursed her lips slightly, looked around, and tried to see the situation around her clearly, but no matter how she focused her vision, the darkness was still darkness, not giving her the slightest chance to peek into the light. Since she became a mimicry-gifted person, normal darkness could no longer hinder her vision, and the thick black in front of her made her feel almost blind. Recalling what happened before she fell into a coma, she raised her hand and groped forward, and found that there seemed to be a rock wall beside her. The uneven rocks were sometimes smooth and sometimes rough. She had to grope carefully to avoid getting her palms cut. Where is this place? Suddenly, she felt a gaze falling on her, with a condescending scrutiny, and a little interested in looking at her. Shi Yuan looked over keenly and saw nothing. Tanshi Jin? She asked tentatively. From the beginning to the end, Tanshi Jin's behavior was normal, whether it was his hatred for the Tongxi royal family or his protection for Jisiu, so that when he brought the Jinwu army to the Jinli seat, she did not doubt him. Who would have thought that the real target of a person who hated his own blood and didn't even want the throne that was within his reach was her? Someone chuckled in the dark, a little like Tongxi Jin's voice, but a little different. "Long time no see, Yuan Yuan," the man said softly. He paused, and said with a little malice, "Thank you for lifting my seal." Without much reasoning and speculation, Shi Yuan locked the other party's identity in an instant. Yuan Qin. Who would have thought that in such a weird and strange village, there would be a madman who tried to unlock the seal of the demon? He was silent and withdrawn, and was ostracized by the whole village. He was an alien in the eyes of others, but he showed tolerance and love for a little kitten. People are always willing to believe that people who like small animals are not too bad. She naturally sympathized with him, and believed that he was forbearing and insisting on something. Shi Yuan did not wait passively, but took the initiative to ask, "What did you do to Tang Shijin? He sent you to me, and you still care about him?" Yuan Qin asked back with interest. Shi Yuan's mind was very active, and he immediately said, "He sacrificed to the demon god? That's it. Otherwise how could the dying boy who was locked in the cage have the ability to devour Tang Shizai's mimicry? Her potion saved his life, but there was no way to repair his broken spiritual power spring. Tang Shijin, who was carrying a blood feud, how could he bear to become an ordinary person with no power to tie a chicken, and watch the enemy who destroyed his future and hope go free? He made a wish to the demon god and offered his soul to the demon god. In the hatred day after day, he gradually lost himself and became the nourishment of the demon god." Yuan Qin did not respond. Shi Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth lightly. "I see. Why do you want to catch me?" she asked again. She has not yet set foot in the Holy Land. Although she is favored by the sacred tree, she cannot threaten the demon god. It couldn't possibly be used to threaten Yuan Zhou and Ji Wu. Yuan Zhou was carrying a heavy responsibility that he couldn't just let go of, and Ji Wu wasn't the type of person who would be easily threatened, so using her as a bargaining chip was really a bit ridiculous. Yuan Qin remained silent again. Shi Yuan laughed in the endless darkness. "Is it because of the sacred tree totem on me? Yuan Qin gave me her remaining power. She was able to seal you back then, and I can seal you in the future. You don't allow me, a variable, to be free, and you have no way to kill me who is protected by the sacred tree. You can only capture me to avoid ruining your plan?" Another heart-wrenching silence. Shi Yuan sat on the uneven rock wall and continued, "Let me guess where this is. It should be the place you think is the safest. It is the place of divine revelation, where the devil is sealed." This time she was responded with a sigh. Yuan Qin said helplessly, "He is right, you are very smart, you have to be careful." He didn't say anything. She guessed the matter almost exactly. How could she not be afraid? "However, you guessed one thing wrong. Even if you are promoted to the Holy Realm, you can't stop the devil from breaking the seal. Humans can't match gods." Yuan Qin left this ambiguous sentence and turned away. In the darkness, Shi Yuan couldn't see his figure clearly, and whispered the last sentence in his heart. The realm levels of the gifted are divided into the 1st to 9th levels of the primary level, the 3rd level of the intermediate level, and the high level of the Holy Realm. And in the untraceable legend, above the Holy Realm is the realm of the gods. Since the fall of the gods, no one has reached the realm of gods, and gods have become legends. Shi Yuan stood up with the help of the rock wall. Gods are legends, but the devil is not. The devil is not an evil god, so why is he sealed? No one can answer this question except the devil himself. Yuan Qin had already left. It was unknown what he would do next, but he would definitely do something. She couldn't hide her disappearance. Ji Wu and Yuan Zhou would soon know about it, and it was unclear what actions they would take. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Shi Yuan held onto the rock wall and groped forward. The place where the demon god was sealed. The place of divine enlightenment. There were not only demon gods, but also fallen gods. She had to let Yuan Qin know that not tying her up like a dumpling and keeping her there unable to move was the biggest mistake he had made in his life. She didn't know how long she had walked, but she felt the wind blowing past her, a little cool and a little warm, alternating. Following the direction of the wind, Shi Yuan continued to walk forward. She didn't know what she tripped over, and she inevitably fell forward, and then fell into a steep slope, and rolled down. Since being taken back to the Taoai family, Shi Yuan has never been so embarrassed. Without the protection of the star power, she hit the protruding rocks and gasped in pain. She could only curl up and hold her head tightly to avoid being hit. She rolled all the way, and almost fainted when she fell on a piece of sand. Fortunately, her mind was strong enough to survive. Sure Yuan lay on the sand, trying to breathe slowly, and when she recovered some strength, she groped and climbed up. The pain in her body made her stagger and fall back to the ground. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. It should be that she was broken when she rolled down, but because she was in pain all over her body, she couldn't determine the specific part of the injury. Sure Yuan groped on her body and touched a little moisture on her left shoulder. The wound was not deep, just a scratch. After making sure that there was only this wound on her body, she tried to stand up again and accidentally touched something that looked like a stone sculpture. It seemed to be a human-shaped stone sculpture. It was taller than her, wearing armor, holding something in her right hand, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. It was a woman. Sure Yuan felt a little strange and didn't realize that the blood stains on her fingertips were absorbed silently after touching the stone sculpture. She groped forward a short distance and touched another human-shaped stone sculpture again. This time it was a male with a burly figure, also wearing armor, holding a beast-headed broadsword in his hand. In this endless darkness, Sure Yuan touched one human-shaped stone sculpture after another. Their postures were different, and the distance between the two stone sculptures was also uncertain. During the long groping, tiny starlight appeared in her vision, as if the gods had finally shown mercy to this abandoned and desolate land. She wiped her eyelids with the back of her hand happily, and when she opened her eyes again, the chaotic darkness had a vague outline. Black gold light escaped from the far front, and Sure Yuan saw a huge circular star array following the direction of the light. The light of the star array was very dim, and under the faint light, there was a black gold light as bright as stars. Inspired by some invisible call, Sure Yuan looked down, and the scene nearby was still dim, and she couldn't see the stone sculpture beside her. In a moment, the land under her feet became transparent inch by inch, and the black gold light penetrated the ground, revealing the extremely shocking scene below. A pure black dragon was crawling among thousands of stars, with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, but his breathing was steady, and every time he breathed in and out, he would exhale a huge amount of dragon breath. The dragon breath annihilated everything around it, and the black gold light would repair it completely in an instant. In the endless tug-of-war, a huge tree that blocked out the sun and sky stood silently behind the dragon. It was so huge that it was unimaginable, but its bark was an old gray-brown color, and the leaves surrounding its branches were also withered and yellow, as if it was about to reach the end of its life. Chapter 227. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. In the darkness, GC groaned and tried to struggle to stand up from the ground, but his limbs were tied tightly to the tilted chair by the special star weapon. Not only could he not use the star power, but he also couldn't lift the strength. After a long time, he could only move a few centimeters. Before that, Tang Shijin came to Yunhezuo to see him, chatted with him for a few words, and suddenly knocked him out when he was off guard. When he woke up, he found himself locked in this dark place. He couldn't see what was around him, and his strength was completely restricted. This seemed to be a semi-enclosed place. There was no star power in the air. GCU couldn't even use the star pattern to escape. He didn't know why Tang Shijin wanted to lock himself up, but he had a bad premonition. Since the chaos in the desolate star domain began, the power of the demon hidden in his body has become more and more active. He always dreams of a dark and gloomy place, and hears thousands of people whispering in his ears, but he can never reach the end of the darkness, and can't see who is praying. Every time he wakes up from a dream, he can feel that he is getting closer and closer to the abyss. This is an extremely terrifying feeling that cannot be expressed in words. He knows that this is related to the wish he made to the demon back then, and the demon is eroding his soul bit by bit. Upon learning that Emperor Yongyao died in Xingqiang Grand Canyon, GCU's first reaction was that Tang Shijin took action, and of course, he used Xinghua to contact him. Tang Shijin did not hide it, and readily admitted that he was the driving force behind it, but did not say how he killed Emperor Yongyao. When he asked if it was related to the demon god, Tang Shijin remained silent. GCU didn't know how to describe his mood at the time, but he knew very well that it was time for the demon god to ask for rewards. He began to arrange the things on hand, ready to deal with everything before he completely lost control, and then take Tang Shijin to find Yuan Zhou. Unfortunately, he was a step late. Unable to get rid of the predicament at hand for the time being, GCU calmly lay on the ground, thinking about the reason why Tang Shijin caught him. Tang Shijin has been controlled by the demon god. In order to avoid destroying his plan, he chose to imprison him. Let him wait hopelessly for the arrival of the demon god in this place, and watch the stimulation become the puppet of the demon god? No, it's very strange here. He can't use the star power, and he can't even communicate with the demon god's power that is hovering in his body all the time. In this case, the demon god's power that erodes him can't continue to grow. From another angle, Tang Shijin has not been completely controlled by the demon god, but he can no longer stay awake at all times, and knows that he will eventually lose himself. In order to prevent him from becoming like that, Tang Shijin hit him. This doesn't make sense. After the demon completely devoured Tang Shijin, he must be able to read his memory and find him easily. It's only a matter of time before he is released. The premise for this conjecture to be valid is that the demon and his followers cannot enter the place where he is currently. But the problem arises again. He needs to eat and drink. It's okay for a few days, but if he stays here for a long time, he will starve to death without the demon's action. Therefore, Tang Shijin will not keep him here for too long. Combining the above two conjectures, we can draw a common conclusion. Tang Shijin is stalling for time. These few days are very important. Countless thoughts passed through GCU's brain, and finally stopped at 4 words: Desolate Star Region. Many things that have happened in the past 1 or 2 years are related to the Desolate Star Region, whether it is the sudden increase in the strength of the Star Pirates, or the evil blood sacrifice in the Chaotic Star Region, they are all inextricably linked to the devil. The devil wants to break the seal, and his actions in the dark have reached the point where they can no longer be concealed. GCU took a deep breath, and closed his eyes in the dark. His consciousness was also pitch black. He could not enter the spiritual power spring to summon Xianzhu, no matter how many times he tried. When he opened his eyes again, GCU bit his tongue and tasted the sweet and fishy taste. He leaned over slightly, and chanted the ancient prayers that ordinary people could not understand over and over again. I don't know how long it took, but a little pure white light suddenly appeared around, like a firefly flying in the summer grass, illuminating this dim land. There was light in his vision, and GCU was slightly happy. He did not stop praying and began to observe the surrounding situation. There was a statue right in front of him. The familiar carving style made his eyebrows jump. Looking up, GCU saw the graceful Baizé, and he couldn't help but have an unexpected and natural feeling in his heart. This stone sculpture was slightly different from the one standing in Yunding City. He looked up, with a solemn expression, as if he was looking at something, with a resolute and awe-inspiring meaning. GCU had never seen this stone sculpture before. When the Baizé family was in trouble, he was still too young, and the elders would not tell him anything too important. What is this place? Why did Tang Shijin lock him up here? GCU was puzzled. Accompanied by the white light in the air, countless star powers gathered from underground to the Baizé stone sculpture, forming a long stream of star power, as if ready to awaken this long-sleeping beast. Desolate star field. Ji Wu and others looked extremely ugly. In front of her, there were sand giants one after another. Their strength was not strong, only equivalent to the 3rd level extraordinary talents, but they had the ability of infinite regeneration, and could not be killed by any means. The journey that should have been completed in an hour was delayed for half a day, and could not reach the destination. The head of the Phoenix family exhaled and said, "This is delaying time. There must be a problem with the seal. We can't delay any longer. This is obvious." Qi Jing was also a little irritable and said, "Why hasn't Yuan Zhou come yet? If there is any movement in the seal, the first to be alerted must be the Tianyuan family. With Yuan Zhou's character, he should have rushed over long ago." Ying Yao couldn't help but say, "If the first-generation family hadn't made a vow to protect the seal to the Yinglong totem, I really want to quit now. The demon god can do whatever he wants. Whoever rules the universe doesn't rule. It's impossible for him to kill everyone after breaking the seal and enjoy the world alone, right?" As soon as he said this, the heads of the families all looked at him sideways. It is impossible to know why the demon god was sealed. Even the Tianyuan family does not know the truth, but the inheritance of the past generations tells them that the demon god's seal cannot be broken, otherwise an irreversible disaster will occur. Although the current era is not the best, for the totem family at the top of the food chain, there is no need to change the current rule of the jungle. No one wants to have another mountain on their heads. Besides, no one wants to test the law. So generation after generation, the demon god has been sealed until today. And judging from the evil blood sacrifice and other things, the demon god is not innocent. At least people with no problems in thinking and values will not think that the evil blood sacrifice is normal. Being stared at by 4 pairs of eyes at the same time, Ying Yao smiled awkwardly. "I just said it casually, you know. I have always been outspoken, and there is a constraint of the totem oath. I can't run away. There are people with noble character, but only a very small number of them, and the vast majority of people need the constraints of rules and laws. Perhaps the first generation of the head of the family firmly believes in the totem, But no one can guarantee that the people who have the totem bloodline and inherit the totem family for generations also adhere to the same belief. Therefore, every totem bloodline promoted to the Holy Land needs to make a vow to the totem never to betray. The head of the Phoenix family said speechlessly, "It's time now, stop being so clever." Ying Yao shrugged, "Isn't it possible that I won't come back? Don't you allow me to adjust my mood?" No one paid attention to him, and continued to move forward. Ying Yao muttered that it was boring, but had to follow. After finally killing the endless sand giants, they arrived at the sealed place. The gray sky and the rolling sandstorm made the slightly lively atmosphere become solemn again. Everywhere you look, it's desolate. The flat ground is cracked one crack after another. Black star power overflowed from the cracks, sometimes turning into a roaring evil dragon, and sometimes dispersing into a wisp of mist. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar. Everyone looked together, and saw that the green star power was spreading like clouds and smoke in the sky, and the one fighting with it was a fierce evil dragon. Yuan Zhou, in a white robe and silver face, fought in the air without support, staring coldly at the figure wrapped in black star power, and threw another punch after missing the first one. Yuan Qin was not afraid of his attack at all. The evil dragon condensed by the black star power rose into the air again and rushed towards his fist. Boom! 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 When the forces collided, countless rocks and gravel were crushed into dust. The shadow of the sacred tree behind Yuan Zhou was like the only light between heaven and earth, illuminating the vision of Ji Wu and others. Qi Jing slowly narrowed his eyes. I haven't seen him for a while, and that guy has become stronger again. Ying Yao's focus was completely different from his. I was wondering why I didn't meet him on the road. It turns out that he arrived early. Ji Wu's eyes swept across Yuan Zhou's tense profile, and fell on Yuan Qin, whose appearance could not be seen clearly. She said nothing, but the next second she joined the battle holding 10 yen. The silver-white spear flashed a cold light in the air, and the hurricane that swept in was like tofu that could not withstand any destruction. It was split into two by the cold light, turning into two completely different winds, and crashed into the other two hurricanes. The fierce beast Tao Tai rose from the ground, showing dangerous fangs, and bit Yuan Qin, who was controlling the evil dragon to fight Yuan Zhou. Yuan Qin snorted coldly, and the black star power surrounding him suddenly expanded, turning into a larger evil dragon head, and slammed into the Tao Tai who tried to attack him. Yuan Zhou noticed Ji Wu's breath, looked sideways, and his serious expression softened for a moment, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably, but he quickly retracted his attention and punched forward again. Ying Yao watched the head of the Phoenix family, and Qi Jing join in one after another. Battle situation, approached Marshal Yu and gossiped. Uncle Yu, do you think Ji Wu and Yuan Zhou cooperated well? Marshal Yu glanced at him. Are you still in the mood to pay attention to these? Ying Yao gave him a look that said you don't understand. The more critical the moment is, the more you need to relax. Who knows if we can leave this damn place? Have fun while you can. Marshal Yu, He didn't know what to say, so he simply held Ying Yao's shoulders and grabbed him to join the battle. Ying Yao hurriedly said, Uncle Yu, what are you doing? Can't we just watch them fight? Can't the four of them beat one? Marshal Yu ignored him. Ying Yao said in a bored tone, You are really boring. Chapter 228. Sure, Yuan took great effort to control her violently beating heart. She guessed that Yuan Qin was afraid of the sacred tree totem in her body, and guessed that this was the place where the demon god was sealed, but she didn't expect that he would put her in such a core place. Yuan Qin was a person from 1,000 years ago. After sentencing Tian Yuan clan, he sacrificed his soul to the demon god and tried to unlock the demon god's seal, but his plot failed 1,000 years ago. If she did something to strengthen the seal, wouldn't he have worked in vain? Yuan Qin had been planning for a long time, and had experienced a failure, so he must be cautious. How could he let her come here easily? Sure, Yuan had to guess the real purpose of Yuan Qin's capture of her. Perhaps, he was not afraid of the power of the sacred tree in her body, but wanted to do something with it. She stood there, watching the sleeping dragon exhale dragon breath again and again to destroy everything around it, and watching the black and golden light tirelessly repair the destroyed things. This cycle went on for who knows how long. Sure, Yuan tried to sense the star power and communicate with the spiritual power spring again, but still got nothing. She seemed to have been deprived of all her power by the gods, and became an ordinary person without the ability to protect herself. She could only look at the nearby demon god seal, and could do nothing. Yuan Qin probably knew that she could not do anything, so he left her here so confidently. Sure, Yuan no longer focused on the huge seal that she could not reach, but focused on the stone sculptures that were within reach beside her. She was originally very curious about why there were so many stone sculptures here, but now she had a bold guess. These stone sculptures are most likely gods, or other people who once participated in the sealing of the demon god. Yuan tried to focus her sight, and wanted to see the statue in front of her clearly, but for some reason, it was still hazy, and she could only see a vague outline. It didn't make sense that she could see clearly in the distance, but couldn't see in the near. She turned her head and looked around, and suddenly found that there was a stone sculpture clearly presented in her vision behind her. It was a woman with long hair tied high, holding a bunch of green vines in her hand. The green vines meandered down from her palm, and bloomed with flowers of unknown colors. The armor wrapped her body, making her look heroic and majestic. Behind her, a huge stone whale soared into the air, and hovered in the air without any support. It raised its head in the direction of the seal, and seemed to be chanting something. Yuan didn't know the stone sculpture woman, but she knew the whale behind her. It was the mimicry of the royal family of the Winston Empire, the blue whale. Could it be that the woman symbolized by this stone sculpture is an ancestor of the royal family of the Winston Empire? What is the green vine in her hand? Yuan walked back slowly with doubts. Standing under the statue, she looked at the green light around the statue. She did not sense any danger, but instead felt a sense of tranquility and peace. After a little hesitation, she gently touched the statue with her fingertips. The warm wind suddenly blew, causing Yuan's hair to fly and her clothes to flutter. The fine sand made her unable to open her eyes, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her eyes. When the sudden wind disappeared, a shallow voice sounded in her mind, the latecomer. At the same time, a violent vibration drilled down from above, as if something was churning above this space, and the ground under Yuan's feet also trembled. Wow! Marshal Yu Lao knelt on one knee, and spit out a mouthful of blood. He originally looked not old, probably in his early 40s, but now most of his black hair has turned white, and there are obvious wrinkles on his face, and his breath is very messy. He is the oldest totem patriarch, and his combat power is no longer at its peak. If no one in the family can take on the responsibility, he should have resigned from the position of patriarch long ago. In the previous battle, Yuan Qin used him as a breakthrough point and hit him hard. It was not fatal, but it greatly weakened his combat power. Ying Yao quickly took out a potion and poured it into his mouth, his voice without the usual jokes. Uncle Yu, are you okay? Did Yuan Qin take some kind of 10-pointed tonic? We can't take him down in a short time even if we fight together. Even the more he fights, the stronger he gets. Marshal Yu wiped the blood stains from his lips, and said in a hoarse voice, the seal is loose, and the demon power that keeps pouring out from the ground can make up for his consumption in the battle. This is his home court. If this continues, we will not only fail to defeat him, but we may also be exhausted to death by him. Ying Yao's eyebrows jumped, and he subconsciously said, what should we do? With him here, we can't even force the 7-pointed star formation to start. Marshal Yu failed to give a solution to the problem. On the way here, they discussed this matter. Tian Yuan clan and Totem can sense the situation of the seal in real time. There was no warning before, which means that there was no problem with the seal. Even if Yuan Qin was trying to remove the seal, they had time to stop it. Who would have thought that the plan could not keep up with the changes, and the power of the demon god that poured out was much more than they imagined, and Yuan Qin's combat power was so strong that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Looking at the battle on the horizon, Ji Wu and others were completely dragged down, and they had no energy to discuss how to deal with it next. Just at this moment, a figure walked out of the billowing smoke and ash, breaking the silence between the two. I can help reinforce the 7-pointed star array. Marshal Yu Lao and Ying Yao looked up at the same time, just in time to see the long-missing Tang Shijin appearing in a mess at the exit of the teleportation star array. His armor was obviously damaged, and there were several small cuts on his face. The blood and dust that flowed out were mixed together, and it can be seen that he had experienced a fierce battle. Ying Yao was surprised and asked, Tang Shijin? As soon as he said that, he noticed that the other person's aura was not weaker than his own, and immediately raised his eyebrows. You have been promoted to the Holy Land. Tang Shijin took a breath and said, yes, after my brother was killed, I felt that something was wrong, so I did not return to the Golden Crow seat, but found a place to hide. Not long after, I felt the call of the Golden Crow totem, went to the family inheritance place, and was promoted to the Holy Land. I also learned about the seal of the demon god. Marshal Yu Lao carefully sensed his aura, and found nothing unusual. You killed it alone? Those immortal sand giants along the way were not strong, but they were very troublesome. It took 5 marshals to work together for most of the day to reach the seal. Could Tang Shijin kill it alone? Tang Shijin seemed not to notice his temptation, wiped the blood on his face, and said frankly, I came here with the Golden Crow Legion. They couldn't enter the seal. After escorting me here, I let them go back. This is also the reason why the marshals did not bring the totem army here. The sealed place is very important. Apart from the Tianyuan clan, no one can enter without the permission of the totem, even the totem marshals. In addition to me, the Tianyuan clan has also sent 4 Saint Domain strongmen, who should be able to arrive soon. Tang Shijin added. This successfully made Ying Yao and Yu Lao marshals relieved, and also reduced their vigilance against Tang Shijin. It's not that they trust people easily, but the totem is not a dead thing. If the death of Emperor Yongyao is related to the devil, it will greatly arouse the vigilance of the Jinwu totem. For this reason, it is very reasonable to call Tang Shijin, who currently has the best chance of being promoted to the Saint Domain in the Jinwu family. After 2 or 3 sentences, the teleportation star array changed again, and 4 Saint Domain strongmen in white robes and silver faces appeared in front of several people. They still have a strong vitality that has not retreated, and they should have had a fierce battle with the sand giant before coming in. The old man in the lead was the oldest great-uncle of the Tianyuan clan. When he saw the situation in the sealed land, his brows furrowed and his lips moved as if he was speaking, but no sound came out. The 3 Saint Domain strongmen beside him decisively released their mimicry and joined the battle. The great-uncle nodded slightly to the 3 Marshal Yu Lao, said nothing, and turned to fly to the central area of the sealed land. He seemed to have been here many times, landing accurately on a collapsed stone sculpture, and raised his right hand slightly upward. A turquoise star power vortex appeared, and he took out a green vine cane from it. The great-uncle did not hesitate at all. When he held the green vine cane, he threw it down heavily. In an instant, the shadow of the sacred tree rose from the ground behind him, and the leaves collided with a slight rustling sound, and the twigs grew and grew. But in the blink of an eye, the shadow of the sacred tree, which was only a few meters high, rushed into the sky, with a canopy, and countless green star powers fell like spring rain, soaking this world stained by filth. Immediately, they gathered together, like surging waves, surging and spreading around, and the black star power wherever they passed was like a ghost scorched by the sun, twisting and dissipating in the air. At the same time, the compass-like green star array was released from the feet of the great-uncle, spreading out layer by layer. When this huge star array unfolded, one underground crack after another began to tremble gradually, and the black star power that was still surging out seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force, and could no longer flow to Yuan-Chin. The great-uncle, who was at the center of the star array, gradually hunched his back, and the hand holding the green vine cane became older and older. Ying Yao pursed his lips unconsciously. He is reinforcing the seal at the cost of his life. But this is only temporary. One person alone cannot suppress the loose seal. Marshal Yu Lao sighed lightly. Let's go to the 7-pointed star array. It's no wonder that the Tianyuan clan can be favored by the immortal tree and gain extremely powerful power. I don't know how many Tianyuan bloodlines are buried in this barren land. Tang Shijin didn't say anything, but just glanced at Yuan-Chin, who was trapped by the 3 Tianyuan clan saints. Ji Wu, Yuan Zhou, and others also left the battle and rushed to the place where the first-generation family set up the 7-pointed star array 1,000 years ago. The humming wind blew past my ears, like the ghosts addicted to this barren land crying softly, and like the bugler blowing the horn of the expedition, going to a war that he didn't know whether he could win. Yuan-Chin looked back at the distant dark land, and the corners of his lips slowly curled up. Chapter 229. Winston Empire. Griffin Manor. The early morning sun shines on the magnificent castle. Good-looking male and female servants carry trays and shuttle between the corridors. They maintain a standard and decent smile and start another busy day. The middle-aged butler in a tuxedo slightly raised his chin and scrutinized every servant who passed by him. Just at this moment, a star shuttle entered the Griffin Manor. The middle-aged butler immediately straightened his face and walked quickly in the direction where the star snail landed. A group of black-clad bodyguards followed closely behind him, and they were on both sides at the fastest speed, handing over the escort mission to the bodyguards, who returned with him. A young man with long golden curly hair stepped off the star shuttle. He was wearing the noble robes of the Winston Empire. When he walked, the top-quality gems on his robes were like a flowing galaxy under the sunlight, shining brightly. The young man had an extremely handsome face, with distinct features and deep contours. His expression was slightly cold at the moment. He waved casually at the housekeeper who came up to him quickly, and then walked past everyone around him, and walked quickly into the castle. The housekeeper understood, stopped where he was, and gave a few instructions to the bodyguards, and ordered the servants, who were cleaning, to leave immediately. Leroy Weissman casually threw his outer robe on the sofa in the living room, released his mental power to carefully scan every corner inside and outside the house, and made sure that there was no one except himself, and immediately pushed the door and entered the study. He raised his hand and turned a collection on the antique shelf, and an underground passage appeared under the desk. Walking down the stone steps, Leroy Weissman's golden curly hair draped over his shoulders fluttered a few strands of hair due to his fast walking speed. Fluorite-emitting warm light was inlaid on the wall, illuminating this wide underground space. At the end of the site was a semicircular platform, on which was placed an ice coffin. The edge of the ice coffin was inlaid with a full 72-3S level wood-type alienation crystals. Strands of light green star power were drawn from the alienation crystals, forming a fine and interwoven star power network in the ice coffin, so that people could only see a vague female figure. Her long green hair covered the ice coffin, and her white and gold dress wrapped her exquisite body. If you look closely, you will find that under the wide sleeves, it is not a human arm, but a green vine emitting green light. When Leroy Weissman, who had been running all the way, saw the ice coffin, he exhaled without a trace. He straightened his clothes, adjusted his expression that was not elegant enough due to being too anxious, and turned back into a calm and decent nobleman. After confirming that his current attire and appearance were not offensive, Leroy Weissman walked to the semicircular platform, knelt on one knee with his hand on his chest. "Your Majesty." Yuan Zhou noticed the embarrassed Tang Shijin and frowned slightly. Tang Shijin didn't know him, but he had seen his mimicry in the previous battle and easily guessed his identity and repeated his previous explanation. Ji Wu looked at him with scrutiny and didn't believe it easily, but said, "Give me your hand." Tang Shijin sneered, "Do you doubt me? It's about the seal of the demon god. I have to be cautious." Ji Wu was not afraid that he would leave with a wave of his sleeves, and said frankly. Tang Shijin shrugged, put his palm up in front of Ji Wu, and let her check it. Such a frank attitude reduced everyone's doubts. Ji Wu winked at Yuan Zhou. Yuan Zhou always understood her meaning. He grabbed Tang Shijin's wrist and injected a stream of divine tree power into his body to explore whether there was any abnormality. The divine tree power traveled in Tang Shijin's body. He did not find anything unusual wherever he passed. Instead, there was a little black star power escaping from the wounds on his face and arms in the battle. The sand giant was born from black star power, and the surrounding air was full of black star power. It was normal for Tang Shijin's wounds to be eroded. Retracting the power of the divine tree, Yuan Zhou nodded slightly to everyone. Tang Shijin touched the healed wound on his face and smiled at Yuan Zhou. "Thank you. We have to hurry up. Granduncle can't hold on for long," Yuan Zhou reminded. The seven-pointed star array is a lock on the loosened seal of the demon god that was set by the seven totems and the immortal tree thousands of years ago. It is another guarantee of the seal. As long as the seven totems do not perish and the totem bloodline still exists in the world, there will be a continuous flow of power injected into the seven-pointed star array. However, the power of the demon god to impact the seal is too strong, and Yuan Qin is helping outside. If the seven-pointed star array is not reinforced, the seal is very likely to be broken. The loose seal must be reinforced first to prevent the demon god from providing help to Yuan Qin, and then Yuan Qin will be brought back to Tianyuan Palace to completely suppress it. Qi Jing nodded slightly. "Then let's start." Where the seven-pointed star array is located, there are stone sculptures in the form of seven totems. They each guard a position. Facing the continuous impact, dense totem chains emerge on the surface, firmly suppressing the seal. Among the seven stone sculptures, the brilliance of the Baizé stone sculpture is the most dazzling, because its power not only comes from the blood inheritance of the Baizé family, but also from the thousands of people who believe in Baizé or are helped by Baizé. Yuan Zhou walked towards the direction of the Baizé stone sculpture. The Baizé family did not have a talent in the Holy Domain realm, so they could only use the sacred tree totem to replace him to complete the power cycle. In the billowing smoke and dust, 7 people stood in front of the stone sculpture, and huge totem mimics rose from the ground, and various star powers flourished, forming a dazzling totem phantom. Several family heads looked at each other, and they all saw the unswerving determination in the eyes of others. It takes a huge amount of star power to activate the 7-pointed star array to reinforce the seal. Talented people below the Holy Domain realm cannot support this process, and will be directly drained of star power and die on the spot. Even in the Holy Domain, it is possible that the realm will fall, and it will never return to the peak combat power. Marshal Yu Lao sighed, "I'm afraid I can't leave this divine land this time. If this goes well, please take care of Shizhe." He was already old, and was injured by Yuan Qin's sneak attack before. Although he was not at the end of his strength, he could only be buried here after he fully supported the operation of the seven-pointed star formation. Everyone was silent for a moment, and Ying Yao was the first to laugh. Uncle Yu, it's not that I'm speaking harshly, it's best for you to protect the younger generation of your family. Except for me, everyone in our group is a devil who eats people without spitting out bones. You expect them to take care of you, Shize, that kid, isn't that sending sheep into a pack of wolves? Qi Jing sneered. What kind of good are you? Didn't you have someone kill Tang Shisu's mother? If not for this, the Jingwu royal family would not have been in such a mess that it was out of control. Ying Yao sighed, you know about this? He then sighed, you can't just blame me. The death of Queen Yongyao was also caused by Feng Yang. Right, Sister Yang? He turned his head and blinked at the head of the Feng Wang family, as if we were good siblings. Feng Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and she said calmly, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? At this time, why are you still pretending to be innocent? We are all friends, is there any need to hide it? Ying Yao didn't buy it, and happily counted everyone's black history. Finally, he looked at Tang Shijin. You are not a good guy either. You have been acting for so long in Xingqiang Grand Canyon, with the Duke of the Holy Angel, in order to control the power of the Golden Crow Legion. Tang Shijin maintained his usual cold face, and said lightly, it is better to pretend to be indifferent to the world for so long to ensure the prosperity of the Yinglong family. Ying Yao immediately said, I am not pretending. I am really a salted fish. But, there are always people who want to take me, a salted fish, and I have to do it anyway. Turn over and let him know that the bones of salted fish can also get stuck in the throat. At this point, he turned his eyes and looked at Ji Wu. I say, Ah Wu, we have been friends for such a long time, and now it's time to die. Can you satisfy my curiosity? Who is your brother-in-law who has been hidden for more than 20 years? Ahem. When Yuan Zhou heard the word brother-in-law, he was choked by his own saliva, and the gradually accelerated star power flow also trembled a few times. Instantly, everyone's eyes gathered on him. Ying Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. Yuan Zhou, what's wrong with you? Do you want to know too? By the way, why do you always wear a mask? Are you too ugly to show your true face? Or? He looked at Ji Wu again. What great secret is hidden? Ji Wu looked back at him coldly without saying a word. Ying Yao couldn't help but mutter boring. Feng Yang looked at Yuan Zhou, then at Ji Wu, and said in surprise, I said Ji Qinglan's personality is not like yours at all. Ji Wu, Yuan Zhou said unhappily, what's wrong with being like me? The family heads, who learned of the shocking gossip, seemed to have unloaded all their burdens, and hissed in unison. Ji Wu closed his eyes in pain. This idiot, Yuan Zhou, had wanted to show off a long time ago, but due to the agreement with Ji Wu, he could only be an underground lover secretly. Now he gave up and said proudly, Qing Yuan is also like me. Pretty and well-behaved, can do everything well, and improves quickly, blah 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 blah. The heads of the family thought of Ji Qingyuan's various performances after returning to the family, and then looked at Yuan Zhou, who couldn't stop talking about his precious daughter, and they fell silent at the same time. To be honest, if the Tian Yuan family had not lived in a remote corner and never participated in the power struggles in the outside world, with Yuan Zhou's character, even if he was favored by the 10 sacred trees at the same time, he would only be gnawed to the bone. Just then, the star power filled the 7 totem stone sculptures, and the sound of power collision like drum sounded all around. The totem shadows became more and more solid, and the bright starlight fell from the sky and sank directly into the ground. The broken earth gradually became illusory, and the chaotic black broke into everyone's vision. Starlights lit up one after another, illuminating the huge and magnificent underground world. The black dragon crawled under the withered giant tree, still maintaining a sleeping posture. Thousands of stone sculptures were like pottery figurines guarding ancient tombs. The mimicry shadows that had long disappeared in the long river of history emerged one after another. Some screamed loudly, some raised their heads and roared, and some shook their branches and leaves lightly, echoing the totem standing high above the 7-pointed star array. Ji Wu took a deep breath, but when he turned his head, he saw a slender figure. The girl's silver-gray hair was stained with blood and dust, and her clothes were cut by sharp rocks, and she was in a mess. She was standing next to one of the stone sculptures, and she probably sensed the movement of the 7-pointed star array. She looked up blankly and surprised, but her sight was out of focus, as if she didn't know what was happening at the moment. Ji Wu subconsciously held her breath. The 7-pointed star array continued to operate, and the layers of star power ripples outlined ancient and mysterious ancient star patterns. The shaking and split earth gradually calmed down under its influence. It won't be long before the sealed land will return to darkness, and those who fall into the seal will accompany the demon god into a long sleep. At that moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Ji Woo's mind, and she, who had always been decisive in killing, couldn't make a decision easily. Once the seven-pointed star array starts running at high speed, it cannot be stopped. If it is forcibly interrupted, not only will the star array itself be damaged, but it may also cause the star power to reverse and directly impact the seal of the demon god. Cannot be saved. Cannot be saved. Ji Woo closed her eyes tightly and prepared to communicate with the Taotai totem. Suddenly, a clear and calm voice sounded in her mind. Mother, be careful of Tang Shijin. She opened her eyes suddenly, but it was too late. Tang Shijin, who occupied a corner of the seven-pointed star array, slowly raised the corners of his lips when she looked over, and punched down brazenly. Endless black star power poured out of his body and flowed into the star power cycle of the seven-pointed star array. The solid totem chain was impacted by external forces and began to crack. The others had never expected such a change. They had no time to stop, and at the same time encountered the backlash of star power. The blood and chi surged, and they vomited blood one after another. Tang Shijin, who had not shown any abnormality just now, had veins bulging on his forehead, and his golden red eyes were stained with dark ink, which gradually faded before being completely covered. His breath became extremely chaotic, and the surging black star power became more and more surging, as if he wanted to completely occupy this space and dominate the operation of the seven-pointed star array. Yuan Zhou did not even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips, and decisively hit Tang Shijin with a palm. Tang Shijin did not dodge or avoid, and took the palm hard. The green star power invaded his body, dissolving the black star power attached to him inch by inch. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, his lips opened and closed, and he wanted to say something but could not utter a complete word, and could only make a strange sound of hoarseness. Even so, he did not stop his movements, and still madly injected black star power into the seven-pointed star array. Yuan Zhou was about to take action again, and a slender figure rushed over from above. A dazzling pure white light descended from the sky, covering Tang Shijin, isolating him from the seven-pointed star array, and reversing the star force flow that had already begun to reverse, forcefully extracting the black star force that was destroying the star array. Tang Shijin vomited blood, his eyes switched back and forth between turbidity and clarity, and no one side had absolute control. He knelt on the ground in embarrassment, his face distorted to the extreme, completely unable to see the former handsomeness, but like an ugly devil. Someone landed in front of him silently, regardless of his bloody body, hugged his shoulders, and whispered, "Brother." Tang Shijin's distorted face froze for a moment, and his confused and weird eyes gradually focused. He slowly raised his head, "Xiao. K. It's me, brother." GCU hugged him, and when Tang Shijin was about to smile with trembling lips, he mercilessly stabbed the green scimitar in his hand into his back. A turquoise light burst out. Tang Shijin groaned, and slowly raised his hand in extreme pain. When he was about to touch GCU, he slipped down powerlessly. The black star power that twisted and tried to escape the restraint was no longer controlled by the master's will, and no longer tried to resist the suppression of the white light. In the thick black light, Tang Shijin's eyes gradually dimmed. GCU looked ahead without any ripples, and his tone was always gentle, "I'm sorry." It was an absolutely calm voice, and he did make a calm and almost indifferent decision. It seemed that the pain had nothing to do with him, and he had never struggled. Chapter 230. Tang Shijin is dead. Before he completely became a prisoner of the demon god, he retained the last bit of consciousness, and was killed by GCU himself, using the scimitar that Shi Yuan gave him in Bai Zhe Cemetery. The marshals were attacked by the seven-pointed star array, and barely stabilized the retrograde blood and chi, and saw Tang Shijin's body burned to ashes by the pure white flames. GCU knelt in the flames with his black eyes slightly drooping, making it difficult to see his emotions. Yuan Zhou coughed up a mouthful of blood, and did not ask about what happened just now, but tried his best to maintain the operation of the seven-pointed star array. In the bright white light, the black star power that invaded the seven-pointed star array was gradually pulled out and dispersed by the power of the sacred tree, and the collapsed star power flow began to slowly resume operation. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the seven-pointed star array would be affected by the previous incident, directly leading to the breaking of the demon god's seal. Ji Woo wiped the blood from her lips and whispered, "Go on." She didn't ask why GCU suddenly appeared and was promoted to the Holy Land, and the power of faith belonging to the Bai Zhe totem was still around him. The marshal stood again, and Ying Yao wanted to say something to ease the extremely bad atmosphere at this time. When he turned his head, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure in the dark underground world walking towards the sleeping dragon. He said in horror, "Why is there someone down there?" When he said this, everyone's eyes were focused on the girl who walked out of the dense stone sculptures. Her left hand was somewhat abnormally attached to her side, and her right hand gently lifted the elbow. There were drops of blood on her fingertips that had not dried up, and it seemed that she was injured. From this angle, everyone couldn't see her face, but they quickly recognized her eye-catching silver-gray shoulder-length hair. Instantly, the eyes of all the family heads fell on Ji Wu again. Qi Jing frowned slightly and asked tentatively, "Ji Qingyuan? How could she be in the seal?" Ji Wu took a deep breath. "Yuan Qin brought her here." Yuan Zhou said without hesitation, "I go save her." Ji Wu immediately retorted, "No. You still want to seal Yuan Qin." Before the voice fell, the surroundings shook violently, and the extremely dangerous aura was like a swimming dragon, approaching from a distance in an instant. At this moment, Yuan Qin, who was held back by the 3 Saint Domain Masters of the Tianyuan clan, sensed the disappearance of Tang Shijin's aura, and his eyes suddenly turned pure black, staring coldly in the direction of the 7-pointed star array. The extremely terrifying aura burst out from him as the center, and the power of the demon trapped by the great uncle twisted and struggled violently, madly attacking the star array that prevented them from escaping. With each strong impact, great uncle's body became more and more hunched, his arms gradually dried up, and his old skin that had lost moisture wrapped around his bones like dead branches, making him look like a dried corpse. After another violent impact, great uncle could no longer maintain the operation of the star array. The huge shadow of the sacred tree gradually dissipated, and his body gradually began to petrify. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a hunched and skinny stone sculpture, looking at the place where the seal was, and sleeping there forever. The black star power that escaped from the bondage was like believers inspired by the gods, all gathered towards Yuan Qin, and the last ray of light in his eyes disappeared, and the thick black ink was like 2 bottomless cold pools, which made people shudder. The 3 Saint Domain Masters had no time to take any action before they were hit by the huge evil dragon phantom that rushed out of the ground, and suddenly flew backwards and fell to the ground. Yuan Qin, who was suspended in the air, did not intend to pay attention to them, and turned into an evil dragon phantom and rushed towards the 7-pointed star array. Ji Wu had no time to say the rest of the words, and could only focus all his attention on the 7-pointed star array, and together with the heads of the families, he once again infused it with strength to resist Yuan Qin's attack. 7 different colors of starlight burst out with brilliant brilliance under the blessing of the totem. Ji Xiu stood in the position that originally belonged to Tang Shijin, coldly watching Yuan Qin, who was wrapped in black star power, and swung his fist. His eyes were no longer pure cold ink color. The pure white Bai Zhe totem appeared in the depths of his pupils. The agile and handsome auspicious beast Bai Zhe walked out of the star power turbine, raised his head, and issued a long warning cry to the roaring evil dragon. Marshal Yu Lao's face became paler and paler. His fluttering hair turned white inch by inch in the continuous confrontation. The whole person tended to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qi Jing, Ying Yao, and Feng Yang were in a slightly better situation, but they also suffered serious internal injuries in the previous impact. At this moment, they barely maintained the operation of the 7-pointed star formation, and could not help but feel the passing of life. The mask on Yuan Zhou's face shattered inch by inch in the vibrating star power airflow. When Ji Wu looked over, he happened to meet his eyes full of red bloodshot. The two did not communicate in words, but they both understood the hidden meaning in each other's eyes in this brief confrontation. Right below the 7-pointed star formation, Shi Yuan seemed unable to feel the shaking of the earth. He supported his injured left hand, and walked step by step towards where the giant dragon was sleeping. Behind her, countless statues emerged with starlight, like the most dazzling galaxy in the distant universe. One after another, whispers were heard in this silent space. There were men and women, some high and some low. Shi Yuan couldn't hear clearly, and it was difficult to distinguish. She let her blood drop on the ground, with only the giant tree that was about to wither in her eyes. As long as the sacred tree was revitalized, even if the 7-pointed star array failed to complete the reinforcement, no matter how much Yuan Qin did, the demon god could not break the seal. The sacred tree guarding the seal is the origin and the hope of all. There was another earth-shaking, and Shi Yuan, who could not use the star power, could not maintain the balance of her body, and inevitably fell to the ground. She immediately stood up with one hand on the ground, gritted her teeth, and continued to walk towards the core of the seal. Because of excessive blood loss, Her face was pale to the point of being almost transparent, her lips were completely bloodless, and her bright eyes were slightly dim. Yuan Qin, who was attacking the seven-pointed star array, noticed her stumbling forward, and a sneer flowed from his lips. He gathered the black star power again and attacked the exhausted Marshal Yu Lao. Facing the most powerful impact, Marshal Yu Lao spit out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. The Qilin phantom behind him seemed to sense something, lowered his head and roared like a trapped beast, but could only watch his master's vitality fade away. Yuan Zhou and others wanted to free up their hands to bear part of the impact for Marshal Yu Lao, but Marshal Yu Lao's serious injury directly caused the subsequent power of the seven-pointed star array to be unsustainable, and there was an obvious imbalance. After a successful attack, Yuan Qin's sneer on his lips became even more intense, and he threw another punch, still aiming at Marshal Yu Lao. The fallen Marshal Yu Lao raised his head in the horrible pressure. His old face showed no fear. He looked directly at Yuan Qin, who looked like a demon, and whispered an ancient and obscure prayer. The Qilin phantom heard his prayer and made a low whine, as if trying to keep him, trying to refuse to respond, but the Qilin totem had already lit up a bright blue light. Marshal Yu Lao's face became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he returned to a handsome and majestic young man. There seemed to be waves flashing in his eyes, and the majestic water breath surged between heaven and earth, as if it was going to rain down and moisten this withered land. He was offering a sacrifice. Sacrifice your life to the Qilin totem and briefly gain the power of its most prosperous period. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Marshal Yu Lao looked at the approaching evil dragon calmly, and met the attack from Yuan Qin with his mighty power. The two forces collided, shaking out a star force airflow that was almost destructive. The rocks and sand outside the stone sculpture were crushed into dust in a moment. The Qilin bit the neck of the evil dragon and fought with it in the thick clouds. Marshal Yu Lao resisted the bloody smell in his throat, and said sternly, "Now!" The others did not hesitate at all, and recited the ancient prayers passed down from ancient times at the same time. The obscure whispers seemed to have infinite power, which gradually turned the weakened power of the seven-pointed star array into a strong one, and pushed it to its peak. Totems emerged below the star array, surrounding the demon seal that could not be seen with the naked eye, forming a dense totem chain. In a short while, as long as the totem was dislocated, the loose demon seal would be completely reinforced. Even if Yuan Qin overturned the world, he could not shake the seven-pointed star array within 100 years. A cold laugh suddenly sounded. Marshal Yu Lao's forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes were bloodshot, and he fell straight down at this most critical moment. Above the dark clouds, the phantom of the Qilin had fallen down at some point, and the evil dragons wrapped around him and roared in victory. Yuan Qin sneered. It's in vain. He didn't intend to waste any more time. Several evil dragons soared up, revealing their white fangs, and crashed into the remaining 6 people without saying anything. The seven-pointed star formation began to collapse and disintegrate, and the totem chain also broke inch by inch after the Qilin totem faded and disappeared. Failed. These 3 words appeared clearly in the minds of Ji Wu and others. The demon god seal was like an eggshell with a crack, and the black star power rushed out, rendering the world into a turbid chaotic color. Marshal Yu Lao was dead, and there was no possibility of restarting the seven-pointed star formation. The demon god seal is about to break. Yuan Qin felt the growing power in his body and laughed out loud. At this moment, a dazzling green light burst out from the underground seal, dispelling the turbid and dark clouds in the sky, like a radiant light of vitality scattered around. The evil dragons that roared to devour Ji Wu and others were like ghosts illuminated by the holy light, screaming and struggling in pain. Their huge bodies dissolved into black star power without support in the light, and Yuan Qin's laughter also stopped abruptly. In the center of the light column, Shi Yuan was suspended in the air with her eyes closed. The wisps of starlight rising from the stone sculpture supported her to form a dense star power chain. The wounds on her body disappeared quickly, and her skin, which was as pale as paper due to excessive blood loss, gradually became rosy and plump. Silver-gray hair fluttered in the breeze, and the starlight condensed into a silver-white armor that wrapped her body, and the greedy scythe appeared beside her. The shadow of the sacred tree totem climbed onto her cheek amid the prayers of countless pioneers. The withered giant tree gently shook its branches full of dead leaves, and collapsed with a rustling sound. It lost its last bit of strength, and turned into ashes in the starlight. Shi Yuan opened her eyes. Her left pupil carrying the sacred tree totem was full of green, and her right pupil carrying the gluttonous totem was as bright as gold. The emerald green light column suddenly expanded when she opened her eyes, covering the entire sealed land with an irresistible posture. Domain, the immortal realm. Chapter 231. When Shi Yuan opened her eyes, She felt that the remaining power of the sacred tree in the seal was all gathered on her. At this moment, her mental power radiated to the entire sealed land, easily taking everything into her mind, and could clearly capture the most subtle changes between millimeters, such as the fine sand swept up by the wind, swirling and flying to who knows where, and Yuan Qin, who was completely immersed in the black star power, was twitching slightly. She couldn't be sure of her current realm, but she only felt that she had surpassed the holy realm in the conventional sense and gained incomparable power, but she had not reached the divine realm where everything could be regarded as nothing. How could this happen? Shouldn't she send the sacred tree totem that resided in her spiritual power spring back to the sacred tree that suppressed the demon god, to revitalize it and strengthen the seal? Why did it absorb the last power of the sacred tree, and also achieve the holy land? What went wrong? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she saw Yuan Qin's body twitching abnormally, the expression on his face became extremely distorted, his limbs began to tremble, and his mouth made a strange hoarse sound. The pair of eyes completely occupied by ink flickered, as if they were trying their best to fight against something, but they couldn't resist the erosion of the other party. In just a few breaths, Yuan Qin's painfully crooked lips got rid of the distortion and weirdness, and flattened a little bit, his eyes were stained with a richer dark ink color, and the aura on his body continued to rise. Yuan Zhou immediately determined his situation and shouted, "Not good. The demon is about to break the seal." His white robe was stained with blood, and his handsome face looked particularly pale, because of the severe injuries from the backlash of the seven-pointed star array. His voice was hoarse when he shouted, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and the blue veins on his forehead were jumping, showing a bit of hideousness. Shi Yuan looked up suddenly, and instantly understood Yuan Qin's real intention of putting him in the sealed place, and fighting with Yuan Zhou and others outside. Attacking the seal was a cover, and using Tang Shijin to destroy the seven-pointed star formation was also a deliberate attempt to confuse people. His purpose was to suppress the body of the magic tree. Only when the body of the magic tree disappears can the magic god completely break the seal. The magic god has been planning for this for a long time, deliberately leaving her, the person who has inherited the magic tree, in the sealed place, so that the remaining spirits of the gods will give her the task of revitalizing the magic tree. But at the critical moment, he used unknown means to reverse the power transmission between her and the body of the magic tree. The body of the sacred tree lost its last strength and turned into ashes. She was promoted because of this, and the demon god also took the opportunity to break the seal. Everything is irreversible. Seeing that Yuan Qin's breath became evil and strange, and gradually became close to the breath that eroded the blue and white mark in the blue and white manner in the chaotic star field, Shi Yuan threw away all meaningless speculations, grabbed the greedy holy sickle beside him, and killed Yuan Qin without hesitation. The demon god has not completely descended, there is still a chance. In order to suppress him, the sacred tree almost exhausted its strength. It is impossible for the demon god to preserve the combat power of the peak period intact. The greedy scythe has undergone a great change under the blessing of the immortal realm. The sickle handle is covered with a number of Taoite totems. The pale luster and the golden light from the inside out complement each other, making it sacred and inviolable. The sharp blade cuts a cold light in the air, tearing the air and distorting the space. In the blink of an eye, it slashes at Yuan Qin, who has not yet completely controlled his body. The black star power surrounding Yuan Qin seems to have sensed the impending crisis. Under the influence of the evil breath, it becomes extremely ferocious. The evil dragon recondenses, emits a sharp and piercing roar, and its long fangs exude a strange and filthy air, facing the attack of the greedy scythe. The evil dragon head bit the greedy holy scythe, and the blade and fangs collided with a sharp buzzing sound. Even though Ji Wu, Yuan Zhou, and others were strong enough and decisively blocked their hearing, they still felt the danger of the sound wave. They immediately clasped their hands in a cross in front of them, and released a star power shield to resist this terrible sonic boom. If there were talents below the holy domain realm here, their spiritual power spring would be shattered when they heard this sound, and they would bleed to death from all 7 orifices. The wind and sand swept, and the sky and the earth changed color. The greedy holy scythe was completely restrained by the evil dragon head, and could not move at all. It was stalling for time. Shi Yuan did not panic at all, raised his left hand high, and the light of the sacred tree totem in his left eye burst out. The star power flowing in the air began to condense rapidly, rotating counterclockwise into huge star power vortexes. Huge arrows flew out of the vortex, and under the blessing of the immortal realm, they were stained with brilliant golden light, and all shot at the increasingly evil Yuan Qin. The sky was full of arrows pouring down like a rainstorm. and the sacred light and majestic vitality domineeringly purified and devoured the tiny black star power that was scattered in the air. Yuan Qin, who was locked by them, made a move. Like a puppet controlled by a puppeteer, he turned his head with a click, met Sure Yuan's sacred eyes, and slowly he raised his mouth. Instantly, the black star power surged, and countless evil dragons flew out, fearlessly facing the green arrows in the sky. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions came one after another, and the space could not bear such a terrible impact. After twisting inch by inch, cracks appeared one after another. In the cracks was a darkness that dared not be looked at directly. The chaotic star power surged out from it, crushing the gravel into dust, and then crushing the dust into flying ash. The cracks in the ground were getting bigger and bigger, and the world was shattered. Ji Wu barely managed to stabilize his body, and looked at the seal that was beginning to collapse. The black dragon was still crawling in the endless underground space. He had stopped breathing dragon breath, but there was no sign of waking up. This is the body of the demon god. The body of the sacred tree has already died, and the seal has begun to break. Why doesn't the demon god use the body to wake up? Instead, he chose to pour power into Yuan Qin's body? Could it be that his body can no longer wake up after enduring tens of millions of years of wind and rain? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ji Wu's mind, and she quickly made a decision. Using the subtle control of the star power by the Saint Domain talent, she moved her lips and said to others, "The demon god's body is different. I think we can try to destroy his body. The body of the sacred tree is almost withered, but it can still suppress the demon god, so that he cannot fully impact the seal and leave the land of divine enlightenment. The demon god needs to make a careful layout to make him die." Conversely, it can be inferred that even if the demon god's body is close to an extremely weak state, it can still provide strong support for him. If it can be destroyed, it will be a great blow to Yuan Qin, but this also means that the body of the god is extremely powerful and cannot be destroyed by ordinary forces. Tang Shijin and Yu Lao Marshal died one after another, and the sacred tree totem helped Sure Yuan fight against Yuan Qin. Yuan Zhou's power will be greatly weakened. Ji Wu's Taohai totem has also been affected to a certain extent, and the rest of the people are also seriously injured, and there is not much power left to mobilize. GCU is in the best condition, but Bai Zai is not good at fighting. Except for Bai Zai Tianji, all talents are related to blessings and tend to be auxiliary. Wiping the blood from his lips, Qi Jing whispered, "There is a most direct and effective way to make us powerful in a short period of time and try to severely damage the demon god." He didn't say what the method was, but the family heads all understood. There was a real example not long ago. Sacrifice to the totem at the cost of life, deeply bind with the totem, and temporarily obtain the qualification to control all the power of the totem. Marshal Yu Lao's situation was extremely bad at the time. After the sacrifice, he could not bear the full power of the totem, and could only restore the combat power of the peak period. With the current state of everyone, they can still withstand the advent of the totem. There is a battle around, and the choice of dying generously is in front of him. Do you want to sacrifice your life for something you don't know if you can accomplish? The gods have fallen. Once the demon god escapes and recovers his peak strength, no one will be able to seal him. As the power at the top of the food chain in the universe, the totem family will definitely be the first to be targeted by the demon god, and those who have participated in reinforcing the seal will also become a thorn in the demon god's eyes. Everyone will die. The difference is only sooner or later. Give it a try. Maybe you can save the family. If you stop here, things will be completely irreversible. Feng Yang exhaled in the extreme noise and suffocating silence. "I don't want to die." It is a more terrifying silence. But she laughed again. "But now, it's not a question of whether I want to or not. Getting the favor of the totem and enjoying the supreme honor, you have to pay something." She glanced at the battle on the horizon and said with envy, "Ji Wu, I have always liked to compete with you since I was young, and I still don't think I am inferior to you in any way, but now I have to admit that your daughter is more promising than my son." In the same situation, Nancheng couldn't be like her. She was calm in the face of danger, not surprised by praise or criticism, and could make the wisest decision at the first time. "You taught her well." Ji Wu was silent for a moment, and said seriously, "It's not that I taught her well, but she was very good. I am very fortunate to be her mother." After she finished speaking, she looked at Yuan Zhou, who was standing beside her, and smiled at him. Yuan Zhou also smiled at her. "I am also glad to be Qin Yuan's father." Ji Wu said to GCU, "See you, use your, Bai Zai God's blessing, to further enhance our strength." Yuan Zhou added, "If we all fail, you take Qin Yuan away from here, and go to Winston Empire to find the whereabouts of the life green vine and help Qin Yuan ascend to the god realm. Only in this way can there be a day to reseal the demon god. He did not explain what the life green vine was, and held hands with Ji Wu without looking back, saying, "Let's go first." They crossed one space crack after another, avoided the falling rocks, and rushed into the dark and deep underground space. While fighting with Yuan Qin, Shi Yuan seemed to have sensed something and looked back, but only saw two rays of starlight, one golden and one ray, rushing into the sealed place. Ing Yao sighed, patted GCU on the shoulder and said, "The green ivy of life is the companion totem of the immortal tree. It disappeared thousands of years ago to seal the demon god. We have been looking for it for so many years, but we have found nothing." It was Yuan Zhou who loved to run around that had the ability to find the green ivy of life in the Winston Empire. GCU moved his lips and wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. He accepted the inheritance of Bai Zhe and rushed over without stopping for a moment. He thought he could save the collapsing building, but in the end no one could stop him. Tang Shijin had been eroded by the demon god. So he killed him mercilessly, because he knew that death was a relief, redemption, and an end for Tang Shijin. Although Yuan Zhou always said that he hated him, he never forgot to include him in the gift when preparing gifts for Ji Qinglan. When he first arrived at Tiandu Star, he was like a hedgehog, and he would stab anyone who came close. Only Ji Wu taught him tirelessly, and spared no effort to help him find the Wuxing flower to suppress the curse. Qi Jing grabbed Ing Yao, who was still about to talk nonsense, and dragged him away with Feng Yang. Regardless of his howling, "I didn't say I was going to die." GCU felt that the breath exhaled in his chest was terribly hot, and his violently beating heart almost rushed out of his throat. He didn't know how he raised his hand, or how he communicated with Bai Zhe to use Bai Zhe God's prayer. He just felt that his vision was blurred. Tao Tai roared again, Yinglong flew in the sky, Phoenix stretched its neck and cried, Tongue Snake wrapped around the towering stone pillar, and the shadow of the sacred tree gently shook its branches. At this moment, Yuan Qin's power suddenly surged, and the moment he swung his fist shook the immortal god realm. Shi Yuan, who was entangled by several evil dragons, was impacted by this power, and his fighting movements were stagnant for a moment. Yuan Qin took this opportunity to punch her, and the surging black star power was like a surging wave in the sea, hitting her hard, making her unable to resist for a while, and fell into the underground space. A sweet and fishy feeling surged up her throat. Shi Yuan supported the greedy holy scythe, and slid for thousands of meters, before she could barely stabilize her body. Yuan Qin didn't give her a chance to breathe. He came in front of her in an instant, and punched her head. The Tao Tai totem emerged and blocked his fist. Shi Yuan turned defense into offense. Several arrows appeared out of thin air, and stabbed Yuan Qin sharply. The speed of the two fighting was so fast, that they could hardly see their figures. The mysterious prayer that appeared before echoed in Shi Yuan's ears again. She saw countless white stars appearing in front of her eyes, and also saw Ji Wu and others, who were attacking the demon god with all their strength. She suddenly raised her lips, and laughed softly. "You are not a demon god?" Yuan Qin. The attacking action paused for a moment, very, very subtle, but Shi Yuan still noticed it. While resisting Yuan Qin's attack, she continued, "The demon god is an ancient god. How can a disgusting thing like you deserve the title of god?" The arrows were defeated by Yuan Qin, and turned into green leaves attached to the black star power stained with evil aura, dissolving it bit by bit. But soon the evil aura returned and smashed the green leaves into star power fragments, making it unable to gather power to purify the evil black star power. When Yuan Qin heard the words disgusting, his dark and empty eyes ignited with dark fire, and he said in a hoarse voice that was not very skilled, "I am not a demon god, then who is it?" Shi Yuan was surprised and said, "Didn't I say it? You are a disgusting thing." She raised her eyebrows slightly. Her face was full of the innocent innocence of a girl next door, but the meaning of her words was extremely contemptuous. Shi Yuan was quite satisfied with the two balls of fire in Yuan Qin's eyes. The two balls of fire in his eyes were burning more and more, but his hands were not slow at all. The greedy scythe pressed forward step by step, ruthlessly cutting off the head of the evil dragon, and directly approaching the vital parts of Yuan Qin. As a white shadow raised its hooves and ran towards her, her power became stronger and stronger, and her attack became more and more powerful, forcing Yuan Qin to temporarily retreat and distance herself from her, and then look for an opportunity to attack. The prayers became more and more frequent. When Yuan Qin retreated, Shi Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he came directly behind him, and swung the greedy scythe high. The black star power that tried to condense into an evil dragon to resist the attack was restrained by the power of the sacred tree, and was split into two by the greedy side before it was formed. Yuanqing's back was hit hard, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably and landed on the body of the demon god. The five-sided totem star array arranged by Ji Wu and others was just formed, and a giant star power sword fell from the sky, piercing through Yuanqing's chest and sinking into the body of the demon god. Yuanqing never expected that such a situation would be waiting for him. The two balls of ghost fire in his eye sockets shook violently, and a mouthful of black blood choked out of his throat, winding along the corners of his lips to his neck. His body was directly split into two by the giant star power sword, and endless evil black star power gushed out from his wounds. He struggled and roared violently, as if he was unwilling to die here so suddenly. More and more black blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, and the ghost fire in his eye sockets gradually calmed down, and the frightening black color faded from his pupils. When it completely dissipated, he saw Shi Yuan falling with the shadow of the sacred tree, and opened his mouth unwillingly. Divine tree. Why? Why don't you choose me? He knew he couldn't get an answer, and laughed out loud with his last bit of strength. So what if you kill me? Can you reseal the demon god by killing me? I want the earth you protect to be riddled with holes. I want the demon god you suppress to rule the universe. I want your godhood to be shattered, and to perish from the world. Roar. The earth-shattering dragon roar sounded without warning, and the sleeping dragon opened its red eyes. The giant sword of star power shattered and disappeared in the dragon roar, and the uncontrolled black star power engulfed Yuanqing's body, and Ji Wu and others were all shaken away. The pure black star power and the evil black star power twisted together, sometimes turning into a hideous and dangerous evil dragon, and sometimes turning into a noble and sacred dragon. They confronted each other, but they had to entangle, and they went back and forth, unable to separate. Shi Yuan took a deep breath, threw the greedy holy scythe heavily into the ground, and when he was about to move, Ji Wu grabbed his wrist. She turned her head, and saw Ji Wu's black hair turning white. She subconsciously said, "Mother, the seal of the demon god has been broken. With your current strength, you cannot kill him, and you do not have the conditions to seal him again." Ji Wu seemed to be unable to feel the passing of life, and calmly stated the facts. "I can resonate with the remaining power of the ancient gods at the cost of myself." Ji Wu interrupted her. "The demon god has been planning for a long time. In addition to Tang Shijin and Yuanqing, there must be other puppets. You can temporarily seal him here today, but those puppets can find another opportunity to break the seal. How can there be another you to seal him then? Being loyal to the totem was the choice of the first generation of the family head, and dying for the seal of the demon god is our destiny." At this point, Ji Wu's body gradually petrified from the toes. She whispered to Shi Yuan for the last time, "Qing Yuan, I'm glad to have a mother-daughter relationship with you. You don't owe me anything, nor do you owe anything to the Tao Ai family. The sacred tree chose you, and that was its choice. You don't need to take the responsibility of sealing the demon god on yourself. Only by living can there be hope. Leave here." Her voice became softer and softer, until the whole person turned into a stone sculpture, unable to utter a word. Yuan Zhou fell in front of her in a mess. Seeing Shi Yuan in tears, he leaned over and kissed her forehead. "As your mother said, from now on, be yourself. Tian Yuan clan has its mission, and Yuan also has her own future. If the world is destined to collapse, it will take more than one person to turn the tide. Odd and I will always be with you." He held Ji Wu's hand again, and smiled at Shi Yuan with ease. "Can you tell us, what is your name?" Shi Yuan's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, so tight that she could hardly breathe. She whispered hoarsely, "Father, my name is Shi Yuan. It's not the blood of Tao Tai, nor the blood of the sacred tree. She is just an orphan sold to the Rose training camp by human traffickers. 3 years ago, she wanted to leave the Blood Rose, but was betrayed by Cyrus, and was besieged by the leader of the Blood Rose, Chi Sang and others, and sent back to the Rose Manor, waiting for the death sentence of the Duke of Rose. In order to survive, she devoured the blood of a stranger who was imprisoned in the basement of the Rose Manor. In the 15th year of coming to this world, she told others her real name for the first time. It sounds so nice." Yuan Zhou tucked her hair behind her ears, and she lost all her vitality. At this moment, a triangular starlight lit up under Shi Yuan's feet, with the tongue snake totem, the phoenix totem, and the Yinglong totem standing on 3 legs. Qi Jing, Feng Yang, and Ning Yao used up their last bit of strength to give her totem blessings. Shi Yuan slowly stood up with the help of the greedy holy scythe. In front of her, the entanglement between the pure black star power and the evil black star power had come to an end. The dragon's red eyes were invaded by black, and the wounds caused by the black giant's sword on its body recovered as before. The dragon scales that had been dulled by sleeping for tens of millions of years gradually regained their luster. He raised his head, looked at the tearful ants in the distance, and slowly arched his dragon body. The evil dragon formed by the evil black star power surrounded him, and made a hoarse and strange low cry, as if the devil was whispering to tempt people to fall, asking him to completely nip the hidden danger in the bud. When the giant dragon opened its mouth and was about to spit out dragon breath, a pure white light fell from the sky. The divine beast Physique landed on his huge dragon horn and kicked him without mercy. The giant dragon was kicked and fell backwards. Before he could react, layers of Physique totems appeared out of thin air. One by one, Physique phantoms walked out of the totems. Some of them were tall and strong, while others were young and agile. Each Physique was bathed in platinum light, shining with sacred brilliance. The leading Physique had a body size that was not inferior to that of the giant dragon. He glanced at the little Physique, who was standing on the head of the demon god very presumptuously, and chuckled. It seemed like relief and praise. He did not delay, and raised his neck to chant. The sacred and powerful chanting resounded throughout the underground space. The Physique who appeared with him were guided, and gave the same response. The shadow of Physique surrounding Yuan shone brightly in the clear and loud chanting, becoming more and more agile and handsome. When she looked at Physique standing high above the demon god in surprise, the other party also happened to look over. It was a pair of extremely familiar eyes. Suddenly, Yuan had a very ominous premonition in her heart. The offended demon god did not react at all, as if he was frozen in place, and the black star power lingering around him was attracted by the invisible force, and all gathered on GCU. The moment the black star power was poured into GCU's body, his expression began to distort, and he could no longer maintain the form of Physique, and fell to his knees. The long hair slid from his shoulders, sticking to the scales of the dragon, and at a certain moment reached the same color. At the same time, GCU's quiet voice rang in Yuan's ears. I have already sacrificed to the demon god, and there is a demon seed in my body. Physique temporarily isolated me from the demon seed, allowing me to advance to the Holy Land and retain independent consciousness, but this is not a long-term solution. The seal of the demon god has been broken. If he is allowed to be free, he will sooner or later catalyze the demon seed and make me his puppet. There is not much I can do. I racked my brains and only came up with a not-so-clever method. Imitate Yuan Qin and become the carrier of the demon god's power, so that the demon god's power is separated from its body, and then let Physique seal me in the land of divine revelation. This may have a slight sealing effect. Uncle Yuan asked me to tell you that after leaving here, go to the Winston Empire to find the green ivy of life. He is the companion totem of the sacred tree, and can help the sacred tree restore its strength. The long paragraph. The voice is steady and without ripples, as if he had already prepared a draft in mind, but the last low hum indicates that the speaker is enduring great pain. Yuan had never felt so insignificant. She was clearly the most powerful saint in the universe, but she could only watch the important people leave one after another. She had no choice. She closed her eyes tightly, no longer looking at the people who were completely swallowed by the black star power, and left without looking back with a greedy holy scythe. At this moment, the black star power wrapped around GCU suddenly exploded, and the Physique phantom, who was chanting, could not withstand the impact of this power, and all collapsed and disappeared. Yuan realized something was wrong and turned around, and felt a terrible force attacking her. In a flash, GCU, who was covered in black air, grabbed her neck and threw her against the rock wall. The rock wall could not withstand such a violent impact, and collapsed downward with Shiryu as the center, breaking inch by inch. The power of the sacred tree poured out, turning into arrows that stabbed at GCU, but was blocked by the black star power. The evil dragon rose from behind GCU and showed a hideous and twisted smile to Yuan. But Yuan, who was provoked by him, did not show any surprise. At such a close distance, she raised her hand and pressed it against GCU's heart. The emerald green star power gushed out and enveloped the two of them at the same time. The starlight hidden in the stone sculpture gathered again and quickly formed a huge star array composed of countless totems. Yuan's palm was against GCU's chest, and she could clearly feel the other's heart beating continuously and warmly, one after another. The huge star array completely enveloped the two of them, and the strange and mysterious fluctuations gently beat against their eardrums. At this moment, their heartbeats reached the same frequency. Staring into those cold and ruthless eyes, Yuan no longer hesitated, poured all his strength into his palms, and struck forward fiercely. Taotai Greedy Absorption, Taotai Devouring. The former is her last mimicry talent, awakened after she was promoted to the Holy Domain. When used with Taotai Devouring, she can seize the power of others for her own use within a certain period of time. The demon god is at the top of the divine realm. Even if he has been sealed for tens of millions of years, he is incomparable to ordinary people. Sure, Yuan's strength is not comparable to his, so he can only use this method to try to weaken the demon god's combat power in order to find an opportunity to reseal him. The fierce Taotai phantom jumped out from behind the divine beast, staring at the demon god with its golden fierce eyes. Mysterious and complex patterns appeared on the surface of Sure Yuan's skin. They frantically seized the power in the demon god's body and greedily stored it. However, in just a few seconds, most of the demon god's power around the two was absorbed by Sure Yuan. What made her uneasy was that the demon god did not distance himself from her directly and avoid the range of greedy absorption. Instead, he allowed her to touch him without any obstruction. When she vaguely realized that something was wrong, he slowly raised his lips, as if his conspiracy had succeeded, and poured a huge amount of demon god power into her body in reverse. The change happened too suddenly, and Sure Yuan had no time to stop greedy absorption, and was forced to accept the huge amount of demon god power that could not be purified at present. They cracked the mysterious star pattern that had not yet been completely outlined on the surface of the body, and turned into tiny sharp blades that were invisible to the naked eye and drilled into her bone marrow, cutting her flesh and blood. In that instant of power impact, Sure Yuan's spiritual power spring was lost, and the demon god power that attacked wantonly was like a shark that smelled blood. It rushed into his spiritual power fist in one go, greedily patrolling this vast ocean, wanting to take it back as its own back garden. The severe pain spread to Sure Yuan's whole body. She felt like her body was being smashed to pieces by a heavy hammer. The horrible cracking sensation tore at her nerves and devoured her consciousness. At this critical moment, the sacred tree totem in her spiritual power spring shone brightly, and the Taotai totem also responded to his call after a slight tremor. The two totems passed down from ancient times injected all their power into the vast ocean below. The red shadow under the ocean also trembled slightly, no longer fighting against the power that bound itself, but sinking into the invisible deep sea. Where had the other mimicry marks living in the spiritual power spring seen such a hateful scene? They all curled up together and trembled, and the kittens also looked around anxiously in its spiritual power cradle. It tried to communicate with Sure Yuan, but received no response. It jumped out of the cradle of spiritual power in a hurry. Before it reached the island where the sacred tree grew, it was blown away by the huge wave of spiritual power ocean, and fell into the rolling black star power that invaded this place. Boom! A thunder like a ghost fell from the spiritual power spring, splitting the vast ocean into pieces. The sacred tree totem disappeared quietly, leaving only the Taotai totem and the spiritual power spring. With the disappearance of the sacred tree totem, Sure Yuan's consciousness, which was torn apart by countless big hands, also fell into darkness. Winston Empire. Griffin Manor. After greeting the sleeping majesty as usual, Laird Wiseman stood up gracefully, and took out a bunch of beautiful lily of the valley from the space ring, ready to exchange for the tulips still blooming in the vase. Suddenly, he sensed a strange fluctuation of star power, and turned his head quickly, and saw the 72-3S level alien crystals embedded in the ice coffin shining brightly. Laird Wiseman opened his eyes wide, watching the ice coffin, which had never moved, extracting a huge amount of star power from the alien crystals, absorbing it like a whale. After being shocked, he put his fist to his chest, knelt on one knee without hesitation, and said devoutly and respectfully, "Your Majesty, are you finally waking up?" No one responded to his question. Inside the ice coffin, there was only a human body, and Your Majesty with green vines on his limbs, no longer shrouded in misty clouds. Her hands gradually took shape, with slender and white fingers, round and full nails, showing a light pink color. Pure white flowers bloomed on the green dress, like the green vines that had been sleeping in the long winter finally ushered in the arrival of spring. Chapter 232. 3 years later. When Sure Yuan regained consciousness, she saw a soft glimmer in her daze. She struggled to open her eyes, and found herself lying in a spacious and bright room, covered with a thin blanket. The afternoon sun shone into the room, the breeze blew the curtains gently, and the birds chirped in the courtyard, full of vitality. Where is this? Doubts arose, and Sure Yuan's vision gradually became clear. The decoration above her head was simple and gorgeous, with the griffin emblem that she was very familiar with lurking. The gorgeous architectural style instantly awakened her past memories. Griffin Manor? the only family in the world that can use the griffin emblem is the Griffin family of the Winston Empire. Shi Yuan frowned. Before she could think further, a surprised voice rang in her ears. Your Majesty. Are you finally awake? Your Majesty? This title made Shi Yuan stunned, and she turned her head to meet a pair of green eyes, like the finest gemstones. The young man had deep and handsome features, and his long golden curly hair was simply tied with a red hairband, loosely draped over his left shoulder, not looking sloppy, but with a relaxed and casual temperament. Shi Yuan knew him. The first heir of the Winston Empire Griffin family, Laird Weissman. She had never dealt with Laird Weissman, but only knew that he was a low-key person, did not like to participate in the frequent exchange dances between the nobles of the Winston Empire, and rarely appeared in front of people. Why would Leroy Weissman call her His Majesty? Could it be that she had traveled through time and space into the body of the Emperor of the Winston Empire? Thinking of this, Shi Yuan subconsciously looked down, and saw that the arm draped over the thin quilt was white and slender, with a fresh light pink color from the inside out. It was definitely not the old emperor, who indulged in excessive sexual activities, and who didn't know when he would die in bed. She breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, and then thought of a worse possibility. The old emperor died, Emilia ascended the throne and became the new emperor of the Winston Empire, and she traveled into Emilia's body. This can explain why Laird Weissman sat by her bed, and called her His Majesty. While she was trying to maintain her confused expression and thoughts after just waking up, Laird Weissman suddenly made a move. He put his fist to his chest, knelt on one knee by the bed, bowed his head and said respectfully, Congratulations on your return, Laird Weissman, the 17th head of the Griffin family. Shi Yuan's eyes moved slightly. This short sentence contains a great amount of information. If I remember correctly, when she was captured by Yuan Qin and taken to the land of divine revelation, the 16th head of the Griffin family was still alive. Laird Weissman called himself the 17th head of the family, which means that the Griffin Duke is dead, and he has become the new Griffin Duke. How long has it been since the demon god attacked the seal? What does the return in Laird Weissman's words mean? Shi Yuan was eager to know whether she had traveled to Emilia's body. She didn't say anything, and used her peripheral vision to look for something in the room that could clearly reflect her appearance, and finally locked onto the window not far from the bed. Before Laird Weissman noticed something strange, she slowly sat up, looked out the window naturally, raised her hand to touch the spring light that entered the room. The window reflected her upper body. The long green hair fell down her shoulders, scattered on the bed like seaweed. Her eyebrows were delicate and beautiful. A pair of crescent eyebrows set off her gentle and friendly, and her sea blue eyes were like the deep and boundless sky, making people unforgettable. Not Emilia, she looked 70% like her, but her temperament is completely different, which reduces the 70% resemblance to 30%. Shi Yuan has no impression of this face at present. Looking at Laird Weissman, who is still kneeling beside the bed, he does not have any dissatisfaction or doubt because of the long silence. He still bows his head devoutly, like a knight waiting for orders. After thinking, Shi Yuan asked softly, Who am I? She doesn't know anything about this body. The spiritual power spring is empty. There is neither the sacred tree totem nor the gluttonous totem. The cat cub is nowhere to be seen. The star power in her body is surging like waves, but it is completely out of control. In this case, it is difficult for her to pretend to be the original owner. Laird Weissman's attitude is so respectful that it is less likely to be exposed if he directly confesses his amnesia than if he tries hard to disguise himself. Hearing her question, Laird Weissman was indeed stunned for a moment, but he did not react excessively. Instead, he hesitated and said, Don't you remember anything? Shi Yuan did not answer, but looked down at him calmly, showing the arrogance of a high-ranking person, waiting for the answer to the question. Laird Weissman realized that his subconscious reaction was offensive, and hurriedly lowered his head and answered respectfully, You are the greatest and most noble emperor of the Winston Empire, Tigreal Winston. You have been in a deep sleep for 1,000 years. The Griffin family is responsible for protecting you, and has been waiting for you to wake up. Hearing this, Shi Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Fortunately, Laird Weissman lowered his head, and did not notice her abnormality. She heard Emilia talk about Tigreal Winston, who was the name of the founding empress of the Winston Empire. The Winston royal family has a secret that few people know. They were founded after the Yongnao Empire, and the current Reinhardt royal family is not the descendant of the founding empress. Tigreal Winston suddenly appeared. No one knows her origins, or what mimicry she has. Not long after she led the 5 holy totem families to establish the Winston Empire, she disappeared, leaving only a handwritten order for Duke Reinhardt to inherit the throne. For some unknown reason, the 5 holy totem families tacitly erased Tigreal's name. After thousands of years of vicissitudes, the outside world only knows that the Winston Empire has a very powerful founding empress, and does not know her life. So this amazing queen fell into a deep sleep, but why did she wake up in Tigreal's body? Sure, Yuan tried to recall what happened before he lost consciousness. Jisoo, who was trying to strip the power of the demon god by using himself as a container, suddenly lost control and tried to attack her. She was ready to pour all the power of the sacred tree in her body into him, and seal him forcibly. She had no memory of what happened after that. Did she die together with the demon god? And because of her own special characteristics, she was in Tigreal's body? Sure, Yuan asked carefully. What time is it now? What is the situation outside? She skillfully played the role of a strong person, with absolute rationality and calmness. After knowing her identity, she paid attention to the information that matched her current identity at the first time. Laird Weissman did not doubt it, and answered hesitantly. It is now 10:21 in the Winston calendar. 3 years ago, the demon god broke through the seal, and the sky-breaking disaster descended on the universe. Countless alienated areas and Stargate ruins emerged. Quite a number of alienated creatures and humans were contaminated by the power of the demon god, and became believers of the demon god. The flames of war burned in every constellation. With every word he heard, Sure Yuan's heart sank. 3 years had passed, and the demon had broken the seal. What about her? Was she dead? Sure Yuan was eager to know what happened 3 years ago, but he couldn't remember it no matter what. Laird Weissman did not see the emotional fluctuations she tried to suppress, and continued, The current ruler of our country is Amelia Reinhardt, and her spiritual power spring has a great defect. According to common sense, she should have run out of energy half a year ago, but she has not shown any tendency to collapse in mimicry so far, and has even become stronger than before. Her ruling attitude has become more and more assertive, and no one can question it. The Duke of Iris, who has a good relationship with her, was seriously injured by her because of his political disagreement with her. Speaking of this, Laird Weissman paused, hesitantly added, The power of the demon god can repair the spiritual power spring of the gifted, and can also improve the combat power of the gifted in a short period of time. I suspect that she has surrendered to the demon god. At present, people's hearts are unsettled in the country. The Saint Totem family and the major nobles dare not show their disloyalty due to Amelia's cruelty, but they have made many small moves in private. Sure Yuan looked at the tiny dust swirling in the halo, and sighed silently. Amelia finally came to this point. She was a stubborn girl. Even though she knew she was incurable, she was unwilling to become a puppet of the Duke of Iris. She wanted to take over the power of the Emperor, emulate the founding Empress, and restore the former glory of the Winston Empire. She had nowhere to turn to, but she was unwilling to turn into bones. Becoming a follower of the demon god was an inevitable choice. What else? After the demon god was born, the previous generation of the totem family head of the Yongyao Empire disappeared overnight, and the successor was unable to resist the invasion of the demon god army. In 3 years, the 9 major constellations fell one after another, and the totem army was almost completely defeated. Chapter 233. After Laird Weissman left, Sure Yuan sat on the bedside, staring out the window with empty eyes. The situation was worse than she had imagined. After the demon god broke through the seal, a large number of alienated areas connected to the desolate star field appeared, and they were concentrated in the 9 constellations of the Yongyao Empire. The black talents, who were suppressed by the totem family, and could not breathe, joined the demon god, formed the demon god legion, and began to attack the 9 constellations in all directions. In order to survive, many people took the initiative to become black talents, joined the demon god legion, and plundered resources and territories with the star pirates. The Jinwu constellation fell first, and the Jinwu legion led by Tang Shishu was completely crippled. Tang Xia appeared at the critical moment, rescued the seriously injured and dying Tang Shishu, and fled to the Jinli constellation with a Jinwu legion of less than 1,000 people. The Snake Spear constellation was attacked the most fiercely, and 3 saints and pure-blooded tongue snakes died in battle one after another. Now Madame Qi and other remnants of the tongue snake corps are trapped on the Sky Star, and they are like a sped force. Qi Huan led his troops to help, but was blocked by the Demon God Corps in the S-level alienation zone, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. After he left, the Yuan group suddenly turned against him and killed Qi Qinyu, and led the entire White Lion constellation to defect to the Demon God. The Phoenix family and the Qilin family joined forces to fight against the Demon God Corps, but they still couldn't resist the strong attack of the Demon God Corps, and only barely saved a few planets adjacent to the Star Crown constellation. Yuna constellation formed an alliance with the Taotai family as soon as possible, but the reorganized Baizhe Corps was not strong enough to suppress the rebels that rose up one after another, and had to leave Tianning Star and go to Tiandu Star in order to retain its manpower. Ji Qingqi succeeded the position of the head of the Taotai clan, and together with Ji Qinglan, who inherited the position of the head of the Tianyuan clan, they resisted the demon army and barely saved 1/3 of the territory of the Corona constellation. Facing the fierce attack of the demon god army, the Yinglong family decisively abandoned the planet directly connected to the desolate star region, leaving behind the most prosperous and rich planet, stretching the front line, and forming a more effective confrontation. What surprised Shi Yuan was that the demon god did not leave the desolate star region after breaking the seal, and the world only knew the demon god, but had never seen his true face. If not, the totem family would not have been able to hold on until now. While thinking, Shi Yuan suddenly sensed several strong auras approaching. 5 extraordinary 3rd level, 1 holy domain. She lifted the quilt and prepared to go to the window to take a look. Laird Weissman came back and knocked on the door, saying in an urgent tone, "Your Majesty, Emilia suddenly sent someone here for some reason. They are not here with good intentions. Please leave first and make plans later." Shi Yuan paused when he got up and tried to circulate the star power. The sluggish feeling subsided a little, but he still couldn't use it freely. "Is it coming for me?" she asked. Laird Weissman shook his head. "It's hard to be sure. Emilia has become more and more authoritarian recently. She has dealt with many nobles who were at odds with her in the past. My mother has always opposed her becoming the crown prince of the empire. Sooner or later, this fire will burn the Griffin family. My mother had anticipated this before she died in the battle and made preparations in advance. She asked me to wait here for you to wake up and return to the Griffin seat to find an opportunity to regain power. Time is running out. Please leave with me." Shi Yuan spread out her palms, and a cluster of green flames rose up, exuding vitality, which was more vigorous than the power of the sacred tree she once mastered. As the flames burned slowly, familiar breaths emerged from her meridians. Shi Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and before Laird Weissman could sense those auras, he decisively withdrew his star power, and put on the shoes beside the bed. "How many soldiers do you have?" Laird Weissman immediately replied, "The Griffin Corps has a full complement of 100,000 people, and there are only 3,000 people left with me on Qionglan Star." "Not enough." Shi Yuan combed her ankle-length hair, took the hairband that Laird Weissman used to hold his long hair, tied it up simply, and walked out past him. Laird Weissman didn't expect her to do this, and stood there in a daze, smelling a passing cold fragrance. After reacting, he turned around in a hurry. "Your Majesty? Where are you going? If we leave now, we may not be able to successfully meet up with the Griffin Corps. It's better to go directly to the Imperial Palace to see Emilia," Shi Yuan said slowly. Laird Weissman was shocked by this. "Your Majesty, Emilia has lost her mind, and the palace is completely controlled by her. You rashly go to see her. That's what we want to do." Shi Yuan interrupted him, stopped and looked back at Laird Weissman. His sea-blue eyes showed the confidence and arrogance of a superior, and said something that matched his current status. "Now that I have returned, the Imperial Palace should also change hands." She couldn't be sure how much sanity Emilia still had, so she had to go and see it anyway. In addition, she had to have the military force to compete with the Demon God Legion in the shortest time, and seizing the Emperor's authority of the Winston Empire was the fastest way. Furthermore, she had to make a small test. Does the Demon God want to leave the Desolate Star region, or can't leave the Desolate Star region? Laird Weissman met those eyes deeper than the deep sea, and for a moment, he could not say a word of persuasion. After a short 2-second pause, he knelt on one knee with his fist against his chest and bowed his head respectfully. "All honor to Winston. Laird Weissman brought someone here, and asked me to meet her?" Emilia sat high on the throne, and frowned slightly when she heard Vincent, who had been promoted to the captain of the Royal Guard, say, "Did he say who that person was?" Vincent shook his head. It was a woman, wearing a white cloak, and Duke Weissman was very respectful to her. Others may not understand, but Emilia announced her marriage contract with Laird Weissman in order to balance the Holy Angel family and win over the Griffin family. She had dealt with him many times, and knew that he looked gentle on the surface, but was extremely arrogant in his bones. She unilaterally announced her engagement with Laird Weissman just to anger him, and make him do something irrational, so that she could hold him accountable. The Duke of Griffin didn't take her seriously, and wanted to announce the annulment of the engagement. At the critical moment, it was Laird Weissman, who she thought would act impulsively, who came out to smooth things over and accepted the engagement. At that time, Emilia knew that Laird Weissman was not as arrogant as he seemed. Who would he be so respectful to? Is the Duke of Griffin not dead? Impossible. Laird Weissman inherited most of the power of the Griffin totem, and has been promoted to the Holy Realm, which means that the Duke of Griffin is indeed dead. Another person rushed in. Your Majesty, the Duke of Iris, the Duke of Rose, the Duke of Holy Angel and all the nobles are here. They are all chatting with Duke Weissman outside the palace, and they mentioned words such as His Majesty Tigreal and return. Tigreal is not a common name in the Winston Empire, and the one who can add the word Your Majesty to this name must be one of the emperors of the empire. Emilia's pupil shrank suddenly, and she stood up from the throne, unconsciously raising her voice. What did you say? Your Majesty Tigreal? The person who reported back was not familiar with the names of the emperors of the Winston Empire. Seeing her lose her composure, she was shocked and said quickly, It is indeed the pronunciation of Tigreal. Your subordinates don't know. Before she finished speaking, Emilia had left the throne and walked out without saying anything. Sure Yuan sat calmly in the star shuttle, allowing the thick one-way visible glass to block the prying eyes from the outside world. She lowered her eyes to look at the green star power scattered in her hand. When she felt its powerful vitality, a series of imperceptible mimicry shadows emerged and wandered around her slender 5 fingers. There was the lazy Yinglong, the roaring Taothai, the proud Tingsha, the gorgeous Phoenix, and Bai Zhe who knelt in her palm. Sensing her gaze, Bai Zhe raised his head and nudged her slightly bent thumb, acting like a kitten who liked to lie in her hand and rub her with his little head. Sure Yuan moved her fingers, and Bai Zhe turned into a stream of light, forming a carving knife that she was very familiar with. Her pupils dilated slightly, and she said in disbelief, Xianzhu? Xianzhu heard her voice, and turned back to Bai Zhe's appearance, rubbing her fingertips again, as if responding to her words. Sure Yuan's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but say, Where is Jisiu? How is he now? Bai Zhe turned back into Xianzhu again, and wrote a line of words in the air. I don't know either, I can't sense him. These words made Sure Yuan's heart, which had jumped up, fall back to the bottom of the valley. Xianzhu noticed her emotions, and fell back into her palm quietly. Sure Yuan was not a sentimental person, so he quickly adjusted his mood and dispersed the mimics. It was at this time that there was a commotion outside, and people shouted Your Majesty one after another. Sure Yuan tilted his head, and saw Emilia walking out of the main gate of the palace in a gorgeous dress. She no longer had to sit in a wheelchair, and every step she took was so firm. Her eyebrows were no longer as innocent as before, but were replaced by majesty accumulated over time. Ever since she returned to the Taotai family, she had thought that one day she would be an enemy of Emilia, but she did not expect that day to come so soon. Perhaps she noticed that someone was watching her, and Emilia looked up. Sure Yuan could see her through the car window, but she couldn't see him, but they seemed to meet each other's eyes. Seeing Emilia really come out, the nobles exchanged glances quietly. Among the many people who came to pay homage, only Laird Weissman bowed slightly, and did not give the highest worship. Chris, Carol, and Cyrus, the 3 heads of the Saint Totem family, frowned one after another, and looked at the motionless star shuttle. Laird Weissman sent them a message. The content was very simple, only one sentence. His Majesty Tigreal is about to return and intends to regain the imperial power. As the helmsman of the Saint Totem family, they certainly know His Majesty Tigreal, but how could someone who disappeared 1,000 years ago return? No matter how strong she is, she can't have 1,000 years of life. Emilia ignored the others and looked directly at Laird Weissman, her tone extremely cold. Where is the person you are talking about? Just as Chris and the other 2 thought, she didn't think that Her Majesty Tigreal could come back. Laird Weissman at most found the blood descendant of that majesty, and wanted to shake her throne. Seeing Emilia's cold eyes, Laird Weissman bowed to her again, then walked to the star shuttle, and respectfully opened the door. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the star shuttle. She was a lady in her early 20s, with soft-side profile lines and fair and delicate skin. Sitting in the shadow of the star shuttle, it was impossible to see her expression clearly. Laird Weissman raised his right hand and made a gentleman's invitation. She put her white fingertips into his palm and bowed out of the star shuttle. After seeing her appearance clearly, Chris and Cyrus held their breath at the same time. Even Carol, who was looking over to watch the fun, opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 234. Exactly the same. The person in front of him is exactly the same as the portrait of the founding empress recorded in the Winston Empire. No matter the temperament or the demeanor, they are exactly the same. How can there be such alike people in the world? Even if they are twins, It is impossible for them to have the same temperament. It is well known that even for the strong in the holy domain, the maximum lifespan is between 150 and 200 years old. The blood of the totem family needs to nourish the totem, and the gifted people in the holy domain realm usually can't live that long, almost the same as ordinary people, or even worse. The three holy totem dukes, who have always been at odds, looked at each other, and they couldn't figure out what Laird Weissman was up to. If he intended to use the name of His Majesty Tigreal to subvert Emilia's rule, he should take this unknown woman away from Chimelon Star and return to Griffin Constellation, declare that she is the descendant of His Majesty Tigreal, attack the Reinhardt royal family as thieves, and split the Winston Empire through public opinion. This is safe enough. No matter how strong Emilia is, she can't kill the Griffin and become an enemy of the entire Griffin Corps. Laird Weissman is acting like a brainless idiot. He brought people here to demonstrate. Given Emilia's current personality, isn't that courting death? Could he be so naive as to think that they would join him in overthrowing Emilia's rule and supporting a puppet? Times are different now. The Demon Corps is invading in large numbers. Although the Winston Empire has not become the main battlefield, once all the totem families of the Yongyao Empire are dead, the war will sooner or later spread here. The crisis faced by then is definitely not something that a puppet can solve. This is also the main reason why Chris did not directly turn against Emilia after they had a conflict and were severely injured by her, even though Emilia was becoming more and more authoritarian. No matter how arrogant Chris was, he knew that it was time to unite and overcome the crisis together. Otherwise, not to mention the Iris family, the entire Winston Empire would be destroyed in this crisis that had not happened in 1,000 years. As the main target of the demonstration, Emilia was also shocked, but she was calm enough and did not lose her composure in public. She immediately adjusted her mood and examined the person standing calmly beside Laird Weissman. Her eyes were extremely sharp and implied the oppression of a high-ranking person. It would be difficult for ordinary people to remain calm when being looked at like this, even if they were not timid. However, the other party was not intimidated by her momentum and looked at her calmly. When their eyes met, Emilia held her breath unconsciously. The other party did not pretend to be special, nor did he have any provocative behavior. He just looked at her, indifferent as if he had no emotions, but instead made her extremely aggressive eyes lack the calmness that a ruler of a country should have. This feeling. So familiar. But that person has disappeared. It is impossible for him to be here. When she was distracted, Emilia's heart beat violently without any warning, and a hoarse and indistinguishable voice drilled into her cochlea. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! It was like a temptation from the devil, making her fall into an irreversible abyss. When Emilia reacted, she had already released the mimicry, and the blue whale jumped out from behind her, making a long low hum with the sound of the waves. The surging tide turned into dark blue chains, with the tip as a sharp blade, piercing the person in the ear, who was shouting to kill without any explanation. No one expected her to suddenly attack. The pressure from the Holy Domain realm caused the blood of most of the gifted people present to surge. They subconsciously wanted to escape to a safe area, but they were like petrified on the spot, unable to move even a finger. Just as Carol and the other Holy Totem Dukes were about to make a move, a gentle breath came over them, eliminating the pressure released by Emilia. The green vines entangled the towering trees and climbed up. The sacred breath of life came with the rustling sound of the swaying branches and leaves. The tidal chains controlled by Emilia broke inch by inch in this powerful breath. The blue whale seemed to be stimulated by something unknown. Its groan gradually became sad, and the tide surrounding it surged more and more violently, as if it was fighting against a certain force. Emilia's breath was sometimes pure and sometimes evil, as if she had split into two people. When the divine light descended upon her, her aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her face showed an extremely painful expression. A faint trace of evil black star power seeped out of her fair skin. She really contained the power of the demon god. Sure Yuan frowned slightly, and immediately stopped the mimicry. The green light disappeared, and Emilia fell to the ground in embarrassment. Fine and dense cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and the black under her eyes began to fade gradually. The incident happened too quickly. Before others could react, they saw Tigreal walk up to Emilia, pick her up by the waist, and walk directly into the palace without caring about how others would react. Vincent was about to step forward, but was easily stopped by her eyes. This top-level extraordinary third-level talent was like being cast into a fixed spell, standing straight in place, watching her take Emilia away. Seeing this, Cyrus Garcia pursed his lips slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Then, he stood up and chased directly into the Imperial Palace. Chris raised his eyebrows slightly. Ever since Cyrus Garcia went to the Yongyao Empire and returned seriously injured, he has become extremely low-key. He basically does not speak in Congress, and does not care about what other Saint Totem families are planning. He has always remained neutral in the vote at critical moments, as if he can accept any result you want. This is the first time in recent years that he has taken the initiative to do something. After a brief hesitation, Chris also followed into the Imperial Palace. Seeing this, Carol Patrick also raised his delicate eyebrows and chased after him. The nobles who were left behind looked at each other, not knowing what was going on in front of them. They silently chose to stay where they were, and wait for the subsequent development of the situation to avoid being affected again. Laird Weissman didn't know what Tigreal wanted to do, and as the most loyal follower of Her Majesty the Queen, he certainly couldn't leave, so he followed the other three. Carol paused for a moment, waiting for Laird Weissman to catch up, and asked, "Who did you bring? How could she be so powerful?" She easily resolved Amelia's attack, and even left her with no spare strength to fight back. If it was 3 years ago, Carol wouldn't find it strange, but now, Amelia's power has surpassed most of the Saint Domain talents, and even Chris Hudson is not her opponent. How powerful is that woman? Laird Weissman glanced at her and said solemnly, "I have already said that she is Her Majesty Tigreal." He did not mention that the Queen was in deep sleep, and had been guarded by the Griffin family. This was a secret, and he could not tell anyone without the Queen's permission. Carol frowned again. "Do you mean she lived for 1,000 years? Why didn't she show up before? What do you want to do now? Your Majesty naturally has your own intentions." Laird Weissman did not answer directly. Carol rolled her eyes at him, and stopped trying to find out about Tigreal. Amelia leaned on Sir Yuan's shoulder, biting her pale lips tightly, and obvious blood was oozing out. Her forehead was covered with fine and dense cold sweat, her limbs were weak and powerless, her eyes flickered with black light, and her consciousness fell into a strong struggle. She looked at the profile of Tigreal, and in a trance, it overlapped with the familiar face in her memory, and subconsciously said, "11, are you back?" Amelia's voice was particularly weak, and she was trying her best to suppress something, showing a strong sense of contradiction. Sir Yuan paused, lowered his head to meet her hazy eyes, and sighed softly. "Amelia, you have been eroded by the power of the demon god and gradually lost your mind." With Amelia's cautious character, even if she was wary and hostile to the sudden appearance of Tigreal, she would not act rashly in front of so many people without clarifying the specific situation. She did not give a specific answer, but Amelia laughed and said to her shoulder, "Where did you go? I thought you disappeared like those totem marshals." With the deaths of the strong men in the Holy Land first, and the appearance of the demon god later, disappearance is tantamount to death. She had looked for 11, but returned in vain. Even the Tao Ai family had no news of her. Amelia knew that with 11's personality, she would not hide at such a critical moment. Something must have happened to her, so she disappeared without leaving a word. Sure, Yuan was silent for a moment. "I don't know. After waking up, I arrived at the Griffin Manor and became Tigreal. The war 3 years ago was like an unreal dream. But reality told her that everyone died, and only she survived in an unknown way. She didn't know whether it should be attributed to the specialness of the time traveler, or the divine tree's favor to her." Amelia was unable to explore more, and said in a hoarse voice, "2 years after you disappeared, my spiritual power spring reached its limit. I heard that the power of the demon god can repair the spiritual power spring. I did a lot of research. Most people can still maintain their sanity after absorbing the power of the demon god, and will not be controlled by the demon god. I don't want to die. So after making all preparations, I absorbed the power of the demon god. It was normal at first. I had a complete spiritual power spring, and broke through to the holy realm in one go. But one night when I woke up, I found myself standing by my father's bed, holding a knife in my hand, and my father was covered in blood. The power of the demon magnified my desires, made me lose control of my body and mind, and eroded my will without knowing it. From then on, I knew I was out of control. But everything was irreversible. Her ability to control her emotions was getting worse and worse. A little thing could make her lose her temper. She began to dream. In the chaotic dream, she heard terrifying mutterings and saw an unfathomable abyss. Amelia didn't want to fall into the abyss, so she ran away desperately, but the abyss began to chase her. She clearly realized that the demon had invaded her spiritual power source, and she would be swallowed by the abyss one day. Sure, Yuan listened to her quietly. After crossing the threshold and arriving at the bedroom, she put the pale Amelia on the large and soft bed. "I will try to expel the power of the demon from your body. The process will be painful and may fail." Amelia grabbed her hand and said with half-closed eyes, 11, If you fail, please kill me, become the new emperor of the Winston Empire in the name of His Majesty Tigreal, and then scatter my ashes in Chilmon. Sure Yuan held her palm. I can save you, you will not die. Emilia heard the determination in her words, and curled the corners of her lips. I knew there would be such a day, and I was mentally prepared, but I was not willing to do it. I was unwilling to die like this, but the price of continuing life was losing myself. What's the difference between this and death? Sure Yuan didn't say anything else. Green star power formed in her palm, and the majestic vitality made Emilia feel like she was lying in her mother's arms when she was young. But the distortion and pain in her body and the spiritual power fountain made her grit her teeth. It was a feeling that was hard to describe in words, invading her bone marrow, like a dense needle, piercing her most vulnerable part, hurting her so much that she couldn't breathe. Emilia gritted her teeth with her last bit of strength, staring at a certain point on the ceiling in waves of extreme pain. In the dark spiritual power fountain, the blue whale crawled on the sea and wailed. Its body was no longer as pure and clear as before, and its surface was wrapped with strands of strange black star power. Those black star powers were like thorns with thorns, deeply piercing its flesh, making it unable to move and dare not struggle. This painful torture was clearly transmitted to Emilia through the spiritual power spring, making her want to pick up a knife and stab it into her heart, ending everything here. Just at this moment, a pure and powerful breath poured into her body, just like the sun dispelling the haze of the earth, completely enveloping Emilia. Her heart and brain were wrapped in powerful vitality, and one by one the green vines entangled the black star powers that made Emilia breathless, expelling and melting them. More and more black star powers seeped out of her skin, and the evil and strange breath filled the bedroom. They swam and gathered together to form a several-meter-long evil dragon. The evil dragon arched its body, and its 4 dragon claws were hooked dangerously, and it roared hoarsely and evilly at Sure Yuan. 2 rows of fine and dense sharp teeth appeared in its mouth, and a more evil breath gushed out, trying to pollute the green star power. Sure Yuan met the eyes of the evil dragon, which were stained with dark flames, and pulled the corners of her mouth coldly. She stretched out her white hand, and actually grabbed one of the evil dragon's horns. The evil dragon probably didn't expect her to do this, and she didn't expect that she could grab herself without a specific shape out of thin air. She didn't react for a while, and was thrown to the ground. Its head should have penetrated the ground directly, but for some reason, it hit the floor tiles with complex patterns. With a crisp cracking sound, the ground sank into a big pit, and the other horn of the evil dragon was completely stuck in the pit. Before it could resist, the boundless green star power surged over, purifying the evil black star power around it bit by bit like a raging fire. When she just woke up, Sure Yuan could only sense the tremendous power in her body, but she couldn't control it. However, as time went by, the power gradually matched her body. When she expelled the power of the demon god for Emilia, a towering tree grew in her chaotic spiritual power spring. It was exactly the same as the immortal tree that once lived in her spiritual power spring, except that a huge green vine climbed on this tree. The vine branches and leaves swayed, exuding a powerful vitality, blending with the breath of the sacred tree as if they were born as one. She thought of the life green vine mentioned by GCU, the companion totem of the sacred tree. Perhaps the life green vine was the key to her awakening in the Griffin manner. She deliberately controlled the power she released, and watched the evil dragon struggle violently and painfully under the green star power. Although she knew that doing so would probably not cause any harm to the demon god, the negative emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time were still slightly relieved. No longer caring about the tortured evil dragon, she looked at Emilia, who was lying on the bed with cold sweat, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on her forehead, and injected the vital green star power into her body again. There was still black star power overflowing from her skin, but it was no longer as strong as before. They twisted and struggled in the air, and finally disappeared. This time, the pain Emilia suffered was greatly relieved, and the evil aura that permeated her body gradually dissipated. When the last trace of the devil's power was expelled by the green star power, Emilia's spiritual power spring began to crack, and the dying blue whale let out a low, long groan. Sure Yuan released his spiritual power without any hesitation, entered Emilia's spiritual power spring, and repaired the cracks for her as before. The blue whale felt the familiar breath, shook its tail slightly, and the low hum gradually became clearer. Emilia's frown loosened, and her breathing became long. She fell into a deep sleep in this peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. The evil dragon, who was struggling violently in the turquoise star power, seemed to have accepted his fate that he could not escape. He no longer maintained the form of the evil dragon, but dissipated into mist, and took the initiative to let the turquoise star power purify himself. the land of divine enlightenment. Under the fragmented earth, the black dragon was still crawling in the empty and boundless underground world. But beside him, there was a black throne that had not been there before. The figure in black gilded robes leaned lazily on the throne with one hand on his chin, and the other hand played with the milky white kitten lying on his knees, pinching its legs, rubbing its furry ears, and then being bitten hard on the fingertips. The man raised his hand, and the kitten was lifted up with him, showing no intention of letting go, very fierce. The man's appearance was clearly reflected in its pupils, with a high nose, deep eyes, and narrow phoenix eyes. It was GCU. But those cold ink-colored eyes were completely devoid of GCU's gentleness and restraint, and more of the opposite wanton indulgence. Facing the kitten's bite, he shook his fingertips, and seeing that it was not going to let go, he released his slender 5 fingers to grab its soft body, and quickly tightened them. When he was about to break the fragile neck, he seemed to have been paused by someone, and stopped his movements abruptly, and he could no longer use any strength. GCU? The faint smile on his lips disappeared, and his eyes seemed to be quenched with ice, which could freeze everything in the world into ice sculptures. Seeing this, the kitten loosened its tightly clenched teeth, stepped on GCU's finger and jumped up, escaping his clutches. Then it kicked forward and accurately swung its sharp claws on the handsome face, leaving a shallow scratch. There was another such scratch on GCU's neck. Chapter 235. Sure, Yuan didn't know what realm she was in, but the power she could control was far from what it was in the past. She expelled all the demon power hidden in Amelia's body, leaving no hidden danger. But as Amelia fell into a deep sleep, her breath did not become stronger due to the repair of her spiritual power spring, and even began to weaken. Even with the powerful vitality, as a compensation, she could not recover to the state she was in 3 years ago. The demon power repaired her spiritual power spring, allowing her to advance to the holy realm, while also overdrawing her body's potential. After the two were separated, her body began to decay uncontrollably. If this continued, she would not live long. Sure, Yuan and Amelia had known each other for a long time, but they had not really been together many times. At first, he saved this puppet crown prince just to leave a way out for himself. He never expected that Amelia would be able to take control of the real power, and become the real crown prince of the empire. She also knew that Amelia helped her escape from Winston Empire, not because she really regarded her as a lifesaver or a close friend, but because she could help her repair her spiritual power spring and prolong her life. The friendship between the two was not pure. Just as she got the identity of Tigreal, and knew the difficulties faced by the 9 constellations, she did not leave Winston Empire to find Ji Qi and others immediately, but chose to come to the Imperial Palace, hoping to gain enough power as the founding empress. The power of a person is always limited. No matter how powerful she is, she can't defeat the entire demon army and reseal the demon. She needs helpers and troops. Before coming, she was prepared for Amelia to be completely corrupted by the demon, and she also thought about how to deal with it if she still had her mind. Amelia is proud. She is unwilling to be dragged down by her body, and unable to realize her ambitions, but she can't tolerate being controlled by the demon and becoming his puppet. Sure, Yuan admires Amelia, so after realizing that she was contaminated by the power of the evil demon, he didn't act on her immediately, but gave her a chance to regain consciousness and let her make her own choice. Amelia is still the Amelia she knows. She doesn't want to die, but she accepts death. But seeing her breath decay, Sure, Yuan can't help but feel a strong reluctance in his heart. One after another, people around her are always leaving. Amelia shouldn't die so easily. She lowered her eyes, raised her hand, and covered Amelia's forehead. The green flame swirled on the back of her hand, burning silently and releasing a ray of pure black star power. Without the evil and strange breath, this ray of black star power was like a not-so-obvious shadow, circling her hand for a circle, and finally sank into Amelia's forehead and disappeared without a trace. Amelia's breath did not change, and she still closed her eyes and fell asleep. Sure, Yuan didn't know whether this ray of black star power could bring her life, but she couldn't find any other way to save Amelia. And the reason why she kept the black star power here was because her experience in the land of divine revelation made her have a bold guess. The demon god was sealed that year, perhaps because he fell. The real demon god has pure black star power, which can repair the broken spiritual power spring, and has no negative effects. The evil black star power that the Qinghua family created through the evil blood sacrifice is the power of the fallen demon god. It is highly polluting and can make people lose control. Yuan Qin is the best example. Before the demon god broke the seal, Yuan Qin had always used pure black star power. Although it was restricted by the power of the sacred tree, the reaction was not as strong as the evil black star power. After the evil black star power gushed out of his body, he completely lost control. Emilia didn't know the difference between the two. It was either coincidental or inevitable that she was contaminated by the evil black star power. Moreover, she had a special identity. After becoming the demon god's follower, the entire Winston Empire would fall into the hands of the demon god. Watching Emilia sleeping soundly, Yun sighed silently and released a star power barrier to isolate her from the outside world. Time was running out. She couldn't delay any longer. She had to reorganize the existing combat power of the Winston Empire as quickly as possible to prevent the demon god's army from further expanding and avoid completely losing the initiative. Yun walked out of Emilia's bedroom quickly and saw Laird Weissman and others who were blocked outside by the star power barrier she released. The four of them looked at her at the same time, and Cyrus's eyes were the most eager. His ruby-like eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions, as if he wanted to confirm something, but he didn't dare to ask the question he wanted to ask after moving his lips several times. Vincent, who was standing farther away, immediately took 2 steps forward and tried to stay calm and said, "Excuse me, where's His Majesty?" He didn't know what was going on with this His Majesty Tigreal in front of him, but with the strength she had just shown, if she wanted to harm His Majesty, she didn't need to bring her back to the bedroom. He tried to stay rational as much as possible and showed his meekness with a relatively humble attitude, so as not to anger this mysterious strongman. Yun glanced at him. She knew that Vincent was Emilia's confidant and was extremely loyal to her. In order to maintain her current personality, she said in a flat voice, "She is fine, you can go and guard her." After she finished speaking, she looked at Laird Weissman. "From now on, I, Tigreal Winston, in the name of the first Empress of the Winston Empire, abolish the royal succession rights of the Reinhardt family and return to the throne. Anyone who is dissatisfied can come to fight within 3 days." Her voice was clear and bright, echoing in the ears of the 4 dukes present, and then poured into the wind, spreading throughout the imperial palace. The nobles who were anxiously waiting outside the imperial palace were all shocked when they heard this, and when they looked at each other, they saw panic in the eyes of others. Nobles with a little background more or less knew the name of Tigreal. Thinking back to the situation when the two fought not long ago, they immediately understood that no matter whether the person who called herself Tigreal Winston was the first empress or not, the imperial palace had changed hands from now on. Only in troubled times could the rulers of a country complete the transition in such a hasty way. The great nobles were silent, and how dare the small nobles come out to seek a sense of existence? They kept silent one by one to see who would be the first to come forward. Laird Weissman put his fist to his chest, knelt on one knee in front of Yun, and said loudly, "Laird Weissman welcomes His Majesty's return. All glory to Winston." He also poured his voice into the wind, letting it spread throughout the imperial palace. Almost the next second after he stated his position, Cyrus also performed the highest etiquette. "Cyrus Garcia welcomes His Majesty back. All glory to Winston." His reaction made Chris frown, and subconsciously wanted to look at the woman standing in front of the palace, trying to see something from her, but as soon as he looked over, he met the pair of clear and cool sea blue eyes. Boundless and unpredictable. Chris couldn't help holding his breath, and an incredible guess quickly passed through his mind. He abruptly suppressed the urge to find out the truth, bowed his head, and knelt to show his submission. "Chris Hudson welcomes His Majesty back. All glory to Winston." Carol looked at the 3 people who knelt down one after another, and without time to think more, she bowed her head and knelt to show her attitude. "Carol Patrick welcomes His Majesty back." The voices of the 4 people came out one after another, and the waiters and guards in the palace, who had been frightened for a long time, knelt down in the direction of the voice after a brief argument and hesitation. The nobles who were still hesitating outside the imperial palace did not dare to hesitate any longer, and their knees softened one after another. In the bedroom, Vincent looked at the sleeping Emilia, sighed quietly, turned around and paid the highest respect to the new empress of the Winston Empire. Within half a day, the news of the return of the first empress of the Winston Empire spread throughout the world. 3 years ago, this news would have caused a shock to all parties. But with the invasion of the demon army, a large number of alienated areas and Stargate ruins appeared, those who held power fell, and ordinary people rose. Everyone was most concerned about their current environment and future destination, and did not pay too much attention to the change of ownership of the Winston Empire. The return of the first empress? Chi looked at the latest news and felt a little strange. After years of baptism of war, his eyebrows have been precipitated with majesty that ordinary people dare not look directly at. It is hard to imagine that 5 years ago, He was still a quiet boy who quietly went to a secluded place to slack off at a banquet. Apart from the temperament of a superior, his eyes were tired, and he no longer had the clean temperament of the past. His shoulders slumped slightly, as if he was carrying a heavy burden that would bend his back. After losing his mother, brother, and sister overnight, it was difficult for him to be a lazy boy. He had to stand up and become the spiritual pillar of others. About the founding empress of the Winston Empire, there were naturally records in the library of the Tao Ai family, and Ji Qingqi had read more detailed information. If he remembered correctly, the empress disappeared not long after she established the Winston Empire, and there was no news since then. The Reinhardt family ascended the throne, and many people speculated that they murdered the queen. If the other 4 holy totem families had not expressed any objections, the other nobles would have been in chaos. Someone who had been missing for 1,000 years actually returned at this time. Did someone steal her identity and intend to control the Winston Empire, or was there another hidden secret? In other words, if you want to overthrow Amelia Reinhardt's rule, you don't have to use the name of the first queen. It won't cause doubts like it does now if you get her bloodline descendants. Adlet said tactfully. The Winston Empire has not leaked more information, but according to reliable information, the queen has very strong strength and defeated Amelia Reinhardt very easily. It is unlikely that she is a puppet. Ji Qingqi nodded. Always pay attention to the movements over there, and find out her attitude towards the demon. Okay. Putting this matter aside, Ji Qingqi asked again, how is Qinglian? Everything is going well. Master Qinglian has determined Qi Huan's location. If there is no accident, rescue will be carried out tonight. That's good, Notify. Before he finished speaking, the star conch he placed on the table rang. Ji Qingqi stopped talking, picked up the star conch and looked at it, and found that it was an unfamiliar tidal sound. His tidal sound is not secret, but not everyone knows it. He has added notes to the people he often contacts. Who could it be at this time? Afraid of missing something important, Ji Qingqi took the star conch and put it to his ear. Before he could ask about the other party's identity, a clear voice came first. Second brother, it's me. Chapter 236. The familiar playful tone made Ji Qingqi's brain buzz, and the document he had just picked up fell on the table. He stood up suddenly. Qingyuan. Is it you? Qingyuan? His voice was full of disbelief, fearing that he had hallucinations. He held his breath immediately after asking hastily, waiting for the other party's response. He was not disappointed. The other end of the star snail responded again, it's me, second brother, I'm Qingyuan. Ji Qingqi's heart beat violently uncontrollably, and great joy overwhelmed him. He wanted to speak but found that his throat was dry, and he couldn't make a sound for a while. Sure, Yuan was not going to disclose her original identity to the public. This would not be good for what she was going to do next, but she didn't intend to hide it completely. Those who should know so that the subsequent actions can cooperate. She noticed Ji Qingqi's mood change, and lowered her voice, and said, there were too many and too complicated things that happened 3 years ago. I can't explain it in a short time. I will explain it to you in detail later. I am in the Winston Empire. My current identity is Tigreal Winston. Next, I will integrate the major legions of the Winston Empire and expel the Demon God Legion. She explained what she was going to do one by one, and asked in detail about the current specific situation of the 9 constellations in order to make the most adequate preparations. Ji Qingqi was shocked when he heard that she was Tigreal, but he had no time to think too much, and his attention was quickly attracted by what Shi Yuan said next. Since the establishment of the Demon God Legion, the 9 constellations have suffered major blows one after another, like locusts passing through. Even though the Totem Legion is brave and good at fighting, it is difficult to resist its life-threatening offensive, and it has to protect the civilians and retreat. One battle after another is constrained, and there are more defeats than victories. Ji Qingqi gradually calmed down his breathing and discussed with Shi Yuan what to do next. Adlet stood aside with his hands down. His expression did not change much, but a look of relief flashed in his eyes. Amelia has been sleeping, and it is unknown when she will wake up. It is impossible for Shi Yuan to check and handle the political affairs of the Winston Empire one by one. She does not have so much time and energy, so she simply detained the 4 holy totem dukes of Laird Weissman in the Imperial Palace to concentrate on solving wartime problems. From the moment she began to coordinate the armaments, Chris and others saw that she intended to send troops to resist the Demon God Army. The Winston Empire had friction with the Demon God Army, but it has never been the main battlefield of their invasion. Only at the beginning of the Skycrack disaster, several major conflicts broke out with them. After that, even if some black talents came from the alienated area and bewitched people to worship the demon god, They were quickly solved by the Holy Totem family, and no large-scale chaos occurred. Therefore, the strength has been relatively intact for 3 years. The Congress had a heated discussion on whether to aid the Totem family, but the members failed to reach a consensus due to their own interests and various factors. In addition, Emilia was eroded by the power of the demon god and her attitude became ambiguous, so the matter was shelved until now. In fact, the Dukes of St. Totem could see that the demon god army would not stop expanding after conquering the 9 constellations, and the Winston Empire would become their next invasion target. The direct reason for the conflict between Chris and Emilia was that he wanted to send troops to the Yucheong seat adjacent to the Winston Empire to contain part of the demon god army's combat power, give the Qilin family a chance to breathe, and avoid the annihilation of the Qilin army led by Yushizhe. As a result, Emilia disagreed with his proposal and injured him in the Congress, resulting in no member daring to propose aiding the 9 constellations. Because of this incident, everyone noticed that Emilia's state was different, and secretly investigated why she suddenly became arbitrary, and then suspected the power of the demon god. But there was no solid evidence, and Emilia's power was getting bigger and bigger. It was not a wise choice to turn against her. If you can't get in, you can only consider retreating. Many people began to think about whether they could have a chance of survival by joining the demon god. The Holy Totem family is high above, and the Dukes certainly don't want to lose their current status. Unless it is absolutely necessary, they don't want to become puppets who lose their minds and are controlled by others. After hesitation and entanglement, Tigreal suddenly appeared, showing a very strong strength, which undoubtedly gave them a reassurance. The Holy Totem family has been passed down to this day, not only relying on the ability to judge the situation, but also having strong enough strength, and the pride and bottom line of being a great noble. The 4 saw the intention of Tigreal, and had no intention of stopping it. Instead, they felt relieved. A huge cruise ship sailing on the sea is most afraid of getting lost. The helmsman is the source of everyone's confidence. For the Winston Empire, which is about to face danger, the Emperor plays the role of a navigator. After clearing the treasury and the existing strategic material reserves, urgent orders were issued to the Imperial Palace. First, they experienced Emilia's absolute military intimidation, and then encountered the invisible deterrence of Tigreal, who easily seized the imperial power. The nobles who were full of little tricks on weekdays were now very honest, and followed orders obediently. When Shi Yuan finished his conversation with Ji Qi and walked into the government hall, only Chris and Cyrus were inside. Larid and Carol each occupied a conference room, and were holding a pre-war meeting. Sensing a shadow in front of the desk, the two looked up at the same time, and happened to see Tigreal put a bottle of water and a nutrient solution on the table. Her expression was extremely cold, and her attitude towards them was no different from that of strangers. After putting down the things in her hands, she had no intention of communicating with them at all. She naturally sat at the top position, and used the optical computer prepared by Larid Weissman for her to check the current military deployment situation. Cyrus's slightly lit eyes dimmed in an instant, but when he touched the water and nutrient solution on the table, they quickly lit up again. He took the nutrient solution and hesitated between putting it away and drinking it directly, and finally chose the latter. It was obviously an ordinary nutrient solution, which was completely inferior to the high-quality nutrient solution he took daily, but it felt extremely sweet when he took it, and there was an indescribable fragrance. Chris saw him carefully use the tip of his tongue to pick up the last drop of nutrient solution, and his eyebrows jumped fiercely. He also couldn't help but feel strongly unhappy that his treasure was coveted by others. He calmly retracted his gaze, stood up from behind the desk, came to Tigreal, and bowed halfway in a gentle manner. "Your Majesty, I have something to report to you." Cyrus, who had locked his eyes on him since he made a move, suddenly looked cold, and wanted to punch that pretentious face, so that he could no longer make a smug expression. Fortunately, he still had some reason and knew that doing so would not only fail to get rid of Chris, but also put himself in a passive position. Chris seemed to be unaware of Cyrus's murderous look. When Tigreal nodded to signal him to make a report, he explained the points that needed to be reported one by one. As a noble who received elite education since childhood, Chris could give effective opinions both strategically and tactically. The two of them discussed many unclear issues, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Chris was ready to make a concerted effort to close the distance between himself and the new emperor, so as to find an opportunity to confirm his guess. Cyrus' voice suddenly interrupted. "I can lead the Rose Legion to support the Tongue Snake family." Among the 7 totem families, except for the Jinwu family, which had completely lost the Jinwu seat, the Tongue Snake family was in the most difficult situation. There were few pure-blooded tongue snakes left, Madame Qi was trapped on the Sky Star. Qi Huan's whereabouts were unknown, and the Yuguan group, who was once highly regarded by Marshal Qi Jing, became a supporter of the demon god and defected with the White Lion's seat. If Qi Huan died, and the Sky Star fell, the Tingsha family would probably become history. Chris narrowed his eyes, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue unwillingly, and did not rush to compete with Cyrus. He knew that Cyrus seemed to be silent in recent years, but in fact he had been preparing for war. The Rose Legion, which was almost crippled in the war with the Yongnao Empire, has long been restored to full strength, and even the affiliated legions have been strictly trained by him. There are traces of their comings and goings everywhere in the advanced alienation area of the Rose Seat. Now Cyrus Garcia has both combat power and military strength, and is a veritable Duke of Rose. Chris quietly waited for the Queen to give instructions. Sure Yuan leaned against a high-backed chair, looked at Cyrus for a few times, and asked back when he held his breath, "Can you?" The tone was very light, without any emotion, just making the most basic confirmation. Cyrus could not help but recall the incident many years ago that he still regretted. The young girl was tied up and hung in the air, her body was full of whip marks, her clothes were covered with blood, and her hair was messy. She looked at him standing outside the cage in gorgeous clothes and said coldly, "I never dreamed that it was you." At this moment, Cyrus seemed to be in the nightmare that he could not let go of for many years again, breathing rapidly, and his voice became hoarse. "I can." If he could reverse time, he would never make such a choice again. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. Sure Yuan retracted his gaze. "You don't need to go to the Snake Lance." At that moment, Cyrus felt as if his heart was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, so tightly that he could hardly breathe. Chris immediately added insult to injury. "I can lead the Iris Corps to go there." Sure Yuan glanced at him. "You are not needed either." Chris's lips, which were about to rise, froze. Sure Yuan seemed not to have seen their extremely bad faces, and tapped the table with his fingers. "The Rose Corps goes to the Golden Crow constellation and must regain control of the Xingqiang Grand Canyon. The Iris Corps goes to the White Lion constellation and holds back the Jade Crown group, so that she will not be free to cooperate with the Demon God Corps to attack the Snake Lance. The grudge between her and Cyrus must be settled, but not now. Instead of letting him die painfully, it is better to squeeze out the last bit of his value." As for Chris, although his brain is a little bit wrong, his military talent is unquestionable. He is willing to fight against the demon god, and there is no reason to turn him away. The hearts of the two men had not yet fallen to the bottom, but they rose to the top in an instant after hearing these words. Cyrus said without hesitation, "I am willing to serve you." Chris was unwilling to lag behind. "Follow your will." When Laird Weissman came out of the meeting, he saw the two of them kneeling on one knee in front of Her Majesty the Queen, their brows relaxed, their lips smiling, as if they had received a great benefit. The alarm bells in their hearts rang loudly, and they immediately stepped forward to report their strategic deployment. Cyrus and Chris's eyes met briefly in the air and then quickly separated, as if the other party was some kind of incomparable dirty thing, and looking at it more would be stained with stench. When they were slandering each other in their hearts, they suddenly heard His Majesty give new instructions. "Laird, you and I will go to Serpent Lance tomorrow morning." Laird Weissman did not have any doubts. "Okay, Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, he received two thorny eyes. He glanced at them calmly, ignoring the unfriendly eyes of the two. What a joke. He is the most loyal follower of His Majesty. Even if others want to catch up, they have to consider whether they are worthy enough. Think you can please His Majesty while he is away? What a foolish dream. Ophidia Constellation, Silver Snake Forest. The waning moon hangs high in the sky, casting a little silver gray. Tall trees are clustered one by one, with overlapping branches and leaves, and they are dim. There is a faint rustling sound in the low bushes, as if something is crawling through it and crushing the grass leaves. Suddenly, a low conversation was heard in the bushes. There is no sign of human activity nearby. It should be safe for the time being. Notify others to retreat here? Another voice responded. The demon god army knows that we are hiding in the Silver Snake Forest. They have many people, and can conduct a carpet search. This swamp is not secret. It is impossible that they have not searched it. It is abnormal that there is no trace of human activity. If Sure Yuan was here, he would definitely recognize that it was Qi Huan's voice. Be careful, don't fall into their trap. The person who spoke first responded, and the conversation, which was as light as a mosquito's buzz, disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the sound of fighting suddenly came from a certain direction. Qi Huan, who had turned into a small snake, heard the movement and stood up to look over. But he was too small now. Even if he stood up with his tail on the ground, he could not see clearly what was happening thousands of meters away. The adjutant who came with him to investigate the situation asked curiously, "What happened? Did someone fight with the demon god army?" The fighting sound was not real, but with the hearing of the two, it was still clear. "Do you want to go over and take a look?" The adjutant hesitated. Sky Star was unable to take care of itself. The power of the demon god was spread in the silver snake forest of the demon god core. The sound of the tide could not be transmitted. It was unlikely that they knew that they came from the White Lion constellation to rescue, but were imprisoned. After counting them one by one, the Snake Spear constellation had no combat power to support. This was most likely a trap set by the demon god core to lure them out. After a little consideration, Chi Huan said, "You stay here, I go over and take a look. If I don't come back within 10 minutes, you go back immediately and move your position." The adjutant immediately retorted, "No. You are the commander. It's risky to come out to investigate the situation. How can you do something more dangerous?" If it's really a trap, I can escape, but you will definitely be caught." Chi Huan interrupted the adjutant, and didn't give him a chance to refute again. He quickly got out of the bushes, and disappeared into the night. The adjutant, who had transformed into a green snake, wanted to follow, but considering that someone had to bring the message back, he resisted the urge to follow. He whipped the reed beside him with his tail, and heard the echo of the tough reed stalks hitting the air. Chi Huan, no, it should be Qi Xian. As the situation in the 9 constellations became more and more tense, the time he controlled his body, which had rarely appeared, began to increase. He hid in the darkness, and did not rush to the battlefield. Instead, he found a commanding height, and looked from a high place. Somewhere 1,000 meters away, there was a fire, and from time to time, there was a deafening explosion, mixed with a few screams and filthy curses. Qi Xian. He carefully distinguished the sound blown by the wind, but the distance was too far, and it was difficult to hear who was fighting against the demon god army. When he was hesitating whether to get closer, a glittering light shot up into the sky, and the shadow of the sacred tree stood high in the sky, with tiny starlight falling from the swaying branches and leaves. All the black talents who touched the starlight screamed in pain, like a death row prisoner who was tortured to death, lost the ability to fight, fell to the ground and rolled around holding his head. Qi Xian. His eyes lit up slightly, and he recognized that it was the immortal god tree. He immediately approached the battlefield and saw Ji Qinglan, who rushed into the demon god army with the blade of Wujian. Like a killing god, he had matured a lot, and had completely lost his former arrogance. His left eyebrow was cut off diagonally by a scar, but now, he was fighting bloody battles, full of hostility, but he could repel enemies 3,000 miles away. Qi Xian was stunned. If it weren't for the fact that the blade of Wujian couldn't be faked, and the shadow of the sacred tree stood high in the air, he would hardly recognize that the person who killed the enemy was Ji Qinglan. The other party noticed his gaze, and pierced him with sharp eyes. After recognizing that he was not an enemy, he focused on the battle. Qi Xian exhaled, took out the flare from the space ring, and fired it into the air. Disturbed by the power of the demon god, Xinglua could not transmit the sound of the tide. He made an agreement with the main force with different types of flares. Only when they saw the correct flare could they approach him. After firing the flare, Qi Xian turned into a giant snake and fell from the sky. With a sweep of the snake's tail, a group of black talents, who tried to besiege Ji Qinglan, were slapped away by him, and fell to the ground one after another, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Seeing that he finally joined the battle, Ji Qinglan sneered, "You are too slow to react." The tone was still as annoying as ever. Qi Xian. I didn't bother with him, turned into a human form, and stood back to back with him. If you are not careful, you will see a corpse now. You are so cautious. Why did you still fall into the trap of the demon god army to surround and attack the reinforcements? You want me to come all the way to rescue you? Ji Qinglan's words became more vicious, as if in the past 3 years, he has not only grown in combat power, but also learned how to make people angry to death. Qi Xian. Shut up. Snatched the enemy's weapon, stabbed it into his abdomen in the opposite direction, and pulled it out with great pleasure, letting the gushing blood splash on himself. The blood dyed his armor red, and it seemed to burn his blood, making him excited, and his eyes gradually dyed red. One knife, and another knife. He seemed to be venting something, his hands were moving more and more fiercely, and his steps were getting faster and faster. Although the demon god core had an advantage in numbers, under the illumination of the divine tree, they still inevitably fell into a negative state as if they were burned by a raging fire, and it was difficult to exert their full combat power. They could only watch their own soldiers fall one by one. Ji Qinglian and Qi Xian were like two crazy people who were bloodthirsty. They killed the enemies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and even reported the number to each other to see who killed more enemies. The Black Talents, who had always been unscrupulous, were terrified. They wanted to escape, but were surrounded by the Tongue Snake Corps who came to support them. Corpses fell one after another, and the blood dyed the swamp red. Some people dropped their weapons in fear and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Some people argued incoherently that they were forced by others and did not want to be enemies with them. Some people showed hideous smiles, chanted strange prayers, and prayed for the devil to come. Ji Qinglian did not listen to anyone. His eyes were cold, and he mercilessly swung the blade of Wujian in his hand and said to the adjutant, who was panting and approaching, "Burn all the corpses with the immortal fire." Yuan Lin, who used to follow Shi Yuan and talk about the young master, responded solemnly and personally led people to clean up the battlefield. Ji Qinglian took out a bottle of water from the space ring, twisted the lid, and poured it over his head. The water touched his silver-gray hair, and was immediately stained red with blood. It slid down his brow bone to the bridge of his nose, and then gathered at his chin, dripping onto the cold armor. He took a deep breath, put the empty bottle back into the space ring, and said to Qi Xian, said, "Yu Guanchuan turned against her. She killed Qi Qinyu and joined the demon god." Simply a sentence, but it contained a huge amount of information. Qi Xian. His pupils dilated slightly, and he couldn't speak for a while. After a long time, he said, "How could it be?" Ji Qinglian was in no mood to consider whether he could accept this news, and continued, "Her return may not be a coincidence, but the arrangement of the demon god. People who can't awaken the mimicry at the age of 18 have almost no possibility of awakening the mimicry. If it wasn't for the certainty that Yu Guanchuan couldn't awaken the mimicry, Marshal Yu Lao would not let her wander around no matter how much he hated her mother. Everyone thought that Yu Guanchuan died in the massacre that year. Who would have thought that she would return with the top level of extraordinary third-level combat power, after missing for many years? With the amazing Ji Qingyuan in front, plus, she was blessed by Marshal Qi Jing, not many people doubted why she could awaken the mimicry. Ji Qinglian glanced at the silent Qi Xian, and didn't mind stabbing him again. "It is very likely that your encounter with the demon god army on the way to Tianqiong Star was not a coincidence, but she deliberately leaked the news. First, let the demon god army besiege Tianqiong Star, take the opportunity to transfer the Tongue Snake army, which only believes in pure-blooded Tongue Snake, out of the White Lion constellation, and then notify the demon god army to come to besiege." Qi Huan was attacked from all sides, and died at the hands of the demon god army sooner or later without support. Yu Guanchuan was sure that he would not be able to return to the White Lion constellation, so he killed Qi Qinyu directly, and took control of the highest voice in the White Lion constellation. She has been operating in the White Lion constellation for so many years. After Qi Qinyu's death, there were very few people who opposed her. The few voices were all bloodily suppressed and dealt with quickly without causing any waves. Unlike the Jinwu constellation, which was in complete chaos after the Jinwu Corps left, the White Lion constellation has a stable social order. It is likely that it will not be long before the people there will absorb the power of the demon god under the influence of the Yuguan group and become the demon god's believers. Qi Xian closed his eyes. "I never thought she would betray. The Yuguan group is very good at dancing with long sleeves. She takes good care of Qi Huan, gets along very well with Qi Qinyu, and can perfectly handle the relationship with Madame Qi. The Tongue Snake Corps stationed in the White Lion constellation with Qi Huan and Qi Qinyu only obeys the pure-blooded Tongue Snake and is respectful to her without any offense. Even her child is still in the Sky Star. Who would have thought that she would turn against the demon god?" Ji Qinglian did not mock him this time. After looking at the gray sky, he patted Qi Xian on the shoulder and said, "Pack up and prepare to go to Tianqiong Star. Your bait has been hooked. There is no need to surround Tianqiong Star anymore. The demon god army has probably already started a large-scale attack. If they can't hold on, you will really be empty-handed." Qi Xian looked at the hand patting his shoulder, and suddenly smiled. "This is really not something you would say. He is not Qi Huan, but he has Qi Huan's memory. He knows that Qi Huan and Ji Qinglian were incompatible when they were in Xingyao Military Academy. They would quarrel every time they met. They were obviously two people of the same level, but they looked down on each other's IQ. Ji Qinglian clicked his tongue. "You are not like Qi Huan. If you were in Xingyao Military Academy, you would have been lifeless when you heard the news of Yuguan Group's defection, as if your soul had been sucked out." Qi Xian, Wide Liu, Mingwei Chamber of Commerce. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, and when Song Shu, wearing a bionic mask, said loudly, "Come in." Qi Lang, who was also disguised, closed the door gently. The Yuan group has let in a large number of demon army. It seems that they are preparing to make a big move. What should we do next? There were 2 star snails on Wen Songshu's hand. He picked up the one he often used and sent out a tidal sound. Without raising his head, he said, "Wait and see what happens." Qi Lang sat down in front of him and couldn't help saying, "Still waiting? We have been waiting for 3 years, and there is no news from the boss. We can't contact the money grubbers either. Seeing the totem army retreating step by step, I sometimes feel that the future is bleak." When Song Shu was about to speak when a tidal sound sounded. He didn't react for a while, and looked at Qi Lang. Qi Lang looked at him with a little confusion in his eyes, not understanding why he suddenly looked at him. After a 2-second pause, the two suddenly turned their heads and stared at the other star snail on the table. When Song Shu's breathing became heavier and heavier, and the hand holding the star snail was shaking, Qi Lang knew that the star snail was given to him by the boss for secret communication. He immediately reached out and put the star snail to his ear under Wen Songshu's murderous gaze, and said carefully, "Boss?" The voice on the other end of the star snail was slightly surprised. "Qi Lang? Where is Wen Songshu?" Qi Lang stood up and said excitedly, "Boss, you go back." Before he finished speaking, the star snail in his hand was snatched back by Wen Songshu. The smiling tiger pushed the glasses on his nose and said in a gentle tone, "Boss, I'm here. Please give me your orders." Chapter 237. The Demon God Legion has 9 commanders, each leading a legion to attack the 9 constellations. They are very mysterious and have never appeared in public. Their combat style is sophisticated and strange, and even the Totem Legion can hardly resist them. They don't seem like new warriors who suddenly appeared. The Demon God 7th Legion is currently besieging the Sky Star. They are particularly good at encounters, and are very familiar with the terrain of the Snake Lance. It is not ruled out that there are Surrender Tingsha Legion generals among them. On the speeding flaming griffin, Laird Weissman read the latest intelligence received, his face slightly solemn. The Winston Empire has not yet had a large-scale battle with the Demon God Legion, nor has it directly fought with the 9 commanders under the Demon God. In addition, the situation is chaotic. The intelligence network previously deployed in the Yongyao Empire can only get limited information, and does not know much about them, let alone their combat style. The content of this intelligence is very detailed, and ordinary people can never get it. Sure Yuan did not explain the source of the information to Laird Weissman. She unfolded the star map of the Serpent Lance and said in a calm voice, "We go to the Sky Star. There is a red marching route on the star map, which can enter the Serpent Lance from the Rose 215 star, pass through 5 planets, and reach the Sky Star directly." This route did not exist originally. It was connected by a large number of alienated areas during the Sky Crack disaster. After the demon army invaded the 9 major constellations, many natives of the Serpent Lance wanted to flee to the Rose constellation. Cyrus Garcia implemented strict border control, and did not allow a large number of refugees to flow into the Rose constellation. The flying speed of the Flame Griffin is comparable to that of the Pegasus. If it rushes at full speed without being intercepted, it will reach the Sky Star in less than a day. The armed forces that can intercept the Flaming Griffins, except for the flying combat formations of the Totem Legion, are almost non-existent. Although the Tingsha family has lost the ruling power over most of the planets in the Snake Lance, the Sky Star has not fallen yet, and there are still resistant armed forces in some areas, and the Demon God Legion has not been able to control the overall situation. Riding the Flaming Griffin into the North House Star, Sure Yuan looked down from a high altitude. The world seemed to be divided into 2 parts. One part was still prosperous, and the other part was devastated. In the prosperous streets, black talents came and went. Star shuttles flew wantonly on the low-altitude route, and domesticated alien creatures carried their masters and rushed around, with no order at all. Looking at the other side, collapsed buildings were everywhere, and smoke was billowing from the ruins. There were almost no pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, crows and other scavenging birds stood on the exposed steel bars, making scalp-numbing cries. It is hard to imagine that this was once one of the 8 most prosperous planets in the Snake Lance. The 9 constellations fell so quickly. Apart from the fierce attack of the demon army, there is another direct and difficult to ignore reason: the collapse of order. When the Totem family cannot play an absolute deterrent to the lawbreakers, the order they established will also collapse. In the panic of nowhere to escape, the dark side of people will be infinitely magnified. The evil people habitually bully the weak, and naturally burn, kill and rob for profit. There are many people who do evil and few people who stop evil. The balance called order will fall, and there will be more and more believers of the demon. Sure Yuan sighed in his heart and said to Laird Weissman, "You continue on your way, you don't have to wait for me." Without waiting for the other party to stop her, she jumped off the flaming griffin and fell to the ground like a graceful green leaf. With her current strength, she can travel at a speed no slower than the flaming griffin, or even faster, so it is not a delay to do something here. The flaming griffins are not small targets. It is estimated that they have attracted the attention of the Beihoxing Demon God Corps. They will most likely be intercepted before entering the alienation zone. Laird Weissman and the Griffin Corps are enough to deal with them. After Sure Yuan landed, he released his mental power without scruples. There was not much demon power in the air. When it touched the mental power with the breath of life, it was like a shrimp meeting a shark. It immediately retreated and wanted to escape. But the speed of mental power release was too fast. The demon power nearby had nowhere to escape, and could only be annihilated by the majestic vitality. Sure Yuan's mental power covered a wide range, easily covering the entire city, and also taking in everything inside the city. Ordinary people in ragged clothes huddled in the corners. They were dirty, skinny, and their eyes were full of numbness and fear. In the magnificent building, the black talent hugged the fat and thin young men and women and gathered together to flirt and gamble, and the ground was full of messy cups and plates. Some people noticed the Griffin army flying across the sky, and looked up in surprise, wondering where they came from and where they were going. Farther away, the soldiers of the Demon God army were chasing a group of fleeing private armed forces, and fighting fiercely on the dilapidated streets. Sure Yuan stood still, and the green star power suddenly turned into a swift wind, passing through the collapsed buildings, passing through the narrow alleys, like a feathered arrow, accurately piercing the soldiers and generals who were besieging the private armed forces. His heart was shattered in an instant, and the explosive bomb that was about to be thrown fell to the ground and exploded a second before his brain stopped thinking. The soldiers chasing together were unable to dodge, and were blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. 2 of them died on the spot, and 1 vomited blood. The 4 people who were fleeing were startled. They turned around and saw a light and shadow rushing over. It knocked away the remaining pursuers with a palm, not giving them any chance to breathe, and killed them with a single blade. The dark clouds on the horizon dispersed at some point, and a faint ray of light fell from the hanging sun, which happened to fall on the person who came, reflecting the long green hair that fell down from her shoulders, showing that she was not a mortal. The leading woman held her breath, and when the other side glanced at her, she subconsciously said, "Tigreal Winston?" Her voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear at this moment. Beihao Star fell 3 months ago, and the star network was completely paralyzed. With the interference of the power of the demon god, the sound of the tide was difficult to transmit. It was difficult for people here to exchange information with the outside world, but the person in front of him clearly said the name of Queen Winston, who was announced to the universe a few days ago. Sure Yuan looked at her for a few times, and noticed a little star power dissipating in the air, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Qi Yu? Aren't you dead?" The news came from the residence of the White Lion General Governor, and was confirmed by the Yuguan group. Qi Yu didn't expect that she could reveal her identity in 1 sentence. She was stunned for a moment, and showed a vigilant expression. Sure Yuan didn't care what she thought, and commented in an ambiguous way, "It seems that you have made some progress, and can escape from the hands of the Yuguan group." She raised her hand slightly, and the green star power turned into wind blades, and hit the soldiers of the Demon God Legion, who heard the noise, and surrounded them, so that they could go to hell to continue praising the Demon God. Qi Yu became more alert. "Who are you?" "Not your enemy." Sure Yuan smiled at her and asked, "Where is the headquarters of the Demon God army in Beihao Star?" Qi Yu saw her casually kill a group of black talents, who came to investigate the situation, and her eyelids twitched a few times, and she also saw that she was indeed not her enemy. Anyone who dared to go against the Demon God army at this time was not her enemy. She just saw the flaming griffin flying across the sky, and knew that the mysterious woman in front of her was definitely Tigreal Winston. Thinking of the current situation of the 9 constellations, Qi Yu took a deep breath and said quickly, "In Beihao City, there are 3 half-step holy domains." Sure Yuan teleported to her side, grabbed her shoulder and said, "Lead me." Qi Yu reflexively tightened her back, and in a blink of an eye, she had already left the city. She had no time to think too much, and quickly pointed out the right direction. The green star power wrapped in the wind covered her body, washing away the black star power attached to the wound, bringing a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze. Chi quietly looked at the person next to her with her peripheral vision, trying to see the familiarity from that cold and beautiful face, and explore her identity. Unfortunately, she did not find the corresponding face in her memory. Suppressing the speculation in her heart, she said carefully, "Has the Winston Empire sent troops to the Serpent Lance?" Sure Yuan still remembered how arrogant Chi was in Xingyao Military Academy, and seeing her current appearance, he couldn't help but sigh that things have changed. Instead of answering, she asked, "How many people do you have? How much do you know about the 7th Legion of the Demon God?" Chi saw that she avoided answering, and she felt a little worried. Now the situation is difficult. She can't show off, and there is no point in showing off. After thinking for a while, she said, "Not many, more than 1,000 people, can only fight guerrilla warfare in places where the main force of the Demon God Legion has no time to take care of. The 7th Legion of the Demon God is very strong. Their commander is aggressive, but not careless. My eldest sister and 4th brother have fought with him many times. Whether it is a head-on battle, a roundabout attack, or trying to use human wave tactics, they have never won once." She spoke in detail, not daring to omit anything. Sure Yuan frowned when he heard it. There are only a handful of warriors of this level in the world, who can beat the pure-blooded tongue snake under Qi Jing's personal guidance, without any resistance. It is impossible that they were unknown before. Chapter 238. Chi came to Beihao Star after escaping from White Lion, and she didn't stay here for long. Ever since the 7th Legion of the Demon God invaded Snake Lance, she has been paying attention to the situation in Snake Lance. To be on the safe side, she also ordered her people to split up and enter the various planets of Snake Lance to observe the situation and get intelligence. At that time, she never thought that this would become her retreat. Chi was angry at the sudden betrayal of Yuguan Group. After escaping to Beihao Star, she wanted to fight back, but her troops were limited and scattered all over the place, making it difficult to communicate with each other, not to mention retaking White Lion and rescuing Tianqiong Star. She could only stay in Beihao Star to look for opportunities, but the situation was worse than she imagined. The ubiquitous power of the Demon God in the air slowed down her absorption of star power, and she might be eroded if she was not careful. There would be no problem in a short period of time, but she would inevitably become a black talent in the long run. The size of the Demon God army is also larger than Chi imagined. In order to survive, the lower-level talents have absorbed the power of the Demon God and become black talents. They may not join the Demon God army, but they will report where there are resistances for the high-priced rewards issued by the Demon God army. Those who do not want to become vassals of the Demon God are continuously squeezed out of their living space. Some people find it difficult to persist, and eventually choose to betray and join the Demon God army. This kind of boiling frog-like competition method makes people feel powerless, and Chi has no way to compete with it. In fact, there is a very simple solution: repel the Demon God army, so that they cannot dominate the life and death of ordinary people, and restore the original social order. Under the current situation, this is no different from wishful thinking. Even if the Winston Empire maintains its strength intact, the chance of defeating the Demon God Legion is slim. Thinking of this, Chi secretly glanced at Tigreal beside her. She could barely communicate with the outside world. When she heard the news of the change of the throne of the Winston Empire, her first reaction was that the Demon God had taken action, and the universe would become his back garden. The facts were completely different from her imagination. Not only did the Winston Empire not join the Demon God, but the Queen also personally led the Griffin Legion to come, as if to go to war with the Demon God Legion. Suddenly, the person she was secretly looking at turned his head and met her eyes. Chi was startled, and retracted her gaze reflexively, and her tense back became even stiffer. How careless! How dare she peek at the Saint Domain strongman, and think she would not be discovered? Chi quickly wondered whether the other party would be displeased by her peeping, but the pair of sea-blue eyes appeared unconsciously in her mind. Too beautiful, like a deep pool that could not be seen to the bottom, and also like a vast and boundless sea, unfathomable and embracing everything. She had never seen such a pair of eyes before, and somehow, she always felt a little familiar. Before Chi thought further, the whistling wind in her ears disappeared, and her feet stepped on solid ground. Tigreal Winston let her go, and walked towards the magnificent building in front of him as if no one was around. This was once the headquarters of a large chamber of commerce. After the Demon God army invaded Beihoxing, the head of the Chamber of Commerce surrendered, and all his property was given to the Demon God army. Since then, this twin building has become the headquarters of the Demon God army in Beihoxing, and the nearby buildings have been almost flattened and converted into the Demon God army's training ground. Chi Chinyu never expected that Tigreal Winston would be so reckless that he dared to rush into the base camp of the Demon God Legion alone, without any intention of summoning the Griffin Legion. Noticing the black talents surrounding her and their dangerous and vigilant expressions, Chi Chinyu felt her scalp tingling. Even when she was the most arrogant, she had never done the stupid thing of rushing into the enemy's base camp alone. Does the Queen think that she has the combat power of the Saint Realm level, and that 3 half-step Saint Realms can't do anything to her? Chi Chinyu quietly observed the surroundings, trying to find shelter and a retreat route to avoid being affected by the battle between the two sides. Just thinking about it, a strong breath of life burst out from her side, and the pressure of the Saint Realm strongmen swept in like a hurricane and huge waves, covering the entire Bayhouse city. The black talents, who had not yet approached, were instantly pressed to their knees. Their faces were hideous, and their knees were broken. The twin buildings standing firmly on the ground could not resist the sudden attack and began to shake in a small arc. The generals and soldiers of the Demon God army inside the building were greatly frightened. Before they could figure out who was attacking, a numbing cracking sound suddenly rang out. A huge crack appeared in the center of the twin towers, under the horrified eyes of many people, and they were irreversibly broken in half. In the deafening sound of collapse, countless screams were drowned out. The 3 half-step saints of the Demon God army finally reacted and jumped out of the twin towers to search for which saint had descended on Bayhousing. They followed the source of the breath under great pressure, and when their eyes fell on the figure standing on the ground, they held their breath at the same time. Just because ordinary people have difficulty communicating with the outside world does not mean that the Demon God Corps is facing the same dilemma. The top leaders of the Demon God Corps have an unspoken understanding to take over the 9 constellations, march into the Winston Empire, rewrite the history of totems ruling the universe, and establish the rule of the Demon God. Tigreal Winston, who appeared without any signs, is naturally the object of their attention. The Demon God Corps has also received intelligence that the Winston Empire is coordinating military supplies, but no one expected that they would march into the 9 constellations so quickly, and come to Bayhousing first. Sure, Yuan does not intend to waste too much time here. In this situation, it is meaningless to ask who was forced to join the Demon God Corps. Since you have chosen the Demon God Corps, you should think about the possible judgment you may face. The twin towers collapsed and shattered, and the green star power wrapped in the breeze turned into sharp feather arrows, aiming at the black talents above the extraordinary realm, and piercing their hearts mercilessly. Screams came one after another, and begging for mercy continued. Green starlight fell down and landed on the black talents with lower realms. They could not resist the baptism of life force. They fell to the ground one by one and twisted like maggots, watching their realms that were rapidly improved by absorbing the power of the Demon God fall in an instant. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and the power of the Demon God rushed out of their bodies. They struggled in the air, trying to escape the purification effect of the life force, but it was in vain. All the black talents, who were covered, could not escape the judgment from the gods. They lay on the ground dying, like dogs who had lost their homes. In the empty training ground, only 3 half-step holy domains could barely resist the cleansing of the life force. They clenched their teeth, knelt on one knee, and tried to hold up the star power shield, with big beads of sweat on their foreheads. The absolute gap in strength left them with no power to fight back, and they couldn't even abandon the city and flee. Chi Chinyu, who only possessed the top 3rd level combat power, looked at the scene in disbelief. The Saint Domain strongmen were indeed extremely powerful, but they could never crush 3 half-step Saint Domain talents. Even her most admired father could not achieve an overwhelming victory under such circumstances. The first Empress of the Winston Empire was so strong? She felt the sacred light falling on her body, and she felt that the realm that was difficult to improve was slowly increasing. Chi Chinyu had such a feeling after taking a small amount of the power of the Demon God. It was like an addictive poison. If you were not careful, you would step into the abyss in this fatal temptation. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying to resist the instinct to absorb this majestic vitality, fearing that this was another trap set by the Demon God. But her subconscious told her that this power was harmless, and she would not be bewitched by the power of the Demon God if she received his blessing. Chi Chinyu's mind was in a struggle, and a random guess came into her mind. This life force can compete with the power of the Demon God, and the existence of the Tianyuan clan is no longer a secret. Could it be that Tigreal Winston's mimicry is not inferior to the immortal tree, and her power comes from the same origin totem? Chi Chinyu's throat tightened, and a little hope rose in her heart uncontrollably. Tigreal Winston sent troops to the Snake Lance constellation shortly after ascending the throne. He must have a far-sighted overall view, and knew that the complete fall of the 9 constellations would not be good for the Winston Empire. She led the Griffin Legion here, Could it be to relieve the siege of the Sky Star? Qi Qinyu clenched her fingertips, and her heart beat faster and faster. Sure Yuan had no time to pay attention to her turbulent state of mind. He turned his star power into a sharp blade, and put an end to the 3 black talents, who were forcibly dragged to the realm of Half-Step Sanctuary by the power of the demon god, and overdrawn their potential. The cool breeze blew away the rubble, and dust splashed by the collapse of the twin towers. Sure Yuan looked back at Qi Qinyu, condensed a green star power dagger, and threw it to her. With it, you can avoid the erosion of the power of the demon god. Releasing its power can purify the star power slightly polluted by the power of the demon god. Beihoxing is handed over to you. Do you know what to do? Qi Qinyu hurriedly caught the star power dagger, and said seriously, as if her father was reviewing her grades when she was a child. I will eliminate the remaining forces of the Demon God Legion, gather independent armed forces willing to resist the Demon God Legion, plan a sufficiently safe material transportation line, and ensure the subsequent supply of the Griffin Legion. Sure Yuan was quite satisfied with her answer and nodded slightly. The subsequent support of the Winston Empire will pass through Beihoxing. You can take this dagger to negotiate with them, exchange some material supplies for alienated crystals, and resettle those ordinary people who are displaced. Ordinary people? Qi Qinyu was stunned for a moment. In troubled times, ordinary people are the most worthless and troublesome existence. They need to consume a lot of resources, but it is difficult for them to provide equal contributions. Instead, they need strong people to distract themselves to protect them. Sure Yuan thought of Qi Qinyu's style in Xingyo Military Academy, and said with a half-smile, "You'd better do what I say." Qi Qinyu shuddered, and immediately stood up and promised, "Yes." When she looked up again, the figure not far away had disappeared, leaving only corpses on the ground and low-level talents lingering on. Qi Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little lost. In the end, she couldn't ask whether the other party was going to Tianqiong Star. She picked up the green dagger and looked at it for a while, then put it into the space ring. From Tigreal Winston's attitude, she will be an ally of the 9 constellations for the time being, but this fragile alliance will be disbanded at any time. She must take advantage of every opportunity that can be used to reorganize her own legion and recapture the Serpent Lance constellation occupied by the Demon God Legion. This is the Serpent Lance constellation of the Tongue Snake family. Chapter 239. After you were trapped in the Silver Snake Forest, the 7th Demon God Legion launched a fierce attack on the Sky Star. Over the past few days, the 3 major fortresses were lost one after another, and the Tongue Snake Legion guarding the Sky Star suffered heavy losses. We have completely lost contact with Qiangyue City, and cannot be sure how much resistance they still have. Ji Qinglan sat in the captured Star Shuttle, and informed Qi Xian of the current situation on the Sky Star. The situation is worse than they imagined. The Demon God Legion's strategy of besieging a point and attacking reinforcements was not very clever, but Madame Qi and the remaining combat power of the Tongue Snake Legion were besieged on the Sky Star, and Qi Huan could not help but come to rescue. In addition, the Jade Crown Group cooperated internally and externally, and the recognized waste. How could Qi Huan win? This was a rescue that was doomed to fail. Ji Qinglian glanced at Qi Xian's frown and continued, "The Demon God Army is attacking Qiangyue City. The Ting Snake defense formation is powerful, but it consumes a lot of alienated crystals. They can't hold out for long." He raised his index and middle fingers, conservatively estimated 2 hours. The Demon God Army was established a short time ago, and its overall quality is not as good as the Totem Army, but they are numerous and powerful. It is almost impossible for us to win a head-on confrontation with them in a city without complex terrain and environment. The most direct way is to find their weak defense, tear a gap, bring people out as quickly as possible, and then retreat. Qi Xian shook his head and took over his words. This method is not feasible. The commander of the Demon God's 7th Army is very shrewd. The news that I escaped from the Silver Snake Forest must have reached his ears. He expected me to come, and would not leave such an obvious flaw. If there is, that must be a trap. Ji Qinglian shrugged. The second way is to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. His fingertips pointed at a certain point on the star map. I will lead people to attack one of the defense lines of the Demon God Legion and attract as many of their troops as possible. You will find a chance to attack another point, break through their defense line, and rescue the people. This is indeed the best choice at the moment. It is impossible to repel the Demon God's 7th Legion and regain control of the Sky Star with only the number of soldiers under their command. The purpose of this operation is to rescue Madame Qi and the living forces of the Tingsha Legion. But there is a very realistic problem. Qi Xian frowned. The The 7th Legion of the Demon God has a holy domain you. Ji Qinglian sighed. Why do you think I can lead the 1st Legion of Tao Tai to the heart of the Snake Lance constellation and rescue you? Qi Xian subconsciously said, You have been promoted to the holy domain? How could it be so fast? Ji Qinglian lowered his eyes. It was a gift from the elders. When he came out of the trial ground, the demon god had been here for 2 years. The elders of the Tianyuan clan suffered heavy casualties in order to resist the demon god legion. They used up their last strength to give him a totem blessing on their deathbed, allowing him to step into the half-step holy domain. Ji Qinglian passed by the matter and brought the topic back on track. I can hold you for 2 hours. After 2 hours, no matter whether you can rescue people or not, I will retreat with the 1st Legion of Tao Tai. He and Qi Huan came to Tianqiong Star to preserve the living forces of the 9 constellations as much as possible, and also to test the strength of the 7th Legion of the Demon God. Qi Xian heard what he hadn't finished and said, It won't take 2 hours. As soon as you realize that the situation is out of control, leave immediately. He paused and laughed. You can't die here. He was careless, and didn't realize that the Yuguan group was colluding with the demon god. He let Qi Huan appear when he was needed and disappear when he was not needed, facing the chaotic world with an escapist mentality. Ji Qinglian didn't know what he was laughing at, and didn't want to find out. He enlarged the star map, and made a more detailed battle plan. Under the setting sun, the black iron forest seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light, shining brightly. Amid the dense cracking sounds, the tall and hard black iron trees were more fragile than water-ground tofu, and collapsed in rows under the aftermath of the battle. The remnants of the demon god army looked at the flaming forest in horror, and forgot to escape. It was not until the group of flaming griffins in the sky cried victoriously that they suddenly came to their senses, dropped the broken weapons in their hands, and turned around and fled like crazy. There were more than one person who had the same reaction as him. Because the fear was quickly contagious, the battle formation composed of more than 1,000 people collapsed in an instant. Sure Yuan watched the black talents fleeing everywhere, and did not send anyone to chase them. The Demon God Corps' advantage is the number of people, and the disadvantage is also the number of people. Their personal qualities are uneven, they don't know what faith is, and they don't have anything they want to protect. The main reason for joining the Demon God Corps is to survive. When they win the battle, they can be invincible. When they lose the battle, the main general will die and the army will be defeated. Of course, it is not the core combat force of the Demon God Corps that came to intercept the Griffin Corps. The real strong enemy is on the Sky Star. Laird Wiseman stood on the white-crowned and golden-feathered fiery griffin leader, and suddenly flew to Shi Yuan. Your Majesty, the obstacles ahead have been cleared. Shi Yuan nodded slightly. Let's go. Calculating the time, Tianqiangsing may not be able to hold on. Are you the only useless person in your Demon God Corps? Ji Qinglian held the blade of Wujian in his hand, and stepped on the main general of the Demon God Corps, mocking him. He did not hide his voice, and those with talents above the extraordinary realm could hear it clearly from a distance of 1,000 meters. The one he stepped on was a young man in his 20s. He couldn't stand Ji Qinglian's provocative words, and came out to fight him in person. Unexpectedly, he became his defeated general in less than 3 minutes. His face flushed, and he tried to release the power of the demon god to counter Ji Qinglian, but for some reason, he couldn't condense the star power at all. He could only wait for the butcher's knife to fall like a fish on a chopping board. The main general was defeated so quickly that the other generals looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Seeing this, Ji Qinglian laughed out loud, hooked his legs around the young man's waist, and kicked him back to the camp of the Demon God Legion. The young man smashed several people hard, and the crackling sound of broken bones stimulated his eardrums. He gritted his teeth and supported himself on the ground with one hand. He wanted to get up and give the order to attack, but the pain suddenly attacked his heart. Red bloodshot climbed up the young man's eyeballs. He pinched the clothes on his chest, like a dying fish, and flicked it twice. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his throat, and fell to the ground and died on the spot. Dead. A top-level extraordinary third-level talent died just like this. Ji Qinglian brushed off the dirt on his cuffs without caring, and commented contemptuously, The Demon God's 7th Legion is nothing more than this. Don't waste my time, call your commander out. It is now certain that the commander of the Demon God's 7th Legion is a strong man in the Holy Domain realm. With him, Qi Huan cannot enter Qiongyu City. Only by luring people out and dragging them here can Qi Huan find an opportunity. This is also the main reason why Ji Qinglian did not directly launch an attack, but challenged before the battle. After all, this trip cannot be in vain. As soon as his voice fell, the soldiers of the Tao Tai 1st Legion immediately shouted loudly, Fight! 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 The uniform sound waves wrapped in boundless momentum startled a flock of birds, and the insects and ants crawling in the ruins retreated underground. The faces of the generals of the Demon God Legion were uglier than each other. They were different from the affiliated legions attacking other planets in the Snake Lance. They were the elite of the 7th Legion, and had at least the combat power of the extraordinary Second Order, which was not inferior to the configuration of the Totem Legion. However, facing the pre-war provocation of the Tao-Tai Legion, they still couldn't hide their inner panic. The pride of winning battles and advancing forward was easily suppressed. Some people thought of the fierce reputation of the Tao-Tai Legion, and could not help but retreat. Ji Qinglian did not expect that their momentum would be suppressed so easily. He felt a little strange. When he was about to test further, a high-pitched neigh came from the distant sky behind him. The sound of horse hooves rolled in like thunder, and the bright sky seemed to be suddenly covered by dark clouds, showing a palpitating drowsiness. Ji Qinglian heard the familiar neigh, and something seemed to explode in his mind. He held his breath, and held the blade of Wujian tightly. When the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer, he turned around stiffly. With white armor on his body, and red tassels flying, the long spear came like thunder and lightning. The vigorous and majestic unicorn Pegasus raised its front hoof high, and its black and golden mane floated in the air in a sharp arc. Ji Qinglian's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He used up almost all his strength to barely raise his head, and look at the person riding on the unicorn. Chapter 240. The skylight descended, dispelling the darkness that eroded the world. Ji Qinglian had a moment of difficulty adapting to the visual impact of the exchange of light and dark, and subconsciously raised his hand to block his eyes. But he also saw the person in the sky through the line of vision revealed by his fingers. Ji Qinglian was very familiar with that figure, or it could be said that few people were more familiar with it than him. That was the person he had admired and pursued since childhood, and the goal of his life. He had the same hair color and eye color as her, and her blood flowed in his body. Ji Qinglian put down his hand and tried to open his eyes wide to confirm whether he had hallucinations. There was no smile in the familiar silver blue eyes. She was high in the sky, and her eyes were so indifferent and ruthless, as if she was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with her. The word mother almost came out of Ji Qinglian's mouth, but he saw the strange faces behind the other person. They were wearing black star armor, their eyes were as cold as knives, and strands of demonic power were wandering on their bodies, like a passing electric arc, or like an invisible cage that bound them. Ji Qinglian recognized them at a glance. This was the elite of the Demon God Army. In an instant, Ji Qinglian's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and kept tightening. Why? Why was his mother with the Demon God Army, and in the position of commander? No one gave him an answer. Even the Tao-Tai Army, which had just been so powerful, lost its voice, and the feeling of bewilderment spread rapidly. It was not that the Tao-Tai Army was fragile, and could not withstand the impact, but that they recognized Ji Wu, and knew how terrible this powerful man, who once commanded them, was. They had the same doubts as Ji Qinglian, and they even began to doubt whether it was right to resist the Demon God Legion. As the commander of the Legion, Ji Qinglian should have calmed people's hearts at the first time, but the shock he received was too strong, and he almost lost the ability to think. He could not accept that Ji Wu stood on the opposite side of him, and became the commander of the Demon God Legion. Time seemed to be stretched to billions of light years at this moment, and the passage of every minute and every second was extremely long. But this was just an illusion after all. Ji Wu looked down at the young warrior standing still, with a contemptuous arc on the end of his eyebrows. The red tassel spear passed through the air with a dangerous cold light. She did not give Ji Qinglian a chance to react. She drove the unicorn formed by the power of the demon god, and swooped down, with an absolutely strong attitude. This is a battlefield. There is no time to hesitate. A little carelessness may cost you your life. Ji Wu's figure gradually enlarged in Ji Qinglian's eyes. The familiar tolerance and kindness were no longer in those proud and clear eyes. Instead, they were determined to win, and arrogant and contemptuous of the enemy. Ji Qinglian's mouth smelled bitter and bloody. He was cold all over, his limbs were stiff, like a lamb to be slaughtered, standing still and unable to move. He could only watch the swift figure getting closer and closer to him. That was Ji Wu, the head of the 7 marshals of the Yongyao Empire. The arrogant and brave general, who was invincible on the battlefield. It was his mother, who he had revered and dreamed of surpassing since he was a child. He could not defeat her. The moment the red tassel spear was thrown down, the green star power gushed out, and the giant tree in the sky rose from the ground, releasing an indestructible star power shield to block the fatal shot. The sacred light illuminated the dark world, and the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the treetops was like a gentle voice whispering in Ji Qinglian's ears. Clang! The collision between the Wujian blade and the red tassel spear made a crisp buzzing sound, and the shadow of Tao Tai jumped out from behind the sacred tree and roared at Ji Wu with a deafening roar. Ji Qinglian looked into Ji Wu's eyes with red eyes, his voice hoarse, but extremely firm. Mother will not hurt me. You are not my mother. His mother was so proud that she would rather die than become a hawk dog under the seat of the demon god. Even if they have the same face and the same temperament, they are not the same. His mother is dead, and will be buried forever in the land of divine revelation. She died to seal the demon god, and died for the mission passed down from generation to generation by the Tao Tai family. He is the continuation of her bloodline. He will drive out the demon god, lead the Tao Tai family out of the quagmire, and become her proud successor. He wants to avenge his mother, his sister, and all those who died under the butcher knife of the demon god. Tears slid from the corners of Ji Qinglian's eyes, blurring his vision and wetting his clothes. He cried, but he no longer had any fear or hesitation. The wind rose. Ji Qinglian shouted loudly, Tao Tai Legion, follow me to kill the enemy. His voice was carried to the sky by the wind, completely dispelling the dark clouds on the horizon. The bewildered First Tao Tai Legion seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline, and they firmly followed their commander. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. They did not ask why the marshal who had led them to battle all over the world became a supporter of the demon god. They adhered to the oath they made to the Tao Tai totem, raised their weapons high, rode the real unicorn, and killed the powerful enemies that came one after another. Amidst the waves of sound, the Tao Tai totem soared into the sky, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Ji Qinglian swung out the blade of no stream and killed his past self. Knock! 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 The fingers wearing black gloves pinched a white jade chess piece, tapping the table from time to time. The black pieces on the chessboard were unstoppable, and the white pieces were in a desperate situation. The black talents with amazing momentum were standing on both sides, holding their breath and not daring to make any sound. Finally, the man at the top held his chin with his fingers and asked casually, Only Ji Qinglian came? He was wearing a scarlet light armor, and the cloak of the same color flowed down and piled on the throne engraved with the tongue snake totem, like slowly flowing blood. The general who came to report immediately bowed his head and said with tense nerves, Yes, no trace of the Tingsha Legion has been found so far. The man sitting casually on the throne chuckled and issued a new order, mobilize troops to encircle and suppress Ji Qinglian. Several generals looked at each other, and the bearded man standing in the front said cautiously, Marshal, Ji Huan is likely hiding somewhere waiting for an opportunity. If we divert the troops, won't it give him a chance to act? Xiongyu city has not been captured yet. If they are allowed to escape from Tianqiong Star with internal and external cooperation, wouldn't the time and energy spent during this period be? The man raised his eyes, and met the bearded man's uneasy gaze. He seemed to be unable to bear his stupidity, and couldn't help but sigh. Do you have a brain? Do you know what it means to close the door and beat the dog? The bearded man's heart trembled when he was looked at by him. I don't know what was muddled in his brain, but finally opened up a little. Xiongyu city is already at the end of its strength. Even if it still has some strength left, it cannot compete with the 7th Legion of the Demon God. Ji Qinglian is being held back by the 1st Legion of the Demon God, and will no longer have the chance to save Ji Huan. Letting him into Xiongyu city is to let him die, with a group of defeated soldiers. As for Ji Qinglian, with that person there, it is bound to be a dead end. This plan of closing the door to hit the dog, not only hit Ji Huan, but also Ji Qinglian. Once Ji Qinglian dies, Ji Qingqi will be unable to hold on alone, and the stalemate in the Star Crown will change accordingly. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The bearded man took a breath and dared not delay any longer, and immediately passed down the combat order. Marshal Ji Wu? Qi Xian. When he got the news from the adjutant, he repeated it subconsciously. Is it right? Is it really her? The adjutant nodded. His expression was quite complicated. The battle situation over there is very tense, and General Ji may not be able to hold on for 2 hours. That is Ji Wu, the first general of the Yongyao Empire. Apart from her illustrious military exploits, she is also Ji Qinglian's mother. Ji Qinglian has indeed been reborn, but can he defeat Marshal Ji Wu? This is not a question that can be easily determined by who has a higher realm or who has stronger combat power. Qi Xian. After getting a positive answer, he lowered his eyes, and thought for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at the boundless sky and said to his adjutant, I know who is the commander of the Demon God's 7th Legion. The Demon God Legion is a mess, and they can be united together because of the 9 generals. who have never appeared in public. Marshal Ji Woo, who should have been buried in the land of divine revelation, appeared here. Where would the others who died with her for the seal be? The answer to the question is about to come out. Qi Xian suddenly laughed, from a self-deprecating chuckle to a loud laugh. This move is a dead chess move. Attack is death, retreat is also death. He can't leave the Sky Star. Among the 7 totem marshals, Ji Woo is the most valiant and good at defeating the enemy with force. His attack is like a storm, which is difficult for ordinary people to resist. Qi Jing is the most cunning and good at using strategies to attack the heart. Anyone who steps into his chess game will die. Qi Xian's smile came suddenly, like the last wail of a trapped beast, which frightened the adjutant. Without waiting for the adjutant to ask who is the commander of the demon god's 7th legion, Qi Xian stopped laughing and took the first step. Let's go, let's fight. What if it's a dead end? We have to fight to pieces, so that the person who set up the game will be riddled with holes, and will not be able to fight again, so as to buy time for other constellations. The adjutant looked at his determined back, took a deep breath, and chased after him without any hesitation. Fengxing Falcon went against the wind and rushed to Qingyue City. Qi Xian, standing in the clouds, his voice was like thunder, and he struck down from the sky. Qi Huan, the 15th generation head of the Tingsha family, is here. Qi Jing, do you dare to come and fight? At that moment, countless eyes in Qingyue City looked over, and saw the young man coming against the wind very clearly. In the temporary tent outside Qingyue City, the man paused playing with the white jade chess piece, and looked outside the tent with a little surprise, as if he didn't expect that the little turtle in the jar would have such courage to die rather than live in disgrace. Immediately, he threw the chess piece in his hand into the chess box, and stepped out in the shocked and stunned eyes of his subordinates. Qi Jing stepped on the Fengxing Falcon wrapped with the power of the devil, and in an instant, he came to Qi Xian and smiled proudly. Why not? He was full of vigor, and the evil dragon that was entangled behind him raised its head high, staring at the ants, who dared to provoke him with its black eyes, and suddenly let out a roar. The pressure of the holy realm was like thunder and lightning, rushing towards Qi Xian. Qi Xian's expression did not change at all, but his eyes, which were exactly the same as Qi Jing's, reflected a gentle figure. He whispered, "Father." The moment the voice fell, 2 snakes entwined and swooped down from the sky, spitting out their snake tongues and showing their fangs. They were not afraid of the deterrence of the evil dragon, and let out a strong roar. Qi Xian's left eye gradually faded away, and stubbornness emerged. 2 completely different emotions appeared in the same person's 2 eyes. He is Qi Xian, and also Qi Huan. Chapter 241. Qi Jing is no longer Qi Jing. His power comes from the devil, and his mimicry has become that of an evil dragon, but he is still a holy domain. For Qi Huan, who only has the top 3rd level combat power, he is an insurmountable mountain. With Qi Huan's current strength, it is impossible to defeat Qi Jing. He dared to fight, not only because he had no way to retreat and wanted to fight with all his strength, but also because this is Qingyue City, the core of the Tingsha family's inheritance. The accumulation of the Tingsha family for thousands of years is in Qingyue City. Here, the faith of countless soldiers is condensed, and part of the power of the Tingsha totem is carried. When the twin Tingsha behind Qi Huan released a powerful fighting spirit, the entire Qingyue City seemed to be inspired by some mysterious power, and it trembled slightly, and the Tingsha defense array covering the Qingyue City also lit up with a bright red light. They were like the stars in the endless Milky Way, emitting the most dazzling brilliance in the extreme darkness. Strands of tongue snake breath emerged from Qingyue City, dragging long tails of light that quickly gathered towards the twin tongue snakes that roared loudly in the sky. The scales of the twin tongue snakes absorbed the tongue snake breath and gradually became blood red. Qi Huan's breath climbed higher and higher under their support, quickly reaching the half-step Saint Realm from the extraordinary level 3, and then surpassed the half-step Saint Realm to be promoted to the true Saint Realm. His eyes turned completely red, and the illusory scales were looming on his side face. Qi Jing frowned slightly as he watched the scene. The evil dragon hovering around him opened its bloody mouth and bit Qi Huan fiercely, trying to stop him from entering the Saint Realm. However, the star power shield released by the tongue snake totem created an absolute domain for Qi Huan that no one else could invade. No matter how arrogant and domineering the evil dragon was, it was difficult to break through the domain of the tongue snake totem and cause harm to him. When the evil dragon was about to launch another attack, Qi Jing suddenly raised his hand to stop his action, and turned to look at the Qingyue City covered by the tongue snake defense formation, revealing a faint smile. The power of the totem is limited, and it is impossible to help Qi Huan ascend to the holy domain while protecting the Qingyue City. If Ji Huan wants to use this to fight against the demon god legion, he should be prepared to lose something. The evil dragon received his instructions, swung its tail and passed by, and in an instant it turned into a giant black spear, fiercely chiseling towards the Cheongyue city, emitting a bright red light. Ji Huan, who was absorbing the breath of the tongue snake, seemed to have a premonition of something. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and the twin tongue snakes guarding him also showed a moment of restlessness. The evil dragon's spear was like a shadow under the light, instantly approaching the Cheongyue city, and hitting the tongue snake defense formation of the demon god legion that had not been broken in the 9 palaces. The tongue snake defense formation, which had been motionless all the time, trembled slightly. The next second, black feather arrows condensed by the power of the demon god spread across the sky, shooting towards the tongue snake defense array with the power of destroying the world. As more and more feather arrows fell, explosions continued. The powerful corrosiveness of the demon god's power penetrated into the tongue snake defense array little by little, causing it to vibrate more and more, and tiny cracks appeared on the surface. Even if the people in Cheongyue City kept adding 3S level alienation crystals to the array base, it was difficult to save the fact that the tongue snake defense array was about to break. Qi Jing's light voice sounded in Ji Huan's ears. Don't you want to open your eyes and see? Cheongyue City is about to break, and the people you care about, and the people you want to protect will die under my arrows. His words were like the most vicious curse in the world, cursing Ji Huan and everyone in Cheongyue City, as well as himself. Qi Jing, who once would rather die than surrender to the devil, ended up being the devil's puppet, using his best psychological tactics to deal with his most indulgent youngest son. Ji Huan's fists hanging by his side creaked, and his consciousness was immersed in a painful struggle. He could either watch Cheongyue City turn into ashes, or interrupt his promotion and perish with the enemy. What should he do? What can he do? Just at this moment, a stern female voice came from Cheongyue City. Ji Huan. He is not your father. Don't be influenced by him. Madame Qi stood at the highest point of the Tingsha Hall in armor, with a calm and solemn expression. Qi Jing is not a good father, but he is the most qualified head of the Tingsha family in history. He will not target Cheongyue City. He is strong, fearless, and decisive. If he were in the same situation as you today, he would not hesitate. Ji Huan, your mother is very pleased that you can come here. I have not done well enough over the years. I don't expect you to forgive me, but you were born in the Tingsha family, so you are destined to be an impossible person. Take on your responsibilities, and keep going with your father's legacy. Don't look back, don't hesitate. If Cheongyue City is gone, it can be rebuilt. No one will not die, but the will of the Tingsha Legion will live forever. At this point, Madame Qi looked at the body with Qi Jing's face, but without Qi Jing's soul, and chuckled. I never thought that I would come to kill you one day. She closed her eyes, released her mimicry, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Qi Jing without hesitation. Her last voice echoed in the wind, which was also the first sentence she said when she followed her mother to Cheongyue City and saw Qi Jing. Qi Jing, do you still remember? My name is Shen Yun. When he was young, Qi Jing was like the most dazzling rainbow sun in the sky. He was cynical and dissolute, but he still attracted people. He never stopped for others. Shen Yun became his wife, but she didn't get his attention for a moment. She lived as Mrs. Qi in the longing and disappointment day after day, and never mentioned her name again. In the deafening explosion, Shen Yun left the cage that trapped her for life. One after another, the wounded soldiers rushed out of Cheongyue City, rushing towards Qi Jing, trying to weaken his power by self-destruction. Qi Jing always looked away indifferently, letting the evil dragon that was entrenched swallow all the power they released. Tears slid uncontrollably from the corners of Ji Huan's eyes. The blue veins on his forehead throbbed violently, his nails sank into his palms, and blood dripped from his clenched fists. On the day when he faced his responsibilities, he experienced a tragic pain that made him want to die. Is this all your strength? Ji Wu. Pressing down the handle of the gun, he coldly watched Ji Qinglian, who was thrown hundreds of meters away, and barely stood up with the blade of no stream. Her tone was flat, but it made Ji Qinglian dazed for a moment. In the training ground of Xingwan City, he had asked his mother for advice countless times, but each time ended in failure. From childhood to adulthood, his mother was like a towering mountain that he could only look up to but could not climb over. To this day, he has not been able to defeat her. But this time Ji Qinglian did not give up. He spit out the blood foam on his lips, picked up the blade of no stream again, and pointed the sword at Ji Wu. Come again. He will not lose again. He will climb over that mountain to achieve his own peak. Ji Wu. Without a moment's hesitation, her figure disappeared from the spot as the red tassel flew, and appeared behind Ji Qinglian like a ghost. The young man who had been beaten by her before seemed to have anticipated her attack trajectory in advance, blocked the attack from the evil dragon's spear, and turned the tables, and hit her throat with the side blade upward, just as Ji Wu understood Ji Qinglian. Ji Qinglian also understood her. The mother and son often fought in the training ground, and they knew each other's habits in battle and subconscious reactions like the back of their hands. If you want to win this battle, you can't use the previous fighting skills. The mother stayed in the past forever, but he continued to grow in 3 years of tempering. Ji Qinglian is no longer the impulsive and irritable boy, nor is he the child who hides in the corner and sulks every time he loses a battle with his mother. Now he is the head of Tianyuan family, the most fierce and cruel sword of Tao Tai family. When the sword and the gun collided, he whispered, "Mother, you underestimated me." After speaking, the green light rushed into the sky, and brilliant light pillars covered the area where the two fought, forming a huge sacred tree totem. It happened too suddenly. Ji Wu frowned slightly and prepared to retreat, but the piercing Wujian blade blocked her way, and the fierce beast Tao Ai turned into several phantoms, guarding every position. Ji Qinglian wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and asked, "The power of the sacred tree is my greatest advantage. Why should I give up the advantage to fight you? This is a trap." He laughed softly. "When you chased the injured me and killed me, you stepped into my trap." His eyes were a little hazy, as if he was recalling something. Ji Wu. He attacked again without saying a word. Ji Qinglian did not dodge or avoid, but won with a backhand sword. The collision of the spear and sword made a sharp buzzing sound. Ji Qinglian said again, "This is what my sister taught me. She is always so smart. She takes 1 step and counts 10 steps. She uses people's inertial thinking to show weakness to the enemy. When the enemy steps into the trap, she will show the most fierce butcher knife and leave no chance for the enemy to escape." Ji Wu did not respond to him. It seems that for her, Ji Qinglian's growth and transformation have no meaning. Killing him is her only goal. The green light column is getting brighter and brighter, and the totem of the sacred tree is getting clearer and clearer. When the immortal strangulation array is formed, those fixed light columns become the most terrible blades, attacking Ji Wu from all directions, but ignoring Ji Qinglian, who is also in the array. 2 evil dragons swam out from the side of Ji Wu and tried to resist the immortal strangle array, but the power of the sacred tree naturally restrained the power of the demon god. The evil dragon could not exert its original strength. After forcibly resisting one of the light columns, it disintegrated and disappeared inch by inch. But after it disappeared, new evil dragons would soon swim out. They confronted the immortal strangle array and tried to get out of the predicament by consuming each other. Ji Qinglian watched the figure, who kept avoiding the light column, and looked down at the blood-stained and dusty blade in his hand. Ji Wu has the realm of the holy domain and has been blessed by the demon god. Her strength is far superior to that of the gifted people of the same realm. Even if the power of the sacred tree has a strong restraining effect on the power of the demon god, it is difficult to take her down in a short time. Using evil dragons to resist the strangle of the light column is the most effective way at present. The strength of the two will be quickly consumed in the continuous confrontation. If this continues, Ji Qinglian will not be able to hold on for long. Ji Wu will be out of trouble soon. When she is out of trouble, Ji Qinglian will lose her greatest advantage, and this desperate war will slide into an irreversible abyss. There is only one chance, and we cannot fail. Another beam of light attacked, and Ji Wu released the evil dragon again to block it. The two forces consumed each other, and turned into points of star power. This was the same as every confrontation before, but Ji Wu felt a strong sense of crisis at the moment when the beam of light was broken. She subconsciously turned sideways. Ji Qinglian's figure appeared from the star power diffused in the air, and the blade of Wujian pierced her heart with a breeze. Just because she turned sideways, it brushed past her shoulder. It didn't pierce. The distance was close enough, and the two of them were back to back. Ji Wu was about to move, and the severe pain suddenly invaded her nerves. A faint smell of blood wafted out, and she lowered her head, and saw the sharp blade piercing through her back. Ji Qinglian leaned against her and looked up at the sky. "Mother, this time, I won." A green beam of light came with a sound, passing through Ji Wu's body, melting the black star power wandering on her body's surface inch by inch. Ji Wu's pupils seemed to tremble for a moment, and then quickly returned to calm. Ji Qinglian turned his back to her, letting the cold body behind him turn into star-like star power fragments and disappear. He climbed over the towering mountain. Ji Qinglian covered the bloody wound on his abdomen and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a white hand reached out and held him firmly. In a trance, Ji Qinglian turned his head and met a pair of sea blue eyes. The man smiled at him, lowered his head, and touched his forehead to his. "Third brother, you did a great job, mother will be proud of you." Instantly, Ji Qinglian's pupils dilated, and he touched the white face with his blood-stained hands as if to confirm. Chapter 242. Xing Yuan? Ji Qinglian moved his lips, tried to open his tired eyes, and whispered. Sure Yuan responded to him gently and patiently. "It's me, I'm back." A turquoise light bloomed from her brows, enveloping Ji Qinglian, and a powerful vitality flowed into the blood hole above his waist and abdomen, helping him to repair his injuries. Ji Qinglian blinked as if he couldn't believe it, trying to see the person in front of him clearly. Sure Yuan took the initiative to explain. "A lot of things happened, and it's hard to explain them in a short time. I tell you in detail when things here are over." It was a familiar tone, and the seriousness in his eyes was not perfunctory at all. Although the appearance was different, Ji Qinglian still felt a long-lost sense of peace. He nodded and held Sure Yuan's hand. "I won't die. Go to Cheongyua's city quickly. If my guess is correct, the commander of the Demon God's 7th Army is most likely Qi Jing. Qi Huan has not yet reached the Holy Land, and is not Qi Jing's opponent. This trip is likely to be dangerous." Sure Yuan comforted. "Don't worry, my people have gone there. Your injuries are too serious. If you don't treat it in time, you will have serious sequelae." Ji Qinglian knew her ability, and he breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. He leaned against her and closed his eyes. Rushed from the Corona to the Silver Snake Forest, and rushed to the Sky Star without stopping after a battle. Not long after resting, he faced Ji Wu, who became a puppet of the demon god. Whether mentally or physically, Ji Qinglian was exhausted to the extreme. He fell asleep deeply, as if he had returned to the time before everything happened. Sure Yuan handed him over to Yuan Lin, who had rushed over. Under the other party's surprised and slightly wary gaze, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky, rushing towards Cheongyua's city. Yuan Lin looked at the direction where she disappeared and frowned slightly. They have been marching hard these days, and it is difficult to get in touch with people outside the Snake Lance. They don't know about the change of the Winston Empire. The Griffin Legion that suddenly appeared is fighting with the Demon God's 1st Legion that lost its commander. The new Griffin Duke is also there, and has led people to Cheongyua's city. Who is this mysterious strongman? There seems to be no such person among the high-ranking officials of the Winston Empire. Yuan Lin didn't figure out the trick, but he could see that the Griffin Legion was here to help rather than to add insult to injury, so he didn't bother to worry about it at this moment, and just waited until the end of this battle to consider it. The strong men of the holy domain of the tongue snake family have died in the past 3 years, and the pure-blooded tongue snakes also shed blood on the battlefield in this siege. Only Qi Huan and Qi Qinyu, who is apparently dead, are left. Qi Huan watched familiar faces explode and die one after another, and his inner resentment and grief reached the highest point. The twin snakes were affected by his emotions, and roared wildly one after another. Qi Jing sensed his momentum rising in an instant, raised his eyebrows slightly, but still commented contemptuously, "Waste." The evil dragon soared, and its sharp fangs reflected a little cold light. It was not afraid of the shock wave in front of it. It was wrapped in countless condensed demon power, like a falling star, and rushed towards Qi Huan with deep red eyes fiercely. The twin snakes sensed its provocation, and were not afraid of the erosion of the demon power. They merged into the sweeping wind, and the black star power mixed and it escaped in strands under the powerful repulsive effect of the snake breath. The two forces, one black and one red, collided, and the terrifying sonic boom shattered countless rubble and rocks, and the world was eclipsed. Qi Huan coldly stared at the man who was only 100 meters away from him, raised his hand, and dragged out a giant fang blade burning with red flames from the vortex of star power. The moment it appeared, the temperature around it continued to rise, almost to the point of burning people. Even the wind was carrying the fire element, scorching the black star power floating in the air and making crackling sounds. Tongue snake red fang blade. The moment the weapon was successfully transformed, Qi Huan was like a feather arrow shot out from the spot, slashing fiercely at Qi Jing. Qi Jing was not afraid of his attack at all, and dodged the attack by slightly turning sideways, and kicked Qi Huan in the waist and abdomen. Qi Huan did not dodge at all, and the scarlet scales flashed on his body surface, and he took the kick of Qi Jing. And the red fang blade cut across, trying to take the opportunity to chop off the enemy's head. Qi Jing. How could he be hit so easily? When the red fang blade reached his throat, he turned into a black star power without substance, disappeared without a sign, and appeared behind Qi Huan the next second, kicking him high. Qi Huan was kicked by him, and even with the protection of the tongue snake's scales, his blood was boiling, and he flew out more than 100 meters before he could barely stabilize his body. Qi Jing did not give him a chance to breathe, using the omnipresent power of the demon god and its powerful erosion effect to continuously squeeze Qi Huan's space for movement, forcing him to retreat again and again, until he had nowhere to retreat. With the blessing of the power of the demon god, Qi Jing's combat power far exceeded that of ordinary sanctuaries, and the totem sanctuary was incomparable. Qi Huan had just been promoted, his realm was unstable, and he was far less calm and experienced than him, so he was completely suppressed. After being hit hard again, a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat. Qi Huan's cheeks, which were red with anger, turned pale, and his right hand holding the red fang blade trembled slightly uncontrollably. He stared at Qi Jing, who calmly withdrew his hand, and climbed up from the ground again in the mocking eyes of the other party. The flames are rekindled, and the tongue snake rises again. Behind him is the shattered Chungyue city, and the soldiers who followed him to Tianqiong Star. He cannot lose. When the totem was about to rise, a clear voice rushed over forcefully Qi Huan. Stop! Before Qi Huan could react, the vigorous vitality came with the wind, wrapped him up and imprisoned him, and stopped him from sacrificing to the tongue snake totem. Qi Jing, suddenly narrowing his eyes, he looked towards the place where the sound came from, and saw a green light flashing by. The evil dragon in the air seemed to be suddenly attacked by its natural enemy, rolling and roaring, trying to drive it away. Anyone could see that the evil dragon was afraid of that power. The light did not disappear. After landing, it was like a seed sown by the god of spring to the earth. It took root and sprouted in an instant, and grew into a towering tree. The green leaves exuded green light, and with every breath, they absorbed the power of the demon god in the air, and purified it into pure and absorbable star power. Under the giant tree, a slender figure stood sideways, and the breeze blew up the fine hair hanging on her temples. Even though she was in a battlefield filled with smoke, she was like an exiled immortal, who was isolated from the world, not disturbed by any dirty air. When she looked back, her eyes were calm, and she was not nervous at all about facing a strong enemy. Qi Jing. His pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were gradually stained with a thick ink color, becoming empty and lifeless. It seemed that another gaze passed through his eyes, and fell on Shi Yuan, with strong aggression and scrutiny. In the blink of an eye, Qi Jing's momentum surged, and the evil dragon in the air seemed to have finally found a vent point, breaking through the cage formed by the turquoise star power in one fell swoop, and roared at Shi Yuan without saying anything. Strands of black star power condensed into sharp blades, spreading in all directions to form an airtight knife net, stabbing down all over the sky. Shi Yuan watched this scene calmly, and the giant tree that occupied half of the sky gently shook its branches and leaves, and the light green star power fell down, following the traceless wind to meet the millions of blades on the horizon. The gentle breeze sent it over, twisting the black blade and crushing it inch by inch. The evil dragon opened its mouth arrogantly, and crashed into the wind regardless. Shi Yuan smiled lightly, holding the turquoise giant sickle that had formed on his side, and suddenly disappeared from the spot, sending the blade fiercely to Qi Jing's back. The situation of both sides changed. Qi Jing, who had been invincible just now, was desperately avoiding the all-pervasive attack. With his rich combat experience, he could not find a chance to counterattack in the gaps of this intensive attack. The continuous collisions caused layers of sonic booms. The buildings and rubble in the center of the battlefield were flattened by the star power, and dark pits appeared one after another. The evil dragon tried to bite the shining divine tree, but the green vines climbing up along the trunk did not give it a chance to be presumptuous. The rough vines pulled out, comparable to the hardest and most flexible weapons in the universe, and hit the evil dragon, leaving a deep whip mark on the bone. The black star power surged, trying to repair the injured body of the evil dragon, but the green star power attached to it was like the most terrible poison in the world, biting the dragon's bones, leaving it helpless. A sickle knocked Qi Jing down. Shi Yuan flashed over, bent his knees and touched his spine. With a crisp click, he looked into the empty eyes, and said provocatively, "A trap beast fights." The pure black pupils enlarged, burning with dangerous black flames. Shi Yuan sneered, "Am I wrong? If you can leave the land of divine revelation, can you let me beat your clone without any resistance? 10 minutes is enough for you to tear the space, and travel to the Sky Star. You didn't show up, don't you want to come?" With every extra word she said, the black flames burning in Qi Jing's eyes became more intense, but no matter how dangerous the two balls of black flames were, they could not burn through the body that imprisoned it. It could only shake twice in a bluffing manner, but it did not have any threatening effect, but instead exposed the owner's inner restlessness. After confirming her guess, Shi Yuan didn't waste any more time, and swung the green giant sickle, piercing the heart of Qi Jing. Before the black flames disappeared, she leaned over and laughed softly, and issued the most ruthless declaration of war in the lightest voice. Stay in the land of divine enlightenment, and wait for me to personally send you to hell. Chapter 243. After the death of Qi Jing and Ji Wu, the 1st and 7th demon god legions lost their backbone. Even with the strong men of half of the Holy Land, they could not resist the joint stranglehold of the Griffin Legion, the Taut-Eye Legion, and the Tongue Snake Legion. After several main generals with the right to speak died, the Demon God Legion completely became a mess, and was defeated as a matter of course, with no room for recovery. At dusk, heavy rain crashed down, washing away the dust and smoke in the sky, and the blood on the ground. The world was lonely, and the once prosperous Qingyue city became a ruin, with corpses everywhere and devastation everywhere. Qi Huan stood in the rain, looking at the place where he had lived since he was a child without saying a word, letting the cold rain soak him. Suddenly, a green star power shield rose up, blocking the dense rain for him. Shi Yuan walked up to him, pointed to the far front and said, "Mrs. Ji has something for you. Do you want to go and see it?" Qi Huan was stunned for a moment, and turned his head stiffly to look at her. A face he had never seen before, an absolutely unfamiliar aura, but the tone was so familiar, as if he had known her for many years. Shi Yuan tilted her head to meet his gaze. In the silent gaze, she did not confess her identity, but just looked at Qi Huan indifferently, waiting for him to make a decision. Qi Huan raised his hand to wipe the rain off his face, and said in a hoarse voice, "What is it?" Although he didn't know where the familiar feeling came from, the other party could come to Tianqiong Star to save his life. At least, he would not be an enemy in the short term. Shi Yuan smiled. "Won't you know if you go and see it?" Qi Huan didn't ask any more questions, and ran quickly in the direction she pointed, searching carefully in the ruins. Finally, when he stepped on a ruin, he sensed a hidden breath of the tongue snake, which was a breath that only the tongue snake bloodline could sense. Qi Huan immediately released his star power, regardless of his fatigue, dug through the layers of rubble, and saw the invisible tongue snake totem. A small tongue snake defense array was arranged underneath. He held his breath, pressed his palm to the ground, and released the tongue snake breath. A steady stream of power poured into it, and the dim tongue snake totem gradually became brighter, and the surrounding rubble also trembled slightly. When the tongue snake breath gathered to the critical point, a powerful air wave shook up, sweeping away all the ruins and rubble, revealing an underground passage that could only accommodate 3 or 4 people walking side by side. Qi Huan slightly widened his eyes, and immediately released his mental power to go deep into the underground passage, and in the darkness saw the old, weak, women and children curled up in the underground palace. There were 300 or 400 people. Shi Yuan walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said, "Bring everyone out? They are not gifted, so they are not suitable to stay in there for too long." Qi Huan nodded vigorously, and just as he was about to rush into the underground palace, he stopped and couldn't help asking, "How do you know there are people inside?" Shi Yuan raised his hand and released a palm-sized phantom of a snake, and said to Qi Huan in shock, "This is the totem blessing your father gave me." Qi Huan's lips opened and closed, and he wanted to say something but found that his throat was dry, and he couldn't make a sound. Shi Yuan blinked at him. He never succumbed to the devil until his death, and he would be proud of you today. She didn't give Qi Huan a chance to ask, and turned around and said, "I find someone to help you. Madame Qi may not be a good mother, but she is definitely an outstanding leader." The people she hid in the underground palace were ordinary people without mimicry, and most of them were not of the bloodline of the tongue snake family. The most special one was Qi Lian, the child of Qi Xian and Yu Guanquan. He was only 5 years old, a very well-behaved little guy, without the slightest problem of a noble young master, unlike the child raised by Madame Qi, who was arrogant in Shi Yuan's impression. When Qi Lian saw Qi Huan, he hugged his legs and called him uncle, and asked him where his grandmother was. Qi Huan found it difficult to answer, so he had to tell him a white lie. Shi Yuan carefully checked Qi Lian's condition. He had awakened his mimicry, and was a pure-blooded tongue snake, not contaminated by the power of the demon god. When Ji Qinglian woke up in a daze, he heard the sound of continuous rain. He couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality, and subconsciously grasped his 5 fingers. A slightly cool hand reached out, and touched his forehead to test the temperature. Ji Qinglian held the hand, and said vaguely, "Qing Yuan?" Was he dreaming? He thought no one would answer, but a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Third brother, I'm here." Ji Qinglian opened his eyes with difficulty, and saw a vague figure beside the bed. His heart was relieved and his consciousness became clearer. Sure Yuan let him hold him, and fed him a potion with his other hand, explaining to him, "You have a fever." The physique of the gifted has always been strong, especially the strong ones in the Saint realm, who are almost insulated from illness. Ji Qinglian developed a high fever after falling asleep due to a serious injury. The fever was so severe that no potion worked for a while. He slept for a whole day before the fever subsided. The doctor accompanying the army said that it was caused by the sudden relaxation of long-term nervous tension. Ji Qinglian held her tightly, as if afraid that she would run away. After a while he asked, "When did you come back? Have you contacted Chi-Chi?" He had a lot of questions to ask, but he restrained himself and only asked the two most important ones at the moment. There was still enough time to rest, and Sure Yuan told him what happened 3 years ago. Ji Qinglian didn't know what happened 3 years ago. He only knew that when he left the Tianyuan clan trial site, the world had completely changed. His mother, father, brother and sister were missing, and all the strong men in the holy domain of the Tao Hai family fell, leaving Ji Qinchi alone to support the huge Xingwan city. When he saw Ji Wu lead the demon god army to appear, he already had a premonition. His mother would never come back. At this moment, listening to his sister's detailed account of the past, he couldn't help but shed tears. Perhaps because he had seen his relatives disappear, Sure Yuan was much calmer than Ji Qinglian. He listened to the sobbing and watched the endless rain outside the window. "Liu Bi, little star. Is it reliable to cooperate with the Rose Army?" Qilang hid in the shadows, poked Wen Songshu beside him with his elbow, and whispered in his heart. When Songshu heard his words through the communication star pattern, and said slowly, "Do you think the boss's order is reliable?" Qilang was speechless, and couldn't help but say, "The boss was hunted by the Blood Rose before. Has the grudge been resolved now? Or has he killed their boss, and completely turned over?" When Songshu glanced at him speechlessly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Isn't it because I'm afraid that the Rose Duke, that bastard, will turn his face and not recognize me? What if he reaches a consensus with the demon god behind our backs and cheats us?" Qilang sighed. The boss had been missing for 3 years, and suddenly appeared with a sound of tide, and then there was no movement. How could people feel at ease? What if someone got her star snail and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out all of them? When Songshu saw that he was full of worry, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, he raised his foot and kicked him directly on the butt. "Don't worry about it, the time is almost up. Let the people you arrange do it." Qilang staggered after being kicked by him, but luckily he managed to stabilize his body, and didn't roll out of the shadow. He was extremely angry at Wen Songshu's rude behavior, but time was running out, so he couldn't fight him one-on-one, so he had to give him a middle finger. Wen Songshu pretended not to see it, and calmly retracted his gaze. Qilang hated his everyone except me as stupid looked the most, and gritted his teeth unwillingly, and obediently followed the instructions to carry out the action plan. Not far ahead was the star forest where Xiaomong star and Rose 404 star bordered. Yu Guangqin has administrative power, but no military power in the White Lion constellation. She has always been controlled by Qi Qinyu and Qi Huan. She has been planning this power grab for a long time. She is afraid that others will do something bad, so she has people guard the star gates of all alienated areas, and has never opened them. Wen Songshu and Qilang have been developing in the White Lion constellation for a long time. They are always cautious, and do not leave any handles. Although they control small chambers of commerce, there are a lot of them, and they don't know that they are loyal to the same force. Even if a chamber of commerce is targeted, it will not affect other chambers of commerce. In addition, Wen Songshu also controls the heads of some large chambers of commerce, and gets more important information from them, so he will not be blind, and can only go with the flow. No matter how smart and calculating Yu Guanchuan was, she could not have imagined that someone had made arrangements before she entered the White Lion constellation, and had kept the chess pieces buried until today. Under Wen Songshu's instruction, Qilang also arranged people to lurk in the team guarding the Stargate early on. As long as he wanted, the entire White Lion constellation would open its doors to the outside world at the same time. When he couldn't contact Ji Qingyuan, Wen Songshu was indeed confused and hesitant. He was a smart man, and knew how to choose the best for himself. No one could restrain him anymore. He could completely abandon the dark and join the light, and hand over all the arrangements for the White Lion constellation to Yu Guanchuan, and become her confidant. But after carefully observing Yu Guanchuan, he felt a sense of loss. It's not that Yu Guanchuan didn't have the ability to control the chess game, but that he had seen brighter light, so how could he be defeated by the Firefly? He didn't want to be inferior to Yu Guanchuan. In the same position, he was confident that he could do better than Yu Guanchuan. In the end, he chose to play a game with the Jade Crown group. When Songshu looked at the starry sky and laughed silently. Fortunately, he was arrogant enough, otherwise the greedy scythe would be on his neck at this moment. The starlight fell, and the silver-crowned red-feathered cranes cried loudly in the night. The Rose Army flew over the star forest, passed through the little star, and went straight to the crazy lion star. Chapter 244. Under the white snow, the mountains are endless. A white fox scurried through the woods, leaving a series of barely noticeable footprints. Yushize picked up a dead branch, and a warm breath came out of his nose, bringing up a thin white mist. His silver-white star armor was covered with scratches from sharp weapons, and the edges were soaked with dark red blood stains and dust that were difficult to wipe off. His hair, which used to be unrestrained, was now in disarray, and his brows could not hide the fatigue of not sleeping for many days. There were also a dozen soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Qilin Legion, picking up dead branches with him. They only dared to release a little bit of star power to attach to the surface of their bodies, to avoid the erosion of severe cold, but there were obvious signs of frostbite on their faces and hands. This is the SS-level alienation area in the south of Ukiongzuo, which is covered with ice and snow all year round and rarely visited. It is difficult for talents, who are not in the extraordinary realm, to survive. More than half a month ago, the 6th Legion of the Demon God attacked Tiananxing with all his strength, and the Qilin Legion suffered heavy casualties. After weighing the pros and cons and contacting Yingheng, Yushize decided to give up defending Tiananxing and prepare to lead the Qilin Legion to Panlong Constellation, concentrating the strength of the Qilin Legion and Yinglong Legion to fight against the Demon God Legion. At the beginning of the advent of the Demon God, the Yinglong family decisively gave up the planets that needed long-term garrison, leaving behind planets with fewer stargates and richer resources, and withstood the initial invasion of the Demon God Legion, and started a tug-of-war with it, and still retains 1/3 of the territory until now. This approach is a bit cruel to ordinary people, but from an objective point of view, it is the best way to preserve strength. Most of the other constellations that did not do so fell into the quagmire of war. Even the Taotai family, which had established an alliance with the Tianyuan family in the early stage, could not reverse the decline. If it were not for the help of the principal of the Xingyu Military Academy, and the sudden appearance of Ji Qinglan, Ji Qingqi would not have been able to hold on until now. It was an extremely difficult choice for Yushize to abandon everything and leave the Yuqiong seat, but he had to do so, otherwise he would be trapped and died in Tiananxing like the Tingsha family, causing the entire Qilin family to overthrow. But he did not expect that the Qilin family would leak their whereabouts during the transfer. In order to protect the younger generation, who had not yet grown up, Yushize had to lead the Qilin Corps to cover the rear. After many wars, he was forced into this endless snow-capped mountain. The terrain here is complex, the magnetic field is chaotic, the sound of the tide is difficult to transmit, and there are extremely dangerous SS-level alien creatures. In recent days, the Qilin Corps has encountered many dangers, and the supplies they carried have been almost consumed. In extremely cold weather, gifted people need to consume a lot of star power to resist the cold and maintain body temperature. However, the star power here is thin, so it is difficult to absorb star power. Affected by many negative factors, the Qilin army is exhausted and can only find a relatively safe place to rest and consider what to do next. Picking up a dead branch again, Yushize looked at the sky with flying snow and said to the soldiers beside him, "It is estimated that there will be a blizzard soon. Let's go back first." The weather here changes quickly. The sky can be clear in the previous second and snow in the next second. The temperature will be lower after the snow. The wind blowing over is comparable to that of S-level star weapons, and even the second-level supernatural star power shield cannot stop it. The few of them did not dare to delay, and immediately informed the others to prepare to return. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis struck Yushize's heart. He turned sideways reflexively, and a cold ice arrow shot past his temple, and nailed hard on the dead tree in front, causing the snow to fall down. In an instant, all the soldiers released the star power shield, alert to the direction of the ice arrow. In the hazy snow curtain, one after another dark figures appeared. They jumped to the high treetops, drew their bows like full moons, and aimed at Yushize and others to release ice arrows. Enemy attack! Someone shouted loudly, and the sound was poured into the wind, and scattered to every corner of the snow forest with the flying snowflakes. It's the Demon God army. They are chasing. Yushize grabbed the ice arrow that hit his forehead and threw it back with his backhand. The person locked by the ice arrow sneered, released the star power shield, easily resolved his counterattack, and raised his hand again, The flying snow falling from the sky swirled rapidly and condensed into crystal-clear ice arrows, shooting down all over the sky. Yushiza whispered to the soldiers around him, "Don't get entangled with them. Retreat to the north. The blizzard is coming." No matter how powerful the power of the demon god is, the increase to the gifted is limited, and it is impossible for them to move freely in the wind and snow. As long as an avalanche is triggered, combined with the upcoming blizzard, they can get rid of their pursuit. The soldiers followed his instructions, and retreated while fighting, and did not get entangled with the pursuers of the demon god army. But they obviously misjudged the number and strength of the pursuers. Those people seemed to have merged with the wind and snow. Not only were they not affected much in this extremely cold environment, but they also quickly approached Yushiza's action team under the cover of the wind and snow, and fought with them at close range. Yushiza fought with the leader for 2 rounds and judged that the other party had ice mimicry, and was half-stepped to the holy domain like himself. Then he found that the pursuers were all gifted with ice mimicry. The wind and snow could not weaken their strength, but greatly increased their strength. The enemy is strong and I am weak. Yushiza realized that they came prepared, and were not blindly chasing. No wonder the demon god army had been silent for the past few days. It turned out that they were deploying gifted people with ice mimicry to bury him here. The Chilean army was exhausted from the continuous march for days, and was restricted by the environment. No matter how powerful the combat power was, it was difficult to fully exert it. At this moment, facing the entanglement of the demon god army like a thorn in the bone, it was almost impossible to get rid of the pursuit with the help of the blizzard. The ice thorn pierced Yushiza's left shoulder, and the bone-penetrating coldness penetrated his bone marrow from the wound, making him shiver uncontrollably. The warm blood soaked his clothes, and quickly condensed in the low temperature. He panted heavily, and the long whip with hooks and spikes in his hand tightly twisted the enemy's neck, but due to the thick ice covering it, it was difficult to take the enemy's life. Is he going to die? A piece of ice and snow fell on Yushiza's brow, and melted into a drop of snow water in the sound of his hot breath, sliding down his brow bone. It's the end of the road. When he was young, he couldn't protect his mother and sister, and when he grew up, he couldn't become a qualified head of the Chilean family. The attack suffered by Yucheong's seat was not as great as that of Snake Spear's seat, but the speed of the defense line disintegration was much faster than that of Snake Spear's seat. He knew that he was too young and couldn't play against the commander of the demon god 6th Legion. He was always led by the opponent, and he lost both ends and caught nothing. Just like this time, he should have abandoned all the burdens when his whereabouts were exposed, and led the Chilean Legion to meet the Yinglong Legion, and waited for the right time to fight back, instead of being indecisive, and putting himself in this miserable situation where he can't get any help from heaven or earth. So far in the battle, he has not even seen the commander of the demon god 6th Legion. The other side hid behind the scenes, and played him like a joke, making him lose miserably. Yushiza coughed twice, choking out some blood foam, but smiled. He held the ice spike that pierced his shoulder, ignoring the barbs on it, and pulled it out fiercely, letting the dripping blood splash on his side face. The surging water breath gushed out, Yushiza shouted, and the Chilean phantom rushed out of the sky, looking up at the sky and making a deafening roar. The whistling sound spread in all directions, and the snow on the top of the mountain trembled in the violent sound waves, and the thick snow layer gradually cracked into spider web-like cracks. In just a blink of an eye, the snow layer collapsed, rushing like a blazing white wave. The soldiers of the Chilean Legion, who were about to rush over from elsewhere, stopped their steps, looking at the Chilean swooping down from the sky, and suddenly felt their throats dry and blocked. Only the soldiers of the Chilean Legion knew that this was a signal to disperse and retreat. The commander is about to die. Don't make a meaningless sacrifice. It was also because of this roar that Yuan, who had just stepped into this snowy field, looked over. Ji Qinglan, who was riding on the marshal, immediately said, "It's Yushiza." Before he finished speaking, Yingyu, who met them halfway and came together, had already changed back to the form of Yinglong and disappeared in an instant, and the Yinglong Legion followed closely. Ji Qinglian was stunned for a moment, and whispered to his sister, "They really grew up wearing the same pants." Yuan stood on the flaming griffin. "If it were my second brother, you would definitely rush faster than him." Ji Qinglian touched his nose, and did not deny it. Laird Weissman stood aside, watching their relationship, pretending not to see that the two had a relationship far beyond that of ordinary people. He was a smart man. After a trip to the Sky Star, how could he not see that His Majesty had a close relationship with the Totem family? He did not doubt His Majesty's identity. The other party's breath and mimicry could not be faked, and no one could impersonate him. His Majesty's origins were mysterious from beginning to end. He was not a human in the conventional sense, but was transformed from a green vine carrying a sacred breath. No one knew how many years he had lived and what experiences he had. Only Laird Weissman knew this secret at present. This gave him a secret sense of joy. Knowing His Majesty's big secret and being deeply trusted, when the demon god falls and the order of the universe is rebuilt, the Griffin family will definitely be the force that His Majesty relies on the most. Sure, Yuan didn't know what Laird Weissman was thinking, and she did not deliberately conceal her identity. At her current level, except for the demon god, no one in the universe can be her opponent. Not directly announcing her original identity to the public is to avoid unnecessary trouble, and those who should know will gradually know. She said to Laird Weissman, "There must be people from the demon god legion watching outside. You take people to guard here, and don't let them take advantage of the loopholes. Try to contact Chris and ask him about the overall situation of Yucheong's seat now." Laird nodded and immediately ordered the Griffin Legion to stay in place. Ji Qinglian glanced at him, then retracted his gaze, and ran towards the battlefield without looking back. Chapter 245. The Qianyuan divine spear came through the clouds, and the purple-blue arc of electricity shot out from the tip of the spear, sweeping through the wind and snow in an instant, and approached the black talent fighting with Yushi Zhe. The man reacted very quickly, and turned sideways first, narrowly avoiding the shot that pierced his heart. Yushi Zhe's eyes lit up, and the Qilin breath surrounding him shone brightly, and the majestic water breath sprayed out, condensing into ice cones covered with hooks, piercing in all directions. The two people's offensives were connected tightly, and the black talent barely controlled the ice shield to block, but was forced to retreat, unable to take down Yushi Zhe in one go. Seeing that the duck in his hand was about to fly away, the man's eyes flashed with anger, but Yingyu's subsequent attack made him unable to take care of other things, and he could only concentrate on dealing with the current battle situation. The roar of angry dragons drowned out the roar of the avalanche, and the sky in the white world became darker and darker. The Azure Dragon Corps followed Yingyu to join the battlefield. They were like an unstoppable spear, fiercely drilling into the encirclement of the Demon God Corps, disintegrating their airtight offensive, and winning a respite for the Qilin Corps. Yushi Zhe did not stop for a moment, regardless of his injuries, and pursued the victory. He and Yingyu cooperated with each other to attack from the front and back, killing the enemy step by step. In the interval of the battle, he found that the avalanche that was rushing like a wave stopped, and when he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a green figure in his peripheral vision. The person stood at the edge of the sky, and the green wind marks surrounded her to form a vacuum zone. They sank into the wind and snow, holding up the rushing snow sea, leaving enough safe area. Some SS-level alien creatures were disturbed by the movement of the avalanche and rushed out from under the snow and ice caves. They smelled the bloody smell blown away by the wind and looked over greedily. With the addition of the Yinglong Corps and the Taotai Corps, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed dramatically. With the Griffin Corps guarding the periphery, the Demon Corps that came to encircle Yushi Zhe had no way to retreat. But if the high-level alien creatures began to hunt, the situation would become difficult to control. Sure, Yuan did not hesitate. While releasing the star power to block the avalanche, he teleported to the SS-level alien creature closest to the battlefield. He did not even use weapons, and directly punched down. Her power was extremely strong. Just a simple punch triggered a large amount of star power in the air. When the star power collided, it melted the snowflakes flying in the air, turning them into cold and heavy water drops that fell to the ground. The alien creature that tried to rush into the battlefield had no time to do anything, but it felt a strong sense of crisis. Its hair stood up, and it subconsciously stopped its charge, leaving a long slip mark on the ground. Then it kicked its front legs hard, turned around and ran away without looking back. Sure, Yuan was stunned at first, then raised his eyebrows, guessing that the alien creatures here had a strong sense of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. He immediately stopped wasting time and energy on hunting alien creatures, and directly released his realm pressure. The strong breath of life made the flowing wind stagnate for a moment, and those alien creatures that were ready to move stopped their hunting instincts at the same time, and ran away in just half a minute. This pressure was not targeted at anyone, but its objective existence alone affected the two warring parties. Those with extraordinary talents at the first and second levels almost lost their ability to fight. Their mimicry collapsed, and they knelt on the ground, their eyes wide open and sweat dripping from their bodies. The talents of the third level of extraordinary are better, but they cannot ignore the existence of this pressure and continue to fight with the enemy. The power of the demon god is restricted by the breath of life, and the black talents are more obviously affected. The people fighting with Yushi Zhe failed to dodge the attack of the Qianyuan divine spear in time because of the sudden pressure, and were pierced through the shoulder blade. Seeing this, Yingyu pressed forward step by step, resisting the pressure from the upper realm, and provoked the enemy with a gun. When the opponent tried to counterattack, he suddenly put away the gun, and in the next second, he teleported to the top of him and threw the Qianyuan divine spear fiercely. Puff! Blood splattered and fell on the pure white snow surface, blooming red blood flowers. Yu Shize raised his knife and swung it, giving the opponent a fatal blow. The subsequent development was a natural result. The demon god army completely lost its original advantage, under the siege of all parties, and was wiped out. Yu Shize was exhausted. He forced himself to ask the doctor accompanying the army about the situation outside, while asking about the outside world. He had been dealing with the demon god army for more than 10 days. After being forced into this snowy plain, he lost contact with the outside world. He didn't know whether the retreating people had successfully joined the Yinglong army, nor whether the Yuqiong seat had been completely occupied. Yingyu told the recent events without any expression. At the end, he glanced at Shi Yuan, who was talking to Ji Qinglian in the distance, trying to hide the fear in his voice. To this day, among the 7 totem families, only the Taotai family and the Yinglong family have preserved their power relatively intact, and they have always maintained contact and exchanged resources that they lacked. He was not surprised that the Winston Empire would send troops to help resist the demon god army, but he was very curious why Ji Qinglian had a close relationship with Tigreal Winston. Could it be that the Taotai family is preparing to form an alliance with the Winston Empire? Ji Qinglian possesses both the sacred tree and the Taotai bloodline, and is the only sanctuary that can restrain the power of the demon god. She does have strong capital for an alliance. The Winston Empire does not want to become a vassal of the demon god, and with Ji Qingqi's eloquence, it is normal for her to be tempted by this. Perhaps the Taotai family has the handiwork of this mysterious queen ascending the throne. Yingyu thought it was a reasonable guess, and thought about sending a message to Ying Hung later, describing in detail how Ji Qinglian and Tigreal Winston get along, and asking him to consider whether to send Ying Long to form an alliance with the Winston Empire. Chu. Ji Qinglian sneezed heavily, covering his nose. Shi Yuan was talking about the White Leo. Seeing him sneeze, he couldn't help but frown. Is your body not well yet? I told you to stay in Tianqiong Star for 2 days to rest. I can handle the things here. She used the back of her hand to test the temperature on Ji Qinglian's forehead. It was normal, and she didn't have a fever anymore. Ji Qinglian let her test her body temperature and whispered, "How can I be so fragile? I'm fully recovered. I guess someone is scolding me." In the distance, Yingyu took a breath of cold air because of their actions, and became more certain of his guess. Yu Shize also saw the interaction between the two, because he always glanced over there. He immediately widened his eyes, and gave his best friend an inquiring look. Yingyu communicated with him with his eyes. Good things are coming to the Taotai family. Yu Shize looked surprised. Ji Qinglian, with his bad temper, could accept a marriage? Yingyu tried to stay calm and ate melons. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. He is no longer the firecracker that exploded at the first sign of trouble. Yu Shize agreed. Indeed, he disappeared for 2 years and reappeared, as if he had been reborn. Did you two have my cramps? What are you doing moving around? The sudden voice frightened the two of them. It turned out that they were flirting, and didn't notice Ji Qinglian coming over, and stared at them for several seconds. Yingyu quickly returned to his usual calm and composed appearance, and calmly asked, "Have you cooperated with the Winston Empire?" Ji Qinglian, ? Yu Shize and Ji Qinglian had a close relationship when they were both governors in the Sanlin Star region. Seeing that Tigreal Winston had disappeared, he immediately asked directly, "Is Ji Qingqi going to marry you off?" Ji Qinglian, Chapter 246. The topic was a little abrupt, and Ji Qinglian didn't react for a moment to why Yu Shize asked this question. When he noticed that he was looking at the direction where his sister left, he quickly thought of the meaning behind this question. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he was speechless by the brain circuits of these two guys. Seeing that there was no one around, and his sister also said that there was no need to hide her identity, Ji Qinglian lowered his voice and gritted his teeth and said, "Marrying a big-head ghost of yours? That's my Qing Yuan." "What?" Yingyu and Yu Shize said in unison, their tone full of disbelief. Seeing their big reaction, Ji Qinglian snorted coldly, "How could Ji Qingqi marry me off? If it really comes to that, he would definitely marry himself." After refuting, he tooted unhappily, "He is less than a year older than me, but he is very good at showing off his brother's power." Yingyu and Yu Shize were still immersed in the powerful impact of Tigreal Winston equals Ji Qingyuan, and did not hear his next words at all. Their minds were full of Ji Qingyuan's disappearance with several marshals. How did he become Tigreal Winston? And he kicked Amelia Reinhardt and became the queen of the Winston Empire? Did Ji Qinglian break his brain during the battle on Sky Star? Let's not talk about anything else. Just talking about mimicry and aura, Ji Qingyuan and Tigreal Winston are completely different. How could they be the same person? Ing Yu reasonably questioned. How are you sure? Did she tell you? Ji Qinglian nodded, as a matter of course. Yu Shize was speechless. She said she was Ji Qingyuan, and you believed her? I also said I was GCU. Do you believe it? Ji Qinglian was even more speechless than him. If it was GCU who led the Qilin army, he would never have fallen into your situation. Yu Shize, he retorted with great dissatisfaction, who said that. Before in Yunhe Constellation, wasn't he also trapped in base and fortress by the Star Pirates, and did he need Ji Qingyuan to lead people to rescue him? Ji Qinglian sneered. You compare the Qilin army, which is full of elites and can use the power of totems, with the new Baizhe army, which was established less than a year ago, has no large-scale combat experience, cannot receive totem blessings, and is completely crushed by the enemy in terms of combat power? Yu Shize, it's really not unfair that you were blocked here by the demon god army. Yu Shize, damn. Is this still Ji Qinglian? Why does he sound like he has poison in his mouth? He is even more annoying than GCU. Ing Yu glanced at Ji Qinglian's ridicule of Yu Shize, puzzled. How did Ji Qingyuan become Tigreal Winston's? Looking at Laird Weissman's attitude, she was very respectful to Ji Qingyuan, and she did not hide her familiarity with Ji Qinglian along the way. Ji Qinglian paused. I don't know the details, but she is definitely Qingyuan. Don't spread this matter for the time being. Ing Yu understood what he meant in an instant. They didn't know the specific situation inside the Winston Empire. If Ji Qingyuan used extraordinary means to get the throne, it would be best not to leak this matter at the critical moment of fighting against the demon god Legion, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Yu Shize raised his injured shoulder. Don't worry, we still have this eye. By the way, how is the Serpent Lancet? Before he lost contact with the outside world, he knew that the situation of the Tongue Snake family was not much better than that of the Qilin family, and was even worse. But at that time, he was busy with his own affairs, and had no time and energy to pay attention to whether the Tongue Snake family could protect itself under the siege of the demon god army. Ji Qinglian did not hold on to the previous topic. When he heard him ask this, he subconsciously glanced at Ing Yu. Ing Yu didn't know what to say for a while. Their reaction successfully made Yu Shize frown. What's wrong? Is there anything I can't know? The fact that Yu Guanchuan joined the demon god cannot be concealed, and Yu Shize will know it sooner or later. Ing Yu sighed and said, your sister led the entire White Lion to rebel. Yu Shize didn't react for a moment. What did you say? My sister rebelled? Who did she rebel against? Ji Qinglian added for Ing Yu. She killed Qi Qinyu and plotted with the demon god 7th Legion to ambush Qi Huan. The Snake Spear and Yuqiong constellations fell so quickly, and there is a high probability that she was responsible. This is not nonsense. After the news of Yu Guanchuan's rebellion came out, many doubts that were difficult to connect before were explained, including one defeat after another. Yu Shize completely lost the mood to joke, and refuted reflexively, impossible. How could my sister defect to the demon god? Knowing that Yu Guanchuan was still alive, he had met her without telling Marshal Yu Lao, and asked her what happened and where she had been during the years of pretending to be dead. She said that she was arranged by Qi Xian to leave Yuqiong constellation before the Tingsha family took action, and she awakened the Kirin mimicry when she was pregnant with Qi Lian. Later, Marshal Qi Jing found her and brought her back to the Serpent Lance. The Golden Crow death order she took out in the Imperial Palace was a forgery, but Qi Xian's death was indeed related to the Tongxi royal family, and her mother died of depression because of her father's death and his departure before the accident. After the birth of the demon god, Yu Shize had a hard time. Yu Guanchuan used his power in the White Master seat to help him a lot. He was unwilling to believe that his gentle and strong sister would be loyal to the demon god. Something must have gone wrong. Seeing Ji Qinglian and Ing Yu were silent, Yu Shize retorted, this is absolutely impossible. I want to see her. I want to ask her in person. He stood up and rushed out regardless of his injuries. Ing Yu quickly pulled him back. She is far away in the White Lion seat. You are so seriously injured. How can you go now? Then I want to go too. That's my sister? My sister? Unless she tells me in person that she has surrendered to the demon god, I won't believe anyone. Yu Shize's eyes were bloodshot, and tears slid out of the corners of his eyes. Ji Qinglian was afraid that he would lose control of his emotions and his injuries would worsen after all the trouble, so he released his star power to freeze him in place. When he glared at her angrily, she tried to slow down her tone and comforted him. Don't be so impulsive. The matter has not been concluded yet. But if you continue to do this, I can't guarantee that you can still see her in one piece. Perhaps what he said made sense, and Yu Shiza was no longer the boy who always loved to provoke Chi Huan. He gradually regained his rationality, and said in a muffled tone, "How is the white Leo?" Ingyu saw that he had finally calmed down, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's still the same as before. Before he finished speaking, another voice took over his words. My people have gone. The three of them turned their heads together, and saw Shi Yuan jump off the flaming griffin and landed nimbly on the snow. After years of operation, Yu Guanchuan has managed the White Lion in perfect order, and all major forces are under her control. It is no longer the dangerous area where criminals are everywhere. But in terms of military armament, White Leo cannot compare with other constellations with totem families. For the Rose Army, White Leo without the Tongue Snake Army is no different from a child running around on the road with a big golden bead. The subsequent Demon Army is not enough to threaten the powerful Rose Army. Wen Songshu is an unpredictable time bomb. He used the management of the large chamber of commerce under his control to entertain the generals of the Demon Army and eliminate them one by one when they relaxed their vigilance. Those who did not attend the banquet were not spared. He contacted Wen Songwe, the sister of Black Iris, in advance, and transferred a group of Purple Iris to White Leo with the cooperation of Chris, and issued assassination missions. Overnight, all the middle and high-level members of the Demon Army died. When someone noticed something was wrong, the Rose Army had already forced to the Crazy Lion Star. Without the command of a senior general, the Demon God Army was like an ant on a hot pot, busy and not knowing what to do. They couldn't even contact Yu Guanchuan, the Supreme Governor, and the people sent to deliver the message disappeared. Cyrus didn't give the Demon God Army any time or opportunity to react. He ordered the Rose Army to attack the Crazy Lion Star. In less than half an hour, they broke through the defense line of the Demon God Army and approached Yu Guanchuan's private residence. But when the Rose Army broke through the gate of the residence and the administrative building, they didn't find Yu Guanchuan. They interrogated her confidants, but no one could tell the reason. Yu Guanchuan disappeared. In Wen Songshu's airtight surveillance network, she disappeared silently, as if she had never existed. When Wen Songshu received the news, his first reaction was to disbelieve it, but he quickly adjusted his mentality, contacted his people to screen all the constellations, and carefully recalled the time when Yu Guanchuan last appeared. It was this afternoon, in the administrative building. He was cautious enough not to make such a low-level mistake. Yu Guanchuan had not appeared for a long time, which would arouse his suspicion. It was precisely because everything was normal in the White Lions, and there was no abnormal behavior from top to bottom, that he chose to take action tonight and catch Yu Guanchuan off guard. Those who carried out important tasks were all trustworthy people, and there was no possibility of information leakage. To put it another way, if someone leaked the information, tonight's plan would not have been so smooth. The problem was with Yu Guanchuan. 3 years ago, she showed the top level of extraordinary third-level combat power. With the blessing of the power of the Demon God, her current strength is at least half a step into the holy domain. It is not difficult to avoid the people who are secretly following her and leave the White Lions. It was also because of her powerful combat power that Wen Songshu did not dare to put too many spies near her, so as not to make things worse. He could not guess where Yu Guanchuan would go and what her purpose was, so he contacted Shi Yuan as soon as possible. Yuqiong Tiananxing. Without the protection of the Qilin army, Tiananxing has become the back garden of the Demon Army. Perhaps the Qilin army retreated quickly enough. The buildings here were not reduced to ruins due to the war, and the civilians were not massacred by the Demon Army. The doors and windows on the streets were closed, and most people huddled in their homes and dared not go out. There was depression and loneliness everywhere. At dusk, a figure appeared in Tiananxing. She was like a lone traveler, walking slowly on the empty street, occasionally staying in front of a once extremely prosperous scenic spot or shop. Although her eyes were lingering, her eyes were empty and without waves. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, her temperament was cold and lonely, and she had a sense of loneliness that was independent of the world, which made people unconsciously attracted. If Yu Shize was here, he would definitely recognize her as his sister Yu Guanchuan. Yu Guanchuan seemed to have lost her soul and stopped where she was, until a messy sound of footsteps came from far away. She retracted her empty eyes and slowly turned around to look at the person coming. It was a middle-aged man wearing Black Star armor. Black Star power swirled around him, drilling into his skin from time to time, and then quickly popping out, like some kind of parasite. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Yu Guanchuan and gestured backwards. Marshal invites you. Yu Guanchuan's expression did not change at all because of his words, and he walked towards the direction indicated by the middle-aged man. Chapter 247. She is not in Leo White constellation, and her whereabouts are unknown. Sure Yuan said to Yushiza, who was looking over. The news was passed on by Wen Songshu, so it must be correct. Yushiza, who had just calmed down, had his pupils slightly dilated, and subconsciously asked, "Where did she go?" Sure Yuan could not answer this question, and shook his head and said, "My people could not find her whereabouts." This was also what she couldn't figure out. The Rose Army easily took Leo White constellation, which meant that the Yuguan group was not prepared earlier, but at this critical moment, she disappeared. Where would she go? Where could she go? What would she do? Sky Star? No, she didn't care whether Cheongyua's city was safe, or even her only child. Otherwise, before the demon god's 7th army besieged Sky Star, she could have taken Qi Lian away in advance, instead of letting his half-grown child experience a bloody and cruel massacre. Apart from the involvement with the Tingsha family, only Yushize had a close relationship with her, but she did not show any emotion when Yushize was forced into a desperate situation, and the probability of her coming to find him was very low. Yushize stood still, moving his lips several times to speak, but found that he did not know what to say. Did he understand Yuan? Maybe he did when he was a child, but after so many years of separation, his sister had experienced a great change, and she was no longer the gentle and smiling sister. He could feel the indifference that could not be concealed from the other party, as if nothing in the world could arouse her interest anymore, and she just lived for the sake of living. He never saw her smile again. Snowflakes fell from the sky again, and a gust of cold wind blew, chilling her to the bone. Yushize sat on the ground in a mess, tears dripping down. All along, he had not been able to protect the people he cared about, and could only watch them go away. His mother was like this, and his sister was like this. Ingyi wanted to help him, but his hand was already raised, and he didn't know whether to continue. Yushize might not need comfort at this moment, and no one could comfort him. Sure Yuan sighed, "Don't worry, I will send someone to search for her whereabouts, and notify you once there is news." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a strange star power fluctuation, with powerful destructive power, fighting against another terrible power. Due to the distance, she could not accurately determine the specific location of the two forces, but she could sense that one of the forces was the power of the demon god. Sure Yuan frowned, released his mental power for a more subtle perception, and unexpectedly discovered that the trace amount of demon god power floating in the air suddenly became extremely active. That direction is Arasima. At the same time, the star conch hanging on her waist lit up with a brilliant green light, and the sound of the tides was stirring in the air. Sure Yuan picked up the star conch, and saw that the note was Chris Hudson, so he immediately put it to his ear. Chris's low voice came over, "Your Majesty, Arasima suddenly had a violent star power fluctuation. It seems that the talents of the Holy Domain are fighting. One of them is most likely the commander of the 6th Legion of the Demon God, and the power of the other is a bit strange, containing the power of the Demon God, but mixed with the powerful Qilin breath. According to the previous battle report, the talents of the Holy Domain of the Qilin family have all fallen, and currently only Yushize is a half-step Holy Domain. Chris can't figure out who is fighting with the commander of the 6th Legion of the Demon God." Sure Yuan paused for a moment while holding the star snail, and a bold idea came to her mind. "Yuguanqin went to Tiananxing?" She immediately said, "You find a way to confirm whether that person is Yuguanqin." Chris was stunned when he heard Yuguanqin's name, and then he said yes. He also knew that Yuguanqin disappeared from the White Lion constellation, but he had a superficial understanding of the conflict between the Qilin family and the Tingsha family. When he found that there was a battle in the Holy Land on Tiananxing, he did not associate it with Yuguanqin at all. What's more, Yuguanqin surrendered to the demon god, and now it is the demon god's 6th Legion that controls Tiananxing. They are their own people, and with the demon god's suppression, there will be no internal strife no matter what. Putting down the star snail, Sure Yuan met Yushize's anxious eyes. She did not hide her guess. Someone went to Tiananxing, and is currently fighting with the commander of the demon god's 6th Legion. I suspect that person is Yuguanqin. Simple and clear explanation. Ji Qinglan and Ingyu looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Could it be that Yuguanqin surrender to the demon god was fake, in order to let them relax their vigilance, so that they could do something? Yushize hurriedly stood up from the ground, wiped his face, and said, "I'm going to Tiananxing now." He said to Ingyu, "Please take the Qilin Legion back to Panlongzuo. If I can't come back, the Qilin Legion will be under the command of the Yinglong Legion in the future, and you will be able to dispatch and command it." Ingyu grabbed his arm, and stopped him from walking out. He couldn't hide the anger that suddenly rose in his heart. Do you know what you are saying? Yu Shize pursed his lips. I must go to Tiananxing, but the Qilin Legion can no longer withstand the tossing. They don't need to go back with me to take risks. The Qilin family still has blood. If someone can awaken the pure. Yu Shize. Ingyu interrupted him loudly. Is this what you should say, as the head of the Qilin family? Since you have chosen to take over the position of marshal, you should understand that Yu Shize is not just Yu Shize, you are also responsible for the fate of the entire Qilin family and the Qilin Corps, and you have to be responsible for them. He was so angry that his chest heaved. The situation is unclear now. What's the point of you rushing to Tiananxing? Can you see Yu Guanchuan after you go there? I know Yu Guanchuan is very important to you, but have you ever thought about why she didn't tell you why she wanted to join the demon god, and why she suddenly left the White Lion constellation? Doesn't she know that you have been forced into a desperate situation by the demon god corps? Why didn't she even give you a hint? Yu Shize had never seen Ingyu lose his composure like this, and he didn't know how to speak several times. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and an extremely depressing atmosphere flowed in the air. To this day, everyone has their own helplessness, but since they have made a choice, they must be responsible for their choice. The chaos and defeat of the past 3 years were like a boulder that was getting heavier and heavier, pressing on Yu Shize's tense nerves, and attacking his rationality day and night. The news of Yu Guanchuan's rebellion became the last straw that broke his back. Ingyu raised his head and closed his eyes. Returning to his usual calm tone, the Qilin Corps is unable to fight again. I will arrange for people to send them back to Panlongzuo. Tian Nanjing will also go, but you will not go alone. Don't be anxious or impulsive about Yu Guanchuan's affairs. Everything should be considered in the long run. Yu Shize responded with trembling lips. Ingyu put away his out-of-control emotions and patted his shoulder. Your injuries are very serious. Rest first. I will make arrangements immediately and notify you when we can set off. After watching his figure disappear, Shi Yuan walked to Yu Shize and left a message. I will take people there first and notify you when there is news. Ji Qinglian wanted to go with him, but she shook her head. You stay here to prevent the demon god army from attacking. They will not sit still and wait for death. Not only the demon god's 6th army, but other armies may also take measures after knowing their marching route. Ingyu and Yu Shize are not from the Holy Land, but the Yuqiong seat is like a sieve now, and anyone can come in and take a stroll. It is possible that other commanders will also come to get involved. Ji Wu and Qi Jing have become puppets of the demon god, and Ing Yao and others are afraid that they will not be an exception. There are a total of 9 commanders in the demon god army, and now 2 have died, leaving 7. Shi Yuan carefully calculated that except for Ing Yao, Feng Yang, and Marshal Yu Lao, the identities of the remaining 4 people could not be confirmed. The person who led the 6th Legion of the Demon God to attack the Yuqiong seat is most likely Marshal Yu Lao, who has become a puppet of the Demon God. The 5th Legion of the Demon God has not taken any action since it captured the Jinwu seat. The 1st Legion of the Demon God, which was originally used to contain the Tingsha Legion, went to the Sky Star. It failed to encircle and suppress the enemy, and was counter-encircled and suppressed. It lost its most core elite. The remaining armed forces of the Star Crown seat are not to be feared. The 3rd Legion of the Demon God occupied the Cloud Crane seat, and from time to time assisted the 1st Legion of the Demon God and the 8th Legion of the Demon God in attacking the Star Crown seat and the Panlong seat. The Chiefing seat and the Jinli seat have been fighting against the 2nd Legion of the Demon God and the 4th Legion of the Demon God. The 9th Legion of the Demon God has never stayed in a specific constellation. They are like ghosts, appearing and disappearing, and are responsible for encircling and suppressing the elite troops of the Totem Legion. The last time they appeared was 2 months ago, when they surrounded and killed the last Saint Domain strongmen of the Qilin family. Since then, the Qilin Legion has been unable to resist the fierce offensive of the 6th Legion of the Demon God and was defeated. Shi Yuan was not afraid of the 9th Demon God Legion, but he needed to be on guard against them hiding in a corner of Yuqiong's seat and suddenly appearing to disrupt the situation. The reason why she was able to reach Tianqing Star so smoothly before was largely due to the fact that the Demon God Legion did not know that the Winston Empire would suddenly send troops. If she had arrived a little later, Qi Huan would have died from sacrificing the totem, and Ji Qinglian might not have been able to survive. Ji Qinglian heard the meaning of her words, and did not insist on following her. He only said a few words of advice. Shi Yuan no longer looked at Yu Shize, who was hesitant to speak, jumped on the flaming griffin, and led the Griffin Legion to Tianan Star. Are you crazy? You betrayed my lord. The low and hoarse voice was full of disbelief. His black star armor cracked into a gap like a spider web, and a big hole appeared in his left shoulder blade. Blood flowed out, but it was quickly stopped by the surging black star power, and he had to recover quickly. The person who was speaking had a long and straight square face, and his eyebrows were full of the majesty of a high-ranking person. Judging from his appearance, he was about 30 years old. This was the face of Marshal Yu Lao when he was young. In front of him, Yu Guanchuan stood in the wind, and the breeze lifted her skirt and blew it fiercely. Her long black hair fluttered wantonly, adding a wanton and flamboyant temperament to her delicate eyebrows and eyes, which was completely opposite to her previous coldness and loneliness. I have never been loyal to him, so how can I say that I betrayed him? Yu Guanchuan's tone was cold. The Qilin breath mixed with a trace of black star power flowed in the air, confronting the demon power released by Marshal Yu Lao. Hearing Yu Guanchuan's words, Marshal Yu Lao narrowed his eyes. Have you been acting? Yu Guanchuan did not answer his question. She felt the rapid consumption of power on both sides, lowered her eyes, and said to herself, "At first, I was very grateful to him for giving me power, and I was willing to dedicate my life to him after fulfilling my wish. But he deceived me. It was he who manipulated everything behind the scenes, taking advantage of the conflicts between the totem families, using the hands of the Tongxi royal family to first destroy the Baizhe family, then kill Qi Xian, making the Qilin family and the Tingsha family like water in fire, and then targeting the Taotai family, pushing the Yongyao Empire towards destruction step by step. Yu Guanchuan suddenly looked up. He killed my family and lover, and still wants my loyalty?" She laughed softly, but her tone was extremely cold. "It's a fool's dream." As soon as the voice fell, a huge Qilin phantom jumped out from behind Yu Guanchuan, and the surging water system gushed out, overwhelming the Yu Lao marshal. Yu Lao marshal unhurriedly released his power to resist. He was attacked by Yu Guanchuan at first because he was unprepared, but now that they have distanced themselves, there is no way the other party can cause him fatal injuries. The momentum of the two continued to rise, and the black star power diffused in the air was entangled together, some of which were strange and evil, and some were pure and innocent. The former belonged to Marshal Yu Lao, and the latter belonged to Yu Guanchuan. A careful observation will reveal that the black star power controlled by Yu Guanchuan is mixed with strands of Qilin's breath, and the two seem to be integrated into one, fighting against the evil black star power together. Yu Guanchuan did not seem to be in a hurry to win this battle. She continued to release star power to put pressure on Marshal Yu Lao, and the other party was forced to release more power to compete with her. The two fell into a long confrontation. Unfortunately, both of them were powerful talents in the Holy Domain realm. Even if the other members of the Demon God Legion wanted to participate in the battle, they were powerless, and even had to stay away from the battlefield to avoid being injured by the aftermath of the battle, which was not worth the loss. At this time, the Iris Corps discovered the predicament of the Demon Corps. After a brief consideration, Chris decided to take this opportunity to take action. He personally led the elite of the Iris Corps into Tiananxing, and killed the Demon Corps 6 Corps by surprise. During the battle, Chris personally went to the center of the battlefield to check the situation. Seeing that the two sides did not fight in a big way, he felt a little strange. This kind of pure star power contest consumes a lot of talent. Few people will use it on the battlefield. Not only is it time-consuming, but it may also be backfired by star power. Chris recognized Yu Guanchuan, but he didn't understand what she wanted to do. He hesitated for a while, and didn't join the battle rashly. The power of the demon in the air became extremely agitated because of the confrontation between the two sides. The star power light spots that were invisible to the naked eye collided with each other, forming a strange star power fluctuation from the inside out, as if resonating with an unknown existence. The sacred and majestic aura, and the weird and terrifying aura spread from the bodies of the two people in the confrontation. The sand and rubble were torn apart, and the space in the core area of the battle was cracked with not very obvious space cracks. Chris felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He dared not spy on the situation at the core of the battlefield, and immediately evacuated. He had a chilling guess. The Jade Crown group was using Advent. It was a special ritual to pray for the advent of gods, but it had disappeared in the long river of history with the disappearance of the gods. Even the Totem family, which had a rich collection of books, did not record the use of this special ritual. Only a few words could be found in ancient books. There was only one god left in the world today, and that was the demon god. How could the Jade Crown group pray for the devil to descend when they fell out with the 6th legion of the demon god? Marshal Yu Lao was also forced to use descent. The two of them were loyal to the same god, and at the same time prayed for him to descend upon them. Could they expect the devil god to fight himself? Chris's mind was full of questions, but his steps did not stop for a moment. He returned to the battlefield where the Iris Legion and the 6th Legion of the Demon God were fighting, and directly issued an order to evacuate, regardless of whether the 6th Legion of the Demon God would pursue them. The soldiers of the Iris Legion were extremely puzzled by Chris's order, but they did not disobey it. They immediately gave up the victory that was within their grasp, and withdrew from Tiananxing as soon as possible. Almost at the moment, when all members of the Iris Legion evacuated Tiananxing, all the soldiers of the 6th Legion of the Demon God seemed to be injected with an unbearable huge force. Their bodies quickly expanded into balloons, and exploded after a few seconds, turning into a blood mist that fell to the ground, and their bones were also pulverized into powder, mixed with the blood mist and falling down. The demonic power that originally resided in their bodies seemed to be poisoned by opium, dancing wildly in the air, and the scene was terrifying and weird. The evil aura emanating from the body of Marshal Yu Lao became stronger and stronger, almost overpowering the rising momentum of Yu Guanchuan. Yu Guanchuan sensed that the power between himself and Marshal Yu Lao was getting bigger and bigger, and not only did he not panic, but he also smiled. It was as if the carefully planned plan was finally successfully implemented, and there was also the relief of finally waiting for this moment. She looked firmly at the Marshal Yu Lao, who was entangled with the evil demonic power all over his body, and the whole person was like a black hole, and a touch of determination flashed across her eyes. She knew she couldn't kill the demon god, and she also knew that everything she did today might be in vain, but she didn't regret it. She climbed out of the abyss, leaving everything behind, and came to this day, just for this moment. A turning point has appeared. As long as she can severely injure the demon god, she can win a glimmer of hope for her relatives, who are still alive. Yu Guanchuan closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, she opened them again, only to see a void and darkness. The pure black star power surrounding her burned without warning, and the Qilin phantom disappeared. A black dragon circled up from behind her, and let out a high-pitched roar at the gradually condensing evil dragon. The evil dragon raised its front paws, and black flames burned in its arrogant and contemptuous eyes. It disappeared in an instant, and slammed into the sacred and noble black dragon. Amid the deafening explosion, the empty Yulua city was razed to the ground, and all the black talents in Tian'an Star exploded and died. The terrifying star power wave rushed out of the distant universe through the space cracks, setting off star power storms of varying sizes in the universe. The various planets once again rushed to emerge with stargates and alienated zones, like 3 years ago. At a stargate intersection leading from Yuqiong to White Lion, a figure wrapped tightly in black star power looked up at the suddenly dark sky. Behind her, a sturdy soldier carried a huge black flag with a 9 character embroidered in the center of the flag. This is the 9th Legion of the Demon God. At the same time, her subordinates handed her a battle report with 3 pieces of news. First, the White Lion constellation has been completely controlled by the Rose Legion. Second, the plan to encircle and suppress Yushizhe failed. Tigreal Winston led the Griffin Legion, joined forces with the Tao Ai Legion, and the Yinglong Legion appeared in Yuqiong constellation and rescued it in time. Third, the Iris Core suddenly appeared on a planet near Tiananxing. The person shrouded in black fog let out a light sigh. So they are trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Her voice was not clear, but it was a female voice. Yu Guanchuan told her that the Winston Empire would encircle and suppress the White Lion constellation, and asked her to give up the plan to encircle and kill Yushizhe and rush to the White Lion constellation from Yuqiong constellation for support. It was really a good calculation. The adjutant heard her ambiguous words and asked tentatively, "Marshal, then are we still going to the White Lion constellation?" The woman did not answer but asked back, "Do you know what it means to draw off the firewood from the bottom of the pot?" The adjutant certainly knew what it meant to draw off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, but did not understand why she asked that at the moment. The woman did not explain, but only laughed softly, and her voice was faint. "We are going to give Her Majesty the Queen a great gift." The situation was urgent, and Shi Yuan did not act with the Griffin Corps, but rushed to Tiananxing alone. Even though she was fast enough, she could not arrive in time. When she stepped into Tiananxing, the high temperature hit her face, and there were scattered black flames everywhere. Yulua City disappeared, leaving only a terrifying and huge space crack. Yu Guanchuan floated in the air without support, closing her eyes, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Marshal Yu Lao disappeared. As if sensing someone coming, Yu Guanchuan used up her last bit of strength to open her eyes, but her vision was blurred and she couldn't see anything clearly. A majestic vitality force enveloped her, trying to save her life. Yu Guanchuan choked and coughed, and said vaguely, "The demon god has 2 intentions: consciousness. Killing puppets can weaken him. Be careful, the 9th. I understand." Don't talk yet. I take you to see Yushize. Sure Yuan picked up Yu Guanchuan and left Tiananxing as quickly as possible. Yu Guanchuan half leaned on her shoulder and said in a hoarse voice, I left him. A letter. She had no strength left. Her vision was dim, and she could not see anything. Yu Guanchuan blinked with difficulty, and suddenly saw a bright light shining from the front, and bursts of light laughter rang in her ears. There were the voices and smiles of her father and mother, her young self, Yushize when she was a child, Qi Xian who saved her from the alien creature, and Qi Lian who threw himself into her arms and acted like a spoiled child. Do you regret it? No regrets? Instead of becoming a puppet of the devil and living a miserable life, it is better to use up the last bit of strength and burn it completely. Yu Guanchuan whispered Xiaozhe Lianer, I'm sorry. She stepped across the darkness, held Qi Xian's hand, and threw herself into the arms of her father and mother. The white hand slid from the air, and Shi Yuan looked at the person sleeping quietly in his arms, and took a deep breath. Outside the snowfield, a wind-flying falcon swooped down, stopped in front of Yushize, and spit out a round white pearl from its mouth. Yushize naturally knew the wind-flying falcon, and was a little puzzled when he caught the pearl, the letter from Qi Huan. Ji Qinglian was also surprised. It shouldn't be. Qing Yuan gave him a new star conch, which is not affected by the power of the demon god. If he wants to pass on the message, he can just resonate with my title sound directly. There is no need to be so troublesome. Yushize injected star power into the pearl with doubts, and a water blue light and shadow emerged. Just looking at the first few words, his face changed. Just then, a cold wind blew, and the flying snow fell on Yushize's shoulders, as if someone was saying goodbye to him. Ingyu, who was standing in front, saw his expression and immediately had a bad premonition. He looked down at the water curtain presented by white pearls. Xiaozhe, when you received this letter, I should have left. Don't be sad for me. I am a long-dead person. It is a fluke that I can live until now. I know you have always wanted me to return to Yukianzuo, but no, I have something I must do. Someone discovered the relationship between me and Brother Xian, and took me and my mother away to threaten him. My mother died in the hands of those people to save me. Brother Xian was also seriously injured and died after taking me away. I became blind in that kidnapping, and had nightmares day after day. One day I made a wish to the demon god, asking him to give me strength to avenge the people who killed my mother and Brother Xian. I dedicated my soul to him. I always thought that Brother Xian died in the struggle of the totem family, and took the Tongxi royal family as the object of revenge. One day I suddenly found that the Tongxi royal family was also a puppet manipulated by others, and the real one behind the scenes was the demon god. In order to break the seal, he lured the former crown prince to destroy the Baizhe family. Brother Xian also became a thorn in his eyes, because of his outstanding talent. Many people in the totem family became his puppets, and he split the Yongyao Empire step by step according to his plan. When I knew all this, it was too late. I could only use the most extreme method to let him be backfired by his own power, and find a glimmer of hope. In a long letter, only a few sentences talked about himself, and the remaining half was about the demon god, and the other half was about caring about Yushize. At the end of the letter, there was a short sentence. Xiaozhe, my sister is gone. Take care of yourself. My father and mother, and I will always love you. Yushize could no longer control his emotions, and collapsed on the ground crying. The snowflakes fell faster and faster, drowning their marching footprints, and leading a pure and empty world. Ji Qinglian held the marshal's hand, and looked at the vast white snowfield. The marshal seemed to notice his sadness, exhaled a breath of hot air, lowered his head, and rubbed his side face. Chapter 248. The Iris Corps, the Griffin Corps, the Taotai Corps, and the Yinglong Corps fought together. The demon god's 6th Corps, which had lost its commander and elite combat power, was like a lamb to be slaughtered. After a difficult resistance, it was completely strangled. The small combat units scattered on various planets heard the news of the defeat on the front line, and had no idea of resistance. They immediately retreated to the Golden Crow seat, and asked for help from the Demon God 5th Corps. In just 3 days, the Demon God Corps in the Yuqiong seat was completely evacuated, and the Black Talents also hid, fearing that they would be regarded as accomplices of the Demon God Corps by the Totem family, and dealt with together. During the period of cleaning up the remnants of the Demon God 6th Corps, the Demon God 9th Corps, which Shi Yuan had been vigilant about, never showed up. There was no news about them in any constellation. Such a large group of people seemed to have disappeared, and the relationship network of various forces could not find their traces. The 9th Legion of the Demon God was elusive. Before Yu Guanchuan died, He told her to be vigilant. If she couldn't track their whereabouts for a day, Sure Yuan would be worried. She had a vague, ominous premonition, but she couldn't tell who this premonition was directed at, and what event it would point to. It was also at this time that good news came from the Chiefling and Panlong constellations. The Phoenix Legion attacked the supply transportation line of the Second Legion of the Demon God, fought a beautiful ambush, won the victory at a small cost, and directly led to their defeat on the main battlefield due to insufficient supply of supplies, and had to retreat from the large resource planet they had occupied. The Yinglong Legion also successfully repelled the 8th Legion of the Demon God on the front battlefield, regained control of 3 large planets in one go, and designed to severely damage their commander. Sure Yuan was not surprised by the results of the Yinglong Legion. There was almost no internal fighting in the Yinglong family. Every pure-blooded Yinglong lived in peace, and in order not to become a thorn in the eyes of the Tanchi royal family, they also concealed a lot of pure-blooded bloodlines. To be honest, among the totem families, the Yinglong family has the most holy domain masters, and the most complete strength. In addition, Yingheng, who has taken over the position of the head of the family, acted decisively, and saved most of the power of the Yinglong Legion in time when the Demon God Legion came. Now the Demon God 8th Legion has no loopholes to exploit. In addition, the situation of the Golden Carp is also extremely anxious. The offensive strategy adopted by the Demon God 4th Legion against the Golden Carp is very simple, a fortress-style advancement. It is not a real fortress, but every time a planet is occupied, a large number of ordinary talents are induced to absorb the power of the Demon God and transform into black talents, and join the Demon God 4th Legion. It doesn't matter what their combat qualities are. They are directly incorporated into the subsidiary legions according to their strength, and perform tasks at different levels. More than 90% of the talents in the Golden Carp constellation have become followers of the Demon God, either actively or passively. They have no way out, and can only be loyal to the Demon God and conquer one planet after another under the command of the Demon God's 4th Legion. In this way, even if the Golden Carp Legion repels the Demon God's 4th Legion and recaptures the planets controlled by them, it cannot replenish suitable troops. This strategy of cutting off the source of the fire would force the Golden Carp constellation to abandon the strategy of strategic transfer, and could only try every means to defend the existing territory. On the front battlefield, the Demon God's 4th Legion adopted the human wave tactic, ordering the low-level black talents to form a death squad to consume the combat power of the Golden Carp Legion, and then sent out elite combat teams to attack the exhausted Golden Carp Legion. No matter how powerful the Golden Carp army is, it cannot withstand such consumption. It can only recruit a large number of soldiers, and use firepower suppression to reduce personnel consumption. But this is not a long-term solution. The supply of weapons in the Golden Carp seat is not enough to support such a large-scale consumption of star weapons. The Golden Carp army gradually showed a decline in the tug-of-war with the Demon God 4th Army. And as more and more planets are occupied by the Demon God 4th Army, their overall strength is getting stronger and stronger. The Golden Carp army alone can no longer resist the erosion of the Demon God 4th Army. If this continues, the Golden Carp seat will be completely swallowed up by the Demon God 4th Army, and there will be no room for recovery. Sure Yuan did not stay in the Yuqiong seat for too long. In order to prevent the Qilin family from being wiped out by the Demon God army, which has not yet appeared, she asked Laird Weissman and the Griffin army to temporarily garrison the Yuqiong seat, and ordered the Iris army to prepare to rush to the Golden Carp seat to fight against the Demon God 4th Army. The capital of the Winston Empire, Xionglan Star. Amelia stood under the corridor of the palace, looking at the dark sky, and whispered, "Vincent, it's going to rain." She woke up 5 days ago, and her spiritual power spring was repaired. Her combat power was slightly reduced, but she did not fall into the sanctuary. She also learned the details about the change of the throne. She did not take advantage of Tigreal to seize power, and even helped to handle government affairs behind the scenes. She knew very well that it was not suitable to engage in internal strife at this time. The Demon God was the enemy of the universe. If he was not dealt with, the Winston Empire would be the next Yongnao Empire. Whoever sat on the throne would die first. Vincent took the coat and put it on her, still as serious as before. "Your body has not fully recovered yet. Don't catch a cold." Amelia did not reject his concern, and sighed, "I hope that everything goes well for Tin." Tigreal. Vincent was quite surprised that she would say that. No one knew Amelia's obsession with power better than him. Tigreal abolished her throne, and became the new empress in the name of the founding empress, which made her situation extremely embarrassing. She should not mention the other party in such a tone. Amelia saw his doubts and smiled. She is very strong. If there is anyone in the universe who can reseal the demon god, it must be her. The former head of the Tianyuan family disappeared for no reason, and the talents of the Holy Domain suffered heavy casualties. Now there is only one Ji Qinglian left, who is no longer able to seal the demon god. The power used by 11 on the day of his appearance made Emilia feel unprecedented strength and tolerance. It is of the same origin as the sacred tree, and has a strong restraining effect on the power of the demon god, and can even purify the power of the demon god. Perhaps this is the reason why she has been missing for 3 years. Emilia did not explain further, but gathered the coat on her shoulders and prepared to return to her residence to help Carol handle government affairs, so that the army fighting on the front line would have no worries. When she turned around, heavy rain poured down, crackling on the ground, drowning out most of the surrounding sounds. It was at this time that Emilia seemed to sense something and looked back at the distant sky. The dazzling lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by hysterical thunder, as if something indescribable had broken into the Cheongwan star. Emilia subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to see what was in the gray sky, and the star conch in her pocket suddenly rang. Carol's voice came with an anxious and somewhat irritable tone. Emilia, enemies are coming. It's the 9th Legion of the Demon God. I'm afraid they are coming with bad intentions. We need to prepare for the worst. Emilia's eyes widened slightly. Before she could speak, Carol cut off the sound of the tide. It can be seen that the situation is urgent, and there is no time to say more. Vincent saw her face suddenly change, realized that something was wrong, and hesitated. Your Majesty? What happened? Emilia simply repeated Carol's words, holding the star conch, and immediately resonating with Shi Yuan's sound of the tide. Tigreal. The 7th, 1st, and 6th legions of the demon god were eliminated one after another. They were unstoppable along the way. The remaining demon god legions would definitely not sit and wait for death. The 9 constellations have been fighting with the demon god legion for 3 years. No matter how strong the 9th legion of the demon god is, it is difficult to achieve overwhelming results with unexpected strategies. On the contrary, the Winston Empire had fought with the demon god army very few times, and the domestic environment was in a relatively stable state. The alert level was not as good as that of the 9 constellations. In addition, 3 of the 5 holy totem legions went to the 9 constellations, so the defense was empty, which was a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. They didn't have to take down Cheongwan Star. As long as they created enough chaos in various parts of the empire and made the people panic, the Holy Totem Legion would have to withdraw from the battlefield of the 9 constellations. In this way, the pressure on the Demon God Legion was greatly reduced, and the counterattack would come like a storm, leaving no chance for the Totem family to revive. Emilia's breathing became heavier when she thought of this, and her palms were wet. In her current state, even if Carol was added, she might not be the opponent of the Demon God 9th Legion. Can't defend Cheongwan Star. Another thunder fell, and the sky was covered by dark clouds, covering the last ray of light, and the world became gloomy and dark. The sound of the tide fluctuated, and there was no response from the other end of the star snail. After waiting for a full minute, Emilia put down the star snail, knowing that Cheongwan Star had been affected by the power of the demon god, and could no longer transmit the sound of the tide to the outside world. This is a carefully planned hunt. The 1st Legion of the Holy Angels and the 1st Legion of Cheongwan stationed on Cheongwan Star are the prey chosen by the 9th Legion of the demon god. Emilia pulled off the coat on her shoulders and said to Vincent, "You should take a team of people away from Cheongwan Star immediately, and find a way to contact Tigreal and tell her the situation here." At this point, Carol couldn't leave, and she had no choice but to fight the 9th Legion of the demon god, otherwise Cheongwan Star would become a purgatory on Earth. Vincent wanted to say something, but she pushed him. "Go! Don't waste time." Emilia threw the coat back to him and walked out without looking back. The blue whale leaped out of the sky and uttered a high-pitched long cry. Hundreds of kilometers away, the figure shrouded in black star power looked up at the huge blue whale emitting a bright light all around, slowly curled the corners of her lips, and casually commented, "Seeking death." Her sight passed over the heavy rain curtain and fell on the holy angel flying over. "It's the same if there are more." The pure white 6-winged angel stood in the heavy rain, watching her calmly, neither afraid nor panicked, as if looking at a wisp of air. The commander of the 9th Legion of the demon god frowned when he was stared at by such a gaze, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. When she was about to make a move to test it, the light shrouding the 6-winged angel slowly dissipated, and its figure became illusory, but behind it, another figure appeared. The long green hair falling down her shoulders, the blue eyes deeper than the deep sea, it was Tigreal Winston, who was supposed to go to the golden carved seat. The woman's pupil shrank suddenly. At the same time, green vines sprouted from the muddy ground, growing and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shadow of the grand sacred tree rose from the ground and instantly enveloped all the soldiers of the 9th Legion of the Demon God, Life Realm. Sure Yuan smiled at the woman wrapped in black star power and asked softly, "Seeking death?" Her tone was not biased, but everyone who heard these 4 words felt the extreme ridicule. Who fell into the trap? Who sought death? At least from the current situation, it was not Tigreal Winston. The black star power surrounding the woman surged rapidly, silently indicating her restless mood at the moment. Sure Yuan looked at her casually. "Are you too shy to be seen? Do you need to hide behind the power of the demon god?" Without waiting for the other party to answer, she said word by word, "Qing Yuan." Chapter 249. Sure Yuan made various guesses about the identity of the commander of the 9th Legion of the Demon God. According to the news from Chifeng and Panlong, it can be confirmed that he is not Feng Yang and Ying Yao. After these 2 marshals became puppets of the demon god, they, like Qi Jing, led a demon army alone to attack the constellation they once ruled. Tang Xia, who is currently in Jinli, also sent a message to Ji Qinglan, telling him that the commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon God, who took down Jinwu, is suspected to be Tang Shijin, and the combat styles of the 2 have a high degree of overlap. In this way, there are only 3 commanders whose identities are difficult to identify. They are the commanders of the 3rd, 4th, and 9th Legions of the Demon God. And according to the situation that the marshals failed to seal the demon god and died in the land of God's revelation, but became puppets of the demon god, it is speculated that the remaining 3 people are also very likely to be other people who died at the time. For example, Yuan Zhou. Based on this premise, Sure Yuan inevitably associates himself with it. Her consciousness awakened in the body of Tigreal Winston, and her body was still in the land of divine revelation. It was obvious that the demon god would not put her up for worship, and she would definitely become one of the puppets commanding the demon god army. Then summarize the tasks that the demon god's 9th army had performed. Everything is about to come out. The commander of the demon god's 9th army is Ji Qingyuan, who has lost his self-consciousness, and is controlled by the demon god. Following this line of thought, Ji Qingyuan did not appear in the 9 constellations, and knew that the Winston Empire had joined the battlefield. With Sure Yuan's understanding of herself, she could quickly guess her next move to march into the Winston Empire, and completely disrupt the situation, so that the Holy Totem Army could not take care of both ends, and was forced to withdraw from the 9 constellations. So, she asked the Griffin Corps to stay in the Jade Cheong seat, ordered the Iris Corps to go to the Golden Carp seat, and privately rushed to the Blue Star, and notified the Rose Corps, which was closest to the Winston Empire, to keep an eye on the domestic situation at all times, and rush to support them as soon as the Demon God Corps showed up. As Sure Yuan's voice fell, the hazy black star power began to roll rapidly, and gradually faded under her gaze, revealing the true face of the hider. The silver-gray long hair tied into a high ponytail, and the silver-blue eyes as moist as glass, were so familiar, but so strange. Facing the cold eyes of Ji Qingyuan, Sure Yuan had a subtle feeling of looking in the mirror, but the difference was that she could feel that the other party was not herself in the mirror. Ji Qingyuan's expression was calm enough, and she did not have any emotional fluctuations because of her identity being exposed. Perhaps it was not important to her whether this identity was exposed. She is a puppet controlled by the demon god. She doesn't know her past, and she doesn't care what she will face in the future. Fighting for the demon god is the only meaning of her existence. Suddenly, Ji Qingyuan laughed, with an arrogant and dangerous look. "Just you alone? The power of the life green ivy is indeed very strong, and it is not inferior to the immortal tree, but it can only help Tigreal to the holy realm, and can't go any further. Every soldier of the demon god's 9th Legion is an elite carefully selected by her. The weakest combat power is also extraordinary level 3. Even if they are not the opponent of Tigreal, the human wave tactics are enough to drag her down. What's more, there are more than just the demon god's 9th Legion coming to the Winston Empire." Ji Qingyuan. Without hiding the smile in their eyes, the soldiers of the demon god Legion standing upright behind her spontaneously ignited their star power without her order. Groups of dark flames emerged like mushrooms after rain, covering every soldier of the demon god 9th Legion, making them look like zombies without self-awareness. Someone stepped out of the queue, and the dark flame swayed in his pupils, burning arrogantly and wantonly. He stared at Sure Yuan closely, and suddenly, like a meteor falling from the sky, he smashed over fiercely. In just a blink of an eye, the black flame surrounding his body suddenly expanded, like a star that burned to the end of its life, bursting out the most brilliant brilliance before disappearing. Sure Yuan stood there without any movement. A green vine as big as a bowl suddenly sprang out from the ground and penetrated the man's heart. Red blood mixed with strands of black star power gushed out, but before it fell to the ground, a deafening roar was heard. The black flame on the man's body expanded to the extreme, and exploded the moment the vine pierced his heart. The burning black flame increased its power several times, burning the tip of the vine into an ugly gray-black color. The sparse black flames fell to the ground and burned slowly, but they were crushed by the green star power before they could expand outward. It was a self-explosion. Ji Qingyuan wanted to weaken Tigreal's combat power at the cost of his subordinates exposing themselves. The death of the first black talent was like the horn before the outbreak of war. This war without bottom line and regardless of cost began. One after another, the extraordinary third-level black talents walked out of the queue, regardless of whether they could hurt Tigreal, and burn the demon power wandering in their bodies, and blew up the green vines in the life domain in the most decisive way. The existence of life domain greatly suppressed the combat power of the 9th Legion of the Demon God. But no matter how strong Shi Yuan was, he could not withstand their consumption method at the cost of self-destruction. She should be praised for being ruthless. She was indeed a madman without a bottom line. Ji Qingyuan kept smiling at her, and although he didn't say anything, he seemed to be provoking her. What are you going to do? Remove the life domain? Or just hold on? Shi Yuan was not angry. It was easy to get rid of the current predicament. Just get rid of the person who gave the order. The turquoise star power vortex emerged from her hand, and the invisible wind mark isolated the heavy rain, creating a vacuum zone for her that no one could approach. Shi Yuan raised his hand, took out a turquoise giant sickle from the star power vortex, ignored the crazy black talents, who self-destructed, and teleported to Ji Qingyuan. Life domain disappeared without warning when she took action, and surrounded Ji Qingyuan in the next second. When the giant sickle was swung, the buzzing sound of the clash of weapons overwhelmed the thunder in the sky. The pale bone sickle blocked Shi Yuan's attack, and the collision of the blades splashed bright sparks. The two pairs of eyes saw their own reflections in each other's eyes, at a distance of less than 1 foot. They raised their legs and bent their knees at the same time, but neither of them could kick the other's abdomen. Instead, the attack was blocked by the other in the same way. At the same time, they hooked the sickle blade back to directly chop off the other's head. The two figures left afterimages in the air. Ordinary talents could not catch their movement trajectory at all. Every collision of power would bring about surging waves of star power. The black talent in the center of the battlefield could not resist the pressure released by the battle of the Saint Domain strongman. He failed to complete the self-destruction, and was crushed into blood foam by the two high-speed star power flows. In addition to memory, Ji Qingyuan inherited all of Shi Yuan's abilities, including thinking and fighting skills. Every attack of theirs was blocked by the other party, and for a while, neither of them could do anything to the other party. The evil dragon wandered on the sacred side of greed, and its dark eyes revealed obvious teasing. It was like an insignificant outsider, savoring this battle that could not be decided in a short time. Shi Yuan glanced at it indifferently, and the next moment a frenzied and violent attack rushed towards Ji Qingyuan, without any rules, relying only on its own powerful strength, and carrying out a crushing attack in the simplest and crudest way. Ji Qingyuan is a puppet made by the devil. All her power comes from the power of the devil. No matter how superb her fighting skills are and how meticulous her thinking logic is, she can't ignore the suppressing effect of the life force on the power of the devil. This is Shi Yuan's biggest advantage, and it is also a disadvantage that Ji Qingyuan cannot ignore. A puppet with only a body but no soul is like a machine with a fixed program. It can only respond to the crisis it encounters according to the skills it has mastered. Therefore, Ji Qingyuan can defeat Ji Wu. Tigreal naturally can also defeat Ji Qingyuan. In the attack that came like a storm, Shi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. When Ji Qingyuan frowned his eyebrows to guard against it, several identical phantoms attacked from all directions at the same time. Clang! Clang! It's real! Every phantom is real! Ji Qingyuan opened her eyes in surprise. A trace of wet sweat slid down her forehead, and the evil dragon no longer had the leisurely surprise of watching the fun, showing its fangs and roaring softly. Along with its roar, the demonic power around Ji Qingyuan began to surge rapidly, and the aura of the person who should have been at a disadvantage continued to rise, as if breaking through invisible shackles, and the two evil dragons wandering in a circle were reflected in his silver-blue eyes. The sudden rise of momentum blocked Shi Yuan's all-pervasive attack, and the star power shield of Ji Qingyuan glowed with a black and gold luster. If you look closely, you will find that it is a piece of palm-sized scale armor, like neatly arranged dragon scales. Ji Qingyuan changed his previous passiveness and took the initiative to swing the greedy holy scythe, like light and shadow, killing Shi Yuan. The attack and defense were different, and Shi Yuan was forced to retreat. Ji Qingyuan did not give her a chance to escape from the battle, and chased after her and launched an attack. The sound of the collision of weapons flowed into the wind, and no one knew when this tug-of-war would end and which side would win. Rose 404 stars. The tight and powerful long legs stepped out of the star gate, and the slender and straight figure was like a green bamboo standing in the wind in winter, not afraid of the baptism of frost and snow, and stopped Cyrus Garcia, who was about to rush to the Cetus constellation. The black tight combat uniform outlined the man's tight and powerful muscles, and the long black hair hanging from his shoulders swayed gently in the breeze. The red-bottomed and silver-rimmed headband reflected the bright brilliance in the bright sunlight. Cyrus, standing on the silver-crowned red-feathered crane, opened his eyes in disbelief when he saw the face of the visitor, and blurted out a name. GCU? GCU? Hearing his words, he had no reaction to the name, and said lazily, Duke of Rose, this road is blocked. Since you want to cut off the firewood from the bottom, you should cut it off thoroughly. How can it be enough for only the 9th Legion of the Demon God to come to the Winston Empire? Cyrus had never expected that the 3rd Demon Army would intercept him here, and their commander was GCU. After being surprised, he sneered, Whether this road is passable or not is not up to you. The green rose vine climbed up his right arm, the thorny branches exuded a cold light, and the delicate and beautiful blood-red roses silently exuded fragrance. The faint fragrance drifted in the air, intoxicating and bringing deadly danger. GCU did not respond to his words, and directly dragged out a long sharp-toothed blade from the black star power vortex. A dazzling cat's eye ruby on the handle flashed a faint light. At first glance, this sharp-toothed blade is 70% similar to Xianzhu. Iris, red iris star. The soldiers of the 5th Legion of the Demon God, wearing black star armor, walked out of the star gate in full gear. The second-hand dealers, who were buying alien materials outside the star gate, were stunned at first, and then showed a look of fear. They picked up the most valuable things on the stalls, and ran out without looking back. Screams came one after another, and fear spread instantly. Tang Shijin flew out of the star power stepping on a black evil dragon. Seeing this scene, there was no emotion in his empty eyes. He raised his hand casually, and the black star power turned into a winding dragon, and instantly flew towards the fleeing talents. Some people were thrown to the ground, screaming in pain at the penetration of the demon god's power. Some people released their star power shields to resist, temporarily blocking the fate of being eroded. A child was separated from his parents in the chaotic crowd, and fear made him cry loudly. Before the demon god's power continued to wreak havoc, a glittering green light fell from the sky, as if it was a blessing from the gods, dissolving the black star power that was no different from that of evil spirits. Ji Qinglian rode the marshal into the vision of Tang Shijin, followed by the Taotai Corps, and the unicorns covered half of the sky, and also intercepted the fate of Iris constellation being invaded by the Demon Corps. On the surface, Ji Qinglian stayed in Yuqiong constellation with the Griffin Corps, but actually came to Iris constellation from the newly opened Star Gate, waiting for the Demon Corps to fall into the trap. After seeing Ji Wu, Ji Jing and others become puppets of the Demon God, looking at Tang Shijin in front of him, Ji Qinglian's mood was very calm. The two commanders' sights collided in the air, creating dangerous sparks. Yes, what's the situation of Rose constellation and Iris constellation now? Ji Qingyuan leaned slightly closer to Shi Yuan across the two facing sickles, and his voice was so faint that it sounded like a low laugh. Shi Yuan replied calmly, Then guess, did I come back alone, or did I come back with thousands of troops? No one was affected by the other's words. The two of them looked at each other, and then separated, and fell into an anxious battle again. Shi Yuan seemed to open up the conversation. When he got closer to Ji Qingyuan again, he said slowly, Do you think the 2nd, 4th, and 8th legions of the demon god can withstand the siege of the totem family? She clearly pointed out these 3 legions, and was also telling Ji Qingyuan in disguise that she knew that in addition to the 9th legion of the demon god, the 3rd and 5th legions of the demon god in the Livingston Empire. Ji Qingyuan still had that calm expression, but her sudden acceleration of the offensive exposed her true thoughts. Shi Yuan laughed unscrupulously. So what if you use my body? You are just a puppet. When it comes to playing chess with me, you can only use my ideas and thinking 3 years ago. You are me, but you don't understand me, and I am not you, but I know you very well. This sentence, that sounds a bit strange simply, and clearly explains the current situation of the two. Shi Yuan never limits her thinking to the cage. She can easily guess any strategy that Ji Qingyuan will adopt for the current situation, but she will jump out of the original thinking pattern and dig traps, with a thinking style that does not belong to her. This is her most dangerous and most frightening place. Seeing that Ji Qingyuan no longer speaks and just attacks blindly, she smiled and continued, "Guess again, I have been fighting with you here for so long. Have you set up traps? Just like you used the remaining star power of those self-destructing black talents to quietly set up the cage new star array." After these words came out, Ji Qingyuan could no longer remain calm, and her pupils trembled slightly, as if it was hard to believe that Shi Yuan even guessed this. It was this brief moment of hesitation that gave Shi Yuan the opportunity to swing the green giant sickle and cut down the vulnerable Ji Qingyuan to the ground. Life Domain quickly unfolded, and the swaying green vines faced the green light column falling from the sky, forming a huge strangling star array in the blink of an eye. Shi Yuan had some knowledge of star arrays, but not in depth. However, just in case, he had carefully studied the cage star array improved by GCU, which was convenient for sneak attacks on the enemy as a backhand during the battle. As expected, Ji Qingyuan also inherited her idea and used it as a trump card in this battle. Seeing the familiar face with a puzzled look, Shi Yuan smiled softly. She likes to fight quickly, especially when dealing with the demon army. But Ji Qingyuan has a special mark left by the demon, which can call on a large amount of demon power to improve combat power in a short time. She used the opponent's trick to create the illusion of a close fight with the opponent, but actually used the vitality released by the aftermath of the battle to quietly arrange the strangling star array. Of course, Ji Qingyuan's cage star array was arranged secretly enough, and she didn't find it at first. It was when she was arranging the strangling star array that she had a flash of inspiration and guessed that the opponent might take the same means as herself. Seeing Ji Qingyuan wrapped like a dumpling by the life green vine, she did not leave the opponent any chance to get rid of the strangling star array, and turned into a stream of light and crashed into the swaying life green vine. The overwhelming green star power poured into Ji Qingyuan's body, expelling and washing away the demon power remaining in her body. Ji Qingyuan could not bear the pain caused by the tension between the life force and the demon god's power in his body. Even though he clenched his teeth, he could not help but groan in pain. Shi Yuan's figure disappeared, and the green vines climbed up Ji Qingyuan's cheek. The tender branches and leaves stuck to her brows and released a glittering light. Strands of black star power emerged from her head, rolling and twisting and being swallowed by the life force. The shadow of the sacred tree grew bigger and bigger with Ji Qingyuan as the center, like a real-life green vine climbing up the trunk of the sacred tree inch by inch. Wherever he passed, the shadow of the sacred tree became clearer and clearer. Amid the rustling sound of branches and leaves colliding, the sacred and complex green totem appeared in Ji Qingyuan's eyebrows were outlined inch by inch. As the totem gradually took shape, Ji Qingyuan lost consciousness, and the demonic power that occupied her body and spiritual power was completely driven away. The green vine of life loosened its restraints on her, and the slender figure floated in the air without support. The breath that was originally suppressed and weakened suddenly surged, surpassing the holy domain and advancing all the way. The green star power was surging in the wind, and the land covered by the divine domain of life was nourished by the vitality. The grass seeds hidden in the ground sprouted and grew vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't know how long it took, and Shi Yuan, who was sleeping, opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, the sky and the earth changed color. The dark clouds covering the sky disappeared, and the heavy rain seemed to have never come. The day reversed the night, and the bright sunshine fell on the ground, bringing brilliance and light. It was at this moment that all the Saint Domain Masters in the universe sensed a sacred call in the dark, and turned their heads to look at the location of Qianhuan's star. Cyrus, who was beaten by GCU without any power to fight back, wiped the blood from his lips, and prepared to summon the totem. Suddenly, he felt a strong vitality gushing out from his heart, repairing the injuries he had suffered in the previous battle and bestowing a strong blessing of life on him. Ji Qinglian, who was fighting with Tong Shijin, swung the blade of Wujian in his hand, ready to exchange injuries for injuries, to seize the initiative of the battle, when the shadow of the sacred tree behind him suddenly shone brightly. All the black talents on the scene fell sharply under the illumination of this light, and even Tong Shijin was greatly affected. He failed to block Ji Qinglian's desperate attack in the first time, and was shot through the right shoulder blade. Ji Qiqi, who led another Taotai army to attack the demon god's 8th army, looked back, and saw a green light falling from the sky, accurately hitting Ying Yao, who was fighting Ying Heng. Ying Yao, who had originally had the upper hand, stood still in place, and was pierced through the heart by a sword from Ying Heng with a cold expression. Feng Shiyuan, who was covered in wounds, supported Feng Niancheng, who was not much better than her, and said in a low voice, Although I hate you very much, it doesn't matter whether I hate you or not at this time. I can't hold on any longer. You lead the Phoenix Legion to retreat, and I will cover the rear." Feng Nancheng sneered and pushed her away. "You don't need to say these high-sounding words here. Now I am the head of the Phoenix family. If I have to cover the rear, it should be me." Feng Shiyuan sneered even more. "Don't you know your own weight?" Before she finished speaking, a green light lit up in the sky, and the sacred vitality surged from the depths of the distant universe, brushing over the brother and sister who did not forget to quarrel even in desperate situations, repairing their injuries in one fell swoop, and rushing straight to Feng Yang, who was ready to pursue the victory. Chris supported his broken left arm and retreated awkwardly. Yuan Zhou pulled the corner of his mouth coldly, raised his fist, and smashed it with the force of destroying the world at Chris, who had little strength left to fight. On the edge of this battlefield, Tang Xia, Nie Linghan, Lei Lai and others were seriously injured to varying degrees, and had no strength to get up from the ground. Just as Yuan Zhou's fist was about to fall on Chris, his body suddenly lit up with green light without warning, and the light wandered on the surface of his body, rubbing his skin soothingly. Yuan Zhou stood still, his aura completely dissipated, his glass-colored eyes shook slightly, and then the whole person turned into star power fragments and disappeared. The sacred light descended on every planet in the universe, and the gifted people who were eroded by the power of the devil looked at the black star power, like a thorn in their bones emerging from the surface of their bodies, twisting and struggling to disappear in the air. The bells from ancient times echoed in everyone's ears. Amelia, who met with the Holy Angel Corps, looked at the bright sky from afar, and whispered to Carol in surprise, "Someone has achieved the realm of God. Since the fall of the ancient gods, no one has ascended to the throne of God. The reason why the demon god Corps can be so unstoppable is that ordinary star power can hardly resist the erosion of the power of the demon god. That is a higher-level divine power, which has a natural suppressing effect on low-level power." Carol sensed the vitality floating in the air and murmured in a low voice, "Is it your majesty? The founding empress of 1,000 years ago, with a mysterious origin, powerful strength, and this unique vitality. There is no other choice except her. No, it is him." His feet landed on the ground. Shi Yuan looked at the divine power lines gradually disappearing in his palm, and slowly clenched his fist. God realm. When she returned to her original body, the immortal god tree and the green ivy of life achieved a perfect fusion and pushed her to the god realm in one fell swoop. Feeling the divine power flowing in her body, Shi Yuan's eyes flashed. If she had such a powerful power 3 years ago, the demon god would definitely not be able to break through the seal and turn the world upside down. Just a little bit. Shi Yuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes, facing the sunlight falling from the sky. Following Ji Qingyuan, the 9th legion of the demon gods, who came to Qingwan Star, all fell to the ground. They no longer had the evil and strange aura on them, and their combat power of the 3rd level extraordinary continued to decline, becoming ordinary talents of the 6th and 7th levels. Since they were no longer threatening, Shi Yuan did not take their lives. She took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared on the spot, and the next second she arrived at the land of divine revelation. The collapsed world, the lifeless earth, the underground space that could not be seen at a glance. A distance of thousands of meters, Shi Yuan met a pair of cold and dark eyes. The demon god who occupied GCU's body leaned sideways on the throne, with a little blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and an obvious scratch on his neck. The palm-sized kitten hooked its paws and lay on his knees, pulling its ears unhappily. Perhaps sensing a familiar aura, it propped up its head, looked around, and saw Shi Yuan's figure in the billowing smoke. The little guy's eyes lit up, and he was about to jump off the demon's knee, but he was caught by him. No matter how he kicked his legs, he couldn't escape the confinement of that big hand. The kitten was furious and bit the demon's tiger's mouth. It was not the first time it did this. Even with all its strength, it could only leave 2 small tooth marks on the hand, and could not cause any effective damage. The demon was not angry at all. He pinched the back of its neck with his other hand, lifted it in front of him, and poked its soft belly without paying attention to others. He had never done such a thing before, and the other person often did such a thing. The kitten stopped struggling and tilted his head to look at the man in front of him in a strange way. A familiar face, but an extremely unfamiliar aura. It couldn't hurt him, and he tried to break its neck many times but failed. Chapter 250. The kitten stared at the demon with its big round eyes, trying to see the familiar expression on his face. Unfortunately, the cold black eyes did not change at all, still staring at it with indifferent and cruel eyes, and even burst into bloody cruelty at a certain moment. It was precisely because of this change that the kitten struggled violently again. This time, the demon did not hold it in his palm, but threw it out casually, like throwing away an insignificant garbage. The kitten fell to the ground and rolled several times. The snow-white and soft fur was stained with gray-black dust, and there was still a bit of confusion in his eyes. This was the first time it was so far away from the demon. It took 2 tentative steps back, and the demon who had been imprisoning it did not take any action, still lazily leaning on the throne. If the simple bloodstain on his lips is ignored, no one would suspect what a heavy blow this god from ancient times has suffered. After getting the chance to escape to freedom, the kitten dared not turn his back to him and run away. He could only stay alert and move back step by step. It retreated to the side of Ji Wu and Yuan Zhou, who had turned into stone sculptures, stopped and rubbed them carefully, and continued this delicate escape journey. Sure Yuan hovered in the air, silently taking in the scene just now. Xianzhu spontaneously condensed into shape in her palm, and saw Ji-Siu, who was occupied by the demon god, through the cat's eye gem. It paused in the air, with the tip of the knife pointing upwards, outlining 3 very impactful words. Kill him. Sure Yuan, who had been paying attention to it, frowned because of these 3 words and asked back, why? She didn't ask why the demon god had to be killed, but why Xianzhu asked her to do so. The demon god must die, but now he is in Ji-Siu's body, and Ji-Siu will not be spared if he is killed. Xianzhu shook the handle of the knife, indicating that he didn't know, he just wrote these 3 words by instinct. And it is Ji-Siu's mimicry, and only Ji-Siu can influence and control it. Without getting a clear answer, Sure Yuan was silent, looking down at the demon god who seemed to be unaware that someone had invaded his territory. He was too calm. So calm that it made people feel that he was not afraid of her coming at all. There was another point that Sure Yuan could not figure out. Even if the demon god wanted a puppet to unify the universe for him, in addition to Ji Wu and others, he should be able to control many black talents. Why did he send her body out of the land of divine enlightenment? Even if her consciousness disappeared, the totem of the sacred tree in her body was still there, but she fell into a deep sleep. If it were her, she would rather have less help than put such a dangerous time bomb in a place where she couldn't control it all the time. Xianzhu was still alive, and had a clear consciousness. Did it mean that Ji-Siu's consciousness had not yet disappeared, but was trapped in his body and suppressed by the demon god? Thinking of this, Sure Yuan turned his eyes to the black dragon sleeping behind the throne. 3 years ago, he opened his eyes, and took the lives of Ji Wu and others. Now he was lying on the ground breathing dragon breath, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Xianzhu touched her fingertips, and spontaneously pressed the handle of the knife against her palm. Sure Yuan was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously tightened his 5 fingers. Xianzhu did not move, and was held quietly by her, without giving a reason for doing so. But thinking of the 3 words it had just written, Sure Yuan's long eyelashes trembled. Use Xianzhu to kill him. Sure Yuan thought she was not a soft-hearted person, but at this moment she felt the powerless oppression 3 years ago. She could not save Ji Wu or Yuan Zhou, so was she going to kill the man who always liked to tease her to call him brother today when she achieved the realm of God? It was at this time that the demon god, who had always regarded her as nothing, suddenly raised his head, and his calm eyes met her eyes through the turbid air. There was no contempt, no hatred, but he just looked at her calmly, now looking at a stranger who had never crossed paths with him. This look lasted only 2 seconds before it changed drastically. A strange and evil smile rose on that handsome face. The evil dragon climbed up from his waist and abdomen, spitting out scarlet tongues and making a hissing sound, which made people's scalps numb and wanted to escape. Sure Yuan was not affected at all, and still tightly grasped those strange and evil eyes. Come on! Come and kill me! Kill me, and he will die! Come and kill me! Kill me, and everything will end! The almost polluted evil whisper sounded in his ears, like the devil's temptation, and like the guidance given by the gods. Sure Yuan clenched the black candle, and took a step forward. She left the chaotic sky, and appeared in the underground space, where stone sculptures stood. The kitten who was shaking its tail and retreating happened to step on the tip of its shoe. The little fellow was at a loss for a moment, but when he reacted, his furry ears stood straight. It no longer looked cautious and alert as before, and turned around without hesitation and jumped onto Sure Yuan's lowered left hand, leaping all the way to her shoulder, rubbing her cheek pitifully and lovingly. Sure Yuan gently patted its soft belly, and sent it back to the spiritual power spring. The return of the kitten gave her a sense of perfection, as if a part of her loss had been made up, and her breath became more profound and powerful. The demon god still sat on the throne, looking at her lazily and wantonly, seemingly without any preparation, but the black star power diffused in the air was condensing rapidly. In just a few seconds, a huge evil dragon that was no less powerful than the sleeping black dragon condensed and formed beside him, with dark flames burning in its huge eyes, and wisps of evil breath swirling around its white fangs. Sure Yuan didn't know if she would die if she killed the demon god Jisoo, but she chose to believe Xianzhu and no longer make unnecessary entanglements. The wind started. The life force rose from her feet, driving away the evil black star force that tried to approach. They were like thin ribbons, isolating all the dangerous things as they spun and danced. Starlight floated out from countless stone sculptures with her forward steps, gathering into a brilliant galaxy. The demon god looked at Sure Yuan, who was approaching with a cold look, and finally stood up from the throne. The retro black robe slid off as he stood up. A black and gold ancient sword condensed from illusion to substance in his hand. The same color hairband gathered the long black hair like silk, and slid down his waist obediently. An illusory palace loomed behind him. It was the mysterious palace that Sure Yuan had seen in the Sea of Biqiong. The black dragon was perched on the palace, looking down at the people coming and going below the palace. It might not be accurate to say people. There was a sacred and complex totem between their eyebrows. Sure Yuan saw the Taohai totem, the Baizai totem, the Jinwu totem, the Phoenix totem. They were the gods who had fallen long ago. When she was about to take a closer look, the phantom of the palace suddenly shattered, replaced by a scene of the black dragon being besieged by the gods. His eyes changed from pure golden to dangerous and strange blood red, and the clean scales grew evil thorns covered with blood, like a fallen devil. He killed one god after another, and was finally sealed in the land of divine revelation by the 10 original totems and the remaining gods. He would wake up every once in a while. Sometimes his eyes were golden, sometimes they were blood red, and no matter which time he woke up, he would resonate with the stone sculptures and communicate with outsiders unknown. He spent year after year in this underground space, and his golden eyes appeared less and less frequently, while his evil aura became stronger and stronger. Until 1,000 years ago, he used Yuan Qin, who had the blood of the sacred tree, to expel the life-green vines guarding here. The immortal sacred tree without the life-green vines decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though the 7 totem families worked together to strengthen the seal, they could not save the inevitable result of the immortal sacred tree's demise. The demon god fell into a deep sleep again in this seal, waiting to wake up 1,000 years later. In the changing light and shadow, the whole story of the demon god being sealed was briefly described. Looking at the familiar face again, the evil and weird smile had disappeared, replaced by a faint sadness. The demon god, who had not spoken since Sure Yuan appeared suddenly said, "Are you going to kill me?" It was Jisu's voice, Jisu's tone. Sure Yuan's heart was uncontrollably moved, thinking of what Jisu said when she rejected him, and was about to leave after she discovered his feelings in the Triangle Star region. "Please plant a tuberose for me in Tianma Lake as a farewell. Then forget me." He is really a man with deep thoughts. How can people forget after saying such words? When she was distracted, the demon god showed a faint smile at the corner of his lips. At that moment, he pulled out the ancient sword standing beside the throne and stabbed Sure Yuan's heart without hesitation. The power of the demon god surged like a wave, sweeping across the entire underground space, domineeringly occupying every corner, leaving no place for the life force to stay. The ancient sword penetrated the wind, crushed the dust, split the protective field created by the life force, forcefully invaded Sure Yuan's safe distance, and pierced her heart in a flash. But the scene expected by the demon god did not appear. Sure Yuan's figure turned into fragments of starlight and disappeared. The Xianzhu held in her hand pierced his heart at the moment when the demon god rushed madly. The demon god stepped into the trap he had set. His expression quickly turned cold, and he looked at the Xianzhu inserted in his heart and pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. "Just for lying on it. You want to kill me too?" The body of the god can only be destroyed by a divine weapon. But there are no divine weapons left in the world. The demon god is immortal. But the next moment, the disdainful smile on his face froze, and the carving knife, which seemed to him to pose no threat to him, suddenly glowed with a pure white light, and then exploded, turning into countless pure white spots of light. There was a big hole in the heart of the demon god, and blood was dripping down. The pure white light spots that escaped all gathered towards the sleeping dragon behind the throne. At that moment, the demon god's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed towards his body with the ancient sword regardless of the bloody wound. He only rushed forward 2 steps before he was blocked by Sure Yuan, holding the greedy holy scythe. More and more pure white light spots sank into the black dragon's body, outlining a brilliant base totem at his brow. The demon god who occupied GCU's body waved the ancient sword in his hand like crazy, slashing Shi Yuan, who was blocking him with one sword after another. But Shi Yuan was no longer the human who tried her best but couldn't seal him. She was favored by the immortal tree and the green ivy of life, and became one of the only two gods in the universe. She calmly dealt with the demon god's violent attack, and did not forget to provoke him. Is my brother's body useful? Another sword. She blocked it lightly. You used it very well, didn't you? Why do you want to go back now? At this point, how could she not guess GCU's plan? He used his body to imprison the demon god's consciousness, and the demon god's body was still trapped in this underground space. The demon god could not return to his body, and he could not leave the land of divine enlightenment. He could only manipulate puppets to wreak havoc on the universe and find a way out. GCU's consciousness did not completely disappear. He woke up at some point, or influenced the demon god's thoughts, and sent her body out of the land of divine enlightenment. In this way, she could easily merge the immortal tree and the green vine of life, and get the opportunity to ascend to the realm of gods. Xianzhu asked her to kill not GCU, but the demon god who occupied GCU's body. GCU may have found some way to let his consciousness leave his body, and seize control of the demon god's body. Shi Yuan laughed wantonly. This was the first time she laughed so wantonly since she woke up. Her laughter was like a poison to the demon god, which distorted his face and made him unable to maintain his sanity. She stood in front of the demon god and admired his final madness until the last ray of white light sank into the black dragon's body, and drew a complete Baizai totem on his forehead. The sleeping dragon opened its eyes again, and the brilliant golden light illuminated the chaotic underground space. The dark black scales on its body glowed with white light, and the Baizai chant that once appeared in this underground space quietly sounded. The ethereal wind blew to his ears, and Shi Yuan heard a low and gentle call, Yuan Yuan, I'm back. GCU successfully took away the throne of the demon god. Shi Yuan no longer hesitated, and hit the demon god's forehead with a palm, and in the stare of his bloodshot eyes, he shattered his spiritual power. At that moment, the wind and smoke were silent. The land of divine enlightenment was shining with stars.